Wouldn't a
Look,
global
you
argument
just can't get
be?
your shit there. It's like you can't get your equipment there. There's only a couple ways there. You got to go through the Bosphorus Strait into the Black Sea. Okay, that's a fucking no go. Into the Baltic to get to Leningrad. Fuck, that's a no go. Baltic is too small. You're gonna get fucking destroyed. Fly out of air bases in Europe and attack Russia from there. Good luck with that, dude. Now you're flying freaking 2,000 kilometers and you're sitting duck with these bases, right? Option four is to park your freaking ship in the Atlantic and then fly even farther than that over all of Western Europe to drop your bomb load. Yeah, how long's that going to last? Yeah, we're going to go on a bombing mission. We'll be back in freaking 20 hours. Good luck, dude.
Yeah.
Like, it's logistically, just from the logistical standpoint, it's fucking impossible. So that, like, Ukraine, they're sitting there. That's what I don't get. None of this shit makes any sense to even a fucking layman. Okay? NATO couldn't help Ukraine if they wanted to. Even if they're like, we're all in, we're going to just fucking protect Ukraine. Like, you couldn't do it if you wanted to. That's why it's a farce.
The problem
Two
is
variables. You're forgetting two important variables. We have Elon Musk and Space Force.
Yeah,
Nice.
Space Force.
yeah.
You got to think,
That's
what's
a
the
joke.
range of a Tomahawk? Their only hope would be to frickin' build up in Turkey and try to invade Russia from the south. But that'll never happen either. Who's going to let that happen?
Yeah, Russia will not let it happen. Do you know the dead hand from Russia? Do you know the dead hand?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, the dead hand, yeah.
So they cannot. The West cannot even think about first strike and decapitation strike because then the dead hand comes into play, which is it's a computerized system that all the nuclear arsenal would be fired against the West. I mean, one have to be realistic. It's like everyone knows the Cuban crisis. I mean, JFK threatened to threatened with a nuclear strike, atomic strike, because of Russian rockets in Cuba. This is the same thing. You have to understand, if Russia would put nuclear bombs, rockets with nuclear heads in Mexico and Canada, the United States would say we will have to invade and remove these threats. This is a threat at our doorstep, and that is what Russia is saying. And people don't know. Actually, Russia. The foundation of Russia began in Kiev.
Yeah. I know that. I know a lot about the history of Russia.
The Russians were actually how do you call missionaries? The soldiers who like Blackwater, the soldiers who fight for money. They came from Scandinavia to the Byzantine empire.
Yeah.
And that's why the first city which they grounded was Kiev. That is a Russian city. And talking about resources, the resources are gone. The Ukraine resources are gone. Rare minerals and resources. All these resources are in the region of Donbass, which have been taken over by the Russians.
Yeah, I know that. I know. I know the Russians went and just took all the good shit.
Yeah, exactly.
Like, okay,
they took the good shit. Yeah. So whatever Trump is saying, we will make good stuff. We will make good money. We are making good business. That's BS. BS for the normal European American who is not informed about anything.
I mean, they don't care about any of that. Quite honestly, the average American doesn't like. They're just trying to live their life, dude. They don't care about any of that crap.
Yeah, the European too, bro. But that is a danger because these people are escalating with no weapons. They have no weapons, and they are threatening Russia.
Oh, they
It
have,
looks
they have
like,
some weapons. They have nuclear weapons, and that's
yeah,
the
but
part
compared, but
that's the part
compared,
that's
yeah,
scary
yeah, that's
because
the part that's
that's
scary.
all they can do. That's literally because they're freaking egotists and they refuse to lose, and they'd rather kill everybody than lose, right?
Yeah,
Because the Russian
two points.
Oreshnik, have you seen the Russians the Oreshnik missile?
Yeah,
The Oreshnik missile.
Oreshnik missile. Yeah,
Yeah.
with MIRV,
So basically,
with MIRV,
it has the
multiple.
effect of a nuclear weapon, but it's
Yeah,
not a nuclear weapon.
with MIRV. Yeah, with MIRV, it's hypersonic, supersonic with MIRV, which means multiple independent re-entry vehicles.
Yeah,
Each missile,
like 36
yeah,
of them. Something.
yeah, and
It has
they
like
are
36
maneuverable.
warheads. Yeah, it has something like 36 warheads, and the area of destruction is like 1.3 kilometers. Okay, so
Yeah,
think
yeah,
about that. Now,
yeah,
now,
and
if they use that, the West doesn't have anything it can use to counter that. They'll have to use
exa-
nuclear weapons. They have no choice,
yeah, but the problem
and we all
is,
die.
but the problem is that the West, neither Europe, you can forget Europe. Europe has nothing. So the United States still doesn't have hypersonic or supersonic ballistic missiles. So the
Yeah,
Russian missiles will reach the United States long before the missiles of the United States would reach Russia. And because Russian hypersonic and supersonic missiles are so fast, that's why they cannot be intercepted by
Berserker.
Patriot.
I
Yeah, by
posted.
Patriot.
Yeah. Well, Patriot sucks anyway. Couldn't fucking do anything.
Yeah,
They're already garbage. But like, look in the chat. I posted a video of Zircon missile, which is hypersonic, like Mach 8 or something. Look in the chat. I posted
yeah,
a
I know
video.
that.
Dude, that's cuckoo for Cocoa Puffs, man. That's like, I don't even know what sound that is.
Yeah, yeah, bro. But I know all that because I'm in Europe here. Okay,
Oh
I have
yeah,
been following this. I've been following this because it is frightening because I'm in Austria, and
should be.
Austria is like a vassal state for Germany. Whatever Germany does, Austria does the next day. Okay, whatever it is.
Yeah, yeah. It's
So, so
dude, you
the
guys
first,
are like in serious danger, man. Like
yeah,
serious.
yeah, like you remember Deagle.com? It looks like that they are the Western countries want to thin the population. Do you remember Deagle.com
Yeah, yeah, man.
saying that the population of the United States will fall to in 2025 will fall to 94 million, and the population of the UK will fall to 18 million. And France also 18 million, 15 million, Germany 15 million.
You know the
So
UK's active force is something like 32,000 people, and they talk the
yeah,
biggest shit out of everybody. Like,
yeah, I know, bro. I know. They always make. I mean, people who joke about the forces, the fighting force of the UK, they make a joke that the UK army cannot fill a soccer stadium.
they can't. They can't. It's not,
Yeah, they can.
not
They
even half
can.
of one. Not even half of one.
Yeah, yeah, but for someone who, when I think about, do these guys really want to thin the population and make Deagle.com prophecy come true? I mean, then people like Larry Johnson and other analysts, former American CIA and Pentagon analysts, they say that people don't know that they should thank God that Putin is in power because he's holding back the generals, the how do you say, the aggressive generals like the
Yeah, the
neocons in the
hardliners.
United
That's what we
States.
call them. In America, we call them
Yeah,
hardliners. Like,
exactly, the hardliners. Yeah, he's holding them back. And if the other guy came, the other former president, how is he called? Medvedev. He talks all the time about the
he was
apocalypse.
president. He was president for
Yeah,
a
he was
while.
a president. Yeah, he was president. Hmm. Yeah,
Dude, this is
it's
how you
really
know when
frightening.
the government is full of shit when they deal with these things. When they start talking about the person and not the country, right? When
Yeah,
that's like how what the
exactly.
media does, right? They start Putin did this and Putin did that. There's a whole fucking country there, dude. Like, what are you talking about? It's not just Putin. You're like, everybody there also agrees with him. Like, are you crazy?
Yeah, bro.
Like,
Yeah, it's
that's how
frightening.
I
It's
always know when they
frightening.
start talking about the leader instead of the country, right? When in the news articles, when they name the leader instead of like, Russia or Moscow or whatever, they start going Putin. Like, that's how I know they're full of shit right there. It ain't
Yeah,
Putin just doing
how
it,
is
dude.
this?
People are
Yeah, how
actually,
is this?
because Putin is not
Yeah,
out flying a bomber, right? Putin is not pulling firing the artillery shells. He's not flying the drones. He's not doing any of that shit. There's other people doing that.
yeah, exactly. Other people are doing that. He's not doing it. And did you know that Putin is actually a lawyer? He is a lawyer, and
Yeah.
he was the head of the Stasi in Eastern Germany. So this guy is very patient and very. But I have seen a video from him, interview with him. I don't know if I can find it on my external hard drive archives. I'm not sure. I'm sure I have saved that video. It was an interview with him. The frightening thing is he said that the West wants to uh, to execute or to do the usual regime change and take over Russia and balkanize Russia and
Oh yeah.
take the resources. Okay, so
D-
he said we have a
Berserker,
doctrine or we have.
Berserker. They wanted to
He
do
said
that since like 1910. Dude, you can look at old maps of like the West had like Russia all divided up into a whole bunch of different little countries. They wanted to do
yeah,
that for freaking 100 years.
yeah, but in 1910, that was when the Tsar was there. They were not so organized. After the Tsar came the Communist Party, and they became stronger. But now they have. Do you know that Putin even he asked Clinton? I think he asked Clinton if it's possible that Russia joins the NATO. So then the Russians and the Europeans and the Americans would have been in one alliance against the Chinese. I mean, the United States played its hand. I mean, weakened itself by bringing Russia closer to China. Anyhow, in this video, in this interview, Putin said they have a doctrine, something like they have numbers. If we lose third of our navy or third of our conventional military or third of our air force, we will then go into full nuclear war. We will consider this as a defeat. They have it written in their constitution.
Oh yeah, they
And he
totally changed the
said,
nuclear doctrine. They updated it
exactly,
recently.
exactly. And then he said, in the moment when we realize that we are about to lose the war and that Russia will be conquered and divided and exploited, we will fire our nuclear rockets and bombs which we have in all directions, left and right, north and west, east and south, east and west, north and south. And then he said, because for us, if we know that Russia will stop to exist, then the world is not worth to exist without Russia. It's like the Samson option of Israel, or the story of
Yeah.
Samson, over my head and the heads of my enemies. So he said, if we go down, we will destroy the entire world. And these Russians, they mean what they say when they say it.
I know
That's the
they
problem.
do. But from the Russian, I've seen surveys, right, of Western Europeans asking, are Russians European? And you fuckers saying no.
Of course they are European.
Russia is the largest country in Europe. Right?
Bro,
a lot of Russia's in Europe, right? And it's the largest
did you know?
country in Europe.
Sorry for interrupting you. Interrupting you, but Amish knows a lot about this. Did you know that the Tsar Romanov was the cousin of King George III of the
that doesn't shock me. That doesn't shock me, dude.
I can post an image.
Yeah,
of
I
both
believe
of
you,
them.
man. It's not really shocking. They're all incest babies, all of them. They all just fucked each other. It's gross.
Yeah,
all the leaders of Europe, right? Like the Habsburgs and all those freaking weirdos, man. They're all just having sex with each other. Sex with their sisters and their uncles and their cousins. And ugh.
Yeah. I don't know where did I save it. Find it. But anyhow, the Tsar of Russia, the Romanov, was like a twin. Looked like exactly like the king of Great Britain, King George III, I think it was.
Oh, you got like painting? Let me see.
Do you know the royal family of the United Kingdom is actually a German?
Yeah, I know that. Yeah. There was actually
they changed their name. They changed their name to Windsor. Windsor is the name of one of the palace, and their name is something like Van Coat, something like that.
There's actually a video about like who the real king of England is, and it was just some random dude that like lives in Australia or something. Right, who's part of the actual lineage from when they first had a monarch. They like tracked him down.
Really?
Oh yeah, dude, it's just some random guy, man. Because you got to remember, before they started intermarrying and all that crap, and they started usurping the thrones and all the nonsense that they did.
Yeah, these were like small federal states in the entire European continent. Look at these guys. The Tsar of Russia and King George III, side by side. They look like twins. They were cousins. In the side chat.
Here, let me see. Oh my God. What? No way.
This is real. You can Google it.
freaking way. That
You
can't
can
be
Google
real.
it. You can Google it. I just grabbed it from Google. I didn't find it on my external drivers. I have 4 or 5 external drivers.
They're like almost identical twins.
Yeah. Yeah, they looked like identical twins. It's unbelievable. And the wife of the Russian Tsar was a German. I think Katerina? Something like that.
God damn, that's freaky.
Yeah, because you said when the press or when the Poles asked Europeans if the Russians are Europeans, and you said, why should they say no? Of course they are Europeans. Of course they are Europeans. I mean, you can ask Amish. He told me things that I myself didn't know. He told me that the titles of kings was always being granted from the Tsar of Russia to all the kings of Europe. I didn't know that. I don't know if it's true, but I guess, I mean, the experience which I have with Amish, he is always very exact and correct.
Yeah, that's my experience too. But the funny thing is, what all this should show is that like history is always to be history is always being rewritten. Always. George Orwell, he warned everybody in 1984 and like gave everybody a warning that history is constantly being rewritten all the time. It's being rewritten now as we speak. Right? What's happening now? This isn't going to be the history in 2 years.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, what did
There'll be a whole
Winston
nother
Churchill say?
narrative about this war, right? And in a decade, it'll be something completely different. And in 3 decades, it'll be something completely different from that. It's always
Yeah,
changing.
history is written by the victors, Winston Churchill, right?
Yeah, I think history is written by the people that frickin' repeat the same stupid shit enough. Who repeats it the most? Like,
Yeah, that's why the only weapon that the West has is the media control.
yeah,
Hollywood and media, CNN and stuff like that. Okay, that's why they are doubling down and tripling down and quadrupling down. But we are winning, but we are not winning. Russia is winning, and Russia is not waging a war to occupy the land. No, they are making an attrition war.
yeah, they're
They are just
demilitarizing NATO.
exactly demilitarizing NATO. Exactly. Yeah, talking about rockets, I mean, Zircon is one of the smallest. Do you know there is the rocket which is called Sarmat 2 in Russian vocabulary, and NATO calls it Satan 2.
Yeah, of course. They also have this
Satan
other
2.
one called the Avant-Garde. You ever heard of this one? The Avant-Garde missile?
I think,
It's like Mach 10 or something, Mach 10, 11.
yeah. One of them is the number one, is the biggest one and the fastest one, and the other one, I don't know which one is the biggest one, the Sarmat, the Satan 2, or Avangard. One of them.
Avangard
These
has
are, yeah.
Mach 27.
Oh, okay, there you go.
Look, I know. Look,
Yeah.
I know. We slept.
The Sarmat 2 supposedly, in their paradigm can go all the way, or can fly for like 12,000 miles. So it supposedly
18.
can hit
Yeah.
anywhere on Earth. It can come from any direction.
Exactly.
Well, in 2010, Russia tested the first time Sarmat 500 missile. They launched it, and it flew over the world for about 3 years. and in 2013 they self-destructed over Chelyabinsk, Russia, and they said that a meteorite fell over Russia then.
Oh yeah,
Uh-huh.
yeah. So they were working on this thing called it's like it's a nuclear powered
Yes,
missile basically.
it's
It
the
runs forever.
highest tech rocket in the world, the most guarded secret, and when that so-called meteorite exploded over Chelyabinsk, you can look up and you can see that the Russian military was mobilized in that and locked down all that city and make sure nobody get their hands on some wreckage pieces or anything like that.
Yeah. In
Yeah.
order not to get anything from the technology, you mean? Yeah.
Yes.
I
That's
can't blame the Russians for being like this, right? They've been invaded so many times. Like, they were invaded by the United States. They were invaded by like 12 countries simultaneously. A lot of people don't know about this. The United States invaded Russia from the west or from the east.
I don't know this. I don't know
Yeah,
this. When was
yeah.
that?
I think right after the first Bolshevik Revolution, the Mensheviks or whatever, because it came in like
You
two
mean
phases, right? It
you
came
mean
in
through
two.
Alaska? You mean through Alaska?
Yeah, they tried to. Yeah, they tried to come that way. They
Yeah,
went inland a
somewhere.
little ways, right, and then like basically like set up a base, and they were like, "Shit, dude, we still got another 6,000 kilometers to go. Forget that."
Yeah.
Yeah,
It's huge.
but I also know that in the times of the Tsar, um, Russia was having problems fighting other countries because they had their own big internal problems. There are some city tribes, something like that, in that big Siberia, which the Russians they could never really conquer, occupy. They are right now they are their own, but they are some kind of special reservations where no other man is allowed to go there except those native from those um parts.
I don't think so because the former Russian defense minister, who was never a military soldier, Sergei Shoigu, he was from a Turkish tribe from Siberia, a
It's like an
tribe which
engineer
has
or
a
something. He's got an engineering degree.
exactly. He was a civil engineer, and he was the mastermind why the Russian special military operation is working. That's why when he stepped down, Sergei Shoigu, Putin created a special position which never existed in the history of Russia for this civil engineer, former defense minister,
The guy now is an
as an honor.
economist. Yeah, the guy they got now is an
Yeah, yeah.
economist. I mean, think about what
Some
they're
kind.
doing. Right? Think about what they're
Some
doing,
kind
right?
of some kind. No, he's actually he is a civil engineer. He is a civil engineer because part of the civil engineering is also economy. You have to plan, for example. I know in the United States, civil engineers they don't study all the branches of civil engineer. But I studied civil engineer, and we studied all the branches: foundation design, concrete design, steel construction, concrete construction, sewage system, highway building, surveying, all kinds of mechanics, hydraulics, and even planning. Like we plan a project and we decide, for example, normally uh, after normally on the third year, it's more profitable if you sell your instruments. I don't know. Sorry for my poor English, not perfect English. So the
You mean the
instruments which are
equipment?
using, yeah, the equipment exactly, because the maintenance cost you will lose if you will keep the equipment after the third year. You will lose more money on maintenance, and you will save more money if you will sell them on the second or at the beginning or before the end of the third year. If you would sell them and buy new ones, then you will save more money. So it is. We also, for example, decide how many minutes, if 5 minutes or 10 minutes per hour a construction worker will get. That means if the worker will get half an hour or 1 hour, 1 hour rest time pause every day. So that was called planning, and all our books which we studied, most of them were publications of McGraw-Hill. You know McGraw-Hill?
No, doesn't sound familiar.
Yeah, you can Google McGraw-Hill. I tried to Google McGraw-Hill because I wanted to show how great their books were.
McGraw-Hill.
Yeah, McGraw-Hill. And do you know
Oh, the
what
book
did I
company.
found?
Yeah.
Yeah, do you know what did I find? They are not anymore a publisher. They are now a financial and a political and scientific think tank. So all our books were American books, most of them from McGraw-Hill. And now they are a think tank. They are political and social, I think political, social, and financial think tank. Yeah, political, social, and financial think tank.
Yeah, most
Anyhow,
most educational textbooks were McGraw-Hill.
yeah. We had a lot of books from Russians also, like Timoshenko, Popov, and things like that, like solid mechanics, dynamics. Anyhow, but the problem is, I mean, for normal people, I mean, they don't get it how things can go south. I mean, if because you were talking India, you were talking about how stupid this Callas is, and Macron, and Starmer, and boy, I mean, if
Like,
these guys,
you know who Andre?
these guys lead us to war. If these guys lead us to war, I mean, sometimes I think, I mean, when you think logically, it's like the Western leaders are doing everything so that the West, not only Europe, but also the United States, will get involved into a third world war with Russia and get conquered. This is how it looks like. Did you see? I posted in the chat box about the B-24 bomber. Every hour, the Ford factory was able to ship a B-24 bomber in
You know,
World
that's
War
the
II.
thing. Like, why would Russia want to conquer Europe? Like,
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
just, why would they want to take that shit show over? I mean, think of what's going on, right? They're gonna come in. They're gonna come into Sweden with all their rape
that's
gangs
why.
and all
Yeah,
that
that's
shit,
why.
right? Like,
Yeah,
oh yeah, I want to
yeah,
take that over. I want to take over a bunch of illegal immigrants. No thanks.
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
no,
yeah.
you can
They
keep
don't
that.
want it, but they don't want it. But if these crazy guys like Kalakas and Macron and how's the new Merz, the new chancellor, the German chancellor Merz, he's just poking the bear. And Trump also from time to time. Yeah, I'm very disappointed. I'm very disappointed with Putin. What are you disappointed? I mean, you're actually
It's a
in a
bunch of
proxy war with the man.
it's a bunch of political theater and all that stuff that you're talking about. The real hand that moves the puppet is something far beyond like the comprehension of like what we see in mainstream news. There's a lot of things
Yeah,
that happen
MI6.
that are moving about to for agendas that probably we would probably not know about. like we could say, like we can tell that there's something happening that's pushing us towards a specific type of way of living. But as far as like what they're doing now, like we can speculate, but it's definitely not mainstream. Whatever mainstream is telling you, that's never the
Yeah,
case.
of course. Yeah, of course. Yeah. The first thing which you would think about is the MIC, Military Industrial Complex. And of course, the deep state, yeah, and the globalist. I mean, just imagine. I mean, I have seen maps put forth by European mainstream newspapers, by American also newspapers, because that's what I mean. If you were not watching, if people were not watching, they would have missed it. But at the beginning of the special military operation, the Western media was very aggressive that they were putting out white papers. They were putting out how they are going to divide Russia into 50 provinces. I mean, you're just provoking someone just to get into fight with you. And yeah, who is? I mean, when I'm saying you, I mean the politicians, the European politicians who admit they had a couple of years ago, 2 years ago, they had only, or 1 year ago, Germany admitted they have only ammunition for 2 weeks if they go into war against Russia. And a couple of months ago, they admitted they have munition only for 2 days. And they say, we still want to go to war against Russia. Are you kidding me? I mean, what is this? Suicide wish?
It doesn't make sense, does it?
Yeah, it doesn't make sense. Yeah. And of course, it's right. Because Russia doesn't even want to take Western Ukraine, because Western Ukraine for Russia, because Russia is Orthodox, and Western Ukraine are the Catholic Ukrainians. Even though the president of Ukraine has a Russian passport, he's a Russian. He doesn't speak Ukrainian. He speaks Russian. Did you know that? He's a Russian. Nothing makes sense.
Yeah, and he's not Jewish, dude. That's bullshit.
Yeah, I don't know. I don't know about that. I'm not sure.
Like because there's a bunch of neo Nazis in Ukraine, and they're like, well, there can't be because Zelensky's Jewish. No.
Yeah,
His
that's the
grandfather
reason.
was-
That's
his
the reason
grandfather
that
was
Russia.
Well,
Yeah,
hold on,
that's the
dude.
reason why.
His-
Yeah.
Jewishness passed through the mother's line, right? It's a matriarchal lineage. It doesn't go through the father. So it doesn't matter if his grandfather is Jewish. It doesn't make him Jewish. Yes, his grandmother would need to be Jewish, and his mother. So
I
would they
know.
try to say, "Oh, there's no neo-Nazis there because he's Jewish"? That's just a lie. These motherfuckers literally got swastikas tattooed on their body, man.
Yeah, yeah, yeah. The Azov battalion.
That's just one of them.
Yeah,
That's
that's
just a
one of them.
well-known one. It's a cultural thing.
Yeah.
It's not even like it's not even just like a group. It's the entire Western Ukraine is just a bunch of freaking degenerate Nazis.
Hey, Indio, has that ideology morphed over time and not what is originally what was intended? Because I feel like that name or culture has been kind of like maybe retooled to like what
Well,
it
the
is,
neo-Nazis.
or has it always been the same? Like the narrative of like what they represent. Because I just feel like it's never been. It always feels like a different flavor every time you talk about what it means to somebody. You know, it's never the same. So.
Yeah. It's the idea to create a national identity, right, around some idea. So in Germany,
Yeah.
it was around like the true German, which would be, like whatever they thought
The
it was,
Aryan
whatever
race.
Hitler thought a true German was. But Ukraine
Yeah.
did the same. So fascism at that time was like a big thing a lot of places were doing it, right? They were trying to create these national identities. So Ukraine, Western Ukraine, was trying to create their own quote unquote Ukraine, create a national identity based on the culture of what's now Western Ukraine.
But
So it's just basically like a culture trying to go from being like a cultural, like an area has customs and cultures, right? Foods, ways of living, attitudes, things like that. And they try to create a nation around it. But when they try to, I guess, do it by force, it's considered fascism.
It wasn't like
or neo-Nazi.
wasn't like a biological like type of person, like
Not really biological. I mean, that's
white, blonde hair, blue eyes. You know what I mean?
Yeah, I think that's propaganda because there was like fucking black Nazis, bro. Like in Germany, there's pictures of fucking black dudes in fucking SS uniforms.
Yeah, I haven't seen one of those. Have you seen? Like that's the other thing.
They were. No, I haven't seen a black Nazi in SS uniform, but there were a lot of Germans who didn't have blonde hair. So Hitler by himself didn't have a blonde hair, and he looked like he didn't look like a German. The chief commander of the SS, that was Himmler. Yeah, he didn't look like a German too. He didn't have only Goering. Only Goering was the only one who had blonde hair and blue eyes, and the other guy also that was the propaganda minister, Goebbels. Goebbels. He had also black hair.
What idea are they fighting for? Neo-Nazis. What are they? What is their height of their what is their end game? What do they hope to happen?
First of all, I would like to say that India is right. Russia does not have the intention, not even to go further into Western Ukraine, because Western Ukraine was collaborating with the Nazis, and they will always stay. They are full of Nazis. The Ukrainian government.
Yeah, I know, but I'm trying to.
That's why the Russians. Yeah, that's why the Russians.
Hold on, Berserker. What are Nazis? Like, what are they? What is their goal? What are they wishing to achieve in all of humanity? They're going to eradicate something to replace it with what their ideology is. Like, what is? Why would you want to be one of those? Like, what makes them special? Like, I keep hearing neo-Nazis and like Nazis. Like, what's so great about them? Like, it doesn't sound like they have a good dental plan. You know what I mean? Like.
Yeah. Just to clarify, I was, I think I told you, right? I was born in the Middle East, so I'm not born in Europe. So I'm not, I'm not a German. I'm just living in Austria.
But you get what I'm saying, Berserker?
Yeah, I was born in Iraq. I told you I was born.
But you get what I'm saying, though. Like there's seems to be like an agenda for these guys to actually be proud of who they are. So I'm wondering, what is it that they're proud of? Like, and why do they want to make more of them? Like, do you get it? Like, why is it so? I don't know. Why are they a fighting force? Are they born into that culture and they're like, oh well, you were born from this mom and dad, so obviously you're gonna grow up to be a neo-Nazi. Like, I mean,
Yeah, of course. It's like a kind of contrast between the lighter skinned, the white. They were not all of them really, really white, but the core of what you are asking. So the answer is you have to realize that Europe, the Roman Empire, it was just in Italy, and then it extended into France. And from France, they went to Great Britain, and they couldn't conquer Great Britain entirely. The UK, England, the northern tribes. I think they were the Scottish and the Irish. They fought fiercely. So it was like the German tribes. They were where we have now Germany, we have Belgium, Netherlands, and England. These were all German tribes. Even France was German a German tribe before the Romans. Even the Romans, they had the same. They had the same language. The German language is very close, is related to the Latin language. So after the fall, so the Roman Empire gave up. They couldn't conquer Germany, the northern tribes. Because they didn't have any central government. They were like wild tribes living in the jungles. Okay, in the
Holy
forest.
smokes, dude! I just want to know what their end game was. Like, what do they hope to do?
They were
at the
living
end of-
in like yeah,
I
it's
don't mean to
they
be, I don't
feel
mean to sound rude, but can you get to the point? Like, what do they want out of the whole proposing
yeah
their ideal? Like,
they
what do they want?
consider the entire Holy Roman Empire, because after the fall of the Roman Empire, the German Gothic tribes took over the Roman Empire. That was then the Holy Roman Empire, the Holy Catholic Empire. It was renamed into Holy. So these were all German tribes. So they consider entire Europe as one kind of people. That is what.
What kind of people? What kind of people?
The Germanic and the Goth were also Germanic, and the Romans were also kind of Germanic people.
Okay, so
That's
they
why,
want
haven't you
everybody.
heard?
They want everybody to be like them. So they're going to reshape and reform different tribes on the earth to take them over and eradicate them, so that there will be no other tribe other than theirs, like a superior race. Like every race or culture thinks that they're the superior one. Like I think, isn't that true? Like, don't you think that where you take pride in where you come from and all that, and you think, well, my culture, my race is the superior one. I think we should be dominating the whole earth.
No, that's what I'm trying to tell you. It's not about pride. It's about they feel that, as I told Indio. The Tsar Romanov, who is also the cousin of the King George III of Great Britain.
Mhm.
These were all related. As India said, they married between themselves. They were one tribe. They feel like they lost everything in the First World War, because Germany and France, then France and Great Britain, they had a different. They were more open-minded, and welcoming to other people from around the world.
The main point of their fighting force is to take over the world and many tribes, so that they can make more of their own kind and eradicate the other ones. It's not for resources or for gaining more.
You can not exactly. You can imagine how it works. I mean, that was the reason. I think that was the reason, not because the German military was so superior and much better. It was because after having read more about it, because most of the European countries collaborated with the German forces. Yeah, they welcomed them.
I just feel like people are designing.
So at the beginning, then Germany at the beginning.
Yeah, I know, brother, but they're designing. Hold on, Berserker. You're a bit long in the tooth, brother. Sorry, but they're designing killing machines so that they can kill other tribes, other cultures, and they justify that by saying we're doing it for this cause. That's what you hear. The whole tiffs about like what everybody's going through with the war in Ukraine and Russia and all these guys and the royal families and all that, but it never amounts to some sort of like real purpose to defend or protect, or it's just like these obscure reasons. We're trying to become the more superior race and we want to dominate the world so that everybody can be like us. Isn't that everybody? Every culture thinks that. I don't see what's any different. Like neo-Nazis, one type of culture, but you could say that just about every culture is kind of like a neo-Nazi.
That's what I'm trying to say. That's what I'm trying to say. It took its dynamics. When Germany was able so fast, and it was welcomed by the Romanians, by the Czechs, by the Hungarians, and it was like they liberated their territories, Europe. So then they somehow they got the dynamic that they thought they can go further. Okay, that from there came the idea that it's better if they exterminate all the others so that they will not get conquered again. You know how war works. I mean, now the rhetoric which we are hearing here, they talk about the Russians who are also Europeans. They call them subhumans. I mean, in mainstream media here, they call them subhumans. You would be surprised and astonished, but from time to
Yeah, but
time,
every culture says that
they
about every other culture, bro. Did you notice that?
no, not because of that, because the Russians they were more uh, multicultural, as Get Beget said. The Eastern parts of Russia, that was the weakness of Russia. But after communism, they somehow developed some kind of feeling of unity, that they belong all together, and it's working. Actually, the multicultural society in Russia is working much better than the multicultural society in the United States. I mean, for example, you have Kazakhstan, Dagestan, Turkmenistan. They are all on the side of Russia, and they are not planning, for example, to separate from Russia and to join forces, for example, with Turkey, because they are Turks. So they have this kind of. That's why the Europeans uh, perceive the Russians as, they call them subhuman, because they have managed somehow to create this multicultural, which is not anymore pure European. That is the reason why the West hates Russia. You get what I mean?
Yeah. So you I don't know. Can we condense it down to like the reason why? Because they're not like them. They're not like those
Yeah,
guys. Those guys are fighting for an idea of making the world like them, eradicating any other culture, by any means, with any type of war machine, so that we can eliminate that culture and just be the dominant culture. Like, let's get rid of everybody else but this specific culture.
yeah. But most important of that, because they don't like to mix with others. That is the most
Okay.
important ideology.
Okay.
Yeah.
Why? Just because?
I don't know. I didn't come from a society
Yeah.
like
See,
that.
that's the thing. Like, people are given guns and told to go fight a war in which these ideals are supposed to be. Oh, we're fighting for this. We're fighting for that. Oh, who are these guys? Like, people are so easily taken in by these narratives. That's why critical thinking should be the first step of a person to analyze what's being told to them. You're
Yeah,
stripped.
that's why.
That's stripped away from the human spirit. Like, people can't think for themselves anymore. You have to adhere to propaganda.
Yeah, yeah, that's why.
Like the place you came from. It was full of war, death, and destruction all over. For what? The idea that they're preserving more resources, and that's not what you saw. You saw death and
No.
destruction for no reason. For no reason. Just because
Yeah,
people have bloodlust, bro.
yeah, and
People hate
how do you call it? How do you call it? Tribalism. It's like
Yeah.
tribalism, you know.
Miggy, you summed it up perfectly first time when you said that everybody's like that with their own tribe. But what if my tribe said I've
Yeah.
got a hotline to God? I've got a hotline to God. How's that?
Is it only your tribe?
Oh yeah, we're the chosen people. We're special.
Okay. Well, then
Is it not propaganda anymore then?
no. Well, it just depends on what do you mean? Like, I want to know. Explain.
Well, it looks quite clear to me. If I look at the Mohammedans, their book is spawned from the Tanakh, is it not?
All right. Talk about Islamic.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, I brought this up yesterday in Geos, and people were like astonished. I'm like,
It's about the Abrahamic religions, right?
yeah. I'm like, how is this not talked about more? Seems pretty obvious. They're all the same characters. Now, it could be that it's coming from the same source. I can't rule that out, of course. It could be that the angel Gabriel came down to some illiterate, sand-dwelling dude, and he got this amazing book out of it. That could be I can't rule that out. But it's probably more likely that some Catholic missionary or somebody got his hands on some Jewish material, right? Their scriptures. That seems more likely.
Yeah, but how is it spread through death and conquest or through peaceful acts? That's the other way.
Yeah, through
You got to think about it logically. So, do you think a creator would want the word to be spread by death and conquest?
Well, it has been spread that way, though.
No, I'm not saying that it has been. I'm saying, do you think that the position of what their holy books are saying should be adhered to based on what a creator would be saying? Like, hey, I want you to eradicate everybody, and if they don't listen to what you're saying, then just take them out. Or propose what I'm saying, and if they adhere to it or not, that's up to them. Like, which one of those is it? Because you see one or the other happening, right? You see,
yeah, for sure.
Yeah.
This is why I often, even though I don't believe necessarily in Christianity, I often advocate for it for many different reasons. I mean, Jesus coming along and saying, love your enemy is quite revolutionary. It's also, by the way, the only way to destroy your enemy completely without any blowback, if you see what I mean, karmically and so on.
Yeah. It's a lot, like, to achieve that, like, status. It takes such enlightenment in the human spirit. Like, I don't think it's hardly ever achieved, to be honest.
Yeah.
Yeah, the difference between Christianity and other religions, even though religion is a word which was invented in France in the 1800s, that would be the 19th century, right? 1800s. So Christianity was not a religion; it was a belief. So the difference is, for example, when you talk about Jesus. And Christianity, the only enemy is death. So what Jesus did was to conquer death. Someone who conquers death, I mean, he doesn't care about the worldly things. You see what I mean? And everyone else cares about worldly things. That's why every reason for a war is, at the end of the day, an excuse in the hand of the people in power. If a religion would not work, then tribalism. If tribalism would not work, then the neighboring tribe attacked us. We should attack them. It's always the same story. It's always using an excuse.
Just FYI, Berserker, your microphone, it's like, I don't know, it's crackling or something like this. I don't know why. I don't know if you could sort that out.
Yeah, sometimes it does that. Maybe it's the connection, but maybe I should.
Yeah, you got to be worrying about the digital ID over there, Andy.
Yeah, no shit. I was talking about that yesterday on Geos. I was asking Pazra and a few others. I'm like, give me your take on it. What's going off? And all the Americans were sort of like, what is this? I don't even know what it is. And I was saying, well, you should pay attention too, because I think they'll try and introduce it to you too. But it's to me, I always think there's an American spirit, which
you should create digital IDs and sell them, man. Just freaking black market.
But I was interested in regard, because I always think of Americans, there's an American spirit, and not very far from an American's thoughts is freedom, right? So I just don't see how they could implement it in America. I could see how they could do it to us. Absolutely.
Yeah. Trump was talking about something, and it was akin to the digital ID. He said it in one of his latest speeches, and it's kind of like it's a soft rollout to the digital ID. But I've been paying attention. Like these guys are trying to implement something that's going to be able to socially construct a monitoring system that is like behavioral. Like so. Make sure that you're doing good things in life, and no bad things.
Well, that's how they usually bring these sorts of things in. I mean, who was it? I can't remember. Was it Franklin? One of the founding fathers said something about security, right?
Yeah, Benjamin Franklin.
Yeah, that's an awesome quote. That's on my old laptop. I wish you could find it. But yeah, this is why they're talking about immigration so much. Illegal immigrants, they're coming, they're eating your dogs. They're eating your dogs.
Freedom for security will get neither.
That's it. Yeah, such a good quote. But yeah, that's the whole point of it. It's in my opinion, it's the very same people who want to bring these controlling measures, because that's what it is. It's control ultimately, and I would say that it's those people that are pushing that have they've made this immigration situation in the first place. Like, it's just obvious.
Well, let me ask you this. Oh, these systems are voluntary. It's not like you're held at gunpoint. You know what I mean? I mean, that's why it won't work in America, because people would just never participate. There's some level of voluntarism. It's not like you're going to be born and they're going to stamp babies with barcodes. Not yet, at least. And like, you don't have to interact with. Now, you might not be able to use the resources that require a digital ID, but so what?
Yeah, but
You have to make a choice. Do I want the government, benefits, and I have to jump through these hoops, or let's go fuck your benefits, fuck your hoops?
Yeah, we already have a large population of Amish and others that live totally separate, that don't participate in any government systems, that have lots of children, that are growing in population. Around here, they're growing like crazy. There's tons of them, and there's more coming all the time. And this is just one little enclave. They're all over the country, not just the Amish, but out west, there's lots of self-sufficient type communities that distrust the federal government. They'd never be able to roll it out completely, as long as there's some enclaves that are resisting it, which there already are. I mean, they're not even resisting it, they're just not participating. And anyone else can do the same if they choose. It's a lot of work, but it can be done.
Yeah, I can already sort of...
for your information, India and India. Sorry. I just want to say the digital ID was passed in Switzerland, and the people wanted it. That's the funny thing.
They
Just
wanted
want to
it.
say that. Yeah, they voted. They voted for it. And when you have stupid people, what can you do in Switzerland? Sorry for interrupting. Go ahead, Andy.
No. You just reminded me of I can't remember his name now. It escapes me. He said
Klaus Schwab.
No, I was thinking of the guy. You'll love your servitude.
Oh yeah, that was Klaus Schwab that said that.
Well, yeah, he said a different version of it, but yeah, it is interesting to me that because I think there'll be a social credit score along with it, where you're sort of encouraged to, rat on your neighbours, as it were. They're doing something I don't like, and therefore,
That's next year in China, Andy. And also, I have a video in the text. You can take a look at.
Yeah. They and then of course they're making too much noise, whatever it is, and then this hurts your credit score, and you can't rent a car or something, or go on a train, or go on holiday, or these kinds of things.
You cannot even cross the border or travel.
So what you're telling me is Xerxes is creating a slave army.
Yeah. These things are very cyclical, Indio. I would agree.
Yeah, well, I mean, it's like 300, right? Xerxes had a slave army. It's like they're creating a slave army because there's going to be some people that refuse it. There's going to be a bunch of slaves that want it. And what if your social credit score is affected by, hey, man, you got to kill all the people without social credit scores, or your social credit score is going to go down. I mean,
Yeah,
it's man. What I'm worried about isn't them imposing it. It's that they're going to create people that are so dependent on the system for their existence, at least in their perception, that they'll do anything to stay within that system, right? Like frickin' Cypher, right? Plug me back into the Matrix.
Yeah, exactly. That guy's name is Aldous Huxley. I was trying to think of Golden Brain. I knew you'd get there in the end.
Yeah, do you know when he died?
He was on LSD, wasn't he? That's the story.
When he died the same day JFK was assassinated.
Right, yeah.
And no one even heard about it.
Yeah, an interesting
Who knows
character.
how he died? The Brave New World, right?
Yeah.
You know, there are no coincidences sometimes.
Yeah, this has been the agenda of the eugenics from the 30s.
Yeah, you guys need to look into Agenda 2030.
I got Agenda 2025 going right now, and that's like flat smack Globies.
Ah,
I mean, we got some people in here. We got Smoke Oregano. We got Soundwave. Isn't that like a Transformer? Not that kind of the cartoon Transformer, not the other Transformer.
Oh yeah, you got to clarify.
I know.
Oh no.
Wasn't Soundwave? He was the Transformer with the boombox.
You know, it was even in the Transformers motto: "More than meets the eye." So what does that mean?
Jesus. No.
Dun dun dun. All right, but yeah, Ricardo the Glober.
I gotta watch those movies.
More than meets the eye. Oh my God! Transformers more than meets
I'm
the
learning
eye.
about the investigation.
Take me on a date and feel my. Never mind.
What's your position on the globe, Smoke Oregano?
I've always known that I go in a classroom, I see something, I'm not going to take it for face value.
Is he low for me or?
He's pretty low. Yeah, can you turn up your settings, your volume?
Oh, I was far away.
Smoke Oregano.
I've always known. I went in a classroom for the first time, and I guess that's why I've always had problems in school. I had to be switched out of that because I went in there and I just recognized I'm not going to take this for face value, and you can't get me to believe this for face value and tell me that I get a good grade. I'm smart because I said what you know.
Good. Yeah, that's good that you realized. I mean, yeah, it's funny because I noticed that in schools these days, critical thinking is like a buzzword, right? They're all about, here, do this worksheet on critical thinking. If you get all the answers right, then you're a critical thinker. Yeah, but they don't want you to critically think about what they're saying. Did you like that, Indio?
Yeah,
it's true.
Yo, the only way to prove you're a critical thinker from that worksheet is like look at it and then crumple it up and throw it in the trash can.
That's
Like,
right,
yes,
yeah.
you actually are a critical thinker.
Give me an A+ on critical thinking. Or just, make a paper airplane out of it. Yeah, and demonstrate, lift or something. Yeah, that's cool. So have you Smoke Oregano looked into the flat Earth before?
I have, but it was mostly last year because most of when I was growing up in high school, I'm studying the Science Channel. I'm trying to understand. Oh, okay, is this real? Is this fake? How fake is it? What are they trying to get me to believe? So yeah, but until now, no, not really diving in or trying to. For fear of
The fact they're trying to get you to believe anything says it all. They shouldn't be trying to get you to believe anything. Everything they say should be demonstrable with evidence. Because that's how you really prove things, right? Practical demonstration, right? If I wanted to prove to you something, I could just take you there or tell you how to do it yourself, and then you could just execute it, and that would prove it. But they're not trying to do that, right? They're saying our claims can't be proven because you can't do them unless you're special.
What I could always tell but didn't know definitively was seeing someone's emotional reaction when I'm asking them a straightforward question. Trying to figure something out.
Yeah, your teachers don't know anything. Sorry to say. They just don't. Your PhDs come in here, they don't fucking know anything. So Smoker,
Yeah,
if you had a
that's
PhD, come in here and try to convince us that you can't prove that you have hands. Okay, just consider that a PhD in mathematical physics devolved into I don't have globe proof because I can't prove anything and I can't even prove that I have hands. This is the intellect of the actual people. People put up on a pedestal and say these guys, all these scientists know the Earth's a globe. They don't even know they got hands, much less the Earth's a globe.
yeah, and if you stick around here, yeah.
But that I just
Oh yeah, you can make fun of that guy. It's all right. If you want somebody to make fun of, make fun of Blitz. Yeah, you'll see if you stick around here the emotional reaction that people have to the globe, especially when they start to realize
that's what I learned
that that's all they have. Yeah,
I
yeah.
came in here with, I guess, half-witted beliefs because I'm coming from learning from the Science Channel and all these people who are indoctrinated to, okay, I actually want to know what's real.
So did anyone show you when you came last year the long distance observations, the laser tests, the horizons?
Showed me Selenalian eclipses.
Good. So you have a good memory.
Yeah.
And did you understand the argument about how for example, I don't know if anybody showed you any of the horizon observations that we often call black swan observations. Did you see those?
The ones with the oil rigs, yeah.
Gosh, look at you. What a great student you are. You remember. It's been a year.
Yeah.
Yeah. Yeah. So did you understand that argument?
I don't understand flat Earth enough to say that I could come in here and just start talking. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Well, it takes time. I mean, just hearing it one time.
I can get it or understand it, but I can't, I guess, put it into words yet.
Yeah, that's normal. I think it takes time to get to that point. We heard Over Fences yesterday making flat Earth arguments.
Who's that?
Over Fences is above you. It's a lady who has been spending in.
She was speaking?
Yeah, baby, a lot. You should have heard her. She did a great job. She even talked to one of the Globe believers that came in, and because she's given us like tech support for a long time and knows all the arguments. Nice. And but she didn't, And same with DJ. Even he used to just always be in text for a long time. Now he's like one of the best explainers of flat Earth around. But yeah, it takes time before you can explain it to someone else, confidently. I think that's true. Did you have any questions about it, Smoke Oregano, or things you were wondering about?
If I can remember any, I'll let you know.
Okay. Sounds good.
I guess I just hear a lot of things and I don't know what's real. Like, is the black sun real? I don't know how many of these different things I'm reading online. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, so that's interesting you say that because, if you start to poke around the flat Earth realms, there's a lot of claims out there, and there's tends to be, I think it's just, I don't know if it's a natural human instinct or it's only because we've been programmed from birth to think that we should be able to have a model to explain everything. I think it's more likely that, because that in itself is not really a logical position that you would come to if you were just born on this earth and just, it would be obvious to you that your knowledge would always be incomplete because it would be obvious to you that you really would only be able to specialize in your own local area and what was happening there. If you wanted to observe the sky, like the ancients did, then you would. Sorry, I got distracted for a minute. Then you would only know what was happening in your local area. You wouldn't think, I'm going to make a model of this whole place, because it would be clear to you if you started walking, like, I can walk for a really long ways and I'm still going. So anyway, my point is here, that's why here we don't try to make models or explain everything. Like, we can speculate, we sometimes do. We encourage people to become real scientists where they actually go out and make a natural observation and develop a question and rigorously test it. But we know that we can't come up with a model of everything or explain everything, especially a lot of the phenomena in the sky, because you can't test them. But yeah, so like that's why we spend a lot of time just debunking the globe, debunking the globe radius, which is what the Black Swan shows, because it shows that the oil rig one that you mentioned, shows that the maximum distance, depending on which one you're looking at. I'll just put one in the voice text there, so we can be looking at it. When you're looking at one of these, which I'm going to put up the 8-foot observation height. The maximum distance here for the horizon when you're at an 8-foot observer height is just a little over 3 miles. And yet, the furthest oil rig is 10 miles, and then the horizon's further than that. So that is, debunking the geometry of a sphere, because you just would never see the horizon that far away if we lived on a sphere with a radius of 3,959 miles. So even if you encounter other people who, try to bring it, that's all they have, right? All globers have are smoke, mirrors, distraction, trying to get you to look at other things. But none of those things take away from the fact that the curvature is never measured and that water lies flat in its container, and the waters of the earth are clearly flat, and they cover over 70% of the earth.
I was just going to say, I guess the main tipping point for me in learning about this is it's about personalities, and I guess why someone would answer the way they would and why they argue the way they do.
Yeah, well, if you like trying to figure that out, then you'll have endless fodder in the flat Earth argument, because these globers are so weird. I know, they come up with like the craziest things to try to distract. They just don't want to say my presupposition of the globe might be wrong. Like, some of them will, but it's really hard to get them to even like. You have to, if you're going to examine anything from an intellectual, objective point of view, you have to at least be willing to acknowledge, that the other side, maybe they're right. Otherwise, you can't be an effective, you can't have an effective argument. It's the first lesson any, high school debate club person would learn. Yeah, what do you think about this issue? And then they tell you, and then you assign them the other side of the debate, so they can become a better debater. You don't debate just assuming that you're definitely right and not even analyzing the other side's argument at all. But it's because of that emotional issue, because it would require them to change their entire worldview, which is essentially a religious worldview with a religious belief in the globe, and they don't want to even acknowledge that it is their religion, so they can't. And that's true. A lot of people that hold fundamentalist belief, they do not want to examine them. It rises fear in them.
We can't even get them to say, we go, if the Earth is not curving, what is it? Dozens and dozens of people can't even say that if they do that hypothetical. They can't bring themselves to say it. That if the Earth was not curving, it would be flat. It's too difficult for them. It's like some weird psychological block.
I didn't know how much cognitive dissonance was in the people I talk to on a daily basis, my friend groups, even my family. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah, well, we do this. We ask quite often. We ask that question. People we're talking to. So it's an honesty check, like who we're dealing with, right? We just go. It's a hypothetical. If the Earth is not curving, what is it? Now the question's a dichotomy. There's only two choices, right? But they can't even say it. They act like, I guess in their head they think it's they're conceding or admit or saying the Earth is flat if they just answer the question of the hypothetical. And they can't do it. They can't even imagine for a second. Hey, dude, if the Earth was flat, what would the consequences be? And Dandelion made a good point about in any debate club or situation, they make you learn the other side of the argument, right? Because how are you going to debate against an argument you don't understand?
So I guess outside of here, I've never really debated anyone on flat Earth. They've just kind of attacked the fact that they heard me say that I don't believe that the Earth is a globe. That's my point. That's what I was.
Yeah, it's weird that people get so agitated about it, isn't it? I don't know.
I'm not. Yeah, I'll leave it. They'll ask me 5-6 questions after, I'm still talking to them. A little obsessive.
You ain't see nothing, dude. Man, we've had people. Should I play the Donald clip?
Play it.
No, it's too early in the morning for that degenerate. You really want me to play it? Oh my god.
Oh, I don't know. I mean, I'm just being a cheerleader. You sounded like you wanted to play it.
Should play the one where the guy said he's going to eat a heretic brain.
Should play the one where the dude said he'd kill himself if the Earth was flat. No, he said he'd kill himself if space was fake.
What? I find that insane.
Yeah, so do we. What did Mackey say? What did Scott Mackey say? If the Earth was flat, he'd have to check himself into an insane asylum.
My life is a lie because people.
This is a grown adult
about my life. What?
It's a grown adult that works at Adobe. He's I think he's older than me. A grown adult saying if the Earth was flat, he'd check himself into an insane asylum.
Should tell him, don't worry, man. Your brain's already there.
Yeah, no doubt. And those are just that's middle of the road type stuff. The real people are the real nuts are in my DMs. That's where the real crazy people are. We have a channel called Cognitive Dissonance just for crazy people, that we stick them in. People.
And according to the people we challenged, Indio is supposedly the head honcho, the big cheese, the main guy. And if they take him down, they'll take everybody else out with them. At least that's what Phil Bellum said.
Oh, yeah. Oh, yeah, that's right. What do you say? I was a king flat earth or something? The emperor flat earth? I don't know.
Yeah, in other words, in young culture, you're him.
I am the main character. You shall all bow. You are extras in my delusion. Well, I mean, I guess you just all live in the jar with me. You're all figments of my imagination. So the worst one, Smoke, is that we start giving them evidence that the Earth is flat and not a globe, or they realize that they actually can't demonstrate how the Earth is a globe, and then they try to destroy reality itself. They try to blow it up. Try to just like eliminate it. Well, you can't actually know anything. You don't know that you don't know that you're not a brain in a jar. You don't know if you have hands. You don't know anything. So there, we're both on the same footing. We're all just like imagining reality. We can't prove we're not just imagining everything. That's where they go.
Wow.
That's where their brain goes, man. It's not like a one-off where this happens occasionally. This happens, I don't know, what would you say, AB? 30% of the time? 40% of the time?
Yeah, if we ask the question, because we don't ask it always, it'd probably be a bit in the 90s. If we were to ask the question, if they understand reality to be real, it would probably be in the 90s for sure. The high 90s. But we never asked that question, so we can't gauge it by that.
AB got there's an anti-flat earther, his name is Mr. Sensible. He was in this chat, streaming on YouTube, talking to us, sitting in a chair, and saying he doesn't know that he's sitting in his chair 100%. While he's streaming, him sitting in his chair. Didn't know if he was talking on Discord. Didn't know anything all of a sudden because he can't prove the Earth is a globe. So if it's not a globe, there's no reality.
Is that the guy with the big ear hoops? I think that's that guy. Oh, I can't stand that.
No, he's old. I don't think he's.
All right.
I thought he was a teacher of some sort. No.
There's one of them that's really nasty. He's got those big ear hoops, which I never quite understand. I don't know. I mean, each their own, I guess.
Oh, that's it. I know who you're talking about. Creaky Blinder or Creaky something?
Yeah. Oh, that dude's horrible. But I am curious to what you think. If you've got an accelerometer, that will measure an upward acceleration, right, Indio? Hello?
Yeah, well.
Yeah, I heard you.
What do you think that is?
Window.
What do you think that is? Anybody?
An upward acceleration of an accelerometer. Yeah, sure it will. Like a MEMS accelerometer would probably measure that. That's like it's a little. That's what's in your phone. It's like a little tiny chip that has like these little finger teeth that interlock, and depending on how far apart they are, it'll measure a voltage. So when you're accelerating, one side of the comb is fixed, and then the other side of the comb is kind of flexible. So they'll kind of move like a piece of rubber. Like say you took a rubber piece of rubber and you swung it real fast. The rubber, because it's flexible, it doesn't move. It's like a whole stick. Some of it is kind of left behind, I guess you'd call it. So that's what they measure. They'll measure the difference in voltage. So yeah, it would measure a linear acceleration up. Should, if it's oriented right.
So what do you think that is then? Do you think it's just calibrated into the machine?
Yeah, of course.
But I mean, if you drop it, it'll read 0, right?
They calibrate that in too. So they they'll calibrate into these accelerometers, the acceleration of I don't know what it would read if you dropped it.
It reads 0.
I don't know. I wonder if there's an app. Have you tried it?
Well, anyone can download an accelerometer onto the phone, but the important point to realize is that they're based on the principle of displacement, and a water bottle is a rudimentary type of accelerometer because it's just showing you what forces are acting on matter. essentially.
Oh my God, he's talking about Dell's test.
Well, I like Dell, and I can definitely
I know you
tell,
do.
I
That's
can
where this
definitely
comes
Okay.
from.
Well, let's
I
stick
can
to the
definitely tell
Celeron.
why
That's
he's reached
fine.
his conclusion.
But hold on. If the accelerometer has 9.8 meters per second squared calibrated in, right? If you drop it, shouldn't it go into negative numbers? Because that's the acceleration, not the speed. Yeah, so it should zero, right? It should zero out, hypothetically. Unless it's calibrated in software, then it's always going to read 9.8 meters per second squared, regardless. Oh, no, it won't, because things will flex back. I'd
Yeah,
have to test that. I'd have to text that.
well, if you just think of displacement, if you just think of the principle of displacement, think of a mechanical, forget the phone, forget digital, forget all that. If you just think of a mechanical one, right? Still works on the
But
principle of
they are
displacement.
mechanical. In the phone, it is mechanical.
Yes, it's working on the same principle. It's just detecting a force, isn't it? So the way I look at it is, it doesn't matter either way. It's still working on the same principle. And a bottle of water is the same principle.
Why? What is Dell's argument? I've never really What do you say? Gravity was a push or something or like that?
Yeah. He talks about the upward sort of Earth sort of thing. I don't agree, but I see why he reached.
Moving Earth. So it's like Flat Earth Society propaganda.
I guess it's similar to that.
It is exactly that. It's exactly what Einstein was talking about. Except for you guys are using the Earth, what's moving upward.
Well, it's sort of an explanation for why things fall to Earth. I disagree, but it's interesting you bring up the Flat Earth Society, because I've been in the subject for many years. I've never talked to anybody from Flat Earth Society. I've been on their website, and it seems to be pretty much dead. Like, that's just my observation. So it is quite a funny thing. But yeah, I mean, we need a reason for why things fall to Earth, Miggy.
We do?
Yes, I think.
They don't have a reason.
There's no cause for that.
There's no cause for it. Okay.
We can make the observation and descriptively say, hey, this is happening. But as far as getting the causal mechanism, no one has figured out how to do that. To actually do it, right? Do an actual controlled experiment. Hey, what's causing this to fall? No one knows how to do that.
Except for Dell dropping a water bottle with a little weight inside of it off a 2-story building, and then saying Bob's your uncle, and everybody's like, "Oh shit, there's the answer."
Yeah, I don't know how that determines the cause.
Go ahead, tell him, Andy.
But what's remarkable, I think, is that everything falls at the same rate, regardless of mass, in a vacuum. That's pretty fucking astonishing.
Wrong.
What do you mean, wrong? Why is that wrong?
That's been disproven. It's an average rate of fall. It's not a constant.
Dude, it was disproven. It was disproven in the Brumman drop tower test.
Where you been?
And there's actually a guy. So check this out, Ian. If you really want to know about this, there's a YouTube channel. It's a physicist. His name is Sky Darnos, and he's been doing dozens, hundreds of tests, because he has a theory that so-called gravitational mass and inertial mass are not actually equivalent. So he's been doing tests with different elements, right? In the way he does them, right? Because he doesn't have a tall enough vacuum chamber, he gets these little, basically like a ping pong ball that's 2 halves, right? And he puts it inside. So now you have the same air resistance, because what you're testing is inside this little ball, right? And so you'll use zinc, iron, whatever, the same weight, stick it in the ball, you drop them, and each ball has the same air resistance. So you've eliminated that variable, right? The variable of air resistance. And he's been measuring what the rate of fall, and it varies according to his theory. It varies depending on how many neutrons are in the nucleus of the atom, the neutron to proton ratio, something like that. So, like, this idea that everything falls at the same speed, 9.8 meters per second, that's just like an agreed upon average. that was agreed upon like in 1908 or something.
Yeah,
It's
it's
not an
pretty.
actual.
It's pretty
Yeah.
close, right? I mean, it's when you say varies, we're talking about a fraction of a second. I mean, it's
Yeah.
like no, it's hardly anything, right?
Oh, so now you know what it is before you didn't.
Well, because it's so minuscule, Miggy, it's barely worth mentioning. But
Well,
Yeah, but
he mentioned it, and the
that's the thing,
elements.
the mass thing is a poorly conceived concept, poorly defined, and so like mass is the same, and everything falls the same. It would be probably better to say everything of the same weight falls the same, because that's kind of what we observe, right? So 10 pound frickin' bag of feathers falls at the same rate, giving there's no air resistance as a 10 pound bowling ball. But mass is just like an ill-defined. Like, what is mass? What even is that?
Well, I guess it's what a thing's made up of, right?
No, it's defined
Nope.
currently as resistance to acceleration.
I thought that was weight. No? Oh.
No, dude.
No, you thought that was inertia, but they've defined. That's why I said it's a poorly defined term.
Oh, I just think of it as what a thing's made up of. So I know
Yeah,
lots of
you're
people.
thinking of the density of the number of particles, right? In the thing. But if you count all the particles, listen, if you count all the particles, that's not its mass. You can't sum the amount of particles that make up something, like count all the neutrons, protons, and electrons. The mass doesn't come out. You won't get the mass of the substance with that. So that's actually known to be wrong, like experimentally. That's why they came up with this thing called nuclear binding energy. This extra mass that exists, this extra resistance to acceleration. This is where the mass energy equivalence principle comes from, and all that crap.
Well, I don't necessarily talk about that too much for several reasons. One, I don't know too much about the atomic world and subatomics and all this shit. I don't know too much about it. A lot of people disagree with it completely, and
yeah, but you've already made a judgment call to agree with Dell, even though he doesn't explain it either. So you guys are lumped in. You guys are lumped in the same like circle jerk that everybody else is, believing that the Earth is in motion. That's the problem we have right now, is that you guys are trying to reconcile that with the Earth actually moving upwards, and the other bozos are trying to agree that the Earth is spinning around. Both of you guys are like in, two wings of the same bird.
No,
you aren't saying you aren't saying something different. It's the same.
Well, I mean, the thing is, I was looking for a mechanism for why things fall to Earth. The mechanism that I keep hearing, well, it's mixed. You see, some people say buoyancy and density, which is certainly not that, for several reasons. But then they get this other idea that it's some kind of electrostatics, or there's something causing a downward bias, and that that cannot work either. If it was some kind of electromagnetic situation or electric phenomenon of any kind, because you see that'd be a force that would be applying.
But hold on, Andy. You've already discounted everything that people don't know. So what if electricity, as we understand it, isn't fully understood? So you're already, hold on. You're lumping that into that it can't be that, but yet even people today don't even understand what it is exactly.
Well, yeah, I mean, people have been working on this gravity thing, like, just because people have settled on Newton and Einstein as a quote-unquote explanation, there's people working on this problem, hundreds of physicists. I mean, you can go on YouTube and just type in alternative theories of gravity. You're going to get freaking hundreds of them, professional scientists working on this problem, coming up with all sorts of theories and hypotheses on what gravity, quote-unquote, really is. Right, but experimentally, no one can actually demonstrate it. Not Dell, not Einstein, not Newton, not freaking any of these hundreds of scientists. It's still a mystery.
I mean, it is detected, though, right?
But things falling is detected. That's detected. But then what causes that? That's the fundamental issue. It's the causal mechanism.
Yeah, I'd agree that on some, I'd certainly agree that it's convoluted, the whole space-time thing, at the very least.
Well, I mean, that's just one framework, and that framework only works in certain situations. A lot of these things are done like pragmatically. You know, if you want to fire a cannonball, you don't do, the universal law of gravitation. You don't go force equals m1 or g times m1 times m2, divide by r squared. You don't do that formula, right? You just do the second law of motion and little g, right? The observable, descriptively known empirically from measurement, 9.8 meters per second squared. That's all you use. But you don't need to know the cost to make a freaking cannon and know where the ball's going to land. You know that it will just from empirical evidence. You don't need to know that. You don't need an explanation for any of this stuff. And people want an explanation. And so far, none of these explanations have experimental verification. That's the problem. The experimental verification.
Yeah, let me comment on that.
Dell can drop shit off of buildings all day long. That's never going to tell them the cause.
There's two things Dell does. One is he has the water dropped off a high spot. Second, he has a water bottle in a moving vehicle, upon which he holds the bottle and then accelerates. And you watch the water in the bottle do something different than the objects in the car. Now the problem with that is the water is not fixed to the car. The mass of the water is not attached to the car in a manner in which it can accelerate at the same time that the car, which is mechanically attached to the engine, accelerates. So that test is debunked. Period. It's meaningless. And his dropping thing, you notice that it all happens instantaneously, whatever it's claiming to happen. Which, if all particles of the water are being accelerated simultaneously, that's what you would expect. So his tests really don't prove anything.
So you must have a good explanation for why things fall to the earth, then.
Why should I?
What does that mean?
That's non sequitur. That's non sequitur.
But it seems to me he's exploring things, and you're not. You're just saying God did it.
No, what is?
And I'd agree. But still,
he's saying he don't know. He's not saying God did it. I'm saying I don't know. Nobody knows. Hasn't been determined yet. It's an unknown.
I mean, should we explore these things, Indio?
Yeah, I'm not saying don't explore them. There's hundreds, like I said, there's hundreds of people trying to figure it out. I think my personal opinion, it's some second order effect that you're not going to figure out by looking at it directly. It's some indirect effect.
That's fair, but I would submit to the audience and to Andy that Andy, your response to me was entirely inappropriate logically. Entirely inappropriate.
Yeah,
your conclusions were erroneous.
I mean, it seems to me that people are getting criticized for actually trying to investigate.
Wrong.
No.
Let me explain. I'm not criticizing Dell for trying to investigate. I'm critiquing his method. And by the way, that's what should be done. His methodology and his conclusions based on his methods and his logic train and the actual example should be scrutinized to the umpteenth degree.
Yeah, I agree.
As a matter of fact, the sentiment that I get from people is that Dell should be given a pass because he's trying. No, he should be hyper scrutinized because he's making claims.
Honestly, if you just tied Dell to me, I like Dell very much, but I wasn't even thinking about Dell, to be honest. I was thinking about Jaron and Witzer going to Antarctica.
Well, check this out.
All the criticism they've received.
Well, how would anybody have known that? Because we're talking right now. See the problem, dude?
Yeah, but the thing is, Miggy just came in and went, "Oh, he thinks the Earth's going up because of Dell." No, I said straight away, no, I disagree with Dell.
Well, this isn't about personalities. Change his name to freaking, John. Who cares? His name's an informant.
Yes.
I like Dell personally. I freaking got some of his videos on my channel. Like, personally, I don't have a problem. He kind of turns it into a personal thing. that people aren't just critiquing what he's doing, that they're attacking him personally. It's not personal at all.
Yeah, he says it endlessly, like on every stream many times. He don't give a shit about personalities.
Yeah, he addresses it all the time. So yeah, he does.
Indy, hold on. I was doing something right now on my job. I couldn't answer, but yeah, I mentioned Dell, and you co-signed what he did based on how you liked what he did. So yeah, you did. I don't know why you were lying now, Andy. Like for what
No, I'm
reason?
not lying, dude. Why am I lying?
Because when I mentioned Dell, you automatically knew who it was and what he did, and you co-signed on it, saying, "Yeah, I think that's also what I believe as well."
No, I said I disagree.
Yeah. Andy,
No.
we're gonna have to roll back the tape for this, man. Seriously.
Yeah, roll it back. You'll hear me say I disagree with Dell.
So you advocating for the position that you think that he made a good point to say that that's what acceleration moving upwards, that it could be explained as that. That's what you were saying.
It's measured. It's demonstrable.
You
It's
see?
demonstrable.
So then you were agreeing with Dell, then, yeah?
It's demonstrable.
There you go.
You just fucking.
What's demonstrable though? What's demonstrable?
Accelerometer will read an upward acceleration.
When?
Download one on your phone right now and try it.
I don't care about that. Like, what do I do with it? Do I throw it at a tree and then it reads an upward acceleration?
Well, if at the moment it leaves your hand, it'll read 0.
Okay, so you're interpreting a reading of 0 as upward acceleration?
No. When it's on the Earth, it reads an acceleration, an upward acceleration.
So if I put my phone on the ground, it's going to tell me it's moving up?
Well, that's what it seems to be pointing to.
What? How? How does it do that? Does it say 5 up?
No, it reads an upward acceleration. How?
Like, what does it read? What does it say? So, for example, when I press my gas on my car, the speedometer goes up to 70. When I put my car in reverse, the speedometer goes up. It doesn't go in negative numbers. So, what do you mean by it reads an upward acceleration?
So the accelerometer works on the principle of displacement. Where it's detecting a force, it goes in the other direction, right? So it's, yeah, I mean, the globe explanation is that it's called a normal force. I don't know if you know about that, but it's just basically...
Yeah, I know about that. Yeah, I know that if you put a can on a table, they claim that the can is accelerating 9.8 meters per second downwards, while the table is accelerating 9.8 meters per second upwards to counteract it.
Yeah.
So that means it's going in 2 directions simultaneously, yet standing still.
Yeah, that's why Dell's got an issue with that.
Yeah, it's incoherent. So, one more time, how does it read an upward acceleration?
Through the principle of displacement.
Irrelevant. So check this out. My accelerometer in my car reads the speedometer reads the speed because of a needle. Like, you're not telling me what's happening. Like, how does it tell me that it's going upward? Does it say 50 miles an hour upwards? What does the thing say?
Is it measuring a force or not?
Dude, why can't you just answer the question?
I am answering the question. I'm trying my best. I'm speaking English.
That was a question. I just want to know how it works. Like, how you know that it does what you say it does to get the result.
Yeah, and I've said it many times. It works on the principle.
I just want to know what it tells you. I just want to know what it tells you. So, for example, when I'm going 70 miles an hour, my vehicle has a needle that points to 70. So when you have this accelerometer that's allegedly measuring an upward acceleration, what is it telling you? What's the readout say?
How does that indicate that to you?
Exactly.
I don't know how much clearer I can be. I mean,
it says 0,
you weren't clear at all.
It says 0, right?
Yeah.
The output 0.
It's detecting a force, is it not?
Is the output 0? Is that what the output is?
Well, it'll register 0 if you drop it.
Yeah, that's what I'm talking about. Are you talking about going in the other direction? Shooting it straight up. That's what we're trying to figure out. Like what exactly? What's the test? What it's doing? What's the readout? We're trying to analyze the actual results of an experiment, right? How the experiment's done. What's it done with? That's what you're supposed to do, Andy.
Andy doesn't
So
want to answer those
evaluate-
questions. He wants to go on the
Wait,
principle
Andy,
of it.
based on principles, I'm supposed to know before you said your answer?
No, like
Well-
you're supposed to evaluate the experiment. That's what you should do. Always evaluate it. That's what we're
I mean,
trying
is
to
it-
do. You're not being helpful.
Can you
Is
just
it
tell me
measuring
how
a
it works?
force or not?
Can you just tell me how it works?
What? No,
Yeah, on the
forces
principle
don't
of
exist,
displacement.
dude.
I've said it a million fucking times. On the principle of
Displacement of what?
displacement, that's how it works.
Okay, something is displaced. What's the display? What's being displaced,
When it
and what's the
detects-
readout?
When it detects a force, you said it yourself.
It's not how it works, dude. Okay, I posted in the chat a diagram of a MEMS accelerometer, right?
No, I went and looked it up to understand how one worked. The whole time you're like, I don't understand. You can
I
just
already
explain it, right?
know how it works. Okay, I'm using an example of a MEMS accelerometer, right? There's a little, it's kind of like a spring. There's little teeth, and the distance between those teeth is measured a voltage. Okay, further apart they are, the higher the voltage. The closer they are, the lower the voltage. Okay, when you drop a MEMS accelerometer, it reads 0. What happens is that spring just relaxes and goes back into its a normal position, right? And according to the way it was calibrated, that reads 0. But it was calibrated to do that. You're just like saying it registers a force. Gravity isn't even a force in Einstein's theory. And just saying it's a force, that's actually a tautology, because force means a change in velocity in the first place. So it's like you're saying the same thing twice. Hey, there's a change in velocity. So there's a force. Yeah, no duh, that's how you define force.
Yeah,
But in this case, there's no change in velocity. It's just that it's just the spring goes back to the way it was. The little spring inside. It's not a traditional spring like a wound coil. It's a different type of spring. So it's a spring like a bow and arrow. Think about it like that.
Yeah, like I said before, I think of if you think of a half bottle of water, that's just a rudimentary accelerometer, isn't it?
Well, like, you never explained what an accelerometer is, so why does anyone know what you're talking about?
Yeah, I did. I
How
said
does
that
anyone know, is what I meant.
What happens in the bottle of water test?
It registers a force, doesn't it? It registers anything.
What happens in the, can you tell us what?
If you move the bottle, you'll see that what happens to matter. When you apply a force to matter, different states of matter, they act differently, right? So gases, water, liquids, etc.
I'm not familiar with Dell's test. Can you just tell me what happened?
I'm not interested in Dell. Dell's his own person. I don't know why you bring him up to me.
Okay, listen, the water bottle, dude. I don't understand what you're saying. What does the water bottle do?
The water bottle is a rudimentary accelerometer. It works on the same principle of displacement. How many times do I have to say this?
Holy crap, dude. Watch this, friend. A speedometer is a rudimentary speed tracking device. Okay, how fast did your car go? The speedometer is a rudimentary speed tracking device. Did that answer the question? The answer is no.
Is that the same thing?
He's asking you what the water did in the water bottle. Like, did it go left? Did it go right? Did it turn into ice? Did it turn red? What did it do?
Well, it depends which way you apply the force.
Okay, so let me ask you this. You're on top of a 2-story building. I hold the water bottle out over the edge. All the water is settled down to the bottom of the bottle. I let go of the bottle. What happens?
What happens to what if you let the water bottle go off a building? Is that what you said?
Yeah, drop it straight down.
The water, it depends. I mean, I know water forms into a sphere, doesn't it? I've seen that in an aircraft, but I think it'll probably stay at the bottom.
Okay.
Wow, that was unimpressive. Let me explain real quick.
Probably.
You earlier said something about the water bottle being affirmative, and now it's like a probably. It's like we're asking you questions about something that
You don't even know
you're
the science
claiming.
you're trying to
You
reference.
can't even
What the
answer
hell?
it.
But what do you think I am? A PhD in physics? I'm fucking playing a zombie game.
No, it's something, dude. It's
Hello?
something that you put forward that has convinced you of something, and you can't even tell us what it does.
Look,
It's
I
something that
want
I
to know
put.
in what way is an accelerometer. I need to know what the water's doing in the bottle when you drop it to reach that conclusion. And you can't tell me what the water does. So how did you reach the conclusion that acts like an accelerometer?
How I reach my conclusions is usually many things, many different things.
How about this case?
For
Let's just start
instance,
with this case.
I realized that this place needs orientation. Your vestibular system in your ear needs orientation. You know, what happens when you go on a roller coaster or you jump off a high thing? Well, what happens to your guts? Well, they end up in your throat, don't they? Because when you're on the ground, you have orientation for
Holy
a reason.
smokes.
Why?
Let me go look up
So
what type of person this
people
is.
keep saying why water finds its level. The question is why? Why is it finding its level? Right?
It do what it do.
It do what
You
it
didn't
do.
even remotely
It doesn't
answer
find
what I
it
asked
because
you
of
at all.
gravity.
Even a little way, even a little bit, Andy. Not even a little bit. I just want to know how you came to the conclusion that a water bottle is just like an accelerometer. The fact that it's falling?
Because
that
it
it?
works on the same. No. I'm thinking of it as displacement, as the principle of displacement. That's how I'm thinking about it.
What's being displaced?
The matter inside.
Okay. In totality, why do you even need the bottle? Why not just drop the water?
Well, I suppose you could.
And then what?
Yeah, and what exactly?
Well, that's the point.
This is
isn't it?
amazing, dude. Andy. This is an amazing display of something that seemed like you were certain of a claim earlier.
No,
and
no,
now
I
you
never said
can't
I
even
was certain.
describe the thing that you saw.
Brother, if I give you the impression that I was certain about a thing, then no, I'm not certain about anything.
Yeah. You said a water bottle is identity, essentially an accelerometer.
Rudimentary, but yeah, accelerometer.
Okay, how?
Because when a force is applied, the matter, it moves from one direction to the other. It works on the same principle of displacement, does it not?
I told you that's a tautology. Do you know what tautology is? It's saying the same thing with different words.
Yeah, but is that not true?
To be fair, I gotta make a point right
definition. It's true by definition.
Yeah.
I gotta make a point right now. This is why, and this has nothing to do particularly with Andy in regards to Dell, but this is why guys like Dell are able to get people to agree with claims, because they're not even able to describe the actual thing they're talking about. Go ahead.
Wait, just because I can't look, I'm not that smart. I'm certainly not that smart when it comes to
definition?
physics. Wait, Indio, hang on, dude. I'm not that smart, and certainly when it comes to physics, I'm more interested in sociology, to be honest. But the simple fact is,
sociology right now is why you can't describe.
Is that what you do?
Why you can't describe what's going on in the water bottle, dude?
Isn't that what you do here? Is it? You just fundy mute people.
No, we don't care about your social fucking goddamn diatribe, dude. We don't care about that shit.
I'm not PhD in physics. All right,
okay,
I'm just saying. You seem to be caring about demonstrable facts, and this seems to me a demonstrable fact. You can download
you haven't explained
on your fucking phone.
But guess what? You haven't explained it. You haven't explained it yet. So, for example, I'll do one right now. Live. I have in my hand a Gatorade Zero, which I drank down to the first indentation line because they have rings around them, right?
I'm having major deja vu. Did we do this before?
Yeah. So now what I'm going to do, friend, is I'm going to tell you. So when I move my water bottle to a 45 degree, the surface of the top of the water orients itself against the 45 degree to a horizontal. Now that's what happened to the liquid inside the bottle. Now I'm going to move the bottle up and down, and I notice that the liquid inside the bottle splashes up to hit the lid. Notice how I'm describing what's actually going on in the bottle. You haven't done that yet, Andy. Like, you haven't connected these dots in a way that makes sense. It's like pulling teeth to get the answer.
Well,
Yeah, you don't need to be a physicist to describe what you see, dude.
yeah, we have a gradient in the atmosphere as well, right?
How is that relevant to what we were just talking about?
Because it's just more evidence,
No,
right?
it's just more confusion that you're not answering the actual question you're being asked.
Why is that
You
confusion?
are not answering the question.
Well, your mic sucks.
The
still.
gradient, look, the gradient isn't caused by gravity, even in the globe paradigm. Globers get it wrong. If you want me to post from a PhD physicist, them saying that the gradient, the pressure gradient, is not caused by gravity, I can post in the chat.
Well, I've never actually done this myself, but I remember, I think I was arguing with ChatGPT about it. But apparently, if you keep an even temperature throughout a container, it will still have a gradient in it.
Okay, that's a cool story. I don't go to autocomplete, complicated, sophisticated autocompletes to determine what reality is.
Well, I
go to
acknowledge
the
that. I acknowledge that there is thermal expansion. I acknowledge that. I'm just saying that if you keep an even temperature throughout this container, there'll still be a gradient in it.
Why do you think that? Because ChatGPT said so?
Yeah, I haven't done it myself. Did I not preface the whole thing by saying I haven't done it myself?
Hey,
Nobody's done that.
you know what's going to undermine everything? If you ask him if he's positive of anything he's saying for 100%. Watch the sparks fly.
Yeah, we can see like understanding the science.
Dude, you couldn't be sure of anything that you're saying, though, right?
No, I'm sure about a lot of things, frankly.
Really? Are you 100% sure of the things you're telling us right now?
No, it's interesting to me. How
Answer
you
the
just turn on
question.
people.
Answer the question. Are you 100% sure of the things you're talking to us right now?
Brother, why do you have to turn on people like
the
this?
The main thing that I
He
had to
doesn't
learn
wanna
when I had
say
to
it, dude.
understand why they can't, it's Darvo, who's distract attack. What was it?
What the fuck was that?
Guy Darno.
Darvo method. Okay, so the deny, attack, reverse, victim, offender.
Who's the?
It's going to undermine his whole position. It'll sabotage it because once he says he can't know anything to be true, then he basically, in his mind, he won.
No. I don't take that position.
So you do absolutely sure, with 100% certainty, know that the water bottle is an accelerometer.
Yeah, it works on the principle of displacement.
Okay, then tell us what's happening inside the bottle water when you drop it.
I'll settle for anything. I'll settle for if you do anything for the water bottle at all, what happens inside.
It can't simply work on the principle of displacement to be an accelerometer. The displacement has to increase. That's what acceleration is. It's a change. It's a change in the velocity over time. An increase or decrease is defined as a force, right? So that's why I said it's a tautology. It's the same thing. We just made, instead of saying, hey, when something changes speed in an increasing or decreasing way, instead of saying all those words, we said, hey, we're going to invent this word called force. Okay, but that's what force means. So if you make the observation that something is doing those things, you can say, hey, there's a force. But you're saying the same thing. They're not two separate things. It's the same thing. There isn't a force that's causing anything. The force is the effect. It's not the cause.
So there is an effect. There is something happening, though, right? We acknowledge that. I mean, there is a.
Yeah. Right. So there is something happening. So something's happening. So the question on the table is, what's happening in the water bottle? Do you have the answer?
I just asked ChatGPT. Is a water bottle a rudimentary form?
Oh my God, bro!
Jesus Christ, we don't care about ChatGPT.
Yes, in a simple way, it is.
Andy, you're just asking ChatGPT when you should have known the answer, bro. Should have already known the answer.
Am I a PhD in physics?
You're fully convinced. What do you mean?
You keep
You're
making
fully
this
convinced.
claim that you're not smart because you need
I'm
a
a PhD.
PhD to be you need to have that to know. Or
Does ChatGPT got a PhD in physics?
I'm a PhD.
Probably not.
Not perfect. Who did that? Was that you?
Okay, so damn.
Who else?
Wait, you're getting secondhand information, but you need a PhD though. on the subject.
Where are you getting your first-hand information from, Sunshine?
I was
You
talking
don't
about
need a
you would get the information from your stuff, or you would
You
get.
don't need
Why
a
don't you?
PhD.
Why don't
Listen,
you mute yourself,
describing.
Oregano?
Yeah, no, he's
you saying,
actually being
brother?
very insightful. He's being very insightful. So check this out.
I don't know. It
Describing
sounded
what
like
you
you're doing the
see.
Darvo on me.
Yeah, hold up, bros. Describing what you can see is like, I think, a third, fourth, or fifth grade writing exercise. It has nothing to do with PhD level. So, for example, you put a water bottle on a desk, and then you knock it off, and then you ask the kids to describe what they saw. Holy crap.
And they'll say, I saw somebody acting like a cat.
I think I need a textbook to
Actually,
understand.
what they will say is that Dale was right all along. Right, Andy?
Well, again, you keep tying me to Dell, and I've already told you I disagree with Dell.
Dude, you keep
But
saying the same thing that he says, man. He's dropping a water bottle from a 2-story building, and you're saying the exact same thing. Well, water bottle's accelerometer, and then when asked to describe what's happening, you just come up tits, bro. Like, what's going on?
No, I've already told you I disagree with Dell, Miggy. How many times do I have to tell you that?
Oh my
And I'll tell you, it can't be an accelerometer because meter, that suffix means you're measuring something and nothing's being measured. Just it's not an accelerometer. If
No,
somehow your water has some output quantified value, then it would be, but until that day happens, it isn't.
Well, when I was sort of investigating this and listening to flat earthers, they couldn't seem to come to a coherent reason for why things fall to the earth.
Nobody knows.
And
What don't you understand? Nobody knows.
And so, as I said before, when reaching conclusions, it's many, many different bits of evidence, like pattern recognitions, if you will, connecting dots. And then when I finally saw that 24-hour sun in Antarctica, I was like,
and that bits and parts.
Don't talk about the 24-hour sun in Antarctica.
This has to do with your emotional state, bro. You love to hear somebody give an explanation, so it touches you in your feelings. You're like,
really, Miggy, you sound emotional right now. You sound emotional.
Yeah, really.
Distract, attack. What is it? What is the Darvo again?
And this gay guy keeps jumping in to try and save you.
Yeah.
But listen, Miggy, how do you have a 24-hour sun on your planar surface in Antarctica?
Oh my God, bro!
It's going in the opposite direction.
You just left the previous argument. You left the previous argument based on your emotions because that's why you chose what you think is correct based on how you feel, and then you want to go to the other thing that you're talking about based on your feelings again.
How do you have a 24-hour sun on your planar surface? Yeah, how?
What does that question even mean, dude?
Well, hold on.
Anything.
Hold on, bro. Just ask the question again without interruption. Go ahead.
How do you have a 24-hour sun going in the opposite direction, upside down, on your planar surface? I can see the sun.
Very simple.
In the north.
Your question's incoherent. Hold on, friend. Your question's incoherent because the sun is not on the surface. There you go.
I mean, I'm happy to listen to any type of anything, just an attempt.
Okay. So
that was a great answer. Good job. AI over there.
So let me ask you this, Andy. We could give you an explanation, and you wouldn't really accept any of them.
Well, I'd like to hear something that's coherent.
Here's the funny thing. Here's the funny thing is, our explanation would have the same evidence yours does. Nothing.
Yeah, you saying you're happy?
So you don't understand explanations. Explanations are useless. There's an infinite amount of explanations for fucking anything.
Yep, I got one by the way.
Because you're doing an inference. You're inferring the shape of the Earth from observing something that is not the Earth. So you're making an inductive inference about the relationship between the Earth and the Sun.
Yeah, because I see it as a sort of sun, stars, Earth, Moon system. I don't go, oh well, I've heard that flat Earth.
Okay, if you didn't see a 24-hour sun in Antarctica, would that disprove a globe?
Oh.
If I didn't see a 24-hour sun?
Yeah, if they went there and they didn't see one, would that have disproved the globe?
I think it would have been an interesting observation, just as I think this is an
Exactly. So if it can't disprove, then what can it prove? Nothing.
I got a point here. You said I see it as a sun, earth, moon system, so it's one entity in itself. That's philosophy. There's no evidence that it's one system in itself. That you're just choosing that as a preferential interpretational lens for the information. So, for example, none of us have been outside the system to look back in and see that it's one system. What if it's three systems? How would you know?
Well, some people do allege that they have done that.
No, nobody has ever claimed to have gone beyond the system to where they could see the sun, all of the celestials within all of that area that they claim even exists in the first place. Nobody's ever been there. Never.
I thought you meant the sun, moon, yeah. Okay.
My point is nobody's ever been to a point where they can then say, oh, the celestials and the quote-unquote solar system, the sun, the moon, and the earth are all part of one system. Nobody's ever been to that vantage point. Ever. So what made you decide that it's one system, that the sun, the earth, the moon are one system? What made you decide that?
I don't know. I guess it's difficult. I think I'm sort of...
No, feelings. Just say the word feelings. Yeah, that covers it.
Yeah, I do use my feelings quite a lot.
There you go.
I realize...
That's how you use to judge what you know is right and wrong. Your feelings. That's why you choose the one system to say that that's how something should work and how something else can't be explained on a flat earth based on your feelings. And
yeah, I think intuition is very important. And by the way, I like you a lot, Miggy. And I don't know why you turned this into this weird, like, attacking thing now. I don't like it.
Can you make a
You don't have to do that. You don't have to do that.
Can I ask Andy? Can you construct a logical syllogism?
No, you can't. No, we are adding something else.
No. Just one that disproves that there can be a 24-hour sun on the flat Earth. That proves it's impossible. Then why? What have we been talking about then?
That it's an interesting observation, is it not?
I mean, well, there's lots of interesting observations with the sun. Do you know how the 24-hour sun is predicted, Andy?
No, I don't know a great deal about it, to be honest.
Mathematically. Right, when you go on time and date or sun calc and you type in wherever they were in Antarctica for the date they were, and it says up all day. Right? Do you know how they calculated that? You think they used the globe to calculate that? So I hate to tell you, they didn't.
I mean, I don't even understand what you're saying.
They don't use the globe to predict the solar position at all. In fact, they don't use any surface at all. They assume it is an observer-centric. That's it. All you need to know is where you are, where the celestial equator is relative to the horizon. That's it. That's all you need to know. And of course, your time and date, right? So you don't even need an Earth at all. This is how the model works. This is how the model itself works for predicting the sun.
Yeah,
Can you run us through the math real quick to make sure? Can you run us through the math real quick?
Jake, one sec, dude.
It's called the equation of time. Go look it up.
Just to be clear, I'm terrible at math too. So
well, I'm just saying I don't need to do the math. I can look at the equations and see the elements in it, what the variables mean. Okay, it's called the equation of time. It's on the U.S. Naval Observatory. It's on Wikipedia. You can look it up anywhere, but they don't use a globe.
But just from a common sense standpoint, how can it be going around their horizon? Right?
What do you mean common sense?
Just from a common sense. Just from my common sense. Just from my common sense.
I don't know what you mean by common sense. I don't know what you mean by common sense. Because appeal to common sense is a logical fallacy.
Okay. How am I seeing? How are they seeing the sun, and I'm seeing it too in the north?
What do you presuppose
Okay,
about the
for that question.
geometric relationship between the
I'm-
sun and you? What are you presupposing about that?
Well, doesn't it disprove that it's local?
Okay, do you think that when you look at the sun, that's where it actually is, that you're looking at its true position?
That's a difficult question to ask. I mean,
Well, you need that to reach conclusions, right?
I mean, the thing is, if we all head towards the sun, are we all going to? I mean, there's a subsolar point, right?
We all head towards it. We all head towards the sun to hit the sun. We won't.
Really?
Yeah, really.
I'm not sure about that.
Okay, so this has been modeled out in AutoCAD, Blender. Take a bunch of time and date locations and draw lines of sight to the sun to try to intersect them somewhere in the 3D environment, and they don't intersect.
There is a subsolar point, though, right? In the
Yeah, just like ignore what I just
and
said.
if it's above your head, there's no shadow, right?
What are you talking about? Can you respond to what
This is beyond you, Smoke. Smoke, just put yourself
Can you
on
just
mute.
act-
No. Smoke is on point. Smoke Oregano is on point. He's recognizing that you're not answering Indio's point at all.
And it goes to
point
the
was that?
fundamental conclusion that you think the sun, you're looking at the true sun, right? And that if everybody is around all over the world, they're all looking at the sun, and their lines of sight would intersect at the sun. Not even in the globe paradigm is that true.
So if we all walk towards the sun, we're not going to converge in the same place. We're not going to end up in the same
Nope.
place. That way.
Nope.
I think we would.
Well, you can think whatever you want, but according to their math, geometry models, it says you're not.
Well, this is the fact. Let's stop right here. Let's camp it right here for a second. You think you would. The trajectories of the angles don't intersect at a point in free space. So the idea that you think they would, you can't substantiate with mathematics. So then it's left into the realm of thought, which again, we already decided it's because you see it as. So what you're saying is my philosophical predisposition about the nature of objects in reality that I can't validate, I'm going to make claims about.
Yeah, until it's proven otherwise to me, then I'll think that's right.
Yeah, well, a regular, most people, myself, if somebody, I said I thought something and then someone talked about how this has already been studied and shown and demonstrated that you are wrong, would say, oh, could you show me that? I never saw that before. They'd be interested in examining the evidence, not persisting in their delusion. And Smoke Oregano is doing a great job, by the way. And can I say one more thing, Overlord? Because this is going to get lost. I did not like how you characterized, Andy, that there was some kind of attack going on. I mean, the only person who's even close to having attacking tone is me. But before that, you were only being intellectually challenged to back up your claims. There was no attacking going on whatsoever. You mischaracterized it, and that is another tactic. You've been using tactics the whole time, whether you realize you're doing it or not. You are the one who's being defensive and who's not backing up your claims with evidence. And when you're asked, you are the one trying to bring it to an emotional level.
Calm down a little.
Just a little.
The thing is, look it up. I was explaining to Miggy. I've known him for years, and I like him very much. He doesn't have to do this.
Shut up! I don't want to hear it again. I heard what you said.
This is why women shouldn't run things, because they get into their emotions and they don't think straight.
Women shouldn't run things. Could be possible, but I'm calling you out.
You're all up in your emotions, Dandelion. You might want to mute yourself.
And how you have no control over the conversation, but you keep trying to control it like a beta male by telling other people to mute themselves, especially when they're calling you out on your deceptive techniques, which is what Smoke is trying to do constantly when he keeps bringing up Darvo. You should look at it. You should examine what your problem is. Yep.
He sounds like a gay guy to me. He sounds like a gay guy.
Free advice there. Emotional appeal, dude.
Andy, what's argument by repetition?
Argument by why don't you remind me? I love guessing games. You can tell me if you like.
Okay, I don't care to guess or do any of those games. I just
you seem to.
AI was going to say something. I interrupted him. I do apologize. So thanks for letting me do my little PSA there. But AI Ardent was actually had another point on that.
Yeah. So my point is,
put it in the chat.
The Earth is flat, arranged horizontal. All the topographical points are between two parallel horizontal planes. And the celestials are not the Earth. And the celestials' appearance to us, all as we have is the arrival angle of the light at our observer location. And therefore, it's rational to conclude that our 3D geometric assertions about the nature of the objects in the sky, since they can't be validated, but the geometry of the Earth can be validated, that takes preordinance about making decisions about the geometry of the Earth. So it'd be most rational to conclude that the celestials are doing weird things that we don't fully understand and we can't access, and therefore we can't make definitive claims. However, I would just assume that it's a transdimensional relocation of the light based on an Einstein-Rosen loop and a transdimensional manifold. Okay? And so I'm right until somebody proves me wrong. I rest my case.
Well, I didn't really understand that. And I assume most of the audience didn't understand it either. But I mean,
Don't assume that.
well, I mean, come on. What does that even mean?
No, what he said is we can measure the Earth. I'll explain it like you're 5. Okay. What he said
I
was
need that.
we have access to the Earth. We measure this flat, and we have hypotheticals about the celestials, right? And if the Earth measures flat, and our hypotheticals about the celestials don't comport to that, because we have direct access to the Earth, that means that information is more solid than the hypotheticals about the celestials. So your presuppositions about how those things work geometrically relative to the Earth must be wrong.
Yeah, I'd agree with that. How did you measure the Earth? Did you put a straight edge down, 3 mile straight edge, and see the deviation?
3 miles. Done way farther than that, dude.
So it's an optical phenomenon. You I don't know. What's your measurement? What's your tools? What are you using to measure?
Well, you can very simply, take a photograph of the Bolivian salt flats and measure the symmetry. The symmetry of the reflection relative to what's being reflected. Okay? On a curved surface, it can't be symmetrical. Can't be. It's like a funhouse mirror. Just any curved mirror can't have a reflection that looks like the object being reflected. It has to be distorted.
I quite like that one, actually. That's a good one. I'll give you that one.
Okay, and
what if it was extremely gradual, though, India? What if it was?
You're amplifying. You're actually amplifying the observation power because it's a, what would you call it? Because the Earth has an exponential curve, right? The distortion increases exponentially, right? So what happens is, because there's something called the angle of a reflection, the law of reflection. So when a light ray hits something at an angle, it reflects off that same angle. 45 degrees, 45 degrees, 35 degrees, 35 degrees. When you have a surface that's changing, it's constantly changing the angle that the light is reflecting off of it, that divergence increases. The divergence of the rays will increase. So spatially, where it hits the camera or your eye, it gets further and further and further apart.
Yeah, I like that.
Your eye on the camera.
I've never heard you describe. I've never heard you talk about that, but that's a good one. What if it was extremely gradual?
I know I bring it up when I don't want to hear the standard nonsense about refraction magically making everything bend around the curve. There is no evidence for any globe refraction. The only evidence that people will ever say that globe refraction even exists is the observation that the Earth looks flat. Oh, the Earth looks flat? Must be globe refraction, which is crazy. And Andy, let me make it how crazy it really is. Okay, I'm going to lay this out for you. Is that why do they say light refracts around the ball? Oh, because there's a density gradient. What causes the density gradient? Oh, gravity. What causes the Earth to be a ball? Also gravity. So gravity causes Earth to be a ball that creates a density gradient that makes the Earth look flat. So gravity makes a flat-looking ball. Think about that for a second. How stupid that is.
It's only locally flat, right?
But it makes gravity creates a flat-looking ball.
What is locally flat?
Yeah, what is even? Here we go. What is local? When you say locally flat, what does that even mean?
What does it sound like? What does it sound like to you, Sasha?
If I move locally 20 kilometers, then again it's locally flat. Then I move again 20 kilometers, and then it's again locally flat. And
That's
every
right.
time when I move, it's locally flat. That means that it's flat for all the time.
Yeah, it's like the horizon, Sasha. You never reach it.
No, it's not. It's not the horizon. Do you know what is explaining the flat surface? The elevation profile of any land. You can choose your UK like I can choose. It's a beautiful island above the sea level. That's all.
Andy, the flat things look flat?
I mean, your sensors can be tricked, Indio, right?
Yeah, look at like this. Find
if my
elevation.
Sensors were tricked consistently, I would check myself into the hospital. And so
Come
would
on,
you.
Andy. You're better than that. You don't have to copy Bevan. It's true. You're way better than that, dude.
Listen, I'm just my own person trying to discover truth. That's all.
Yeah, if you trust your senses, and your senses, though they can be tricked, I don't think the Earth is trying to trick me. Okay?
Andy, that's not correct what you said now. You're lying.
Oh my God! Why? That's twice I've been accused of lying. Why?
You know why? I will tell you why. Because you are speaking about other person in other channels, and that's not finding the truth. You know, that's like me speaking about you. Andy, do this. Andy, do that, and then I come here. You know, and I'm speaking about the truth. That's you.
Somebody else brought the other people up, Sasha, so I had to address it.
I know, but if you are that Andy, what was speaking like 3-4 years ago, I will say yes, okay, this is the guy who is coming and really wants to learn and blah blah blah. But you did more of that. Just look at yourself in the past, what you did, and you will know what you did. And that was not looking for the truth. That was the putting yourself on some side and cheering for that side and whatever.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah. I look at me. I don't care which side is who and who is the best one. I think that every time it will be elevation profile, sea level, and the reality in, for me, for you, and whatever. And you can call yourself like whatever name you wanted now. If you want to be like identified by name, oh, this is the famous one.
No, I'm not. When it comes, I'm not interested in personalities. I know you're trying to paint me as I am, but I'm really not. I don't care.
Then you will not. I'm telling you this because I got you. I don't want to put this story, but I got you in the past that you were speaking about the persons who were for years in Flat Earth was talking about the argument, but you was against, for example, that person. I never against some person. I don't care who will say whatever. I'm against the argument. And that's me. Even it's not so good at some things because I'm not clever in everything. But for elevation profile, sea level, I'm enough clever to describe what that it is.
Andy, there's lots of astronomical observations which can't work with the globe, right? Lots of them. The hypothesis, right, of the geometric relationship of the celestial sphere and the sun and all those things to the Earth. Do you know of any that don't match the globe? Or have you ever looked for one?
I don't know.
You look for the 24-hour sun and you think it confirms the globe. Have you looked for any ones that don't confirm a globe?
Well, just to be clear, I can't say look, the Earth's a globe. I've been outside of it as somebody.
Somebody asked you, bro.
But
you seem to like the 24-hour sun. Okay, yes. So there's other observations of the sun. Have you ever looked for any which do not match the globe?
I've probably seen them over the years. If you want to send me some, I'd love to see them.
Stop the cap.
So the answer is no.
Like I said, you send me the things and I'll have a look.
So you only would have seen it if Jaron Whitsitt and Will Duffy fucking talked about it or something?
Yeah, he's gonna wear you out, Indio.
I've been in
No,
this
hell
topic
no.
for years, so
Who are you talking to? I got fucking mad endurance.
I forgot about that.
Bro, he better fucking make some coffee, okay?
No, he's probably gonna dip in a little bit. I know Andy's pattern. Ebbs and flows. Comes and goes.
Can we go back and talk about the equation of time?
Holy smoke.
Yeah, let's go.
Okay, do you know what the equation of time is, Indio? Do you know the variables in it and what's the output of the equation?
Yeah, the celestial sphere, dude. Or the variable.
What variables, what's the variable that you insert into the equation of time?
Which one?
And
Dude,
what's
there's
the
lots
output?
of variables in it.
No, there's only one variable that you put in for the equation of time.
Okay, I'm going to pull it up. I'm going to post it in the chat.
I'll give you a clue. It's the n. What is the output? What is the output? And what does the output mean? Can you answer the question? You don't,
Yeah, I'm
do
going
you
to
not
just,
know it off
I'm
the
gonna
top
just
of your
post
head?
it. I'm going to just post it.
Well, why are you posting it? Do you not know what it is off the top of
I'm
your
going
head?
to ban you if you
Explain
don't
it
shut
to a
your hole.
layman. Remember,
I'm gonna
I'm
ban
a
you if you don't
person
shut
with
your
a
hole.
diagnosed
No,
borderline
I'm going to post it
IQ.
because I'll copy paste it because I posted it before. I'm not looking it up. I'm looking up what I've already posted.
Yeah, but I
don't
just
have
want you to
everything
explain
memorized.
it to me in layman's terms because I'm a simpleton. So can you tell
Yeah,
me
you are.
what? Can you explain to me what the variable that you insert into the equation of time and what
There's
the output
more than
is?
one.
There's only one in the equation of
No,
time.
there's more than one, and I'm going to
It's the
post
n.
it to show you. Let me just ask you, do you need your azimuth and elevation angle?
No, that's not in the
No?
equation of time. No,
Oh, okay. I'm going to post a diagram too.
that has nothing to do with the equation of time. The equation of time is the offset because of the orbital distance from the sun changing from perihelion to aphelion.
Okay. Are they calculating the distance? Yes or no?
No, they're not calculating the
Okay, then
distance.
shut your hole.
It's a time correction.
The model they use for the time correction, is it orbital model? Yes or no?
It's not technically a model of anything. It's basically a mathematical fudge factor to get an easy solution without actually calculating the positions of the objects and doing a bunch of complicated math. It's a simplification.
So how do I know where the sun is?
What's that?
How do I know where the sun is?
We're moving away from it. The equation of time. Are you going to post it? Were you going to post it so we can? Were you going to post it so we can go after that? Or are you going
No,
to
it
change
uses
the
the
subject
equation.
now?
Dude, don't talk over me. It uses the equation of time to tell you where the sun is, right?
No. The equation of time doesn't tell you where the sun is. No, that's not what the equation of time does.
Okay, so what did I just post in the chat?
A diagram.
Of what?
Azimuth at the altitude, or I'm not sure exactly what this diagram is showing. Ground plane, altitude, azimuth, the sun. Okay. That's not the equation of time, though.
Okay, the equation of time.
Go ahead. I can post the equation of time for you if you don't want to post it. I guess you don't know anything about the equation of time.
United States
You can't even tell me what it does.
The equation of time is the difference between the apparent solar time and the mean solar time. If the sun is ahead of the clock, the sign is positive. If the clock is ahead of the sun, the sign is negative. The mathematical description, the first definition of the equation of time is
you plug in the day of the year. You plug in the numerical day of the year.
Solar time and the mean solar time. GHA is the Greenwich hour angle. What's the hour angle?
That's not in the equation. You are just
really. I just posted it straight out of the US.
Go ahead and post it.
He already did. Read it.
Scroll up.
I'm reading it. What?
It to you.
It's right there. as you said it,
The
I
time
read it.
difference
He
between
has
a
to learn
parent
about it
son,
right now.
solar
He thought
time,
he had
it
some fucking
generates a
gotcha,
time
dude.
offset.
You're a
I'll
Dunning
post
Kruger
the
pretender clown, bro.
equation of time for you. It's just a minute offset, and depending on the day of the year, it could be 0. The output of the equation of time could just be a 0. Like on April, it's like
Okay,
on
what's
April
the
15th, it's a
Greenwich
0.
hour angle? Yeah, that's what I thought, dude. You're telling me the purpose versus the model. Okay? The purpose is to correct, within their heliocentric worldview, the difference between the sidereal, right? The sidereal year? You know what that is? No, of course you don't.
It's pronounced sidereal, dude.
Sidereal, dude. You don't know what you're talking about. Go
Dude, the
learn.
equation of time, you just
Go learn. I'm not doing this learn on the fly.
Wow, this is the official fake gotcha event. Is that what this event is?
Yeah.
People come in, think they got something, and they got nothing.
He'll slink back into the shadows here in a little bit. You thought you had one, huh, Jake? There he goes.
He's just confusing. He's confusing the purpose with the model.
Yeah, but he's not saying that, so the audience hears that you're not explaining what he was asking for. But yeah, you're saying, yeah, you're right.
I'm gonna read from Wikipedia even. So he could have just went on Wikipedia and did this. According to the definitions of the angles on the celestial sphere, GHA equals GAST minus A, the hour angle, where GAST is the Greenwich apparent sidereal time, the angle between the apparent vernal equinox and the meridian in the plane of the equator, which is known as the function of universal time. A is the right ascension of the apparent sun, the angle between the apparent vernal equinox and the actual sun in the plane of the equator. And substituting the equation of time is EOT equals GAST minus A minus UT plus offset. Okay, right ascension calculation. What's right ascension? The right ascension, and hence the equation of time, can be calculated from Newton's two-body theory of celestial motion, which divides the sun into described elliptical orbits about a common mass center. But that's not what they actually use. Okay, that is what they would use if it actually worked within the heliocentric model. But saying you don't need to know the position of the sun. What do you think it was developed for? To know where to fucking look. Anyway, what happened to Andy? He bounced?
No, I'm still here, dude.
Okay. Where were we? What were we talking about? Oh. Anyway, the point I really wanted to make is that everything about the celestial is hypothetical, can never be actually verified. Right? Everything's inference.
That Jake guy's a bit weird. He comes over to Geos a lot, and he always does this sub 70 IQ shit that I don't know why. I don't know. He says a lot of intelligent things, and then he says he's 70 IQ, and I'm like, why are you doing that? It's very odd. But
it's a badge of honor for him. He has to have something to have a W at the end of the day because he's been taking so many L's on this conversation. So that makes him feel a little bit like he's not losing his mind, I guess, to himself. So it soothes him. It's soothing to say that.
It just sounds like bollocks to me. But
yeah,
anyway.
up here. I unmuted you in case you had a question about flat Earth, but you can mute yourself if you don't. Hello, welcome to 24/7 Flat Earth. Are you there? Oh, we can't really hear you. So just go ahead and mute yourself, or I can mute you again if you aren't able to speak.
That avatar doesn't look suspicious at all.
Well, you never know. I guess I'll mute him again. He doesn't have any rules.
Okay, so I was just I was just asking Chat. By the way, I know ChatGPT is wrong about lots of things, so before anybody says ChatGPT. But anyway, I was just asking about, because I'm curious about this idea that if we all walk towards the sun, like to me, I thought, oh, we'd all end up in the same place. But basically, it's saying, in this case, no, we wouldn't end up in the same place. Towards the sun means different directions depending on where you are on Earth. For someone in Australia, towards the sun points one way. For someone in Europe, it points another. Those directions are roughly parallel since the sun is so far away, but not perfectly. So everyone would move along mostly parallel lines, not converging. So on Earth, we'd move a little east or west or up and down, but not meet at one spot. Just shift slightly towards the daylight side.
Yeah, so when a flat earther says it, like you always stereotype fallacy us as, then
You're doing it again, Mickey.
It's of no consequence. But yet when ChatGPT says it, it's like it's the bee's knees, yeah?
No, you're doing it again, dude.
Come on, man. Like you've been stereotype fallacying like
come on, man.
Since you came in here.
Yeah, dude, that's a good point. If we said exactly what ChatGPT said, you wouldn't have believed it.
No, yep. I said, please send me the information.
Oh God,
I did. It's in the chat. Did it a while ago.
You couldn't DM it to me? Jeez.
Jesus, it wasn't.
I don't know you like that, dude. Like, you got any STDs?
You didn't put it in his mailbox.
I'm kidding, man. Yeah, I'll DM it to you if you want. Fuck it. I'll help a brother out, Andy, because I know you're just like super honest and you're just trying to learn and evaluate the information from a purely critical viewpoint.
I don't feel patronized at all, thanks.
Yeah, that was definitely not sarcasm. Oh, you GM me back in January 27, 2024. A rather big FE problem with a fucking straw man fucking flat earth map.
Yeah, let's change a bit.
That's kind of what you're supposed to do. We're supposed to question these things, right? Like at the minute, Geo is proposing some kind of dual pole model to explain this 24-hour sun phenomenon. Right?
Models don't explain things, dude. Models describe. That's it. Explain is the story, right?
But we can explore these ideas, right?
I'm thinking about a model, right? If I were to design a model for a car that's my idea, it would work how I want it to, right? That's exactly the same thing. That's what they're doing. It's their fashion of belief in. Okay, I get it now. Okay.
Yeah, I like this kid.
Yeah, me too.
I didn't mean to call you kid.
Yeah, you fell into the right place, man.
Hopefully we don't lose him to the Andes of the world.
Oh gosh, yeah. Maybe you could give him like a Seem Sincere role or something. So
dude, he's getting a crash course though in sophistry, man. Like right off the rip.
Exactly.
Dude, he didn't even get to warm up.
Nah.
Just like you're in the game.
Yeah, the ones that pretend to be flat earthers and then pretend to go back to the globe. Those are the worst. Yeah.
Yeah, I never did that.
Yeah.
You were always confused and emotional.
No, I made it very clear I'm not sure what the Earth is, and I'm still not 100% sure what it is. But it's most likely a globe.
Right.
Stupid. You flat earthers.
Look, with all due respect, Andy, you're never going to know because you're low effort.
Yeah, you're playing a zombie game while you're talking to us.
You're more interested in people or something.
Yeah, listen, I'm quite
run
lazy.
Run around, take surveys, and think whatever they think, then.
Well, I mean, I would like to see something demonstrated. And I mean, as I said before, this is a strong observation. I appreciate Geo for I mean, he didn't like the term flat Earth, and I can definitely see why. But I appreciate Geo, who was like, this is problematic. We need to figure this out. As opposed to the people that were saying it were just fake.
Hold on a minute.
For instance.
No, wait. What the question is, why is it problematic? To whom? To whom is it problematic for?
Well, how is it that I can see the sun in the north?
You didn't answer my question. Andy, answer my question. Be honest for at least one question throughout this whole day. Just to whom is it, like, to whom does it concern? Yeah?
Anybody who thinks the Earth's flat and it's a local sun.
Okay. Like, who are those guys? Bruh. All of us in here?
Go on my X, dude. I had a pin post the day after the 24-hour sun said, please create a logical syllogism to either tell us how the 24-hour sun proves the globe or disproves the flat Earth. Hundreds of freaking comments and no logical syllogism. How is it a problem for us?
Yeah, no, Andy, that's a projection, what you just done. You're saying that it'll be a problem for flat earthers. Well, I'm a flat earther. It's not a problem for me. So you're wrong. So to whom is it affecting? Like, it's not a problem to people in this room, unless somebody says it is. Here's the thing. If it's a problem for anybody in this room, except for Andy, go ahead and say something about it. Maybe we can talk about it.
Yeah, I suppose if you ignore it, it's not a problem at all.
Really? Ignore it?
We've been talking about it for fucking an hour and a half.
I just wanted to say one thing.
Dude, we've been talking about it for an hour. I told you it was a pinned post on my Twitter. Ignore it.
He doesn't have.
Dude, we had fucking streams on it. We had spaces on X about it. We didn't ignore it.
We confronted it head on.
We leaned into that shit.
The conclusion was what? Did you reach any sort of? Did you just say we
that it has no relevance? That it has no relevance to the shape or the ground.
Did you at least speculate?
What?
You can.
Did you at least speculate on? Did you at least think? Well,
Andy,
maybe there's.
Andy, that's not what we're trying to do here. It's either relevant or not, bro, and it's not.
Well,
speculation is beside the point, right? So whether it's relevant or not is the question, and it's not. So we're telling you straight up, it's not. You can't keep saying, well, it's a problem for flat earthers, because we're telling you it's not even relevant. So why would you continue your little parade or whatever you want to say you're doing, your little campaign? It's not working, bro. You got to just at some point let it go.
Dude, they took the L on X, dude. Like you should just take the L here. Like, bro, it was a big hubbub about nothing.
Yeah,
you
it's so
haven't got
funny.
the memo yet.
It's so funny
I do kind of wish that it just like.
So funny, even though I started talking, you decided to interrupt me,
okay,
even though I clearly wanted to speak, Mr. Andy. Anyway, I think it's funny when globe believers, try to tell us, what's working, what's not working. And the things they don't like are clearly the ones that are the biggest globe killers. Like we had Owlish in here last night saying, she didn't think the Black Swan was a good argument. Now we've got Andy like, you guys really should speculate about Antarctica more. I like it when Geo does that.
What? Yeah, what?
I'd just like to hear some kind of ideas, something how it can possibly work.
Ideas
work for what?
I'm gonna tell you like this, man.
Hold on,
everybody comes out of someone's brain.
Shush, dude. Work for what, Andy? Work for what?
The fact that you think you've
What do you
got
mean by work, bro? You want something that just
Let me-
works. Works for what?
the fact that they can see a 24-hour sun, it just goes right around the horizon, right around them, right? Does a
Works
360
for what? What do you mean by work, dude? Are you
on a
not hearing
planar
me?
surface. On a planar surface.
What do you mean works?
Well, how could it possibly work if I'm seeing the sun in the north? They get 24-hour sun over there.
You can't seem to answer a question with an answer.
I'm literally answering it. How can I answer it any
Because
clearer?
you're using a question. You know the difference between those two.
Yes.
Yeah, that's not you. Answering a question with a question is not an answer. I need you to make a statement, not a question.
Okay.
How
Well, if I live,
what do you mean? I'm asking you what you mean when you say something that works. Works to do what?
if I live on a
Make you feel better?
He's avoiding. He's
No,
avoiding.
I'm not avoiding.
Yeah, you are.
Because as far as like work, the predicting
Yeah.
where the sun was, I already presented that. So we already have that.
You've got what? So sorry, Andy. I was saying you've got what?
To predict where the sun is in the sky, if you mean, hey, I want a model that works to predict the sun, we have that.
Yeah, we don't need a globe.
Really? How does that? Can you just go into it a little bit, maybe?
Oh my God! Rehash the whole equation of time argument again.
No,
were
no,
you not
I'm
here?
I'm not talking about time.
Jesus fucking
You
Christ.
just want to hear
Can we
people
use the
talk. You
sun
don't want to
for
know
time,
anything about what they're saying.
Yeah,
Like you
yes.
don't remember. You know what I'm
Andy,
saying?
do we use the sun for time?
Yeah, I guess we did once.
Yeah, so we call it the equation of time, even though it's about the sun. Okay,
Right.
it's about the
okay.
sun and where the sun is in the sky and where it'll be. There's a model for that. The model does not care what you're on. Okay, that's what you use. We can use the same thing because it's an observer-centric model. You're not on anything. Okay, it's a mathematical model. You're at the point kinematic, if you want it. You're at a point in the origin of coordinates within a celestial sphere. Depending on where you see the celestial equator at, determines where you're going to see the sun at. Okay? So it works if that's your standard. But that's not your problem, and that's why I brought it up and harped on it. Is because you don't actually want something that works. That's not what you want. You want a just so fucking story so you can sleep better at night.
Yeah, I think it's
You want
fair
something
to
to make
say
you
I'm
feel
quite
better
lazy.
and something that you can think about easily, so that you can get over it and then move on and think about something else. You know.
I fully acknowledge that it might be something, you know, that I can't even think about. Like it could be like some weird Pac-Man.
Okay, then why do we need to explain something that you yourself would agree it doesn't matter because you wouldn't even know anyway? Why would we need to have an explanation for it? Huh?
Because to me, I think of it from a globe perspective, and I go, okay, that kind of makes sense.
Yeah, but you don't know that for sure. You don't know that for sure because that globe doesn't exist.
Andy, lots of things make sense that aren't true.
Yeah, that's true.
Peter Parker got bit by a fucking spider and turned into Spider-Man. That makes sense, but it's not true.
Get it. So kind of making sense versus actually making sense. Okay.
Great. So you've got some idea of why I can see the sun and they get to see it for 24 hours on the south. I'd love to hear.
You have no idea what the sun is, dude. You don't know what it is, where it is, what medium it's in, what it's made out of, how it works, how the sky works at all. But you've got all of this flat water that you can go and test, right? Learn about optics, dive deep into that, right? That's much better evidence than just making up shit about the sky.
Yeah, I've never measured the ground. I mean, that would be definitive. But I think it's quite difficult to put a 3-mile straight edge on the water, for instance, and see if there's deviation underneath it, right? It's easier said than done.
Look, you have all of these amazing observations that have been done, which you probably haven't even seen, the majority of them. Okay, and with like Walter Bislin's begging the question refraction calculator, you basically have to slide it up to the flat setting, where you have a K factor of 0.99. right, to have no obstruction. So you have to set the refraction to flat Earth, basically, for every single observation that I've put through that calculator, right? Every decent observation. It's not possible for your bending light, right, to just flatten out your globe. In all of these observations in different weather conditions, during the day, then during the night, and then in a different place, and then at a lake, and then at the ocean, and then we go to a different country, and repeat, 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 flat, flat, flat.
Yeah, I mean, look, again, strange things happen when you're squinting at the horizon. I'm sure you'd agree with that, right?
There's nothing strange happening.
What
Like,
does
look,
that
for
have to do
example,
with
the Great
anything?
Salt Lake observation. Think about this one. Okay, Great Salt Lake observation, 21 miles, 33 kilometers across the lake on a completely calm, still day with amazing visibility. No obvious miraging effects, and there is no horizon to worry about over the entire 21-mile distance. The horizon should be at 2.7 miles for that observation. And he does it during the day, and then he does it again during the night, and everything's exactly the same. You see the shoreline 21 miles away, right? There's no miraging. It's super clear. It's not possible to be explained on a globe.
I mean, there is a globe explanation for it, though, isn't there?
No, there isn't a globe explanation for it. There's people that think they have an explanation because they have a lack of understanding on the limitations of their claim. That's all.
Well, I certainly have a limitation when it comes to optics, but still.
Okay, Andy, let me ask you, Andy. Is there any observation of a flat Earth that you could make, like, say, at the beach or the ocean, that cannot be explained away by refraction? Is there any distance? 100 miles, 1,000 miles? Like, what distance can you go, oh, shit, refraction can't do that? What distance would that be?
I don't know. I mean, I've heard
exactly.
I've heard the ridiculous claims of
unfalsifiable nonsense. Unfalsifiable, non-scientific, pseudoscientific nonsense. You know that claims or theories that aren't falsifiable by experiment are by definition pseudoscience. So if you are saying, I can't make an observation that would falsify the globe because I have some ad hoc hypothesis that can quote unquote correct the globe to make it look like not a globe, then it's pseudoscience. That's why I told you the evidence for globe refraction is a flat Earth.
I mean, light does bend, though, right?
In certain conditions, correct.
Yeah, so if I just think of a bonfire and looking over a bonfire or something like that, I can see it with my own eyes. Very simply.
The ground ain't on fire. See, the very fact you have to use an extreme, special case example shows that it's not happening in the general case. I don't know why you guys don't understand that. You guys will mention these extreme situations and say, hey, this is happening in the general case. You heard DJ say there's hundreds of these observations. That would make it the general case. That means it's happening all the time. But for you theoretically to say that, hey, it could happen, you have to make some extreme example. 20 fucking degree and 1 inch temperature gradients and shit that doesn't exist in reality, except under man-made concocted conditions. We're talking about existing in nature. The conditions required to make refraction exist in nature don't actually exist in nature.
Yeah, I'm just making a very simple point.
How do you have a fucking 3 degree temperature gradient and 1 meter on a frozen lake?
Yeah, you shouldn't have that, I don't think.
Well, we have observations on frozen lakes of lights in a row on the horizon. All of them should be under the horizon at 5 miles, 6 miles, 7 miles, 8 miles, all at the same time, a simultaneous observation. On a frozen lake in the dead of winter. There is no gradient. The ice in the air are the same temperature.
Yeah, I mean, it's definitely compelling. It's interesting, but there's a gradient in the atmosphere, right?
Yeah, it's small. It's really small. It's so small, you realize that refraction in air, like the changes of the refractive index in air, take place in the 5th decimal place. So that means the difference between 1 degree of air in one versus the other is in the 5th decimal place. It's like 1.0000024 versus 1.0000026. Right? So the difference is so small that it's probably not even measurable. And we have the empirical evidence from academia trying to quantify what the refraction is, and none of it matches what you guys need. It's not even close. You guys can't make any predictions with their models at all. It's an ad hoc hypothesis. It's, hey, Earth is a globe. Fucking Earth looks flat. There must be this globe refraction happening. It didn't happen because of theory. It didn't happen like, oh, we calculated this temperature gradient, this gradient of the air. We should be seeing this refraction. It didn't happen like that. That they created some model of refraction and then went out and tested it and made observations, and those observations aligned with the model. That's not how they did it. They did, oh, Earth looks flat. Fuck, dude. There must be some curving air making the globe look flat. Totally non-scientific, total nonsense. You know what drives me up the wall about people like you, Andy? I'm going to be honest. Well, I'm not always honest, but let's tell you. Is that you come in here into this forum and try to make so-called technical scientific arguments, but you don't know any details. You just know the general claim that some globe earther would make. When we try to refute it, you claim, I'm not a scientist, I'm not a physicist, I don't know anything. We got to listen to you fucking parrot and puke up from some idiot that couldn't come in here and defend it themselves.
I mean, to be fair,
the people you're parroting can't defend it as a claim, and you don't know anything by your own admission. What fucking chance do you have?
I've been quite honest about myself in the fact that I got kicked out of school.
Then why are you parroting people's claims when you were here, dude? You know us. Like, why would you do that to yourself?
Yeah, like I said, I'm just investigating, and like every time I see something that's compelling,
but you're not believe. I don't believe you. I don't believe you.
Use the word not investigate when you're playing a game.
2 years ago, you know the same thing you know now.
Yeah, I'm not trying to convince you of anything. I'm not interested in the clubs.
What did you investigate in the last 2 years, Andy? I'm looking right now. Remember, since 2021, what have you investigated in 4 years?
I've just been listening to the conversations, the claims.
What have you investigated in 4 years?
Well,
I want to know.
I mean, it's lots of things. Why things fall to Earth? What, the relative motion.
You mean to say the truth, but you don't want to say that it's not.
You what?
No, this is the thing these guys do, right? Anything. Another guy did the other day too. AB frickin' jumped all over him. That the globe has a globe has an explanation for those. He asked him. He said, "Hey, you've been in this topic for a little while now. why are you still like this? He said, well, I do find the long distance observations, but the globe Earth have a counterclaim about refraction. Okay, we go. Okay, so what's refraction? Oh, I don't really know. So the guy hasn't even evaluated whether that claim is plausible, even in the remotest degree. And Andy, you're in the same situation. You have not investigated whether that claim is even plausible. But you are 4 years in, saying you're just trying to find the truth. Well, you're taking the longest fucking road to the truth humanly possible.
Actually, it's a lot more than that. India, it's probably nearly 10 now. So, yeah.
Why laugh?
Well, dude, you're taking the scenic route.
Though. Damn.
Yeah, so like I said, I've looked at all the claims, I've listened to the conversations, and at this point, maybe it's laziness on my part, but I was like, yeah. I mean, I was thinking, as I've mentioned before, so forgive me if you've heard it before, but I was thinking about the Channel Tunnel, and I just thought, wow, this is quite a feat of engineering, and a conservative estimate of how many engineers from the UK and from France had to make this fucking thing. This huge tunnel underneath the sea, basically. It's like 30 miles long. Because the curve wouldn't just stop at the surface. It'd stop on, right? They have to measure it underneath too, because they met in the middle, right? And I'm thinking, well, say there's 10,000 engineers on this project. I can't believe that they all just went, well, we didn't measure the curve, but we just went home and slept fine, right? We didn't mention it to anybody. That's ridiculous.
Why would they need to think about the curb in a tunnel?
Because they met in the middle.
Yeah, so what? They're underground.
Yeah, but the curve doesn't stop at the surface.
Yeah, but the tunnel doesn't have to be curved. It can just be straight, right?
But they
why do they have to go along with the why do they have to go along with the surface profile?
I would have thought they would have to take an Earth's curvature into account to meet in the middle, no?
No.
No?
Well, if you had a ball, right? You can take a freaking toothpick and stick it through the ball and out the other side, right? And that's straight.
It's like 30 miles, Indio.
Yeah, the Sagitt in 30 miles is like 14 feet. The deflection of the vertical would be something like a quarter of a degree or something. That means the tilt of the palm would be like a quarter of a degree, indetectable. Especially when you're driving, or it's a train tunnel, right? So you definitely never know on a train.
Well, like I said, it's not one thing, it's many different things, and that's one of them where I was like, yeah, there's no way they didn't measure that curve. There's no way.
Yeah, they didn't measure it. So he just told
Andy, you don't know how, you have no idea how they built it. You have no idea what the engineering drawings are. You've just made up in your head, literally, that they had to do some curvature calculations, and if somehow they couldn't have executed the engineering of the tunnel unless they did that. That's just shit you made up in your head. They didn't say that.
Yeah, that's true. I'd agree with you on that.
I mean, Andy, don't you think maybe you're like going into like severe religitard right now? Well, serious, dude. Look, if you just start filling in the blanks because you think the Earth is a globe, that says it all. You're like playing Mad Libs with yourself. Oh, here's a blank spot. Oh, that's where globe goes. Oh, here's another blank spot in sentence. Put a globe there.
I mean, this is why I said, like, I'm open to hearing some kind of explanation for this phenomenon in the South, and I'm yet to hear it. I've seen a few people put things forward, but
I'm sorry, but I just thought,
Andy,
next time I find a Mad Libs book, I'm going to do that.
We could explain it. We don't care. You understand, Andy? We don't care that you are obsessed with it. We don't care.
He's just gonna gloss right over it and go like, nah.
No matter what we did, we could come up with the most, even in your own mind, the most plausible, have a model, all sorts of shit, explanation, and we'd still be where we are now. Nowhere. Because it would always be an inductive inference that can't prove anything. Why would we waste our time fucking an effort on things that don't prove anything? To just make us feel better that we have some sort of fucking explanation that feels it's only for like your own mental self-edification. There's feelings, exactly. There's no purpose to it. Other than making us feel better, our emotional state better.
That's a good thing, Indio, by the way. That's a very important thing, I would say.
You got to feel good.
You?
For your sanity, yes.
Go see a therapist. Go see a therapist.
Listen, if I took you, blindfolded you and put you in a thing, the first thing you'd be like, right, let's try and figure out where we are. That's basically what we do, right?
What does that have to do with the topic that you're discussing about an explanation? Are you with the blindfold gonna start being like, well, I think I'm in a cage. Wait a minute. I think I'm in a panic room. No, I think we're in a mall. No, wait a minute. I think I'm in your mom's basement. Like, what difference does that make, bro? Like, what explanations are not going to solve anything? It's when you take off your blinders, you can see, then you're going to be like, oh, yeah, we're in a room together.
I mean, it's kind of a metaphor for like what you've been doing, right? You keep thinking, but you never actually find any proof or any conclusions that we can actually question or, challenge.
Yeah, because you're looking in the wrong direction.
And you've been on this for years, bro, and you haven't let it go. It just shows what this actually means to you, like this particular part of the argument.
Yeah, I think it's a powerful observation.
Of you, yes.
Well, your denial of it means nothing to me.
I'm not denying it, dude. Like,
what denial? See, Andy,
great.
When you say things like that, now I just think you're a fucking troll. Okay?
Well, great. Let's hear it. What
did we deny? What did we deny? What did we deny?
So there is a 24-hour sun in...
What did we deny, motherfucker?
More questions with questions. It's like
admit we didn't deny anything.
Right. So we have a 24-hour sun in the south, right?
You're about to go on mute, Andy. Okay? What did we deny? Nothing. We didn't deny a fucking thing. Cut that fucking game plan out, dude. This ain't fucking Geo server, dude.
Okay. Well,
we don't do the propaganda rhetoric bullshit here.
Well, let me explain to you why.
Either talk honestly or fucking don't talk.
Fine. Let me explain to you why. Yeah. Because when over at Geo's, they're obviously a lot more liberal about who comes into that server. And so some people deny the fact that it even happened. They say that it's all fake.
But that's great for those guys, Andy. We're not those guys. You're over here now.
Right. So you acknowledge that it is a thing. It is a phenomenon,
You can't stop using the straw man argument on everyone in the VC, can you?
Oh, dude. Like, it's... All right, so we're not denying the fact that phenomena occurs, but if it does occur, what significance does it have to the conversation?
Well, the sun is going in the opposite direction, and it doesn't.
What do you mean opposite, bro? Opposite to what?
To what it normally does.
What is that?
I guess I'm just used to not knowing what's going on when he talks.
It's also upside down.
Okay. Like, what's right side up? Like, you're not making any sense, dude. Like, there's no sense of, like, you didn't give us a foundation to work with. You're like, well, it's upside down and right side up and inside out and outside in. Like, we're like, okay, to what? There's no foundation.
The sunspots. The sunspots show it's upside down.
Sunspots. Okay. And what is sunspots going to help us determine, Andy? What is the position of the sunspot? What is it going to help us determine?
This is why I'm saying to you why I said it's upside down. It appears upside down.
I know. Well, what are the sunspots going to help us determine? What information, when we see sunspots upside down or right side up or whatever, Like, what is it going to help us learn more? What are we going to find out? Oh, yeah, the sunspot is now in a different location. Now what?
No, well, it requires more investigation, doesn't it?
Into what? Into what, bro? You're like on a road to nowhere,
think
bro.
I'm getting dumber trying to figure it out. What are you trying to say?
Hell, bro, like, just...
So, the moon as well, right? The moon's upside down, too.
We're now at the moon, being upside down, bro. We didn't even figure out what you thought the sun spots were doing upside down and what they determine. The sunspots don't determine anything according to you. You're just like talking about it. And then now we're talking about the moon being upside down and right side up and all that. And then what relevance does that have to do with anything that we're talking about with the Earth?
I think I'm getting childhood trauma from this.
Andy, I don't know why you can't make a coherent fucking argument.
So, again, there's this phenomenon that exists, apparently, allegedly. Never seen it myself. Thousands of people have seen it.
And
how can I see it in the north as well?
Yeah, see what?
The sun.
Yeah, you see the sun? Good for you. I'm glad billions of people can also see it as well. Now
we
what, you
want to know. We want to know how it proves the Earth is flat or globe. That's all we want to know.
Well, as we already discussed, I can't put it into a logical syllogism for you.
Okay, then that means there's no logic to it then.
So it can't prove the Earth is flat or globe.
There you go. You know, your campaign for as many years as you've been doing this you should lay your sword down right here. Okay, that's enough, boys. Let's call it quits. I wasn't able to form a logical, coherent argument, and I've just proved it to myself within the conversation of Indio and AV and all these guys. So I'll stop right here. No, you're going to continue with your smut, aren't you?
That would make it meaningless.
Why don't you just say the truth, Andy? Like, yeah, I don't know what the problem is, because you're a propagandist. And the truth of the matter is really this simple. The 24-hour sun, you understand it. So it makes you feel better. You know it doesn't prove the Earth is a globe, but you think in your mind that it's likely a globe because of that observation, but you don't know it to be. Okay, congratulations. Good for you. Have a nice day. We're not on your shit. We're looking for proof. Okay? Rock solid, 100% proof. Not likelihoods. Not shit that makes us feel better. Not explanations. We want proof. How do you know the Earth is a globe?
Based on the 24-hour sun.
Yeah, shit, based on anything at this point. You can't use the sun, right, to prove anything about the Earth at all.
Isn't nothing new, Andy. We've been having people clam up when it gets to this point. Usually that's what happens. Because they run out of their rhetoric. They run out of their gimmick. They can't go any farther. This is where the buck stops right here.
And the funny thing is, you said you want to know where you are, and then you're like, look at the sun. How the fuck does that tell you where you are?
Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty weird. Yeah, what are you going to say, Smoke?
Okay, you close your mind when we're trying to open your mind to, okay, but you act like your mind's open while it's closed before. Okay.
Yeah, it's pretty. I think the Antarctica thing's been pretty great. It's like a litmus test. Like, thanks, guys, for spending all that money to do that. Yeah, it's been like a great gift.
The greatest thing that ever happened to us. I'm telling you.
Yeah, you know the funny thing is that so-called flat earthers that went over there, if they were trying to prove that the Earth is flat by watching a 24-hour sun, then they're in the wrong. Now the globers, vice versa, right? If they're trying to prove the Earth is a globe by seeing a 24-hour sun, then they're in the wrong. So whoever takes on the argument, they're in the wrong, because that has nothing to do with the ground. Absolutely zero. Yeah?
To be fair, Whitsitt said, I'm going to go there just because I want to go, but I know it's not going to prove anything. He said that before he ever did it.
Yeah. Whitsitt's been pretty consistent. He's took a lot of shit for it, of course. But I mean, I credit him for the fact that at least he actually did something, which is more. I wouldn't go to Antarctica.
Did something is the key phrase. What did he do? What did he do, Andy? What did he do?
He went and
You had to put
witnessed.
up with fucking MC Tune. You had to put up with Will
Yeah.
Duffy. You like that was the toughest challenge.
That could have been easy. Yeah, I agree.
All right,
But
all right. But what specifically contribution to the argument did he do? Because that's exactly what you're saying. You're framing it in a way like he did something. In other words, he had a contribution to the discussion. Okay, in what way?
Well, we weren't sure before if it was actually a real phenomena, right? We've seen videos and
I don't know. You keep
even
saying right. I don't know what you're talking about. Can you just like answer questions so I can like follow it?
We were curious about why they faked them all. So the 5 videos of the Antarctica 24-hour sun, they're all fakes. There's no doubt about it.
I would agree.
Those are
I
all
would agree.
fakes.
Yeah.
Well, why would they do that?
So what do you think? Yeah, hold on a second. You're saying that now that people went over there and went to go check, now it's true? Is that what you're saying?
Well, I'd say it's more likely true, yeah.
Ah, so we're no better than we were from the very beginning, are we?
If you are saying, well, you haven't seen it yourself, then
it doesn't matter if I've seen it or not. It's like you saying, okay, well, now I have a video of some people actually there. Okay, congratulations. You now have something else to believe in. Yeah? You didn't go. It's not a first-hand perspective. It's you saying that I saw a video and some other people went that were saying that it doesn't happen. And now that they seen it happen, I believe it had happened. That's basically what you're saying. So he took some skeptics to Antarctica to prove if the sun was actually moving around for 24 hours, and they proved them wrong, that it doesn't just, go into the horizon. It's actually up there for 24 hours. So what? You're just still seeing a video of it. You're not you. It's not you there. So you're still just believing that the sun's up there for 24 hours. You can listen, it's not a far-fetched, understanding. Yeah, so what if the sun is up for 24 hours? But you're still just believing what they're saying. And I'm not saying that they didn't see it. I'm just saying you're still believing. So until you can confirm, you can verify that it's actually doing that, then it's still just a belief. Sorry. That's all it ever is, right? So if somebody proposes something to you, right, there's a specific flower in Japan, and you're just like, nah, I don't believe that. And they show you a video of it, and they're messing around with it. You could still have your doubts and say, well, I don't know, maybe this is just something AI or whatever, until you go and confirm that it's an actual flower that they were talking about and examine it for yourself. You won't know. You'll just believe.
Yeah, this is where the critique. The thing with me is, I think, for instance, moon landings, right? And I'm not trying to change the topic. I'm just saying.
Yeah, I know, but
there's a couple of dozen
you
people
and switching topics. Yeah, I know.
Guy, just mute yourself. Just mute yourself. The thing is, there's 20. Like, what is it? Like, I don't know. There's 24 people or something. There's a few dozen people, a couple of dozen that think they've been to them, that say allegedly they've been to the moon. I don't know, and I still hold that position because I don't know. But when it's thousands upon thousands, then I change. I go, that means something to me. Like they've had a marathon. They've had a marathon in this same place in Antarctica since 1995. Many people have seen this phenomena. So then I go, okay, it's probably real.
Yeah. So what? You didn't verify it still. You're still based on another form of belief. It's consensus. It's still
so it's just like belief times 1,000.
Yeah, that's it.
Like how many? You can add as many people as you want. Like
it's still belief
because of all these sheep.
Of course,
but it's gotta be true.
Yes, I've never been to China. Does that mean China doesn't exist?
No, it doesn't mean it doesn't exist. It just means you believe it exists. There's a difference.
Exactly.
Yeah.
Exactly.
So then you can go and verify that people in China are actually there, and geographic location of China is actually real. You can verify that. It's not like beyond the boundary of you finding out. So the same thing goes for Antarctica. It's supposedly a logistical place you can travel to. Well, check it out. You can go there and find out for yourself. There's nothing stopping you from doing that. But until then, you're just believing that what they saw is what it is. And they can show you videos. They can do anything they want. It's the same thing for the people who say, yeah, I walked on the moon. Here's my video. Check it out. I've contributed to humanity, like the space exploration. And you can believe that too if you like. But you can't verify it. Until you do, it's just a belief. And that's what we're saying. So they didn't contribute anything more that just make you believe a little bit better than you did before. That's it.
Yeah, I'd agree with that.
I know, and we're not based on that in here. We're putting things to the test. So what if they saw that? That's fine. I'm not saying that it didn't happen, or if it did. All I'm saying is that it's in the realm of possibility, because it's something that the sun does in the north. So if it does it in the south, that's fine. So what? They didn't contribute anything more than give you a belief system. Until you confirm it, then you can say, okay, it's not belief anymore. I know, I'm looking at the thing go around 24 hours.
Yeah, I agree with that.
It's holding people accountable for the things that they say and giving you a method in which can be reproduced, which means that they're now confirming that this thing that they're witnessing can be witnessed by you. So if you were to go over there and you don't see it, then you can call them frauds or liars or whatever. That's the thing. It's giving you a pathway to understand whether or not people are being held up to account. So that when you go and test and verify, because they've given you the method and what to do, they said, go to Union Glacier. I think it's the name of the place. Go to Union Glacier, hang out there. You'll see the sun 24 hours, when it's, wintertime over here in the north and summer over there. So what? You go and find out that the sun actually moves about the sky for 24 hours. And then what? What else are they doing? There's no contribution to the flat or globe argument. There isn't. There just really isn't. There was a whole map explanation about the azimuthal equidistant projection map that they were trying to say is not the case. But in all reality, it's actually the globe. The AE map is a projection of the globe, dude. I don't know if you knew that or not, but it is. So they were arguing against the globe.
Well, as you know, I came through the sort of Nathan Oakley ranks of things. So, I mean, you'll probably recall that he talked about a plumber that was there for 9 months or something like that, who said he never saw it.
He didn't talk about it. The plumber himself talked about it.
Yeah, that's what I mean. That's what I mean. I watched the interview.
Yeah, but whether or not that was the case, and it gave people to be more skeptical about it either way, but it still never is going to give somebody the validation unless someone actually goes there and verifies it for themselves. And then, let's just say it this way, right? Let's say the plumber had his position and then, some other people said, no, I seen it. What settles the argument is you taking your ass over there and going seeing it for yourself. Then you're like, okay, now I know that I can't,
I completely agree, Miggy. I completely agree.
So
that's the point that we're making, though.
The point is, you asked me about what does it bring to the table. Well, we weren't sure about this phenomenon, and this confirmed it for me.
No, it didn't, dude. You still don't know. You believe.
Yeah, I don't know 100%.
That's right. It's that you can't even use the word no. So all it did was it moved the needle a little bit further in your belief system. It didn't move it in the nose. Didn't move the needle. Yeah.
Yep.
You, instead of just kindly, vaguely believing, you really strongly believe now. That's fine. It's still belief.
Yeah, dude. Imagine you have a little belief meter and your belief meter went up a little bit. Who cares?
It's like somebody saying, oh, we think Santa Claus existed, but then some other person went, I went to the North Pole and I have video right now that shows that there's a jolly red guy in a red suit is working there with elves. He shows it and it looks, you see things and you'll be like, oh shit, we got video of this? Like, so you would strongly believe, but you don't really know. He could have faked the shit. Just like, and I'm not going to say they did, but they could have, right? Faked the whole ordeal of going to Antarctica. You wouldn't know until you freaking go there.
A lot of people are claiming that. Yeah.
I know. Like the studio.
No, there's a group of people claiming that. A lot of people. And I mean, you're over in Geos and over Geos, they just freaking don't fucking say anything over there.
Yeah, but see, they stand on that though. I don't. I wouldn't stand on anything because, unless I can verify it, I wouldn't know. Shoot, how would Sound Studio? Yeah, that's one explanation of how it can be, faked or whatever. But for me to come out and say, yeah, that's exactly what happened, I would have to know, wouldn't I? They would have to know, wouldn't they?
Yeah,
I mean, hold them to the same standard.
Yeah, I like that point of view. I've often said that if I ever have kids, I'd like to. I'd like to say that I'd say to them, look, some people claim they've been to that thing. What's that up there? That thing, that white thing. Some people claim they've been to it. Maybe they did, maybe they didn't. I don't see a problem with that point of view. If you didn't confirm it for yourself.
Andy, think of it like this: you got two containers. One container is the things you know container, and then there's your belief container. Your belief container is exponentially larger than your no container. Okay? You shouldn't be trying to make your belief container bigger. You should be trying to make your no container bigger. Okay? That's what we're trying to do. We're trying to say what we can actually know, not believe. We can believe lots of fucking shit.
Yeah, that's good.
Talk about beliefs all day. Talk about beliefs for centuries, for generations, right? The true facts will never change throughout all of those.
That's true. The truth is in there somewhere.
Agreed. So the contribution part, I just don't see it. They just added more to what somebody can believe. That's all they've done. They've contributed to your belief system.
Well, it's funny, I remember at the time, because we were all sort of over at Geos, they actually came into the server and we sort of live streamed the whole thing, and it was fun to sort of follow them along with it. And I remember at the time thinking, why don't they just fly under this alleged globe, right? that would at least prove it to them, right? Whichever landmass they came upon, that would at least prove it to them. But,
what I want to know is why Jeranism smashed Witset's camera.
What? When did he do that?
Apparently, Witset brought an infrared camera, and Jaren, quote unquote, knocked it over and broke it.
By accident, yeah?
Accidentally on purpose.
Oh, Jared's so good at breaking things. Amazing. Must be a real klutz.
Yeah, that's right. He broke his own laser, broke Witset's camera. What else did he break?
Well, I think you can probably resolve that if you have that sit-down dinner for $249 American, and then you guys will kind of hash it all out.
Is that the Mount Meru, or is that a True Earthers?
Yeah.
Yeah, there's definitely something not right about that whole TFE thing. The Duffy guy, there's something very weird about that dude. I don't care what anybody's.
Well, he said it was okay to lie. You know that, right?
I know.
Oh, he said it's not in the Bible. He was pointing out that it says it nowhere here in the scripture.
And Jaren, I remember back in 2017 when he started banging on about. I mean, he's obviously sponsored, so he's all about cryptocurrency. I was like, no, I just stopped watching him after that because
I wouldn't buy a cup of water from that guy.
There's a lot of people over at Geos that are advocating for cryptocurrency like it's going to be the savior, and I'm like, how the fuck can you not see this is exactly the same as fiat? It's worse than fiat. At least with fiat, I can wipe my ass with it. Right? It's like, this is another Ponzi scheme, but it's the savior, apparently. It's going to cut out the middleman and save us all.
Yeah, don't worry. You'll be under the digital ID system, so you don't have to worry about any of that.
Oh, I know.
You could opt out, Andy.
Well, I'm moving to America. It's the last hope.
Yikes! Only for a couple years before it actually hits her. We only got probably till Trump's presidency, and then everybody's gonna. I don't even know if he's gonna make it through his presidency, man. To be honest.
You guys committed regicide in the UK. It's always an option.
Regicide. That's a new one on me. I like that.
Well, that's what they call Charles III? Oliver Cromwell?
Regicide. I've heard it before, and that's what's crazier. Go down.
Even though that I have to say that the king was right when he gave his defense and said no one here has any lawful authority to try me. Because they were all subjects and they actually didn't. So, but whatever.
You got the hoodie on, Neil, already? Is it that cold?
I'm in a house coat right now.
Damn.
Oh, is it monogrammed?
It's purple.
You got slippers in your smoking pipe?
I do have slippers, actually, and I'm about to go to high, so you're pretty close.
Gonna lay back in your leather chair and read Edgar Allan Poe?
I don't read.
Did you sign up over fences for that? Look what she posted on the.
Over fences is cooking CB last night.
Yeah, that was pretty great. Yeah, definite win by Over Fences.
Nah, definite L.
Yeah,
You took an L too, bro. You were with CB. You're in the same L camp.
I've been listening this whole time. That is the biggest lie.
Yeah, come on. Why
Come on
don't you
now.
catch us
That
up
was
with
that
you?
was rage bait. That was rage
Bro,
bait.
it ain't gonna be woke him
Yeah, it
up.
totally was. It totally worked.
I heard a rumor that Over Fences was cooking. Is that true? Over Fences?
It's not. It's not true. He bailed
Rage
out,
bait.
bro.
That's what you were
She
doing last
left.
night. It was all rage bait to get attention.
Yeah, facts.
Oh man,
It works.
I think she's trying to say something.
Oh, I'm just trying to stay on topic.
Oh yeah.
Yeah,
Hey, welcome.
He's had enough of that shit.
Yeah, that
do it,
Jaren
yeah,
thing was like
toe, yeah.
$250.
Would you sit down with him for that and just have a chat?
He'd have to. Oh, not if he paid me.
He gives relationship advice, by the way.
She ain't a gold digger.
That's part of the that's part of the thing he does. He's like, I'll make you a better man. Or what was his slogan?
Oh, I have to look at it. Yeah, he says, and do it for her.
Do it for her.
Yeah.
Why else would you do it, you know?
Yeah. Yeah.
Damn, what a simp. Do it for yourself, bro. You gotta be your own boss.
It's the right her doing it for her is doing it for yourself, man.
Yeah, but you gotta do it for you first.
It says that in there. Yeah,
Here we go.
Yeah, you know, in an optimal relationship, that there is no her and you. It's supposed to be one, same thing, same interests, same goals, all that shit. That's how it should work. If you're like, I'm for me, she's for her, then you've already failed.
Nah, bro. You're coming at it as like, are you coming at it as the 50-50 agreement?
He's right.
Or
That's
is
how
like
my
a
family is.
fucking
It's just
old
horrible.
dude with experience of life.
Yeah. Well, I think we discovered the problem with Neil's purple house coat.
What is it?
It just may be why he's not meeting the ladies.
Oh, I like the image. I like the image of him in the dark purple.
That's real funny because this house coat has got me laid more times than I can freaking think of.
Yeah.
Bro, every time a chick comes over, I put on the house coat and
the cornholio house coat.
I'm not gonna say there's
and then they take out the pepper spray.
He's beating them down with a stick. I get you, man. All right. I'll see you, player.
Is it like a dark purple velvet type thing, or what are we talking about?
It is.
Like a pimp house coat?
Pimp house.
It is. Got a couple holes in it too. Freaking game smoking.
Yeah, chicks dig that poor boy look. Yeah.
I mean, I am wearing $600 pants right now, so I mean, I ain't that.
You are. Where's CB at, dude? He's the cultural development department.
I didn't know action
Yes,
have cost $600.
Are you?
Oh
can
my
you
God.
can you co-sign for what Neil's saying?
I'm wearing designer.
Everything.
I got Canada Goose on my freaking legs. What you know about that? Exactly. So I'm gonna need all you females to come to FU for a little misogyny meeting we're gonna have. So be prepared. Bring your A game.
Yeah.
Gosh, I'm gonna bring.
You're gonna need your A game and because you're gonna get
chamomile
roasted.
Oh, CB talking big. He thinks he's gonna win this round. We'll
I can play one clip and it's over.
Oh right. Well, one clip. That's right. Yeah.
One clip, 1 2-minute clip, and it's booked.
I don't know. I think you just gotta let them talk, and then they just dig their own hole. So.
Ooh, you know what? I mean, I don't know.
It's kind of
Can't
like
listen that
Glober,
long.
right? But I don't know, CB. You've been pulling a little bit of Glober shit in the midst too. So I mean, come with your A
It's a
game
bait and
too, bro.
switch.
Just lowering your power level.
Like playing possum in boxing.
Nobody's your friend anymore in this game, huh?
Oh, you're not showing them your true form, CB? Is that it?
I don't know what that means.
Your true form, man. You got to go Super Saiyan on this.
Oh yeah, exactly. I'm just like, chilling in my base level, but I'm gonna go full power.
You need to go full power for these bitches? Come on, man.
No, I don't even need to do that. I could just go, base level.
These bitches. Ah, you fucking virgins.
no offense, friends. It's just the vocabulary.
A brain rot.
I agree. I don't call bitches unless they're actually bitches, and y'all females are not bitches at the moment. So I retract my statement.
I'm saying is bitches ain't nothing but tricks and hoes.
Hoes and tricks.
Anyway, that was really bad, dude. Andy, what the hell happened to that guy, man? He was like a silver.
Yeah, he was a silver.
I had to take
He snuck in. He snuck in he was wearing different hats. Everybody knew it. But
that roll off of him last time he was in here.
We got along
I don't
pretty
like
well,
that guy.
but I mean, for the most part, he's not like a total dick, but he's stuck in his ways, yeah.
Hey, what color or like what is 2 + 2? Well, you see, back in the day,
Why do you think that
there was
the
a
colors?
time that
Why do you think they're different? What do you mean?
It's like, can you answer the question? Well, there was a time back in 1955
Actually,
that
the
I
ancient Egyptians thought this color meant this, so
Yeah, so I eat with a dinner napkin, and usually I don't like to have. It's like, bro, you're way off the reservation. Bro. You're not even in the same ballpark of the conversation. Like he does it.
Word for word.
I
You
get
were
my
like,
steak
oh.
medium rare.
He was like, you're like, so what do the sunspots tell us? Well, you see, the moon. It's like,
That's what they get away with in the Misfit Toys land. They're like, interesting. Go say more.
That's your new mic, CB. It sounds good.
sounds good. Okay,
Yes.
no, it's not
That's the new
mic.
one? Oh, it's not the
No, it's
new?
not.
It sounds
Okay.
ass.
Oh, Neil doesn't like it.
I think it's just my. I think you're just liking the voice there.
Oh, did you get the mic already?
Yeah.
Nice.
He had it last night. Yeah, he showed it to us. He demonstrated last night.
Did you optimize it? Did you get banana meter?
No, not yet. I didn't have. Sorry, I only had a couple minutes to play with it. Pause before I had to go.
Yeah, using banana meter, it like puts some deeper tones to your voice. So I think it usually amplifies it.
All right, I'll just check in with. I'll do the banana meter and then check in with OnlyFanses and Dandelion. See how it sounds.
Color OnlyFans.
Over.
No, wait. What is it? OnlyFans?
Oh my gosh.
Only.
You're going to pretend you did that by accident. You are such a rage baiter. That's what you win at. Is that what you're trying to do?
Yeah, we don't believe you're retarded.
The jig is up.
Yeah, CB, you missed the best. That was probably my top 3 fight cards of all time last night.
I watched the main event. I actually sat down and when it went live. Perfect timing.
That's sick. Yeah. He's just a monster, bro. He just came out pissed.
Good. I don't like them Ovskis and Ovs and Navs and freaking Nurmagomedovs. All those guys can get up out of here.
Oh yeah, be quiet, man. AI's here.
Well,
you want to hear my
yeah. So
want to hear my conspiracy?
Yeah, go ahead.
So I think that the UFC killed John Jones's brother because John Jones wouldn't fight.
Oh wow.
Yeah.
Damn,
and then what's his name? Pereira was going to call out Jones at the end of the thing, but then he just had a moment of silence for his brother and then walked off.
Damn, I mean that is the call out, right?
Exactly. It's kind of
is Stem also new to the group? I've seen him posting in there, but he only has VC verified.
Stem, you're up. Stem, you are up. Step right up. Stem right up. Stem right up.
But, no, I have seen him here before. I haven't heard him talk. His name is Obedient Timothy.
You do what you're told, yeah.
Oh yeah, I think we've heard him talk as Obedient Timothy. I think we have, right?
Was he?
I don't know. I feel like I have. Yeah, I don't remember.
You feel like
details.
Okay, Andy's on deafen again. We can stop talking shit about him again.
Yeah, I'll say it to my face. But being a lowly woman, my opinion wouldn't matter. So I might as well save my breath.
Hey, you know, Bong Sao's been in here a couple days now.
Don't get him started, bro.
Yeah,
he's gonna talk about the Kabbalah.
He has his bee in his bonnet, dude, about the Kabbalah. Like that's a nonstop, dude. He's been.
You see.
Yeah, the Bong Sao fan club, it's going to meet right after Andy holds the Geo fan club meeting. We'll do that down in the chill chat. Yeah.
Well, show up.
Yeah.
There's a Geo fan club? What?
Yeah, Andy's the president. Haven't you heard him telling us how much he loves Geo for all his wonderful speculation? That's what he's been saying all morning.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I like Geo. He's cool.
Do you like him as a human being?
Yeah, he seems all right.
All right. Meet me in my private chambers and I'll tell you some things. I'll change your mind.
Oh. Is this the one where he said he wouldn't defend himself if a burglar broke in or something like this?
No. Not even close, dude.
Wait, what's that?
Yeah, the main thing. Yeah, he did. But the main thing is, the reason I brought it up is just because, maybe I was being too subtle, but, you were, I think it was Indio who mentioned that you might not want to, just allow yourself to go whatever way the wind blows. And this person says that it sounds good. The other person says that it sounds good. There's some scientists somewhere that have some proof of the globe. I don't understand it, but I'm sure it's good. You might want to consider actually investigating it for yourself, even taking a sabbatical, Andy, and, just don't listen to anyone's opinion. Just do some research on your own. Have you ever tried doing that or doing your own observations? Andy, have you ever done that?
Well,
start with dropping a water bottle so you can tell me what happens.
I think the water stays at the bottom, doesn't it?
No, he's gonna have to call his. He's got the phone. His PhD, his local PhD.
You're gonna have to phone a friend on that one, bro.
Did he already use his phone a friend, or does he still have that one? He asked the audience. For sure, he's done ask the audience already. I mean, really, AV asked the audience for him, but that's what the host does. Yeah, no one in the audience spoke up when AV asked, is anyone in here worried about the Antarctic expedition? And the audience said no. So 0% of the people in here care. Yeah.
Well, I wasn't talking about those guys. I meant the other guys in the other server. I'm like, bro, like just you know where you are, right?
Yeah, so that's why I said, that the Antarctic expedition was a great bonus for Flat Earth. Like, we've been reaping the benefits nonstop. Like, it's a litmus test. Because before that, people would speculate a lot about 24-hour sun this, 24-hour sun that. And, now it's kind of like, yeah, the people who care about that, who keep bringing that up, who refuse to look at the ground, are clearly looking in the wrong direction, and we can just keep focusing on the debunked geometry of a sphere that's been disproven and shown to be false many times over. And we'll just keep looking at the ground. The people who keep wanting to look at the sky, it's kind of like, oh, well, maybe the whole time those people weren't serious about flat Earth. Maybe the whole time those people who wanted to keep creating more and more models. Yeah, that's right. Obvious it be. Exposed a lot of pretender clowns for sure.
They'll only accept the Earth being flat if the reason why the Earth is flat is the sky.
Sounds logical.
Yeah, that's what they do in the Flat Earth Society forums, just so you guys know, because somebody mentioned that earlier, the Flat Earth Society, which is clearly a limited hangout controlled opposition organization. That's what they do over there. So it's interesting to see that there's now, areas in Discord, Flat Earth, where they're doing the same thing. So someone said, oh, maybe the Flat Earth Society isn't doing stuff anymore. Maybe it's just because they've been exposed. They just have to do it, under different names, But it's the same thing. That's what they've always done there. They argue about models of the flat Earth, and they propose different ones. Not everyone goes for their original false model, the disk accelerating upward 9.8 meters per second squared. The other ones argue, and they present other flat Earth models, and then they argue about them. Yep, that's what they do. They don't spend a lot of time debunking the globe geometry, so that's what we do here, because that's the most effective argument, and that's why you see globe believers come in here and tell us, oh gosh, you should really stop talking about that math, Why don't you talk more about Antarctica? Isn't that cooler?
Good take. That was a nice monologue. Appreciate that.
Thanks, Creation Cub. See, we can agree on some things, can't we? We agree that the globe's fake nonsense. It's the most important thing.
Yeah, but isn't Antarctica cooler? I see what you did there.
Thanks for your appreciation. I know Andy doesn't appreciate me, but I'm glad you do.
You do waffle on a bit.
Thanks, Andy. Yeah, hopefully, well, I'm sorry. I was going to say something that was like a rude personal dig, so I'm going to censor myself. You could do that too. You don't have to speak all your thoughts, Andy.
Oh, I'm just having fun.
We're not.
Wait a minute. I guess that makes a lot of sense. It would be easy for you to call someone out for what you do.
Yeah. Well, look, if Andy was a woman, this is how it would go. Mom, what's for breakfast? A waffle is made by pouring stuff into a batter and then you put it on the heater. Yeah, but Mom, what's for breakfast? So what a waffle is, it's a circular breakfast item that you eat with a knife and fork. Yeah, but where is it? Oh, so what a waffle is it's a bread battered pastry type confection that you pour syrup on. And then the kid's like, yeah, but my plate is empty.
You just have to
just say, how does this thing work? I don't know. It just does.
Believe.
No. See, Andy, I don't understand what you're trying to say there. Were you trying to say that if somebody doesn't know how something works, that their then thing is just believe it? No, it just works. They don't need to know how it works. Like, knowing how it works doesn't change the fact that it works. Knowing that you don't know how something works doesn't change the fact that you don't know how it works.
But don't you think we progress society by investigating these things and trying to better our understanding in this kind of business?
Yeah, but those are two different things. Making a claim, I know how this works, isn't the same as saying I'm doing these things to try to figure out how it works. You see the difference?
Yeah.
That's where a lot of these guys go wrong, Andy. A lot of these guys are doing practical tests, practical demonstrations, trying to figure something out. That's fine. It's when they jump the shark and say, I know how this works. I know that the Earth is indefinitely accelerating in an upwards vector and displacing itself in free space from its previous location. And that is why things fall down. Just because when I drop a water bottle, it does something that somebody who knows of it can't tell anybody else what it actually does. Yeah, that's a big fail right there.
So, are there any other contestants?
Gosh, you'd hope so. Yeah.
Well, let me say something triggering. By the way, there's already a fully sufficient quote-unquote explanation if people desire an explanation. You could just have mass attracts mass to the center of mass gravity and the Earth be flat. And that would solve all the ideas that people have about needing an explanation for why things go down. Because it's not the case that mass attracts mass to the center of mass means that the Earth is a globe. The Earth could be flat. Okay, so if you need an explanation, you already got one. Go to bed at night and hug the gravity pillow. Problem solved.
Yeah. Science communicator. Its true meaning means bullshit artist.
Yeah, Indio, in your 11
Well, if you
Glober prototypes, is there one for the type that we've had in here today? Because now we've got ATTY in here, you know, the BEV types, but they have various, you know, variations. And pretending they were a flat earther and then pretending to go back to the globe. Like, do you have categories for them?
Oh, no, but
Whoa, 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 whoa. I won't have my name taken in vain.
I don't know. AI Arden had some other points to finish up what we were just talking about. Then we can move on to your particular brand of weirdness if you want.
so I'm adding three more. So it's Fig Flat Earther. It's, I don't know, there was an acronym that other dude kept saying for Andy here.
Oh yeah. He said it last night. Oh no, the Darvo. Yeah, they do the Darvo. Yeah. That's a psychological technique. Yep, they do that a lot. We could put that in there. Yep, that's a good idea.
So Darvo, Fig
Runs
Flat
my family.
Earther. There's got to be one more.
Defend, attack, reverse, victim, and offender. The Zookeeper. That was last night. I'm writing these down now. Darvo, Fig Flat Earther.
Zookeeper, right? The Zookeeper. That
I actually think you should make one called.
He fell into the cage accidentally.
You should make one called Science Communicator, but you have to put a hyphen in it. So you put the word science, then you put the word commune hyphen a cater.
Nice. That's a good one. That's good.
Because that's what they want you to do, don't they? They're like, come join our commune. We're all free here under the great space love.
Make one of the categories Mommy Why. You know, like the 2-year-old. Mommy Why? Mommy Why? Mommy Why? Mommy Why? Those are the ones who want the explanation. They need an explanation for everything. Time to go to bed, Johnny. Why? You need to get your sleep, Johnny. Why? Because if you don't get your sleep, then you'll be cranky. Why?
Oh, real quick.
You're cranky now because you didn't get sleep, which is why you're asking me why. Why?
Yeah, but real quick, dropping a water bottle and having a water bottle in a car as you accelerate, those aren't new tests. That's been going on for decades and decades and decades, man.
Oh, add scientist.
Okay, got it.
Yeah, non-scientist. That's Andy's covered like 3 of them right there. Well, I'm gonna say something scientific and then say I'm not a scientist. Well, what about the other guy? The guy that was like, because 2 people have done this, so it's not a common thing. He couldn't show any evidence because he was driving. Remember how we had the other guy that there was a guy in politics? He could never show us the evidence for his claims because he was always walking his dogs.
Yeah, that's good. Yeah. Well, yeah, there's that one. Yeah, you'd have to come up with a name for that one. And then there's the ones who, yeah,
I guess that would be like too busy for evidence.
Yeah, they're kind of in the same category or next to the dog ate my homework. Kind of similar.
And then burnt my house down?
Yes. Yeah. It's just a tragedy. I now can't show you the evidence. But yeah, too busy to show the evidence.
Yeah, dog ate my homework. Too busy to show the evidence. Yeah, and I guess it's the same category as the guys who say they're going to bring it next time, right, and then never return.
Yeah, we're making a channel for that. Yeah,
Get it next time. We'll do it next time.
There's a lot of people here, so we're making a channel, and anyone of Flat Earth will put the channel. So the channel is to list every single person that says, "I'm going to go find the evidence. I'll be back." And they go in there and they don't come out until they come back with the evidence. They have to be, if they take a long time, like more than a week, they have to be ridiculed for at least 24 hours before they're taken off the list.
Is that some kind of Terminator or Arnold Schwarzenegger earther? I'll be back with the evidence.
Yeah, I'll be back. We had a couple the other day. Don't know a lot about this topic, but I'm sure there's evidence that debunks you out there somewhere. I'll be back.
Hey, do we give them a tag also? Like, I'll be back?
Oh, word. Yeah, we'll give them a roll.
That way when they're in live stream, we can address it.
Make it pingable because DJ and I are running out of people to ping when we try to publicize events.
Dude, I'm going to actually set up the bot so that once a week it pings everyone with their roll. Are you back yet? And it would be nice if people put in there, just for reference, the evidence that they claim they're going to come back with, if they say. And try to do it as close in time as possible as when they do it, because they might lie. I want to be able to go back and listen to what they said.
Yeah, I think that's really good because, yeah, that type of technique, I mean, it gets through to a certain type of personality like the one we have had demonstrated earlier here today, the ones that are, swayed by just so stories. They think, oh, yeah, look at that smart guy. He knows that he's going to bring it back. It just, keeps the delusion going longer because a lot of those people believe in their Santa Claus globe.
He has this degree and...
Well, Andy here has been around a while. I guarantee we could make at least an hour-long video of him debating himself. All the times he's changed his explanations in reverse disposition.
I reversed my position, India. I've always maintain the same position, which is I'm not sure what the Earth is. And having investigated and looked at these observations, I think it's probably likely a globe. I don't know. I don't know what to tell you. I never pretended to be a flat earther. Did I? You can check my file.
You would have never got the silver roll if you did.
Well,
silver. Nobody gets silver flat Earth. Did you get regular silver or silver flat Earth?
I can't remember, but Miggy just put a lot. When he did, when Miggy put all the rolls on, I was like, I'm not here for rolls. I don't give a shit about that.
Yeah, I guess
I don't know what the Earth is. I don't know what the Earth is, but I know what the stars are. Therefore, I can determine what the Earth is.
I told you I could make an hour-long video of him debating himself.
No,
yeah,
I'm not
that's
sure
why
what
I
the
think
stars are.
the waffle, wafflers would be a good category because it does fit in.
Wafflers.
Yeah,
because
because they pretend like it can't be determined, even though we've demonstrated so many times that you can eliminate the globe as one of those possibilities.
All right, I don't know what the stars are. I don't know what the stars are, but I know where they are.
I'm not sure about that either, to be honest. But I thought about this the other day, which is quite interesting. That AI, if the Earth's stationary, and this is me going back and forth with ChatGPT. I know it's becoming a bit of a thing, but hey,
it's useless, man. I don't know what you're saying.
What's useless?
Believing in AI, going along with it. Okay, what are you doing with the AI? What's the AI doing that you can't do by yourself?
All fucking day. Just let him get to the end of his story, mate.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean, the thing is, I completely agree to some extent, but if I asked it how tall is the Empire State Building, it'd probably give me a correct answer, right?
But you know why? Why would it give you the correct answer?
Well, it's just...
Did it measure the Empire State Building?
Somebody did, right?
Well, yeah, probably the people that built it.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I would agree
whatever
on
they wrote down, everybody else wrote down, and then ChatGPT was trained on what everybody else wrote down, and it's regurgitating it back to you. It's not AI. I'm sick of people calling it AI.
No,
it's just a large language model. It doesn't reason. It doesn't think. It doesn't have ideas. It doesn't do any of that shit.
Yeah, I just to be clear, I was addressing the question to AI Ardent. I should have been more clear about that. But anyway, yeah, I agree. It's just
he certainly thinks
that if the Earth was stationary, the stars would have to be moving like a crazy amount. It's like I think this particular set of stars was like 10 times the speed of light, or something like that, and then this other particular set of stars were like 1 billion times. I can't remember.
The speed of light?
Well, I get it's convention, but still. And also, I guess there's the presupposition of what the stars are.
Look, the speed of light and the meter are both defined by each other in the greatest, most embarrassing scientific circular logic in the history of humankind.
Yeah.
A meter length is a subdivision of how far light travels. How far light travels is a multiple of the meter length.
Yeah, I remember
in the greatest effort of circular logic ever.
Rupert Sheldrake exposed this, didn't he, with his TED talk?
Yeah.
In I think they fixed by definition in 1972 or something.
Yeah, other people have talked about it. He isn't the first.
Yeah, again, you could also argue that you're saying, well, you know what the stars are then, right? There's also that part of it.
Well, you do understand that this conversation fundamentally is about geometric relationships between things. Some things are purely visible, Some things are tangible. And you're going, based upon the intangible things, I'm going to try to deduce things about the tangible. But you can't make that deduction. You can only make that induction. You can make that inductive inference. But that's it. It's you can't actually ever know for certain. You can tell yourself you know. You can come up with all sorts of ideas, but you don't actually know. Because you can't construct a logical syllogism to prove it unless you make those intangible things tangible. So, Andy,
yeah,
I ask this question. If I say to you, visualize the Earth, what in your mind's eye, what do you see and where do you see it from?
Yeah, that's a good question. Before, for the longest time, for many years, I just didn't think of it I thought, well, it's very unique, isn't it? In terms of just got oceans and trees and et cetera, et cetera. So I thought hence the reason I kept saying, I'm not really sure what it is. But I suppose now I think of it like the images, which I'll grant you, most of them look fake. They do.
Okay.
They just look fake.
So that gets to the crux of my problem. The external viewpoint. All right, this idea that there's some orthographic external viewpoint from which you can observe things from. Why do you think that that's even possible? The God's eye view, which makes you think that that is actually a thing.
Oh, the outer space travel, the satellites.
Yeah, the God's eye view of the Earth. Like, oh, what's the Earth? Show me a picture of the Earth. Show me a map of the Earth. All these things. Show me a model of the Earth. When they're asking that, they're asking, even though they don't really realize it, for the God's eye view of the Earth. What does the Earth look like? Like, what if I could hold it in my hand? What would it look like?
Well, most people, I can post this in the chat, most people think it looks like that.
Yeah, but that whole idea has no basis. It's pure imagination. When I say pure imagination, I mean pure imagination.
Wasn't the question what he thought it looked like? And he's saying this is what people say it looks like? I don't
Yes, he's not
understand.
a
Man.
person.
Just say what you think it looks like. Yeah? Be straight.
I thought I was clear that I thought I wasn't sure what it was, but I'm leaning towards the globe, right?
Yeah, so you think it looks like the thing you're presenting to everybody?
Well, I can't confirm that. If that's what you're asking.
You can't confirm that you're saying that that's what you think it looks like?
Did I say that 100% this is what it is?
Oh my
I didn't ask you
God.
that.
Well,
I said
I don't
in
know.
your mind's eye, in your imagination.
Oh, it might. Well, if I sit down and think about
Is it 93%, 87, 75?
If I think about the globe hurtling through a vacuum covered in an ocean and all the rest of it, I think it's absurd, to be honest. I think it's crazy. I think any person who believes in this globe who doesn't admit that they're being dishonest, because it is fucking a very odd situation we find ourselves in if that's the truth.
Notice that he hasn't told you what he thinks it looks like in his mind's eye. The same.
Well, what do you think it looks like, Miggy?
Oh, for God's sakes.
I think it. I don't think what it looks like.
For the longest time, I didn't either.
It's what it looks like. It's I see it, right? That's what it looks like. Attempt to deconstruct it, this like reductionist, deconstruct it into a thing, an object, something that you can hold in your hand. That viewpoint is just fundamentally, ironically, viewpoint. That viewpoint is fundamentally flawed. It's not based upon anything but fantasy. Look around your room, Andy. Pick an object in your room.
Right, I'm looking at my monitor right now.
Okay, monitor. So you're experiencing the monitor, right? You're looking at it, experiencing it. You see it, right?
Yep.
Now, I say, can you remember a monitor?
Yeah.
Okay. Can you imagine a monitor that you've never seen or are not remembering?
No.
You can't imagine what some hypothetical monitor would look like? Say imagine a monitor. It's colored hot pink.
It's what? Hot pink?
Yeah, hot pink.
It's a game monitor. Sorry.
Yeah, whatever, dude. Yeah. Have you ever seen one of these?
I haven't, but I can imagine
Okay,
it.
so you can't. So obviously, if you've never seen it, you can't remember it either, right? So you imagined it. You can imagine a hot pink monitor. Okay.
Mm-hmm.
Now, when you think about the globe, of those three categories, experience, remembering, and imagining, those three categories of thinking about something, two of those don't apply to the globe. Can you guess which two? You don't experience it. You don't remember it. So there's only one left. You can only imagine it. This is how bad the problem is, dude. Everything I just said is objectively true. There's a handful of people that say, yes, I did experience it, and I do remember it. A handful.
No, I don't think you can. You couldn't just say I experienced the globe. That makes no sense to me at all.
Well, experience as in you perceived it with your senses. That's what I mean by experience.
Yeah, that's no. I mean, as far as I'm concerned, it's to my senses anyway. It seems like it's stationary, doesn't it? So.
Well, they've claimed to get to a viewpoint where they've seen it from a vantage point where they can see the whole thing.
Well, this is like what me and Migga were talking about earlier, right? I mean, I've not seen it.
You don't know anybody that's seen it either.
Well, they claim they've seen. I mean, that's the thing.
You don't know those people, though. What I'm saying is you don't know those people.
No, definitely not. And there's people that claim they've done some kind of, north-south trek and gone around the globe in that way. Right?
Yeah, let's try this. Let's try this, bro. Do you remember in Iraq the claims of them having weapons of mass destruction? Remember that claim?
Yeah, they've got to be around here somewhere.
Okay, so do you think that they were found or not found?
Well, apparently they weren't found, so.
Apparently they weren't found. What does that mean? Like, how did you come to that conclusion?
Well, that was what was said, right?
Okay. What if I told you that I personally was in some of the facilities that supposedly house these things? So I could actually tell you whether they were in there or not.
Sure. Well, yeah, I'd love to hear it, whether they're there or not.
Not in the ones I went to, no. Now, does that mean they weren't in any?
No.
And even now, you can't validate what I just told you. So for all you know, I saw them, and then we just lied to the public.
Yeah, that's pretty much that's par for the course, isn't it, for politicians? That's what they do.
There were weapons of mass destruction in Iraq. I hate to tell you, but they were owned. Yeah, they were owned by the United States. We brought them there when we went there.
Now, I have actually a very unique take on that, Andy, because I was in those facilities, and I can tell you later it's not relevant to this conversation. But the moral of that story is like, some of these things, like, you have no idea about the truthfulness of it whatsoever, at all. And the point I was trying to make with that is that when it comes to military and governmental operations, the idea that they're just going to disclose everything in a straightforward manner, like, to assume that right there is the crazy thought.
Yeah, I would agree with that.
I didn't even do anything on the stage of a world changing event like going to quote unquote the moon. But I definitely had briefings and stuff about what we are and aren't allowed to say, and it was seasoned with a lot of gray area and ambiguity, so that nobody would actually be able to know what we actually. And then you have a bunch of people with their quote unquote eyewitness testimony, right? And their quote unquote let's just call it photographs that they may have taken. But like, how are you going to validate the photographs? And then you have the mainstream saying, "Oh no, we didn't find anything." And then you have the other people, which are the conspiracy theory type people, and just in general, who are like, "Oh, there were no weapons, but it was just a fake war." So if somebody actually had a picture of a weapon inside one of those facilities, the chances of you believing that picture would be very low.
Yeah, we talk quite a bit about the Israel-Palestine situation, and I kind of hate it because it also forces me into what potentially might be a false dichotomy, and I don't like it. You know what I mean? Like, I don't know. It's like, on some level, I'm like, yes, I want the Jews to have their own state, their own place, right? But it's difficult.
Yeah, but that's irrelevant. What's relevant to this conversation is there are people who claim to have pictures and evidence of A happening, and then people in the same area having pictures that show something else happening. So who are you going to trust?
Yeah, no, I hear you. Yeah.
So the moral I'm making there is that the people that have claimed to gone to the moon, they're not above reproach that their testimony is the gospel truth. In fact, they don't even have sworn testimony of what they did. They have anecdotes. The veracity of their claims are anecdotes at best. That's how bad it is.
Yeah, and just FYI, I usually go on, I think it's on Taboo Conspiracies channel because I can never find it when I try and find the original. But Richard D. Hall actually hired some linguistics expert or speech expert, I can't remember the correct term, and he listened to Neil Armstrong's, not the one with the three of them, but his first post-moon alleged. I think he was talking to that guy, the same guy, Patrick Stewart, is it? Anyway, he did like an hour interview with him, and he analysed the whole thing. And this guy was just a patriot, had no reason not to think they didn't go to the moon or anything like that. He's a decent guy. And after that, he says, if I'm just basing it on this alone, there's no way they went to the moon. There's no way. Just because of the sort of, I can't remember, it goes quite in depth, but he talks about first-person pronouns and things like this, and how we reference things. Like he wouldn't say, I saw this, he'd say, you would see this. Like he'd talk about it in those terms.
Yeah, I've seen that. It's pretty good. Yeah. That's the thing is people will, in some contexts, they will acknowledge that clearly governments have levels of classified information that certain people who have passed security clearance have access to. And yet at the same time, they'll pretend, that it's not possible for these 24 people who claim to have left low Earth orbit to be telling a falsehood. But the thing of it is, you don't even need to believe that or not believe it. It's clear they're lying because the geometry of the Earth being a sphere is not measured in reality and, in fact, has been debunked numerous times. So whereas these psychological arguments are interesting, they might help some people to come to the very obvious truth that we don't live on a sphere, they're ultimately unnecessary.
I mean, I haven't got a 3 mile straight edge in my pocket. That'd be quite difficult to actually measure the ground to falsify it, unless it's an optical phenomenon you're talking about, in which case it's going to be subject to refraction and all kinds of different things, right? Not that
except
I know
for the
much
sun,
about.
except for the sun and the stars. Because if you look at the sun and the stars, then you can just say, "Well, I think I know where they are." All of a sudden, you don't apply the same scrutiny. That's weird.
Wait a minute. You don't think that water can be measured horizontal and flat on its surface, Andy?
Yeah, I mean, but it's quite.
Yeah.
If it's what they say
So
it is, then it'd be quite
yes, you can measure the Earth flat with water being the surface of water being measured as horizontal and flat. So yes is
Well-
the answer, not
well,
no.
let's-
Yes is the answer.
Well, let's go back to what we were talking about earlier, McGee. I've never
Yeah,
measured
but you
it.
said I don't have a straight edge, and I just demonstrated to you right now in the argument you just said that it cannot be measured. And I just said, well, isn't horizontal water being measured every day? And you said, yeah.
Right. So
Yeah, but before you go on with that train of thought, Miggy, don't gloss over this one point. He said it's very hard to understand if the Earth is measured flat because it would be light being used. Yet earlier he said, I'm looking at the sun, therefore I'm looking at it, and if I travel in a straight direction towards it and as somebody else, we'll all arrive at the sun. How could he possibly make that claim? So here we go again, where he gives greater veracity to things that can't possibly be validated, that we don't have access to. But when it comes to the Earth we're actually on, all of a sudden can't figure it out.
I mean, just going back to what I was saying earlier, Miggy, you remember when we were saying this is like first-hand information, right? I've never measured it. I've never looked through a theodolite. I've never done anything like that. So from that standpoint, at least, I can say I've never measured the Earth.
What's stopping you from measuring horizontal flat water, man? Like in any body, large body like a lake, or what's preventing you from finding out?
Why do you think you'd use a theodolite?
I mean, what would you want to use? Total station? I don't know.
What for you will be observing the flatness in a distance? Some kind of confusing that could be curved.
Yeah, I'd say if it's locally flat.
Okay.
Locally flat.
What if you have locally curved? Does that mean that it's generally flat?
Yeah, but it's like, what is it, 8 inches per mile, so squared. So, I mean, it's quite you're going to struggle to see that, right?
Like a Bolivian Salt Lake, 4,000 miles squared, locally flat.
I mean, do you think I could see it with my eyes? I don't know. I don't think you could.
I think that you cannot see with your ears for sure. With your eyes, you can see. Yeah.
Thanks, Sasha.
Okay, one more time. So we can't, hold on, Sasha, real quick. So we can't see the Earth with our eyes, but we can see the sun with our eyes, and then it tells us what the Earth is. I see your train of thought, Andy. It's very interesting.
Well, I mean, to me, it disproves the local sun, this observation in the south. And it just, if I think about it in a sort of Occam's razor, least amount of assumptions type of thing, then I can make it work. Whereas if I think of it over a planar surface, I'm like, well,
You're wrong. You don't even, hey, did you actually parse out the assumptions you need to even make that conclusion?
Yeah.
No, are you sure? All right, go ahead. Go ahead. Tell me the assumptions. Tell me the assumptions that you need for your conclusion. Go ahead.
I will grant you there is assumptions built into it.
No, how many? What are they? You're saying it has the least amount, so that means you've quantified it. Go ahead and give them to me, bro.
Well, I suppose there's a distance, and right. I mean, if it's they're seeing it locally, it's there all the time, and then I'm seeing it in the north as well.
What do you mean by local? Let's start there.
Like it just goes right around their horizon, doesn't it? Just because does a 360 right around them.
What does that have to do with anything? What does that have to do with a local sun? You said
I'm just trying to think
not
about
local.
I'm just thinking about it very basically, and that's which is all I can do. And
Right, so I asked, what do you mean? Here, check this out. I asked, what do you mean by local? And you said it just goes around them. Is that what local means?
Yeah, close. Close, I meant. Like, let's
Okay,
say
so
it's three,
close is a distance.
say it's 3,000 miles. I don't know.
Okay, so how does it disprove the sun is within a lesser amount of miles than people would normally think? How does that disprove that?
Because I can see it too, right?
Doesn't matter. You see it too proves nothing or disproves nothing. It just means you can see it. So now, what about you seeing it means it can't be close?
Well, it can't be in two places at once, can it?
Why not? You already have one assumption. The sun cannot be two places at once. What's the validity for that assumption?
Yeah, that's a good point. I don't know what it is exactly. So there is that about it.
So there's a lot of assumptions in there you didn't even know you had.
Yeah, yeah.
Because you already have accepted this model in your mind of some type of three-dimensional relationship between objects specifically, and you're working within that model. Already carrying the assumptions forward without even recognizing that you're making them.
Yeah, you're right, and it's like, but rather than thinking of the globe, I'm focusing on a flat Earth model, which might be erroneous anyway, right? It's just this idea that there's a sun going around the outside. If I think about it in concentric circles, and then it coming into the inside, right? Yeah, that's how I'm sort of thinking about it. So none of that might be true anyway. So
right. So fair enough. So okay, just go down any permutation of shape that an Earth could be, and then every time you say the permutation of shape the Earth could be, just say the following word: the Earth is not the sun. So let me show you. The Earth is the shape of a water bottle. The Earth is not the sun. The Earth is the shape of a potato chip. The Earth is not the sun. So which part of the shape of the Earth actually dictates what the sun is? Or vice versa?
No, you're right.
Right. So in order to even begin these critiques, you have to put a bunch of assumptions in. Some of them justified, some of them not justified. So in actuality, you have no idea which claim actually has the least amount of assumptions, do you? So applying Occam's razor without the quantity of the amount of assumptions you have to make, and you not knowing what they actually are, wouldn't be correct, would it? Not to mention that Occam's razor doesn't determine truth.
Yeah, no, I sort of already accepted that I can't parse it out in a logical way, in a sort of premise conclusion type of thing. I've already accepted that you have to add something else.
Why not?
Andy, for example, you have a captain of the ferry. With that ferry, 30 years working distance, beach, island, island, beach. Are you telling me that that captain of the ferry does not know the distance from the beach to the island?
So sorry, Sasha, I didn't quite catch you. What
The
were you saying?
captain of the ferry which driving the tourists from, let's say, in Croatia, from the beach to the island in last 30 years, are you telling me that that person does not know the distance from the beach to the island?
No, he should know the distance, absolutely.
Okay, can we ask him and then make observation of that island?
Yeah.
That means we have distance. We don't need to take measurements. It's there, you know.
Okay.
That's only captain of the navy. We can find out other, you know, practical people who are using, the sea or whatever, or elevation profiles. Let's not go to the sea. Let's stay on the ground. Let's make elevation profile of the curved surface. Let's find that on the internet. That doesn't exist.
I've never, like I said, I've never measured it. I've listened to Rakir who says he has measured it and it's definitely flat. And then I've listened to people like Shoebill, who claims to be a professional surveyor. He says
you know who measured it. I don't know, people who are working in the bike race sport things. They always making that elevation profiles of the will be the bike race, and you can see the flat baseline and the mountains. Sometimes it's but mostly it's mountains. And you see the elevation change, but down it's flat surface.
Who did you say is a professional surveyor?
Shoebill. He's probably been in here, right, Indio? I would have thought.
I think I've talked to him. I don't ever remember him mention he was a surveyor.
Yeah, I think I'm not exactly sure. Don't quote me on that, but I think he is.
Realize anybody can be a surveyor. It's not a technical skill. It's not even skilled labor.
But I mean, I think to do it for a job, I think that's what he's. I think.
Well, listen, my friend did it for a job while he was still in fucking high school.
Oh yeah, that's fair enough.
It's not technical. You could do it easily. It's not hard. You freaking follow the procedure and write down the fucking numbers. You're just measuring shit. It's just like being in any. Say, hey, your job is to just measure this thing. That's all you're gonna do. That's all they do. They just measure it. In modern days, they don't even do that. They just set up the freaking machine over the control point and push the fucking button.
Yeah, that's cool.
I asked a lot of surveyors questions about geodetic surveying that's in the literature, and they have no idea what the hell I'm talking about. Not a clue.
Yeah, I mostly haven't, to be honest. I'm not a very practical person, to be honest.
But don't appeal. Like I'm just saying, it's a mistake to appeal to professional surveyors because they're freaking dopes. You might want to apply to like maybe an expert in geoinformatics or GIS or something. Someone that actually like went to university and had to take, classes in differential geometry. And they would probably never make the claim that they measure the Earth as a ball because they don't. And they admit in the literature that they don't actually measure the Earth as a ball. They create it. They create it from mathematics. You've heard of the WGS-84.
Yeah.
That's a reference ellipsoid. What's that for? What is it for? Do you know?
I don't know. I thought it was wasn't it a military map, something like that?
It's a datum.
Datum, right.
It's a datum, so that's basically the bottom, right? It's the world bottom. So say you're going to build a building, right? You make an imaginary datum. It could be anywhere. It can be like where you're at. It could be freaking 100 feet down. It doesn't matter. But it's just a straight line that all your measurements are based on, right? It's your origin of coordinates. That's what your datum is. So I want to build a wall 10 feet high from the datum, right? Now off the surface, because you're going to have to move the dirt. Right? I got to move the dirt. I can't measure from the dirt. I have to measure from the datum. So you create your datum from control points, right, that you measure, and you make your horizontal plane, and then all your measurements go off of that. So the WGS-84 is a reference ellipsoid datum. Any measurements they do have to be reduced to this datum, the geometric relationship between their measurement position and this datum. But they don't measure the Earth as a globe. They create it from this imaginary datum that doesn't exist except in the minds of men. They're literally the very first. I'm not going to post this in the chat from the surveying books. The very first thing they do is something called reduction of the horizontal direction. Okay? So they take some measurements, and then they got to reduce that number. The reduction of the horizontal direction is taking their position and placing it at mean sea level. Right? They want to, because that's what the reference ellipsoid is, mean sea level. Right? So they got to reduce it to that point. Lowering it in quote unquote elevation, right? In the model. In the model, they're lowering the elevation to sea level. Well, when you do this from your measurements to azimuth, as in north, south, east, west, on a curved surface will rotate one way or the other because the vertical planes are divergent. So they correct their measurement and write down a different thing than what they actually measure. They don't measure a globe. Anyone that tells you that's full of shit. If they measured a globe, there'd be no such thing as a reference ellipsoid. It wouldn't exist. They would do what they did in England. They would measure mean sea level in Newland for 4 years, and then start from there and survey out from that point, using that as the origin of their coordinate system. It would start from there, right? And they don't have to use some external datum. They have their datum, mean sea level at frickin' Newland. That's what they call it, datum. It's called Ordnance Datum Newland.
I would have thought the distances would be very remarkably different though. You're
correct. They would be, but they curve the plumb line.
Well, I mean, just from
they would be, but they curve the plumb line.
Right.
So but your vertical is not perpendicular to the surface of the Earth in geodetic surveying. It's tilted. But it has to meet the reference ellipsoid at 90 degrees. Okay, so they have to curve the plumb line, so there isn't a straight vertical that goes through your instrument to the center of the Earth. Your instrument is tilted and it has to curve to the center of the Earth. Okay? When you do this, your distances between points, you can interpolate errors in between measurement locations. And unless you do a systemic, you measure fucking one long distance and compare it to the summit distances, which is also problematic because of the coastline problem. Because the coastline problem of measuring what's called an undulating surface is difficult and changes depending on the unit of measure you're using, which a lot of people don't know, is that if you try to measure a surface that's undulating, right, curving back and forth in a random way, depending on what unit you use, unit of measure, miles, inches, millimeters, whatever, when you sum them together, right? My unit of measure is millimeters. Now I'm going to sum all my millimeters together. But now I'm going to do this other thing and I'm going to use kilometers. So when I sum them all together and after I'm done and I compare the measurements of millimeter units to kilometer units, they're not going to match. The millimeter units are going to have a longer distance than the kilometer units. Okay, this shit isn't as simple as so-called surveyors make it out to be. This is in all the literature. This isn't Indio making it up. The people that are making it up are the Globers. They're lying by omission, assuming they even freaking know their own fucking profession to that level of detail. Let's give them the benefit of the doubt. They have perfect fucking knowledge. Then they're lying by omission. Okay, say they don't have perfect knowledge. Then they don't know what the fuck they're talking about. Either way, these people are full of shit.
Yeah, I mean, I've got to say, over at Geo's, I did get him to walk me through, and I'm fucking clueless when it comes to this stuff, but I was like, look.
So was he, dude.
I was like, look, walk me through it step by step, exactly what you do. And he did, credit to him. And I said, I hate to say I'm playing devil's advocate here, dude, but it sounds like you're adding it after. You're adding the curve after. That's what it sounds like you just said to me. So I don't
That's what
know.
they're doing. But it ain't really after. It's like the first step.
Mm.
It's after the measurement, sure, but it's the first step after the measurement. It isn't like they do all these procedures and then get to the last one and they're like, this is where we had the curve. It's done right at the beginning.
Well, I mean, the reason I mentioned distances is because I was thinking of the airlines. The airlines must have a good idea of the distances from landmass to landmass in terms of fuel, right?
They don't fly with the exact amount of fuel, brother.
No, of course not. But I would have thought that
and any flight has, they fly in international flight corridors. They don't fly point to point. I don't know why people think that. Like they just.
I would have thought they'd had a rough idea.
They want to go and fly that way. It's not how it works.
Well, I don't know.
They don't
to me,
take off from New York, point to London, and fly that way.
Yeah.
They don't do it that way. They don't. That was the way they used to sail ships, and even though that method is incredibly accurate, that's not what they do. They fly in international flight corridors. They have to fly on a pre-approved freaking airplane track. And then even within the corridor, they have multiple routes available, depending on weather or whatever freaking thing they decide to take one route versus the other. With waypoints and all that shit. So they know the distances to some degree, but those planes are not distance measuring instruments.
No, definitely not.
Other factors such as orientation of the runway relative to the direction you're coming. Do I have to circle around? Do I have to circle around twice? I'm flying east-west and I'm trying to land on a north-south facing runway. So how do I align myself to the runway? Well, I have to fucking fly all the way around, right? So that's for an extra 20 fucking miles. So you did it on the other end too. You can't go by times. You can't go by airspeed. Like, it works. It's good enough for practical purposes, but it's not. These aren't measuring tools to measure distances. They know within a certain degree, but they fly with extra fuel. You know what I mean? Had R.C. Meisty say, if it was a wrong distance, I'd fucking run out of fuel and crash. That's what. So you fly with just the exact right amount of fuel. Just the exact amount. You don't fly with any extra. What if something goes wrong? What if the fucking airport's on fire? You gonna land anyway? Well, I bring enough fuel where you can land in some other fucking airport. I mean, it's just stupid to even say such a thing.
The way I was thinking about it is that the as you already said, the distances would be vastly different on some trips, right? And so the pilots would know, right?
You guys, why don't you? Sorry, I know you said you don't have no technical knowledge, so I'm not going to yell at you.
I don't.
Okay, so you're confusing the coordinate system with the Earth. This happens all the time. Latitude and longitude are not the Earth. Distances are calculated from latitude and longitude, not the Earth. So, latitude is the position of the celestial equator in the sky. Longitude is based upon the solar position and solar time. You can't find your latitude and longitude without the sky. You can't use this and I wanted to bring this up, but I didn't get a chance. You said, hey, you have a bag over your head. They take the bag up. You want to find out where you are. Well, I wouldn't look up. Okay? But that's what y'all do. Y'all want to look up. I would say, hey, where is my terrestrial reference? I want to know where I am. I don't want to know where those things are. I want to know where I am. Where's my terrestrial reference frame? They don't.
Yeah,
the latitude and longitude system is not a terrestrial reference system. It is to a degree because we've agreed on locations, latitude and longitudes by convention, according to the International Terrestrial Reference System. Like, so New York City has a latitude and longitude that's agreed upon, right? Which is generally right. How close do you got to get to New York City to realize you're near New York City? 30 miles? 100 miles? Right? It only has to be good enough for practical purposes. It doesn't have to be exact.
But if it was double the distance, the pilots would notice, right?
Why would it be double the distance?
Well, I just asked ChatGPT, and that's the answer it gave me. If Earth was flat, airlines flying in southern hemisphere like Sydney, Johannesburg, and Santiago, Auckland would have to travel twice as far, burning double the fuel and taking much longer than observed.
Nonsense.
Ask ChatGPT what model it's using for a flat Earth.
Ask ChatGPT how you measure distances on an AE map.
You should have picked that up, Andy. That's what it's parroting right now. Come on.
But I mean, Indio, you agreed with me at the start that the distances would be different, right?
No, in surveying, they'd be different, right? Because you have an arc length versus a flat line length, but you can hide the difference. So say the difference between, I do measurements freaking 10 kilometers apart. The difference in distance of the arc length versus the straight line length would be, let's say a foot. I'm making up a number. I don't know if that's a number, but it'll be small, like a foot. Right? But it wouldn't even be that. It would probably be in 10 kilometers. The difference between the arc length distance and the flat would be freaking less than a foot. It'd be something like fucking, I would guess like 3 inches. So listen, think about this. You have three theodolites in a row, A, B, C. Okay. You have your arc length distance between A, B, and C. So you have between A and B and between B and C. Okay. Now you measure between A and B. Now, if you try to compare A and B, the measurement between A and B to the arc length distance, they look identical. They're within measurement error. Okay, so you just do the arc. It's a flat Earth, but you just do the arc. Now between B and C, you just do the same thing. And the only way you're going to tell there's an error is if you measure between A and C, which they can't do. Got it? So the only way to know is to sum not to sum them, is to compare the sum to a overall measurement. Otherwise, between each measurements, you can have a small error that nobody will ever notice. Okay? What I'm talking about is the arc length versus the straight line. I'm not talking about the projection of the coordinate system. This is different than that.
I mean, I completely agree with it's not a measuring tool.
We're talking about two different things.
Absolutely, but he's saying twice the distance, double the fuel.
Yeah, because it's wrong. It's wrong because it doesn't know how to measure on the AE map. AE map measurements are not point to point. That's not how you measure on that map. You don't draw a line between Santiago and fucking Chile. There's a legend. You know that maps have instructions on how to measure on that map on them? The Gleason's map on it has instructions on how to do measurements between distances printed right the fuck on it. You know what it says? Can't do that. You can't draw between fucking Sydney and Santiago and go, hey, it's 24,000 miles on a flat Earth, but it's only 8,000 miles in reality, or whatever it is you guys say, because you're measuring distances wrong on the AE map. And as AV pointed out, the coordinate system on the AE map, which is a sun longitude, time and longitude calculator, right? That map, if it's wrong, the globe's wrong.
Yeah.
Because the globe distances and that map's distances, when done, the way the map instructs them to be done, is the same.
It's the same thing, yep. So I was telling Andy earlier. So if you're debunking the AE map, then what, you debunked the globe?
In a way, they're straw manning the globe.
Yep.
The silence is palpable.
You know, Andy, I'm like shocked. Like this is like the fucking fifth 2019 argument you've made, man. Like, and you said you've just been listening this whole time. I don't know what you've been fucking listening to.
Oh, he hasn't even begun to define himself. Wait till he gets going.
Define myself? What are you on about?
Yeah, how many hours you been in here total today?
Oh, I don't know. Several, I suppose.
Yeah.
I'm gonna save this for the next time you come back, man. We're gonna frickin' compare yourself to yourself.
He's gonna reset, be like, no, when did I ever say that? I never said that.
No.
I just want to hear him make the same arguments all over again, even though that they were addressed.
I'll try and make some different ones.
Please do. 'Cause, you know, I've been hearing this AE map straw man for so fucking long now.
Well, as I've said many times, I'll always approach things from a sort of sociological aspect, and I realize people
Well, why
aren't
don't you
interested
analyze
in that.
sociologically why people are fucking lying to you about the AE map?
Could be.
Do they not know? Are they stupid? Did they
Well, you
not
think the
read the
pilots
fucking
would
front of
know,
the map?
right?
Because all you got to do is read the front of the fucking map. Look, and there's no excuse like you can't even read the print. Okay, there's on the Boston Public Library website, they have something like a 40,000 by 40,000 pixel fucking image of the map, dude. You can fucking zoom into goddamn fucking hairs on the piece of paper. So, fucking dude, that's not an excuse. And they even have the back of the map, which also no one ever reads. And then you can also look up the patent and read that too on top of it.
Andy, do you understand like why ChatGPT's answer was wrong now or not?
Yeah, because there's a bunch of fucking globetards on the internet saying stupid shit about the fucking so-called flat Earth map, and ChatGPT sucked it up like a fucking vacuum cleaner and spits it back out the back.
Yeah, I mean, to be fair, there isn't a flat Earth map, right? So,
Ding, 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 ding.
It's your turn.
Mate, I'm just sitting here smiling, letting this go. He's finally got it. I mean, I just have to ring the fucking bell.
right, but this
is like when you get a huge tip at the bar and you ring the bell, $100 tip.
I mean, it's fine if we were debating something and I put something on the table and you picked it all apart, that's fine. But if you don't put anything on the table whatsoever and you go, I don't know,
we do. We put the measurements of the flat Earth on the table. Now all of a sudden we're talking about models and making predictions about what the moon does. But all we need to know is if the Earth is flat, and we answer that by measuring the bugger
with a straight edge or.
With any surveying tool at our disposal.
Right.
Anything, dude.
Okay.
Hey, Andy, I was going to make a suggestion to you. You should try to look up and see what used Nikon P1000s go for. Because I got my Nikon P900 like a while ago, and it was only $430. And so, it's been a while since the newer ones came out. Look on eBay or whatever.
But my brother should. I said this before to Gio. My brother should be in here, not me, because he was the one bugging me in 2015, telling me the Earth was flat, and he has actually got a P900, and he stares at the moon every night as long as it's not too cold. He loves it. So yeah, he should be in here, not me.
Invite him in here.
You even got frickin' old dude calling out your goldfish memory, Andy.
When he said brother, he means his split personality. Sorry.
What's Aldi saying?
He said memory bad again, Andy?
Yeah, my memory's terrible. I was an alcoholic for 10 years, though, so I could have something to do with it.
Hey, when we come back, we'll make you review this conversation before we talk to you, just to make sure. So check this out, Andy. Why? So I'm going to ask you. Let me give you exactly what's going to happen. I'm going to ask you why you think certain types of measurements can't measure a flat Earth, and then you're going to tell me about how refraction does it, and then I'm going to ask you about refraction, and then you're going to say you don't know how fucking any of that shit works. Okay? And we're going to do this loop that you think that a certain type of measurement is invalid based upon something you admit you don't even understand. So you have a conclusion, but you admit you are not capable of coming up with an analysis to support your conclusion.
No,
this is called hand wave dismissal.
I will agree that most of the things I've brought to the table today are flimsy as fuck. And as I said before, my analogy of the bonfire, looking over a bonfire and seeing someone's head lift off their shoulders, right? this is sort of my evidence of proof
degrees, man.
of Ben.
500 degrees.
But it's just an example of light bending, right?
But
Temperature affecting light.
Andy, we know in principle light bends. Okay.
So perhaps these measurements can't.
Look, bro, we know in principle you can jump, but we know you can't jump over the fucking moon.
Right. So can these measurements, these alleged measurements you've got, are they? I don't know. Did you take all that into account? Or?
Are you in a wheelchair?
No,
over the moon. No, I'm just asking, dude, because there's certain phenomenon that, yes, certainly it happens, but that doesn't mean it happens in every case. Or whether it's even possible to happen in the scenario that's being laid out.
But what about my bonfire?
Yeah. Look, you have a bonfire, right? We know that temperature melts steel, right? Can your bonfire melt steel? We know that temperature can vaporize carbon. 8,000 degrees Celsius. Can your bonfire melt carbon? Or vaporize carbon? Well, come on. It's possible because of bonfires emit heat. And there's heat, so obviously a bonfire could melt carbon. No, dude. You're talking about an extreme example. 500 degree fucking goddamn hydrocarbon fiber that has more things than just air. That has carbon dioxide. That has a refractive index of 1.3. So right there, that invalidates everything. Then there's also carbon monoxide. Then there's also particulates. This is a false equivalence. Okay? The fact is, you don't know how refraction works to a sufficient degree for you to even reach a conclusion. That's all I'm saying. You reached a conclusion based upon ignorance.
That's fair.
Okay. Well, I'm not ignorant. And I can definitively say that we can take a laser, we can shine it over a distance, and we can know it's not refracting based upon certain things. Namely, we can see a reflection of the fucking laser off the water, dude. Now, if the laser's on the other side of the ball, fine, you're saying it's being fucking bent around the ball, great. Well, how do we see the reflection of the laser off the surface of the water? Is the reflection of the laser also bouncing off the ball? Refracting around the ball? How does that happen? Can you diagram that out for us? Because I have no idea how that could possibly happen.
Andy, you understand?
Yeah, hold on. Yeah, go ahead, Jai. I'm going to go.
I just wanted to make sure he understood the law of reflection. Right. Andy, do you understand the law of reflection? The angle of incidence is equal to the angle of reflection.
Right.
Right.
Are you going to bring the thing up that I like the thing that Indio brought up early on.
This is
I thought you were.
different. This is
this is different, is it? Right.
Okay. So let's say you had a sphere that was a mirror, and the edge of that sphere, right, is the horizon, and you're looking at it. If light reflects off the other side of that sphere, the side you can't see, can you see it?
Sorry, say that again.
Can you see reflections? If you have a sphere that's a mirror, can you see reflections off the opposite side of the sphere?
Can you see reflections? I mean, it'd be like a fairgrounds.
A big silver ball, Andy. A big silver ball. You're on the north side of it. There's light coming from the south side of it that's bouncing off of it. Can it bounce off to your eye? It's on the other side of the curve of the ball. On the other side of the little edge of the ball, right? It's on the other side. Can you see the reflection of a light that's on the other side of the ball on your side of the ball?
No.
Okay, we have that, dude.
In what sense?
I'll show you.
Yeah, show it.
Give me a second. God, I post way too much on this fucking. Here we go. Posting a live stream. Here's a screenshot. Okay, so this laser is 21 miles away, 5 feet off the water. It's supposed to be 128 feet or whatever under the curve of the earth. But that reflection is on the camera side of the horizon. How can it be on the camera side of the horizon? Got it? When that water is on the wrong side of the ball. How did it hit the water? How did the laser bounce off the water?
Yeah. Do you think you could ever do one of these and actually like hit a target that was say 6 feet in the air or something like that?
Yeah.
What do you think the fucking camera is?
Well, I know, but I'm just saying I like directly hit a target.
Did the camera pick up light?
It did.
Okay, that's your target. It's even smaller. It fucking hit the camera target. You can see from that's the centroid of the beam, right? You see the bright spot in the center, right? That's called a beam. That's called a laser centroid. A laser intensity follows a Gaussian radially from the center, so it's the brightest in the center, obviously. But you're deflecting from the reflection. There's no path between the laser 21 miles away to a spot of water on the opposite side of the horizon. You gotta remember, this has to be on the opposite side of the horizon because it's the law of reflection. It can't be reflecting off the water on the other side of the horizon because light doesn't reflect off of mirages. It only reflects off of true surfaces. So the point is that there's other things that we can do to test that hypothesis that there's refraction going on, doing all these things. We can use multiple wavelengths of lasers and see if there's a difference because refraction's wavelength dependent. We can do observations, long distance observations, where we'd get something called dispersion, which is observed astronomically, right? You get what's called chromatic dispersion, where you look at a freaking Jupiter, and Jupiter looks red on the top and blue on the bottom because there's refraction going on. And that's what happens. The blue and red get separated just like a prism. But we don't see that when we look at mountains 300 miles away. We don't see that when we look at the Chicago skyline. But they're like, fucking, there's heavy, extreme refraction going on. Well, it's not extreme enough to cause dispersion for some reason. And even though when we make a camera lens, or any other lens, we have to go, hey, dude, we have to make this. There's no dispersion in the lens so that freaking whoever's wearing this shit or using it in their camera doesn't get a rainbow effect around the edges of everything they look at.
Yeah, I've got to say, I've always enjoyed listening to you talking about optics, Indio, and one of the reasons for that is because I know so little about it. I mean,
you know what a prism is, though, right?
I'd have to assume that there's a
lot
of...
You know what a prism is, though, right?
I do know what a prism is, yeah.
Okay. It separates the light, right, into its constituent wavelengths, right?
Yep.
And it's spatially separated. What I'm saying is, the light comes in, let's say the light is a millimeter wide, the white light. But then it's exiting, all that light just stretched out, and now it's freaking 4 inches wide, and yellow is an inch, and blue is an inch, and freaking red is an inch wide. They're all spatially separated. The yellow took one path, the blue took a different path, the red took a different path. This is what happens when light goes through a refracting medium, because each one of those colors refracts differently. Okay, that's why you get the rainbow effect, because they're all taking different paths because they all refract differently. Why don't we ever see this in any long distance observation? Ever. No one has ever seen this. This isn't an optional thing. It's fundamental to refraction, period.
Listen, I need to pee really bad, but I would have to assume that the laser like scatters, right? And I'm just thinking about it in terms of... It
wouldn't look like this, though, because we have a...
Well, one sec, Indio, I need to piss, so I'm going to go and come back.
Yeah, okay, go on. Go.
Yeah, dude. I'm thinking about it like, and this is a fucking fantastical claim. You know when they do the moon bounce? I watched somebody do that for like a couple of hours in a field, like they're in a field doing this alleged moon bounce. And the claim was that when that beam's allegedly coming back, it's so scattered you can be anywhere on that side of the hemisphere basically and catch that signal.
Being scattered by the moon, though, according to them, not by the frickin' atmosphere.
Right.
Because the moon is a rough surface, according to them. Right? So, say you have a beam divergence of let's say a degree, and you shoot it from fucking Earth. That means by the time it reaches the moon, it's fucking 3,000 miles wide or something. And then all those freaking little ray points bounce off, and they all spread out. And now they're fucking, and then like it's hitting a surface that's rough, so now we have a bunch of different angles, and they get scattered in every direction. But, you know...
Couldn't this be an explanation for this phenomenon that we're seeing the laser beam?
No.
Yeah, but what about the reflection?
The reflection off the water?
Yeah.
Yeah, what's reflecting off the water? There's a ball in the way. Remember, it's that point on the water is on the other side of the horizon from the laser. From the point of view of the laser, it's on the other side of the horizon. That's the only way the camera would be able to see it. If the laser reflects off their side, the laser side of the horizon, the camera will never see it. It'll bounce up into the sky. It has to bounce off the other side of the horizon. And if the other side of the horizon's freaking curved, it ain't gonna hit the fucking camera. And how would it even reach the other side of the horizon? That's a whole nother fucking problem. How are you seeing the refracted fucking image of the laser and the reflection of the laser, which would have to refract, according to this, fucking to a point 3 miles fucking further away in 5 feet down?
Yeah. No, it'd be quite a hump as well, if you will. I think what's 20 more? It'd be like nearly 400 feet, something like that. It'd be huge.
You're behind the mirror.
Yeah.
You're literally behind the laser is on the other side of the mirror. Behind it. And you're seeing the reflection off the mirror from something that is emitted light from behind it. Obviously, intuitively, you know this isn't possible. Look,
that's a good
argument.
argument.
Mirror, take a flashlight and do anything you fucking want, dude. You can't get the light to reflect off the mirror.
Well, I'm going to go
Daniel?
to the toilet. I noticed Matthew's here. Matthew, what do you think to this?
I thought you were going to Tinkle, dude.
Yeah, I'm not
I am.
sure.
That's why
I
I'm
don't really,
passing it over
I don't
to
really have a
Matt.
good answer.
You don't
He
have a
needs
good
another
answer.
globe believer. He feels like he can't go to the bathroom. He needs a globe believer to pinch hit for him.
He's got
Well, I don't know enough about optics, Dandelion. You understand? There's experts in fields.
Yeah, we heard you. You're not an expert, but you're sure the great wizard in the sky is somewhere to explain it all away, which you were just.
Oh, you're just really butthurt,
yeah.
aren't you?
Okay,
about that
just go to
comment
the
earlier? I'm
bathroom.
so
Here's your
sorry,
hot pass.
Dandelion.
Yes, take your restroom break.
Darling, remember you and I had a good conversation once in the chill
Oh,
thing?
really? Was that years ago or recently? Because I don't like you
years ago,
today.
but it's
Okay,
fine.
good. Yeah, I feel like I used to like you. It's probably just the Bob Ross thing because I like Bob Ross. But now I know what a jerk you are, so I won't be
Oh my
fooled again.
gosh.
I'll just be. Yeah.
Don't mess with Dandelion today, man. He's swinging her purse.
Yeah. Well, he deserves it. He totally deserves it.
There's an anvil in there.
That's right. No, I like that reflection. Yeah, argument. If they bring up reflection, I like it. That's a good one.
Oh, look, it's Jake on the plane.
Oh,
Hey, he's thirsty for more, Indio.
Jake on the point. Let's have Jake debate Matt. No, I'm just kidding. Why does he have Jake on the plane when he's not a flat earther?
I know.
Yeah.
He's going to tell you about the equation of time once again. He's going to bring that up as soon as he gets unmuted.
Yeah, and how it doesn't. You don't even need to know the position of the sun.
Well,
how you
he spelled
calculate
plane
the
with
solar
PLA
time
and
without
E.
knowing where the sun is. I don't know how really you do that.
What did you say, Matthew?
I was just saying he spelled it plane PLANE, so it might be an airplane. I don't know.
It's the same. What do you mean? And the airplane uses the word plane.
Right. It's
Like-
not PLAIN, so it's not like a flat plane geographic
We
thing.
don't spell it that way either. We spell it PLANE as in
I know.
geometry.
I know.
You couldn't
Geometry is different than
geometry in freaking the plane of the prairie.
I know Matthew ain't failing on this one word, man. I know, dude.
Yes, he is.
I'm merely
Oh my
speculating.
God.
You got to ask Jake why he named
He's a
himself
math
that.
professor, not an English professor.
You're not speculating.
Good point, Jedi.
Like either, like you saying maybe he meant plane didn't change what we meant. Like you,
Yeah, so by saying the word maybe, that should indicate that I was speculating.
Matt, dude,
when you say maybe that, you're saying nothing different than what we said. Like it's when you're not offering. When someone says maybe, it's usually to offer something different.
I think when you give math classes, you should spell it PLAIN. That would be freaking hilarious just to see what they do. Consider it a social experiment.
Air prairie. Yeah, air prairie sounds good.
I'm sure you'll get a bunch of spelling bee champions that freaking, you spelled this wrong.
There, let him out of his cage.
Was Xander here preaching about his moving up
Oh,
Earth?
you can let him on the cage. I'm not going to interact with that douche nozzle.
He was definitely preaching, Elbow.
So Jake, just out
Was
of
it
curiosity,
Rising
how
Earth,
did you
or
name
he went back to
yourself?
the sphere?
Well, most people here think I'm a glober. I am not a glober. I am a flat earther. People know that. I've been a flat earther for the last 6 years. So I don't know why people think I'm a glober.
When's the last time you debated a globe earther?
I debate them all the time. But you should hear the one that I did. It's on YouTube with Flat.
Yeah, I want to hear it.
See if I can find it.
I do want to hear it, dude. I'm interested.
Yeah,
You guys know who Flat and Destruction is, right?
Oh, that's not debate, dude. He's a fucking retard.
Well, he's a glober, right?
No, he's actually not because, dude, he's straw man's his own shit, dude. He doesn't like. I think to be a glober, you actually have to know something about the globe, and he actually doesn't. He just like has made up his bring your own globe model in his own head, and he tries to defend that, I guess. He was in here the other day, or was it the other one?
Is that the Jamaican dude?
No, Flat and Destruction.
Oh, that's that same
utter fucking moron, man.
I'm about to say
listen,
the rock
bro.
guy.
Like when I say moron, he thought the curve calculation was an angle. Okay, so that's all I need to say about that.
Oh my god.
Like, what's the drop? Like, how much curb in 10 miles? Oh, that's only 0.001 degrees. Fucking what? Because he read a paper, he typed in like curvature calculation, and he gave me the paper, and then I go on the paper, and it was how to calculate the curvature of a turn in a road. And it tells you the angle that you have to rotate, alter the curvature of the road, right? So you're going in a straight line and you want to turn the road like 36 degrees, like go in some other direction, like north or something, how to calculate how many degrees of curvature it is and where to measure from the radii of that curvature on the building of a road. And he said that was the curvature of the earth, that they're turning road directions because of earth curve, which is, you know, it's novel and unique, but it's freaking wrong and retarded. Yeah, that's who, Jake. That's who you debated. You might as well have debated a freaking ham sandwich.
Anyway, I've just copied your image there, Indio. I'm going to take it over to Geo's and Rastanik. What do you think he'll say? I think he'll say scattering. I think he'll say
there's a reflection because of scattering.
I don't know. Give me some ammunition.
Ammunition for what? There is no refutation for this.
Yeah, tell Zanuck to come in here. We'll tell him ourselves.
Oh, he's probably banned.
Right up until he pulls our argument. There is no refutation. There's something called the law of reflection. It's not malleable like the law of reflection or refraction. The law of reflection, angle of incidence equals the angle of reflection. It's pretty simple. Follows it every time, period. There's no way that can be reflecting off the other side of the ball where the laser is. Now you can come up with the laser is the direct laser is being refracted around the globe. That can't be happening for the reflection.
But doesn't the again, forgive me for my ignorance, but doesn't the laser like really spread out, right? Couldn't that be just that a simple explanation?
But then you would see it spread into the reflection, right? You would see the dot that encompasses the laser. You'd see that completely spread out for it to hit the water at that point on the other side of the ball. So imagine it's like a cone, right? That cone, in the center of the cone, would be the laser. The exterior of the cone, the outer rim of it, would be what's hitting the water and reflecting. But you would see light in between those points, especially if it was scattering, because scattering makes light illuminate, or makes air illuminate because of the particles. So like DJ just posted a laser. You can see this laser side on because of scattering.
It's the same one
air
too.
and water particles. Otherwise, you would never see that laser in the first place. It has to interact with something.
Same observation as well, by the way, that you posted.
Thanks, DJ.
I'll copy that one too, dude. Thank you.
Who's this magic wizard? Who does he think's gonna refute this?
Zanuck, you know Zanuck. Trust me, you know.
Oh, Zanuck. I missed you saying that.
Zanuck's
yeah, I know him well.
Actually, he was there at there, and he took a laser at the same time in the other direction, and it was blocked by the curvature of the earth. Oh, it's way more than what I thought. 293 feet of earth curve.
Yeah, he's a like average actor, I would say. His acting abilities better than some, not as good as others.
I kind of like Zanuck. I remember I had a big falling out with him once, and I was losing my temper a little bit, and I was like, "Oh man, I just want to fucking slap you around the face." And then he's like, I don't think that'll work for you. And then Gio filled me and he used to be a gladiator, an American gladiator. I'm like, holy shit, this guy would kick my ass all over the place. I think he's all right. He's a nice guy. There's a lot of them over there I get on with. Kosho. Kosho's another one. I mean, he can peel an orange in his pocket, but I kind of like him.
Oh my God. All of your best friends are idiots.
Well, this is the...
You know what Sagita is, Andy?
Sagita, yeah. I think it's the... It's the bow, isn't it?
Actual hump, right? Not the hidden height, but if you're standing apart on a ball and you drew a line between your feet, the furthest the surface of the earth was between that line. So the line between your feet goes into the earth, right? Point to point through the earth. The Sagita is the height above that line, the chord of the arc. Basically, the height above the chord of the arc. It's 74 feet in this case. In the 21 miles, it's 74 feet. That's how high a 74-foot hill is supposed to be between the laser and the person. And this reflection has to be shining off the other side of the hill from the viewpoint of the laser.
I thought it'd be a lot more than that. I would have thought it'd been a couple of
The
hundred.
drop is 293, but that's different. It's a different
right,
thing.
okay.
That's from eye level, right? But we're not talking about eye level. We're just talking about the hump of water. The hump of water is 74. It's a 74-foot fucking tidal wave, and he's reflecting the light off the other side of the tidal wave. And what Zanuck will tell you is that he was there and he surfed that tidal wave and hang 10 and got all the girls. AB, you think that's what he'll say? You think he'll say he surfed the tidal wave?
I'm interested to hear the explanation.
Yeah, he's probably the lifeguard that was watching everybody surfing at that time.
It does remind me of QE though, saying you got to get away from these explanations. I understand what he means.
Zanuck said something sensible. I freaking can't
And you
believe it.
should tell him to come back in there. I haven't heard about him in a while.
Oh, he's not in there anymore. Fuck.
Dude,
Where is he?
Featured guest. You want to feature Zanuck?
Yeah, he was the first guy. He was the first guy on the Flat Earth Initiative when we had him on the show back in. Oh shit, dude! What was it, Jedi? 2017.
Yeah, he used to be on there a lot. He was a marathon guest.
Oh, dude, you guys are talking about Zanuck's favorite subject, Zanuck. No, Zanuck's all right, dude. I like giving him shit though.
Is he still in this server?
I don't think so. He's probably banned a while back. Oh, I mean, last time he was like Zanuck 4.0 the last time he was here.
Yeah, he plays 4D chess with your argument. He actually starts using your argument against his, and said he came up with it.
I was saying the whole time.
Yeah. That was my position. You're like, no, that was my position. That's funny, dude. Or we could just go in an endless spiral and talk to Ricardo. We'll now change his name to, what is it, Paul N02?
Yeah, I'm trying to figure out what the... No, Ricardo Milos is still here. It's still his name.
Oh yeah, the Paul N02. That's like his. I don't know what you call it. The name under the other name.
Okay, let's do a roll call real quick. See who was in here. Adam Unsalted, AV, Bong Sol, Cheesecake. Change your name to frickin' Fruitcake. Stop changing your name. Creation Cub, Critspiracy, also known as Crit. The Ineffable Danny Iron, DJ, Dr. Dechasha, Dr. Flatpond, Elwood TV, FP Batman, Get me, Indio 07, Jake on the Plane, Jedi, Majin, Master Yoder. This whole reason I'm actually doing this just so I can say Master Yoder's in the house.
What's up?
I can't even say it. Inimicable Master Yoder. Often imitated, never duplicated. Meticulous, Migo Wigo, Morbus. Okay, it's still open challenge to someone figuring out where his PFP came from. Over Fences, who cooked CB. Plum Bob, Ricardo Milos. Needs to change his freaking bandana. It's getting a little gross. Scarlet King. Trinity is good and loves everyone. Great. Truth by Proxy, Car, Sheepdog, who the man, and Level Linus. Watch out for her. She does bite.
Good group in here. Yeah, we've had all day here. We've had quite a busy live stream.
So
yeah, if you want to get,
oh, go ahead, TV.
If you want to get Cheesecake to speak, just offer her a plate of nachos.
Nacho cheese.
Yep.
I just had some nachos. I would have saved some for her.
She absolutely hates melted cheese. She thinks it's the worst.
Oh, really? I didn't know that. Wow.
I always say that every time I mention her. Hopefully, Hyder doesn't offer her that. Makes a mistake. By the way, let's go check out this fancy restaurant. He takes her where they have cheese and that.
So Jake on the Plane in your debate with Flat and Destruction. What did you learn from him, if anything?
Oh God, that was years ago. I don't remember now.
Oh.
I was trying to find it. It was on Gem server.
What platform was it on? Was it on
Discord?
Oh, was it Discord? Was it here? Was it on Geo server? Where was it? Do you remember?
No, a Gem server.
Oh, Jesus fucking Christ. Freaking need a shower after going there. Lapizzle. Whatever happened to Lapizzle?
Oh, Lapizzle. Remember him?
Oh,
Didn't he meld?
The gift I kept on giving.
Didn't he meld into Kosho at some point? It felt like they just became the same person.
Is that like the freaking?
He was a younger version of Kosho.
When the Saiyans merge.
Yeah, I wonder what did happen to Lapizzle. He was so enthused about the globe.
He really liked Pumpkin. Remember Pumpkin?
I totally remember Pumpkin. She was great. Yeah.
Well, it's called a fusion. So Kosho and Lapizzle did a fusion. They fused together.
Feels like it, man. I couldn't distinguish them. I knew Lapizzle was a little bit younger than Kosho, but maybe Lapizzle was so far up his fucking arse he just went in and lived in there.
Human Centipede.
Oh shit!
I remember back in the day when I got Chad and Jedi mixed up. I just thought they was on 24. I thought Jedi was on 24 hours a day, and here it was another person.
I remember Chad. My goodness me! That's
oh yeah, Chad.
Years. The English
Dude.
Chad, not the American Chad.
There are no English Chads.
Yeah.
He was a stickler too, man. You say something incorrect, he'd correct you right away.
Mm-hmm. Yeah. Yeah, I wonder what happened to him. He was a good lad. I hope he's okay.
He was a whiz at math too, man. What a shame.
Yeah. Yeah, he really was.
Oh, that Chad. Jesus Christ. He's still around. I thought I've seen him post I don't know, a couple weeks ago.
Really? Oh, okay.
Let me try and find him.
Yeah, he was Chad before Chad became a word that was cool.
I know, dude. I love that dude, man. Some Goldberg would be just freaking rambling, and he would just freaking come out of nowhere, just like you're, dude. It's like you snuck out of class and you're like in the halls and you don't have a hall pass. You think you made it to the end of the hall and just fucking someone pops out of fucking nowhere and busts you. That was Chad, dude. They'd say something and he would just pop out of nowhere and bust them.
Yeah, he actually corrected me one time when I was saying that they were teaching you at school that the Earth is a globe. He's like, no. You shouldn't say teach. They're telling them that the Earth is a globe. And I was like, that's one of the corrections I remember. Like when he said it, I was like, damn, dude. Yeah, my bad. So
he ain't lying, man.
Yeah, he's like, they don't teach you, they tell you.
Alvi, I've got a little bit of news for you. It is now illegal in the UK to protest outside a hotel. Just going to say that.
What?
That's crazy.
So obviously, I'll keep it short, but obviously our migrant population get put into hotels and that's where they live. We protest outside of hotels because we don't want them in our community committing crime. I'll keep it short. Now it's an offence to protest outside of a migrant hotel. It's illegal to do so. We've had lots of protests over the last 6 months outside migrant hotels. It's now against the law. You'll be arrested if you do.
Another free speech zone nonsense. We're letting you protest, but protest over there behind that fence where no one can see you.
Yeah, pretty much, mate.
Yeah, how else are they going to arrest all the Islamophobes, dude? Come on now.
Yeah.
So I want to take this moment to shout out. I mean, because of cheesecake over the fences and anything, we're going to shout out all our members that aren't here that we know and love, like Crypto, Grace, Karma. Any others? Any other people you miss? Gospel Bear. Helio Skeptic is number one on that list.
I miss Chocolate Sane. I know he's still around.
Oh,
and
yeah, dude.
I miss Chocolate
Uncle,
Sane.
where are you, brother?
Man.
And with that, I'll say Flatsy also, just to be a little bit political.
Sonny hasn't been here, I don't know for how long. I mean, at least I haven't seen him for a few weeks, which is unusual because he was here a lot. Has he been around, Sonny, on the plane?
Yeah, I spoke to him a couple of days ago, or a few days ago.
Okay, good. Just not here as much, I guess. I haven't seen him. Yeah, there's a lot of people level up. I don't think we'll ever get level up back. Sometimes some bridges can't be recrossed after they're burned.
And who else?
Same thing for Pumpkin. Yep, she was from Georgia. Same thing for a lot of the ladies. Sassy.
Fucking don't miss Dave Hankel coming in here and killing the chat.
He's a good guy. Bambi, of course. How could we have a reminiscence without mentioning the absence of Bambi?
Oh, yeah. Where's Bambi? I'm going to send her another Bambi versus Godzilla cartoon. She did not like that. You ever seen Bambi versus Godzilla?
I have not. Is it Bambi the deer?
Yeah. What other kind of Bambi is there?
Well, I mean, there's
Oh,
other
come
kinds.
on. Okay, I'm posting in the chat. Bambi versus Godzilla.
Oh, over fences must be talking about Panto. She said, oh yeah, Crack, and also Crackfill and Cheesecake says, yeah, he was here this summer, like in politics or something. Yeah, Over Fences says, that Scottish guy I could barely understand who checked me in the first time. I forgot his name. That's Panto. He checked me in too, Over Fences.
To be fair, that could be any Scottish guy.
Yeah, that's true.
Nobody
I assume
understands
she's
him.
talking about Panto. I don't know.
Yeah. I assumed it was Panto as well. Hope he's doing well. He wasn't too well last time we spoke to him, which was years ago. He's going through a lot of mental health issues and stuff, so he's okay. At least I think that's what he said. I couldn't understand.
Seems weird though that Bong's not on the list. He's actually freaking here this time.
Yeah.
Napalm's still around. I wish he'd come back. Napalm, if you're listening, come back.
Crypto also.
Where's Deus as well? He was a good lad, Deus Volt. Always called him Juice because I'm stupid.
Yep, he's good.
Cyrus. We want
Cyrus, bro. Yeah. He was going to infiltrate that one group we're talking about, the Atlanteans, or what was their name?
I don't know.
Yeah, he was going to go in as a leader and then say, once he got in, he's going to let all of us in. As Guardian, yeah.
Oh, wow.
Hey, the people that already made Asgard a nation.
Yeah, I remember.
Remember that?
Yep, the Sky people. Yep.
Ah.
Truth Prevails, Neo. There was another.
I remember Neo. Wow.
Redford Bear, CI. Yeah, Cheesecake brought up Timbo. We haven't seen Timbo for a while.
We haven't seen Timbo for a while. Yeah, I was thinking about him the other day. Yeah, he's a good lad.
Becky from Australia.
She popped back. Maybe
really?
within the last year, she popped back for maybe about a day or two, and then she disappeared again.
Nice. Yeah, she was fun. She used to really keep the live stream going, because that's what I always enjoyed, because being in Australia, she was so chipper, in the morning when it was like night for us.
Come on, old dude. We're shouting out people. We're not trying to dig up corpses. Come on.
Good Lord, ODD.
Ain't no one seen no hide nor hair of him.
Didn't he join the Amish community?
Did he?
No, I'm just.
I mean, shit, dude. That would make sense. That would explain a lot.
Start digging up Karen B and Ace in a minute. Bloody hell.
Oh, geez, please don't.
We'll stop it there.
Oh man,
Ace is off the frickin' rails, dude.
that was a bad breakup.
Mm-hmm.
MIDI HD.
Yeah, dude.
Ah, MIDI AC.
Yeah, that's who I was trying to think of. Yeah.
Yeah, he's the one that talked me off the rails. When the first server got nuked by Sheeple, I was like, okay, well, I'll see you guys. It's been fun. That'd be a good excuse to escape. But he dragged me back in here to the new server.
He's also Apocryphon, but we've seen him. But come on, man. Stop leaving and coming back, dude. We ain't that... Dude, I don't date like that.
Mimas.
Hasn't been around.
Has Apox span out about 2 celestial poles or something?
People keep muting him and shit, and he gets pissed.
Dude, that guy talks for like 20 minutes. Like his shortest blurb is 20 minutes long. I don't know how anybody's standing.
I know you guys got tight schedules, but come on. Where's Crackvillain?
Oh God, that was Jedi's fucking.
He's been
That was
back.
his
I guess
kryptonite,
you
bro.
missed it, Leo. You were. Does that mean you missed the last marathon he had in the politics server for like a 5 or 6 hour monologue?
Damn.
Yeah. Okay, but yeah, I mean, yeah, I'm not. I don't mean. That makes me sound like I don't like him. We've gotten along in the past. We get along like every other time I encounter him. Kind of like me and CB. It's similar kind of love-hate relationship.
He's in
here's
English
something
Hub
I
every
know
day.
No one's heard in a very long time.
Every day in the
CJ on
in the
voice.
Christian shop.
Let's get CJ on voice again. Taking up a new cause.
Yeah, CJ only comes on voice for special occasions. Yeah, you got to come up with a special occasion. Yeah, and then tell him he has to come. Like, what can the special occasion be? I don't know. And what about Matrix Red Pill? I feel like one of the last special occasions that CJ came on, I know Matrix Red Pill was there and he talked too. It was like a...
Yeah, where's CJ at, bro?
Yeah.
We got a bunch of
Matrix and CJ are the same person.
Yeah, I don't know if they talked at the same time.
We got admin absentee landlords over here. Then we got what's his face, man? Like out of all the admins, you have like what, 5 admins?
Well, yeah, we had to say Jose, but Jose got a shout out from He Who Must Not Be Named in his rant, you know. What would Jose say? We miss Jose.
God, I'm going to use the brain eraser on you, so you don't talk about that anymore.
I'm sorry. Yeah, give me the flashy thing, like in Men in Black. Give me the flashy thing so it can be erased from my mind. But don't erase Bong's speech. You can erase the rant, but don't erase you get the help, because, you know, that's my favorite part.
They're like Fong's the experts, man. If you ever listen to anything, go on the podcast. Listen to freaking the one that says it's called "The Experts Are Not Responsible to You," and listen to freaking Bong just break down this person, dude. His indignation. Someone's like, "Yeah, but the experts." Bong's like, "The experts, the experts."
I don't know if I've heard that one. Is that like what time frame is that from?
Oh, it's a while back.
I might have heard it back then.
And I posted Bambi versus Godzilla in the chat.
I started watching it, then I got distracted. I only got like halfway through it. I'll have to go back to it.
The ending is great.
Yeah, I didn't get to the end.
I was wearing my 24/7 Flat Earth shirt the other day, man. Around Omaha.
Did you get any comments?
I was gonna say, I think most people don't really care. Like, Honestly, they're just nobody's actually paying attention. They're looking at their phones. Either that or nobody said anything.
Will you buy a T-shirt that says "epistemologically arrogant" on it?
Yeah, I would.
See, we're in business. We're in business. I'll sell a lot of them around here because we have a lot of epistemologically arrogant people working near Harvard, aren't I?
Yeah, people who think they have hands. God, so arrogant.
I got this cool ass T-shirt that says, "That's a horrible idea." What time?
Where'd you get that, Indio?
Oh, my mail order bride.
Is that your inner monologue?
Is that the one from Syria? His inner monologue, yeah. Every
The
day.
one from Syria, yeah, my mail order Syrian bride. Yeah, hey, were you in there the other day? I think you were in there. The Syrian chick?
How'd that go?
She was like, "Where are you from?" I said, "Cambridge." "Oh, Cambridge, England." I'm like, "No, Cambridge." And she like disconnected and then came back. And she's like, "Where are you from?" I said, "Cambridge." You know, like where Harvard. I said, "You know Harvard?" She's like, "Yes, I know Harvard. I had you as friend." She hasn't DM'd me yet, though. I'm kind of disappointed. Her Arabic father probably caught her talking on the internet again to stranger men and beat the hell out of her with a stick.
Change the password. That's all you have to do. Change the password.
We have promised you to Abdul's family up the street. You can't be talking to strange men on the internet. Next thing you know, you'll be running off like Romeo and Juliet, killing yourself in the street.
What's the name of the podcast I'm looking for? I'm scrolling through them.
Yeah, I'll get it. I'll get it.
Okay. There's a lot of good titles in here. Under the Cold Moon and Other Lights in the Sky.
You should still search experts. That should do it.
Okay.
You can actually do the actual search function. Are you?
I'm just scrolling through. I'm looking on Spotify. Yeah, I'm just scrolling through.
Called the title's Flat Earth. The experts are not responsible for you.
I remember this one. Chocolate sayings in this one. I'm pretty sure that's the one. Why is flat Earth important? That is the wrong question. Pretty sure chocolate sayings in that one.
It's pretty short. I can play it. It's good enough.
Yeah, just play it then.
All right, cool.
So I still haven't found it.
Disagree, and I certainly haven't come here to come and crap on what you believe. I think it's actually genuinely fascinating, and you guys have as a community have done it in the very least like an actually fascinating job constructing these theories. I study philosophy of science myself, so seeing how you guys do this is actually pretty cool. I'm wondering, as part of your the way you see this, why is there a global conspiracy to make us think that the Earth is round?
You're going way too far.
Why is this guy deafened? He can't even hear us.
The point he's sorry, Redman. The point he's saying is you're actually looking at why did this happen instead of like what the evidence provided. The evidence.
No. Let's assume. I'm going to assume your proof is correct. So if your proof is correct, why is there a big cover up about the Earth being flat? Why do people want us to believe it's a globe?
Dr. Science, go ahead.
Yeah. Well, you gotta look at it this way. It didn't just start like recently. This has been worked on for quite some time. The globe Earth is kind of like the new kid on the block. Flat Earth has been around a lot longer than that. So, within the past 500 years, it's been really propagated throughout history. So before that, it was only
My understanding
conceptualized,
is
and then it's
that
been
would-
actually.
They know
It's
cut
actually
them back in the Greeks.
we're talking about like.
Don't cut them.
Yep, we're talking about like where Copernicus and everybody's looking at the sky and conceptualizing, planets and ideas of these sorts, and putting forth into the mainstream notion.
In Copernicus's time, there was no debate about the Earth being round. The debate was whether the sun was at the center or whether the Earth.
Yeah, there you go.
Right, so there you go.
Sorry, that brings us back to the earlier question of when the Earth was proven to be a ball. All right, so we've worked on like disappearing from bottom up. Now we can provide you with visual demonstrations of things disappearing from the bottom up on a flat surface. So we have another mechanism. So if we moved on to when was the Earth proven to be a ball? Because the boats disappearing was working on the presupposition that the Earth was a ball, and this boats disappearing was caused because of curvature. The next one will be the presupposition that the Earth was a ball and a guy sticking sticks in the ground and measuring shadows to find out the circumference of the presupposed ball. What you'll find out is, as you look through history, like you just pointed out, it's always presupposed. The Earth was already a ball. So the question is, when was the Earth actually proven to be a ball?
So my understanding, as someone who studies the history of science, is that the Greeks were the first to manage to prove that the Earth was a ball.
Right. What was the test that they used?
BC.
What was the test they used, Crazy? Since you know a lot of history, right? So what was the test they used?
Let me.
How did they know that?
Well, as I said, I think they didn't have proof before.
What timeline? I want to see
that.
Hold on, you just said that they were able to prove that it was flat.
That's what you just claimed, Crazy. We want to know exactly.
Give me a second. I want to do this justice.
All right, I know you want to do it justice, but here's the thing, though. You're looking up an answer right now that you already assume is true, which is kind of crazy, right? Because like you're coming in here thinking, well, yeah, it's a ball, duh. And these guys here, it's interesting to know that these guys look at the world differently. But I'm kind of looking at this like I'm a man of philosophy, and I understand things. Yet I have to look this up when it should have been a given. I mean, you know what I'm saying? Like that's kind of like, well, where's the information that you should already know? You should be like, oh, bam, here it is, Eratosthenes, right there, where he measured the sticks and shadows. Like that's go with it. But you didn't even have that ready. So how do you know that information is true? Like you're going back into this thing where you're trying to verify what you already think you know.
You're being very philosophical here by doing what's you're being very philosophical, which is good. I mean, that's very like
I can give you all your maths on this globe that you believe in all time. Every spin, what you gonna give me, I can.
Yeah, you're just proving that you're not very knowledgeable and you're fighting a losing battle.
Right. And that's what it sounds like.
Well, I don't know if it's a losing battle when most of the world.
Just because Crazy didn't. Sorry.
If you're asserting that they've proved it, and you've got no idea what it is that they've proved and how they've done it, then how do you know they've proved it? You're just going off what other people say. You're a sheep in the system.
Sorry, but just singling out a person and just because he didn't know a fact.
Eratosthenes is very popular.
And you guys are being pretty personal at me now. I mean,
no, it's not putting Crazy on the hot seat. This is the point. Okay, this is the point. When people come in here, they already have this idea in their mind, like, yeah, it's a ball, duh, for sure. But okay, so the thing is, when you say, well, the Greeks proved it, let me look it up. That's saying like, well, I didn't know that they did. Well, let me see if it's true. Because when you look it up and we're telling you, yeah, we've already looked it up. We're telling you that they had an assumption that the Earth was a ball. That's how they derived the information that it's a ball. Because they already started with that without even verifying that first the information to see if it was a ball.
The Greeks,
absolutely, and that's why I'm kind of astonished. I'm kind of astonished that you didn't know that, being the person who studies this. Like I thought maybe you would have been like, of course.
No, I know that they used to think that it was flat.
Can I? So guys, out of interest, sorry.
Hold on. Let me have a go at this. It's fair enough. You know what I mean? Because when I came here, like, if flat Earth was never pointed out to me, you know, I'm a researcher. I like looking into conspiracies. But if it was never brought up, if it was never pointed out on the internet, if all these videos didn't keep freaking popping up with all the other searches I was doing about flat Earth, I wouldn't even have thought of it. I wouldn't even thought of questioning the globe Earth. So let's be fair, right? Let's be fair.
Yeah, exactly.
Everybody believes it because they were taught it to be the truth. And everybody believed it to be true because what reason? My parents sent me to school. Are you saying my parents are incompetent to not even know that what they're sending me to learn is bullshit? Yes. I'm saying that these people are so freaking ahead of us, so ahead of the curve, that anything you can think of, they've already thought of first. So to speak, right? I know, right? You like that, but that's what I mean. Okay, so once you see it, once you've heard of it, okay, once you hear people are believing in flat Earth, and they don't seem to be stupid, crazy, psycho, culty people. They sound like they know. They sound like. Then you have to. Then no matter how many people believe in the globe,
you have a bit of a paranoid perception.
Wait. No matter how many people believe in the globe, you have to check this. You have to look into it. Else I wouldn't have checked flat Earth. I told my friend about it. Hey, did you know that people think the Earth is flat? And he flipped out at me, right? He flipped out at me, and I didn't even know what flat Earth was. So I had to look into it because it was like, all right, let's clear the table. Let's take everything off that's not true. All right, we got this hollow Earth. We got this flat Earth. What is this crazy stuff? You know, let's remove everything that's false. And once you do that, you're going to see that you have to remove the ball. I mean,
made a presupposition that it's false.
No, what I'm saying is, if 3 people are saying the Earth is this, that, right? You have to pick, because you're saying, well, everybody, the majority of the world thinks it's a ball. Nobody cares. If there are three Earths presented to you,
I'm not so much won over that it's the majority. I'm won over by the fact that the experts, the people who I say, in the same community that I trust with my health. I trust
the experts
with my health.
Exactly, and that's what I'm talking about. And that's exactly what I'm talking about. See, no one is responsible for your health. No one is responsible for what you learn, what you accept as truth, but you. If you put that responsibility into the hands of the doctor, then now you have to trust the doctor no matter what lies he tells you. If you put that responsibility on the schools, on the government, then you have to accept what they tell you, no matter how nonsense or how ridiculous it is. It's your responsibility, not theirs.
But if it's my responsibility, I mean, that's a huge responsibility. I basically can't believe any science at all because I'd have to go and run every single.
But no, you can't throw the baby out with the bathwater. And I hate to use that analogy, but you can't throw the baby out the bathwater. You can't say, "No, I can't trust anything."
Hold on, Mickey. Let me adjust this. If you cannot trust yourself, then who can you trust, right? Are you even capable of understanding the reality you live in without the experts? See, this is a big transformation. This is a big thing you're about to go into. You are about to trust yourself. I mean, how crazy does that sound, right?
You're expecting me to trust you, actually, in this community.
No, I'm saying to trust yourself. I said yourself, bro. Like, serious.
One of us has told you to take what we say as gospel truth. You're here to hear a different side of the story. Go figure out what the hell you want to believe in. Never take what we have to say.
I actually have some.
She's done
that way. That's actually quite fascinating. That you phrase it that way. That's good. You're right. Yeah, absolutely. I need to figure it out for myself. And I certainly will never say about your community that you guys are force feeding people beliefs. You have clearly said to me many times. I think about it myself.
No. I'm asking you to take the journey yourself, and you're saying, "Well, I don't have to take that journey. Someone else has done it for me." It's like, dude. Are you going to take the journey, or are you just going to sit here and tell us why we've taken this journey? You know what I mean? Like, take it. Go see for yourself.
just want to point out that that was before COVID. That's the crazy thing. I uploaded that 12/28/2019, but it happened significantly before that, probably like a couple months. So yeah, Bonk's talking about not trusting the experts, and then fucking COVID hits, and he was proven right. That's why I love that. And that freaking bozo. If I don't trust the experts, I have to go through every freaking experiment they ever did. Ugh. Snap. It's just dumbest freaking argument.
Yeah,
Maybe some of the old ones. Maybe some of the old ones aren't on Spotify anymore because I feel like that. I went down to the bottom. I didn't see that one.
Should be on there. Hold on, let me check this thing.
Really, that is so old.
Oh, I know why it's not on there. It's in the wrong audio format. Means it's never been on there? That's crazy. All right.
Yeah, I don't think I've ever heard it. Yeah, because when you sort them by oldest, in Spotify, the oldest one is April 28th, 2020. Flat Earth Ask Me Anything at the Chessboard Discord.
Wow. April 28th, 2020.
Yeah, the other reason I kind of like that, I fixed it, but the other reason I like that we haven't changed their story, right? It's the same thing. How do you know that to be true? How can he verify anything? It's the same thing. Like, it's funny that it's like 6 years later and these guys are still the freaking same broken instrument that they were that long ago.
Yep, not much has changed.
Not with those guys, that's for sure. I just like the fact that the message has been consistent. I know, like, we didn't know in 2019 that in 2025 we'd be listening to that audio, and literally the same guy could come in right now and he'd hear the same thing that guy heard back then. It's pretty fucking cool, quite honestly. I think it's cool.
It is, yeah, because I've thought about that before. Yeah, like listening to, because I don't listen to that many things that old. Yeah, that would we find things that we wouldn't like the arguments that we gave, but everything in there was totally on point. Yeah, you're right.
I mean, like, listen, if you heard AV say everything he just said now, back then, yeah, I've heard this 100 times before. Like, it is just fucking weird, man. Bambi was in there, which was pretty cool. Bambi called him a sheep, which is funny.
Yeah, that was good. I enjoyed it.
Dr. Flatpawn's got it right. I'm not going to say what he said. Yeah, I will. Jake on the plane said, dude, ask Gio if you don't believe me. Gio, he's a pussy. He mutes truthers instead of globe trolls. Exactly.
Yeah, I mean, I do think we have improved in general as an overall, but yeah, like the truth itself hasn't changed, so a lot of the same arguments still apply. I would say what I've seen people improve on, including hopefully myself, is just not letting the Globers get away with as much. And also,
when did you ever let them get away with anything?
Well, that's true. Me. Yeah, I'm probably nicer to them than I used to be. So yeah, I'll take that back.
Yeah, but you're better at kind of like, I don't want to call it manipulation, but like navigating their spurging freaking nutcasery, right? You're better at just like navigating, like, okay, just the part where he throws his temper tantrum, and you just got to wait it out while he throws his fit.
Yeah. Just like when you're in the store, yeah, and the child really wants a candy bar. Yeah, kind of like, okay, we're just gonna check out without a candy bar. You can keep having your tantrum if you want.
My mother used to, you know how my mother used to shut us up? Everybody's looking at you, not me. And then you look around, you're like, holy shit, everyone is looking at me.
Yeah, that's good actually. Because the only time they look at the parent is if the parent has like a intense reaction, right? But if you just like don't really react, then it's just the child on display.
Yeah,
Just keep going
people
about
know
your
what's
business.
going on because they just do it themselves, right?
Yeah.
But as a kid, you think everybody's going to think you're a mean parent because you're not giving me candy.
Yeah.
No, they don't think that at all.
They think, oh gosh, I'm glad I'm past that stage. Or
Yeah. Or maybe I don't want to have kids. No, but I'd say one thing that I've noticed we certainly improved on, just listening to that clip, is moderation. That was a little hectic and chaotic. We wouldn't allow that to happen now. We're much faster on the mute button than we used to be. Instead of yelling at them to shut up, right? Because a couple times he was told to stop interrupting, or he was told to shut up or something. We would just mute him, right? Because telling him to shut up just adds to audio chaos. I think we're better at that, certainly the moderation aspect. And I don't know. AB, like everybody is talking, they're so much smoother now. I don't know. I mean, we're kind of in the beginning back then. I mean, we're a couple years in, but the oration is more practiced.
yeah, I agree.
Yeah, we're gonna rock it till the wheels fall off in here, huh?
Yeah, man. I'm just going to keep rocking it harder.
If I was CB, I would have said, "Yo, pause."
Of course, absolutely. Indio's right, though. I think we've gotten a lot better over time.
Oh yeah.
We don't run off chasing people into the weeds so much. And we've always tried to hold people to their points, but I think our points have become smoother, more concise, quicker to get down to the nitty gritty. I think it's all improved.
Maybe it's time to take this show on the road, do a world tour. We'd have to do it in front of one of the apartment buildings, or
You can't come to the UK, and I can't stay in any hotels, dude.
I'm gonna go over there with a Union Jack flag shirt.
Yeah.
Yeah, what could they tell me if I'm not even a part of your country and I go over there and I could still get in trouble, right?
If you,
I'm over there.
if you have an opinion close to somewhere that houses people of yeah, I'm just going to say yeah. It's the same thing as abortion clinics, right? There's an area of exclusion where you can't think certain things in your head, right? You can't pray, for example, from a certain point of view for the benefit of the children, whatever. So you can't do that in an exclusion zone. Same thing with hotels now as an exclusion zone. You can't think things. Definitely can't say them. Sounds ridiculous, doesn't it?
Utter.
But yes, we should go on world tour. Just quicker, sooner rather than later.
Right before they revoke our passes.
Well, before you require a biometric digital ID to do anything. Yeah.
Gonna get your heavy coat out soon, Jedi.
I'd like to try and fucking avoid it, to be honest with you. But honestly, it seems like at some point I'm not going to be able to.
But that's when the tea and biscuits actually hit a little bit better when it's colder.
Yeah, that is true. There's loads of us in here. I noticed every other server is completely dead. Do we wait for them to come to us, or do we go to them? That's the question.
You want to go sit in politics?
You talk about going on world tours, mate. Might be an idea to, being as we've got a lot of troops. We can, yeah, possibly. I know, like, we want to keep this server alive and running and stuff. Of course we do, but might be an idea to go on a tour. So yeah, I might jump over to politics or English Hub or whatever, wherever we decide.
I don't know. Go somewhere. I'll follow you.
All right.
Ain't no governors.
Unbelievable.
like Egyptian. Oh, okay, Somali.
Somali. Yeah.
Yeah.
Huge. Yeah, that's getting larger as well.
Yeah, how is it called in the United States? Dearborn, the city where it's full of Somalians. Dearborn, I think. I don't know. Anyhow, but yeah, in France, the largest immigrant population is from Algeria, I think. Algeria and
Northwest and West Africa, so the Ivory Coast, places around there. Yeah.
Yeah,
Hey,
in
Jedi.
Spain.
Oh, sorry, Berserker. Hey, I just posted it in general chat in FU. So it's whenever you get time, just check it out. It's basically what I was saying earlier, but his announcement is, dude. I mean, he can't say it more plainly than that. So.
Wow.
Yeah.
So Trump considers using U.S. cities as training grounds for military.
Yep. Yep. I mean, we're on our way, man.
Where did you post? Where did you post that, AV?
The general chat and FU.
Oh, on FU. Okay.
Yeah, just have a listen. Just have a listen to what he says. That's what's coming our way. I mean, you guys have it happening a different way, but it's essentially the same.
Yeah, it's the same outcome, mate.
Yeah, guys. For us in Europe, it's very informative to hear what's going on from you guys, because in Europe, censorship is much. How do you call it? It's like it's difficult for people to feel the censorship. Also, subtle. Yeah, I think the word was subtle, which I was searching for. So anyhow, if it's something, if it's an audio, what you have posted, I cannot listen to it because when I'm in the voice chat with my headset, my audio gets blocked. So I can listen to it afterwards, after I leave. Oh, it's a video. Okay, a video from Trump describes Portland. Okay, as World War II. Really? Interesting. Training ground for the military, did you say?
Yeah.
You heard that, right? 4 or 5 hours ago, I told you they already passed in Switzerland the digital ID.
Well, that's
unfortunate.
They already passed it in Switzerland.
Yeah. The irony is, the people voted for it. They didn't resist it. It's already through. Yeah, that's the funny thing.
Switzerland's a weird country. It's always neutral. It has this weird neutrality, even through like the world wars and so on. It's really neutral. Still is today. It's tax haven. It's like financial underground of the world. It's really weird.
Yeah, it's really weird, but I just don't get it. It doesn't make sense because Switzerland it's like the United States. Most of the population is armed. They have the right to carry arms.
Yeah. It's another weird thing about Switzerland. Yeah.
So I don't get it. How they could be this woke.
I'm actually more interested. Sorry, I'm more interested to see what the migration rate into Switzerland's been like, because I'm going to have to find out, because there's a nagging feeling at the back of my head saying it's not as high as the rest of Europe. Switzerland's a kind of even hard country to get to. It's up in the mountains, right?
Yeah. It is very mountainous, like the Alps in Austria is also very mountainous. You know, they have the Alps in Austria. Yeah, but the problem, I mean, doesn't make sense. I mean, they have also a big immigration population. And did you know that Switzerland actually it's kind of like it's like three pieces of three states. They have three official languages. The official language of Switzerland is at the same time German language, French language, and Italian language. Did you know that? Like it is like divided into three. In German, they call it canteens.
Yeah, no, I didn't.
I don't want to digress, but I told you I just took a break for 4 or 5 hours, and I joined in the other Discord, and I saw a Get. How is he called? Get was muted. May I ask why?
Yeah, I just posted in FU. It was confirmed on September 28th that they did vote on it, and it was razor thin too. Anyway, so they're under the digital ID already, Switzerland.
Yeah, that's weird.
It's coming.
Switzerland has one of the lowest migrant populations. So over the last 5 years since COVID, since last year, there's been a 50% decrease in the amount of people that have been going to Switzerland. The estimated migrant population in Switzerland is somewhere between 75 and 100,000. When I then asked AI to compare it with Western countries like France, France and the UK, just telling me that Switzerland is among the lowest population of illegal migrants in the country. But seems to be the first, or one of the first, because I think there's another country as well, but one of the first to implement digital ID. That's bizarre.
Yeah, that's strange. That's strange because.
The reason why I say it's bizarre is because the reason why it's being touted in this country is pushed upon the people as it's supposed to be an antidote to the migrant population because of the amount of people that are coming to this country. There's not the amount of people of the migrant population going to Switzerland as there are in other places in Europe, but they're the first people to get the digital ID. So what's the reason that they've been told that they need it?
Yeah.
That's interesting.
Something don't smell right, huh?
Yeah, something don't smell right, dude.
So the digital ID, sir, it's about your freedom. So we give you your freedom through a digital ID, sir. You should understand that it's all about your freedom, sir.
Oh, I understand.
That's the whole point of
freedoms, mate. I understand that.
Like new freedoms that they give you on the migrant hotels. I mean, it's just amazing how free the societies are now. I mean, think about it here. Think about when people have the freedom to have permits and things before they're allowed to say anything. I mean, gosh, that day of freedom is going to be here before we know it, and just imagine how nice that day will be.
Fucking hell. This is crazy. So, 3 years ago, 2.5 years ago, in the town where I live, we had 2 new hotels built. One was a travel lodge, and the other one's a Hilton / something else, can't remember. but they were put into the centre of the town. Our town that I live in is quite poor, let's put it. It's not a destination for people to come for on vacation and so on. It's a kind of in and out town. You use it as a travel hub because of the train station, for example. So you come to my town to go to other towns to go to work because it's essential travel. Well, the point is these hotels were built like 2 years ago. They're full of migrants. My question is, were these hotels just built to house migrants? Because they were built in a place that, in my understanding, you're not really going to build a fucking hotel.
We're going to have to server mute you, Jedi, because that's off topic of the flat earthers. So you've broken the rules here.
Zip it, Nobby.
And yeah, there's no doubt that that's what happened.
I know, it's scary coming to that conclusion. But our friend is right, it is off subject. I was just feeling dead air. If anybody wants to speak about the flat earth, please, you feel free to do so.
Oh, do I have evidence that will blow you away like a leaf blower? Like, imagine a leaf on the ground and someone comes with a leaf blower. Oh, oh my goodness, Jedi. Jedi, what I have for you is astronomical.
Well, that's quite a build-up, sir.
I know, but not today because I got my period, so we'll have to do it another day.
Yeah. We got Jam in here.
I have to admit, Nobby, I like that.
We got Jam and Booger Smoker, but that guy, I don't know.
It's Casey Affleck. I love this guy.
Jam, you think the Earth is a globe?
I'm here to practice my listening skill, guys. I'm not a native English speaker.
Are we in the English hub? What the heck?
Did we double back somehow? What happened?
No. You're in politics.
He wants to be able to practice, but without being server muted to practice because he's a bullies when you want to be.
Did your smartphone, is that PD? All right, we got Chief in here. He's a baller enthusiast.
Oh, Chief Kegwin.
Just a truth enthusiast.
Just the truth, yeah? And what's the truth about the globe? That is not real?
He doesn't sound too enthusiastic about the truth there, AV.
He's not enthusiastic about it, right? Oh, shit. There's no spunk, man. No spark.
If the Earth was truly flat, then the rotations in the skies of the of the stars, right, wouldn't happen. Okay, because there wouldn't be like gonorrhea going around and around to the next.
Navi, sit down, man. You're gonna hurt yourself. Let Chief handle the globery.
All right, Casey. Fuck, man, I need your autograph.
I'm not here for globery. I'm here for truthery.
You got any of that?
Well, I just blew him away for an example and destroyed him. And once again, they shut me down.
Nobby.
It's what always happens.
You just build us up, Nobby. You were the build up, and now Kegwin's going to be the main event. So you just hold on.
You're the undercard, man. He's the main event.
Well, then, one more little build up. I've got one more build up to do for it. Let's get ready to rumble. There you go. There you go.
We do not care.
Perfect example of where I keep blowing you guys away, and you just want to move on to someone else because this is like victory, defeats.
All right, Matrix is going to give you your little plastic trophy.
You clearly stated you didn't have your evidence with you, so there's no point continuing on with you.
Oh, there is another part of my evidence where I'm waiting for my crypto to go off to build a rocket ship.
You've been saying that for 5 years, bro.
There's his little red trophy. Is that what you wanted, Nobby? You happy now?
Guys, at least he sounds different than most of the Globers sound so apathetic. At least he has it.
So, right, back onto me. I woke up this morning, right, and my crypto was up 50%. We are getting closer to me building this rocket ship. And I'm going to, as I've stated before, there's a few guys in here know what I'm doing. I'm going to put the top leading flat earthers inside this spaceship and send them to the stratosphere. Okay? I'm going to help everyone.
Well, that shows his confidence if he's not going to jump in it himself.
That shows how much you know. You got to go higher than the stratosphere, bro.
Like
well, that's why there will be a dial in the spaceship for the flat earthers to keep pushing it to keep going higher and higher. That's a good idea. I have to get my scientists to add the dial, the altitude dial.
What the fuck?
Jedi, don't even bother talking to me. Your brain will just implode. It's like a fucking T-Rex's.
Sorry,
It's
is
just
this the
so
guy who said he
simple.
had evidence and then said he couldn't provide it because he was on his period?
Well, Jedi, if I was an 85-year-old, you'd probably just start swearing profanities at me and calling me a loser like you did to that poor old man when he was debunking
sorry.
you.
Now we're
Yeah, I remember that.
for an obvious troll. Awesome, well done.
I'm a troll. When you were actually being disgusting.
No, not you, the person you're referencing. Can you not understand your own conversation?
I clearly can't because
just
I'm
mute
a
yourself
genius.
and be quiet, please.
Can you not sound like my wife and ex-wife for one moment?
What are you gibbering on about, man? That's better. See, Chief Kegwin is back in the chat, ready to jump into any conversation that's going really well. What's up, mate? You going to do that again, yeah?
Yeah, when I get triggered, I'll jump in.
I'll trigger you. I can go more on about Jedi, how he's a profound individual.
Why, you're just going to be saying the truth?
Next year, they're going to the moon, and you're all going to be blown away when they show you.
You're right, AV. That shit is quite relaxing. Especially when you're in sentence.
Once you start, it's kind of hard to stop, though. That's the only bad thing about it.
Yeah, I get it.
Sorry, guys, if I digress. Is it true, AV, that in the States they are contemplating about bringing out a Trump coin? I think $1 coin.
I have no idea about that. No idea, but I wouldn't put it past them.
But I heard that it is illegal in the States too, because in Europe it is illegal that a living president or a living person gets depicted on a coin or a currency note. So it's the same in the state too. It's actually illegal according to the law, I think, or the constitution. Yeah, someone, I think from the treasury, someone, or from the finance ministry, I think someone said it's not a fake news, but according to the law, I heard it's the same like in Europe. A living person cannot be depicted on a currency note. So it would not work. Yeah, but that's strange. I mean, it's clear there is another agenda for deploying the military, because the police could have dealt with the unrest in the States. Oh, Nobi is gone.
Then we got Ice JJ Fish that just jumped in. Welcome.
Hello.
Hey, Jedi wants to have a word with you about the Earth being a globe.
I'd like to ask something about the Earth being flat. Which is that?
Ask away.
When you look in the sky, you look at telescopes, you look at other what we identify as planets. Do you think of those as planets? Like, what do you think of those as balls, spheres?
Me personally, lights in the sky.
Like, the moon, the planets.
I wasn't talking about the moon.
Well,
You're talking about Mars, Jupiter, Saturn, all that kind of shit. Lights in the sky. Like I just said, lights in the sky. That's my personal opinion of what I see when I look up.
Oh, no, but like through a telescope.
Lights in the sky.
I mean, have you ever looked through a telescope?
Some people call them wandering stars. Also from the etymology of planetas.
But have you ever looked through a telescope?
Yes, I have looked through a telescope.
And you can see there's texture. Like, they look like spheres that have a texture on them.
Why have you jumped from let's talk about planets to no, we're not talking about the moon to now we are talking about the moon? Can you just hold one straight line, or you don't?
No, we are talking about planets. We're talking about them. So when you look at them, you can see. I mean, do you not see a spherical body?
No.
Do you see a flat surface then, like, or a
Was it lights in the sky, mate?
No, but like through a telescopic.
What do you mean? No.
I mean, specifically, the question was through a telescopic lens.
When you look through a telescope, you are looking through one eye. The purpose of you having two eyes on the front of your head is to have what?
No, if you zoom in.
Stereo vision, so you can see in three-dimensional, yeah? So if you close one eye and look through a telescope, you're not looking at 3D object. You can't perceive 3 dimensions. It's just eye trickery. So if you look at shadows and stuff, it's an illusion. So how do you verify that it is a particular shape when you can't tell through one eye?
Well, you can project and record telescopic lens imagery. Like you can.
What, through one lens? You can just imagine 3D because that's what you're doing. You're imagining it's a sphere through a singular lens.
No. You can.
Yeah, that's what you're doing. You've got one eye closed, bro.
No. You can use both eyes and look at it.
No. The telescope that was being used was a singular lens.
Okay, but that's
so unless you've got a mad set of binoculars.
Wait, so you don't think that telescopes?
Yeah. And you're making excuses now.
You don't think telescopes give accurate imagery? Like if you look through a telescope at a closer lens.
Oh, so now you're trying to put it onto the capabilities of the telescope. It's still a single lens.
That's what you're doing. That's what you're doing.
No. I'm telling you, on the front of your stupid head, you have 2 eyes. Yes or no?
Yeah.
Excellent. If you close one eye, your brain just makes up what it believes to or perceives to be 3 dimensions. You can't actually see 3D with one eye. Now, go and look through your telescope. You're looking through it with one eye. If you film through a telescope, it is still filming with a singular lens. You are not seeing 3D.
No, but it's not about seeing in 3 dimensions. It's about depth perception. When you have one
That's
eye,
the purpose of your second eye, my friend.
No,
that's the purpose of the second eye.
Only have one
That's
eye.
the purpose of the second eye.
If you only have
depth
one
perception.
No. If you only have
yes.
Yeah, listen. If you only have one eye and you see a ball, in real life, you can determine that's a ball, even with one eye closed. That doesn't prevent you from determining. Oh, the shadows around it. It looks like a ball.
Yeah, but that's what you're using to determine that.
But
it's your mind making that up for you.
Everything you see is your mind making it up for you. When you have
also nothing's real then. You're another brain in a jar. Off you go then.
No, but that's what you're saying. You just can't trust what you see because everything.
No, I didn't say that.
Is the combination of both.
I didn't say that at all. Oh, it's JJ. I didn't say that. Thank you for the straw man.
But that was your response when I asked you about.
No, it wasn't.
Do you not notice a?
You don't see in 3 dimensions with one eye. That is what I said. You making up all these other things about me not trusting telescopes' capabilities and about all this other shit is a straw man.
My question, though, was whether or not you see a round thing when you look through a telescope at the moon. And
no, your question was, do I see textures and shit? My original question was, and I answered, lights in the sky.
A spherical body.
What I personally
see. A telescope at the moon. Do you see a spherical body floating?
Well, your first round of questions was, we're not talking about the moon.
No.
Yes.
We're talking. No, we are.
Yes. That's what you said. When we look up at planets, and that's why even to confirm it, Saturn, Jupiter, Mars, and such.
Sure.
Yes, we're not talking about the moon.
Sure. You can take a planet. Yes, we can talk about planets too. I'm talking about any celestial body that we can see at closer relative range with the telescopes that we have. And if you look through it, at it...
Okay, I'll play your game. Yes, I see a fucking sphere in the sky. Now, you tell me how this... You tell me now, and the rest of the panel, how this proves that the Earth is a sphere. Just because I've looked away from the Earth.
Well, it gets to the premise of what our body... what our...
No, you got what you wanted. I'm going to play your game. You've got your sphere. Matrix looks through a telescope. Matrix... don't you fucking play now. Matrix looks through a telescope. He looks up into the sky, and he says, fuck it. Saturn is a big ball in the sky. Now, you tell me how this links to the ground burner fucking ball time.
Okay, I'll tell you how. Because if what we witness in the sky with all the celestial bodies is a consistency to have a spherical shape, meaning that from our understanding of gravity, it pulls, or what we think gravity is, pulls it inwards. So if we see that in the sky for everything that's a spherical body that's this equivocal mass or size or whatever, then we could determine that those laws also apply to the one we are on.
The laws? What laws?
The rules that we are witnessing in the sky.
What rules? What's that like? There's a big list of 10 commandments in the sky. Thou shalt see sphere, thou shalt live on sphere.
that large structures tend to become more spherical.
Where are you getting these rules from, mate? You've looked up in the sky. You've looked up in the sky, yeah? You've seen something, and I've said, fuck it, it's a sphere. How are we now linking that, what we've looked up in the sky, to what's under our feet? What is the linking factor?
Well, it's that our understanding of if massive objects.
Your understanding of something.
No. It's demonstrating that if massive bodies.
No. What we're doing is looking up in the sky. There's no demonstration of anything. You've looked up in the sky. You've convinced Matrix to say that there's a sphere, Tard. Now, up in the sky is not the ground. How are you linking up in the sky to what's on the ground?
Because we are in the same, space as what's in the sky. The sky.
No, we're not. We're on the ground. We're not up in the sky. We're on the ground.
But on the surface of what we see, there are grounds.
Hold on. Wait.
Spheres in the sky have grounds on them.
Wait. So you're saying that we're embedded in a space, like the Earth is embedded in the space? Is that what you're saying?
Yes, the Earth exists in space.
Right. So how do you know that information?
By what we call like the space between us and other fucking celestial bodies.
No. The space between us and other celestial bodies. How do you know that Earth is embedded in a space? Answer that specifically.
Well, we can measure, the particle makeup of the atmosphere and see what is the particle makeup, and then we can measure how far. When you go up in altitude, air pressure. Gets less, and you can actually measure the particle distribution, and eventually it gets to what we determine as space.
Really? How do you know? Okay.
The space is what we call. Space is what we call.
Bro.
What we call the lack of I'll give you the actual definition. It's the continuous area or expanse which is free, available, or unoccupied. It is it's what we call the space between.
Yeah, I don't care, dude. I don't care. I'm asking you specifically how you know that we're embedded in a space.
Well, okay, but by definition, even if we're on a flat surface, we'd still be embedded within a space of some sort.
What else could it be? I don't understand what your question is, baby.
So you think that the Earth is actually in something, which would be the vacuum of space. That's what you think, right?
What else would it be?
No. It's not about that. No, hold on a second. Wait. Guys. You keep asking, what else could it be? What else would it be? Like, you have to present the evidence that the Earth is actually embedded in a space, like the vacuum of space.
I've just demonstrated to you. You can measure the particulate matter the higher you go.
Yeah. So have you done that?
People have done it.
Okay, so you haven't. So how do you know it's true?
Because I personally haven't done it.
So how do you know it's true? How can you validate?
Because everyone who's done it says it is.
Okay, so you trust people, and that's the way we do science. We trust people.
Accurate measure. I trust the scientific measurements, like the particulate matter measurements.
So there's no point of validation. There's no point of validation that you're bringing up. And this specific point that the Earth is embedded. Dude, let me finish saying it. There's no scientific evidence that you can actually detail that you can validate that the Earth is embedded in the space.
No, there is. I can tell. Your point is, I personally have not gone up to space or to high enough in the atmosphere to measure this stuff. Therefore, I can't say anything, right? That's your point? That's how you're getting away with this? Yeah, okay. I think that says enough.
Actually, he didn't say anything.
I rest my case.
Sorry, I had to get my...
And he's run away.
So, anyway.
He shit and run. No, he ran away, Avo. He just took off.
Did he leave? Okay.
Yeah. But because you didn't answer for 0.2 of a second, he just took that as his win, and I'm gonna leave, and off he went.
You can go.
What a piss though.
It's all right. But anyway, there was somebody else that was asking me in here. Yeah. So, I can ask you, Twanger, if you're still here.
I'm getting sick and tired of your shit, man. Stop muting me for no reason.
I don't know. Anyway,
how about this?
So go ahead.
Don't cut people off when they're talking. If you've got AV talking to another particular person,
That's
I don't
really
give a shit
rich
who it
coming
is.
from you, buddy.
Yeah. How about we make you be quiet then? If AV's talking to someone else, we don't need you helping. It creates what's called audio chaos. So when we're listening on YouTube, it's just a distorted mess. So just take your time, bro. It's 24/7, not 24 seconds.
All right. So, do you have evidence that the Earth is embedded in the space, Swanger?
Yep.
What's your evidence? Yeah. Okay. And
I take that's
Hold on,
a
I'm
win.
having a
He didn't
smoke.
answer.
you don't say.
I'm having a smoke. Give me a minute.
Okay. Well, you got 0.2 seconds to answer. I'm just kidding. Take your time.
So, what kind of proof is this kid supposed to be getting?
What's that?
Well, when he finishes his smoke, I don't know.
Yeah, what's up?
No, he was trying to prove that we live in a vacuum. Should be interesting.
So the question was, provide evidence that Earth is embedded in a space, like the vacuum of space.
Yeah. Well, first thing that comes to my mind is there any evidence that we're not?
Yes.
Oh, it's longer. You can do better than that, bro.
Yeah, I can do better than that, but I'm just telling you,
All right.
that's my first thought.
Okay, well, unravel it for me.
Right. If I don't have any evidence that we're not somehow part of everything, then we're part of everything.
Oh, wow. That's sound logic.
Of course it is. It's very simple.
So in order to prove you are something, you're telling us that you've got to provide evidence that you're not something.
Yeah, it could work that way. Why not?
Okay.
All right.
What were you smoking there, Twonga? Just out
What's
of
that?
curiosity. What were you smoking there? Just out of curiosity.
I'm smoking that Flat Earth pack.
Like you're smoking a cigarette or are you smoking pot?
I already called it. This your smartphone? The guy that's in here with that name? That's PD. I'm calling it right now. He hasn't said a word, but I'm willing to bet that's him.
Shout out to DJ for perma-banning me from the other channel.
Nice work, DJ.
High five,
Yeah,
DJ.
well done, DJ.
Legend.
Nice one.
Remember to send you a gift basket.
Yep, censoring the truth, it gets you really far, doesn't it?
Dude, come on. Don't lay it. This dude's laying it real thick, man.
Hey, I could do it here, but I'm not going to. Like, this place is, you're more suited for this place. You can stay here.
Right, because you need that new space of yours because this space is a little worn out, and you need all that ignorance.
No,
and you need people actually, it's
you're just like a useless waste of time.
DJ, let me just get a sentence out before you snap back at me. Let me get one word out. Okay.
Oh my god.
Listen, that server over there, the English hub, you're over there because those people can barely speak English. Never mind form a coherent thought about flat Earth. So you're just there to manipulate.
This is incorrect.
People, and you know what? I'm very hard to manipulate, and you know that. You cannot manipulate me, so you don't like me. And listen,
actually, he did manipulate you.
You don't like me because I say true things that bother you, and you can't.
I don't like you because you're a prick.
Yeah,
Actually,
you
Twana,
never
we can
present any
manipulate
evidence,
you.
dude.
DJ did manipulate you. That's why you're over here, remember? For someone that can't be manipulated? Please. Try harder, son.
Yeah, besides, man, those guys are brand new to the topic, so they have to at least get a crack at it.
Matrix, you're definitely not the sharpest tool in the shed, to be honest.
Oh my god.
I do like you,
That's all you do, bro. That's why you're banned. That's why you're banned from the other place, because all you do is whine about flat earthers, right? And try to derail conversations.
No, I don't whine. You're
whining
because
you're just a soy boy, bro.
Dude, all day, literally.
Just a cringe soy boy.
whine about
That's why you can
day,
stay in
dude.
this cringe
Give me
soy
a
boy
break.
server with the
He's
other
whining
cringe soy
now.
boys. Yeah. But
So let me see if I can summarize the argument here. So the argument is the Earth is a globe because Twanger doesn't like some flat earthers.
Pretty much.
Well, the Earth is a globe. The Earth is a globe because what else can it be? That's what his main argument is. Oh my god! All right.
All right. See if he can.
Not logical, but I mean,
So what's your best argument, Twongo? You haven't said
I
anything
like
yet.
how you put me on mute, and then all the little peanut gallery gets to say something. It's just hilarious stuff, man. Like, grow up, for real, grow up, guys.
Have you run out of soy milk?
No, DJ, he's got it. He's got it pretty bad, man.
I didn't even mute him. He ran away. Wow.
Man.
He can't just like open the mic and then start presenting a globe proof. He has to talk about you.
Yeah, I'm scared of
My
him, but I'm
goodness.
trying to engage with him and he runs away. Because I'm so scared of him.
Also, he's probably gonna write you love letters or something, dude. Like, what the hell?
He tried to in my DMs, but he's
Yeah, that's
blocked
what
from that as well.
That's what I figured.
So his proof that we live in a vacuum, well, the vacuum of space, is because supposedly, like, we can't prove that we don't. That
He can't
that's
prove
what I
that we
got.
don't. He can't prove we don't, so therefore we do.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it's easy to prove that we don't. So I don't know if he knows that.
For you, maybe. For him, yeah, obviously not.
Oh, he's back.
Yeah, I saw DJ with his mic unmuted, so I figured it was probably something funny to listen to.
So you cry about being muted. You leave, or are told to leave.
You're
You come back and continue complaining.
Dude, I
Thanks
had my
for trying to
mic unmuted
mention my
when you
behavior,
left. I'm
Joey.
asking you to present your best globe evidence, and then you ran away.
Dude, I've been here for over a year. I've presented all the evidence. I tried taking the high road. It doesn't work with you guys. So it doesn't work. I already tried that. You know that.
So why are you still here?
Everyone here who actually knows who I am knows that I've tried to take the high road, and you fuckers have dragged me down to the low road.
God,
and I don't give a shit, dude.
I
Ban
called it
me
in the
if you
side
want.
chat.
I'm never
I
going to
called it in the
change, and
side
you're
chat.
never going to sway me, dude. You're a retard.
Oh my God,
I'm way
dude.
smarter than all of you.
Classic.
That's what he says. So he soothes himself to bed at night, you know. I'm way smarter than those guys. I really am.
I called it before he even opened his mic. I said at 41 after the hour, feelings is his evidence. There we go. So what are you here for, Twonga? If you've presented all your evidence, none of it worked, right? You're just here to whine about people?
No, just you.
You know, it kind of sounds like a Billy Joel song.
No, the funny thing is every time I come in here, I start in good faith until you retards bring it to bad faith every single time.
You turn up without good faith.
Oh, you think
You
that?
know
Why
that as
do you
well as
come
we
back?
do.
You know why?
Because I come back in
Yeah,
good
you
faith
know.
every time, but like, guess what? Every time
Why do you
guys
come
drag it down
if
into
you
the mud
actually?
because you suck.
Why do you come back? You know, why would you come back if you actually believe that?
I do actually believe that. That's why I'm banned in the other channel.
This is
you're
why
not
you're
tracking,
banned.
dude, at all. You're not tracking.
You're banned
at
in the other channel because you don't engage in the topic. You just whine.
I do engage. I engage in a way that bothers you.
Engage in a way
So you can.
that bothers us.
I literally got banned for engaging in the side chat, remember?
Being a dickhead, probably.
No, DJ, go ahead and tell them what I said in the side chat that I got banned for. Go ahead, DJ.
I don't
tell them what I got
remember what
banned
you
for.
just some soy comments, just trying to derail.
yes,
I don't know.
what the
I don't even
comment was
remember,
that I got
dude.
banned for. Go ahead.
You're irrelevant to me.
Say
so
what
I
the
don't
comment I got banned for was.
Bro,
Why are you here?
I have no idea. I don't remember
Yes, you do.
nonsense like
You know
that.
exactly what it is.
You're not someone that I remember what they wrote
Yes, it
4 days
is.
ago.
Yes, dude.
No, absolutely. I have no
you're
idea,
bad
dude.
faith. You're bad faith.
No, I do.
How do you know it was even DJ that did it?
You guys instantly go to bad faith. Just accept that you lost and be good faith. It's way better. You'll die happy.
He hasn't
Trust
lost
me.
anything.
Go sleep
The
better
only
at
thing
night.
that's lost is you from the English one channel in the English server.
Listen,
That's the
I
only thing
don't
that's
need your
lost.
camaraderie. I don't need
Oh
it. That's
no,
why I don't
Swogger.
need it.
Poor little Swogger.
You
need the camaraderie of Flat Earth.
Okay, you don't need the camaraderie, so fuck off.
I guess I'm not going to have to buy any soy products for the next 10 years after that.
It's okay. We'll see. What's up, Vax?
Can
How are you?
we be friends? Why can't we be?
It's nice to see Vax here. Oh, Twonga's back. Which one, Vax or Twonga?
I haven't. The 24/7 in politics has been empty for like the past week.
Yeah, we've been busy elsewhere.
Yeah.
Mostly been back at the home server, haven't you all?
Mm-hmm.
You know, it's funny. I've had that home server on my phone for like almost 5 years, and as soon as it starts getting busy again, I get banned.
I know, right? That's fun.
Oh,
Good job, 24/7.
Yeah.
High fives all round.
What'd you get banned for?
I got into an. Wait, it may have been the same night. I don't think it's the. Well, I definitely got into an argument with Indio, and then I think I got into an argument with Matrix, and then I got banned. But see, I can't remember if Indio and Matrix were in there at the same time. Maybe I was arguing with Indio for like 45 minutes, and then Matrix popped in later.
Yeah, you were also arguing with Dandelion as well.
Yeah, but that's not really fair. She kind of turns into a heat-seeking missile when she sees my name pop in.
which is weird because I don't think I've ever had an interaction with her up until like a couple days ago.
Good thing I never think that about you. I think you're just a big pair of clown shoes, man.
Oh, I got those measurements from 34 degrees north latitude, all thousands and thousands and thousands of miles apart.
Really? Did you form a happy circle with a bunch of people that were corresponding with you to tell you that they're in exact position of a circle away from you?
Yes.
Really?
Yeah. It's just, I mean, I guess I don't quite understand what the controversy is between circles of equal altitude, which is your latitude, being a circle. I don't understand why that's an issue. I mean, it's clearly
That's
just
working off a spherical coordinate system.
What are you talking about?
Which is working off of. Dude, see, this is why people can't have a conversation with you. The very thing you're talking about is the thing that you don't know anything about. Like, I mean, you need to just do more research on the topic, dude, to be honest.
Well, no, I mean, other than like Glober's calling it a quote unquote spherical coordinate system.
It is.
How is it spherical in reality?
Dude. Oh my God.
I mean, he makes a good point.
Really?
Well, it's not. The sky measured
You
plane
can say there's like a spherical coordinate system, but if it's not spherical in reality, like if the reality doesn't match, then you kind of have a point.
I got the. Let me see. I'll post it in the chat. I got it as a screenshot, so just a reference for the names of the cities, the locations, and the times, and blah blah blah. This one and this one. So, I mean, and just prove the point. I went to 34 degrees north latitude, and it's it's funny. The hardest city on this whole thing to pronounce is the one in Georgia.
Yeah, but like, who cares, dude? Like, you don't know you're in a giant circle away from the person that you're taking those other coordinates from.
Well, yeah, you make a circle of equal. Yes, you do. You should make a circle of equal elevation around the point.
Yeah, what does that mean, dude? That's oh my God, dude. Okay, you know how like if you were to make a giant
you
circle
honestly
of people,
believe that we all live on a giant ball?
Dude, shut up. So if you're making a giant circle outside, right, like with friends and family, and you guys are all in a circle, you mean to tell me that that's what's happening in real life with what you're trying to present right now?
Are you saying for real that we all live on a giant ball?
Shut
Are you for
up.
real
I'm
about
not
that?
talking to you. Go ahead, Backpack.
Let's see. Now I just picked 3 places. And again, bear with me as I try to pronounce the first one. Delonga. Yeah. Oh God. I know. I'm trying to get the pronunciation correct. DAHLONEGA. Delonga. I don't know. It's a plateau. It's in Georgia, the state, not the country. And then the second location would be Palmyra, Syria. And where's my third location on here? Oh, here we go. Srinagar, India. So the point from Georgia to Syria is 6,242 miles. And then the point from that same place in Georgia to India, 7,498 miles. I don't know why AI did it like that. And then from the place in Syria to India is 2,464 miles. Okay, so they're all, pretty substantially far apart. But the thing is, when it's 7:03 p.m. in Georgia, it will be 2:03 a.m. in Syria.
Yeah. All right, here's what you got to do.
And
Right?
it'll be.
Hold on.
And
Vax,
it will
I'm going to mute you, Vax. I don't need to hear anymore. I don't need to hear anymore. So what I need you to do, listen, bro. What I need you to do right now is I want you to draw a circle exactly where all those points are, and then superimpose that on a map. I want to see what you're going to be pointing to. Go ahead.
Yeah, and the last time is in India at 4:33 a.m.
I don't
So
care.
all nighttime will. You should care.
No, I don't. So I want you to go ahead and show me, represent that on some map somewhere, that all these things are in a circle. Show it to me.
Well, yeah, they're all on 34 degrees north latitude.
Yeah, what is latitude derived from, dude?
Your elevation angle to Polaris, and then when you're at 34 degrees, you make a circle of equal elevation, and that gives you your latitude.
Yeah, so what map are you advocating for the audience?
I'm not advocating for any maps.
Yeah, you are.
I'm just saying that this is a latitude. And a latitude is a circle.
Hold on, dude. These geographic locations are put on a map, right? Or no?
No, they are.
Okay, so what map is that?
Well, any map that you would see these locations are on 34 degrees latitude.
There's hundreds of maps that are on Google if you search it out right now. Different kinds of maps, different map projections. What map projection are you using, VaxWax?
Well, there's multiple map projections that
I know that. Well, which is the one that you're using right now for what you're talking about?
Well, why would that matter?
Come on,
That's
Pumpkin.
not the point.
You know you want to say it. Yeah, he does. He does. Watch.
Well, no, just
ahead.
because it works on a particular map, what does that have to do with anything?
Because you're trying to plot these on a giant circle. Are you not?
No, they are giant circles. They're called circles of equal elevation.
Then what map projection represent what you're trying to present to everybody right now? Show us the map.
Okay, hold on.
Yeah, put it in text chat so everybody can see.
Map with all northern.
Dude, you don't even know you're looking it up, dude. You're a crazy fool. Just for the audience sake, he's looking it up right now instead of having it handy for his point to be solidified. I mean, what else do we need?
What, you want me to say the AE map?
Dude, listen, I want you to stand on business. I want you to stand on business when you come in here making a claim. If not, don't make the claim. Just skip along.
So
stand on business. That if you mean what you say, and we're all in a giant circle in those points that you pointed out, then you should be able to give us a map at least.
Well, what's my claim? I mean, I have a very simple claim, and that's latitude.
Everybody's in a giant circle in the different geographic positions that you were talking about, right? The three different ones. Okay, so what map best represents all those three geographic locations in the way that you think everybody's in a circle? Show us the map.
Well, I just don't understand how you would contest that it's not a circle.
I'm telling you to show me the map. Put your money where your mouth is now. Show us the map.
I haven't claimed a specific map. I'm just claiming that latitude.
So there's a giant circle with all these geographic locations. Yet you can't point out what map best represents that, right?
Yes, there's a map that represents it.
I would call 89 degrees north latitude a giant circle.
Okay, so now I'm confused. Why is this argument relative? What's it relative to?
I want him to drop the bomb. Go ahead and tell him the map you're talking about, VaxWax.
Well, there's really no argument. All I'm saying is
tell him the map that you want to use.
Northern latitudes are circles of equal elevation.
I'm going to tell him if you don't say it.
Okay, so I'll grant you this. And? And?
That's it.
Oh, okay.
No. The thing is, though, here's the problem. He's saying that they're an exact circle, and I'm telling him. So, what map best represents what he's talking about? And he's got a map, and he doesn't want to say it.
I know.
I got a map. I never claimed a map.
The bullshit, dude. The last time you had a conversation with us, you said it. I'm waiting for you to drop the bomb, dude. If not, I'm just going to go ahead and tell everybody.
Well, no. It just kind of feels like you're trying to straw man me.
I'm not. That's why I want you to say it, dude.
Say what?
The
map. But when have I claimed a map? I haven't.
The last time I spoke to you, yeah, you're recording.
I claimed the map, or I said portions of how we observe reality.
You said the map. VaxWax, you said the map.
I said the map. I said the map. Or did I say portions of our observed reality?
Oh my God! Dude, just say the map. Okay, I'm gonna tell the audience because you're just taking too long. So he was talking about the azimuth. Dude, shut up. He was talking about the azimuthal equidistant projection map. So the AE map is what he says represents reality, in which he's saying that all these different points are in a giant circle away from each other.
Yeah, wait a second. I didn't say it represents reality because it doesn't seem to represent anything beyond the equator now, does it?
Okay, then. If it doesn't represent reality, then why do you think everybody's standing in a giant circle like you keep advocating for?
Well, because circles with equal altitude are circles. Duh.
Okay, so you're defeating your own argument, dude. You're sabotaging your position. Yeah, you are. So
I don't have a position.
So is everybody standing in a giant circle? Yes or no?
On 34 degrees north latitude, they are.
And 34 degrees north latitude, is that referencing the actual Earth outside or a model like the WGS-84 model?
No, it's representing their elevation angle. It's representing their elevation angle to Polaris.
Yeah, so you're not. Yeah. So when you go outside reality, that means that somebody that's away from you at another geographic location is in a giant circle away from you. Yes?
Well, that would be what a circle of equal elevation is.
Yeah, he doesn't answer this. He doesn't answer. There's a part he doesn't answer.
Okay.
The circle of equal elevation is 34 degrees.
Okay. So 34 degrees south. Is that a circle of equal
I'm not talking about
elevation?
34 degrees south, am I?
I know. I'm asking you. I know you're talking about 34 degrees north. So I'm trying to figure out what you're talking about. Right, facts, please. So I'm trying to ask you, what about 34 degrees south? Is that a circle of equal elevation around Polaris? Also.
Well, on 34 degrees south, you're going to get... Well, I don't see how it would be a wider circle.
Because you have circles,
what is
because you have either ever decreasing or increasing circles, right? You're telling us that there's a increased circle around Polaris at 34 degrees north. That's an increase that it would be at, say, 85 degrees north. Or an increase at 0 degrees, that would be the equator, which would be a larger circle around 34 degrees north, right? Cool. 34 degrees south, is that a larger or smaller circle?
Well, what are you basing 34 degrees south off of?
I'm just trying to see how far your circles go.
I imagine if you extrapolate out from equatorial constellations, they can get pretty large.
So we just have ever increasing circles of the Earth around Polaris.
Well, I mean, it does get, like I said, it does get mucky once you get beyond the equator and Polaris is no longer visible.
I understand it's no longer visible, dude. I get that.
Yeah.
So what?
But when you're on 34 degrees,
so what would you reference in the south?
I think you extrapolate it off equatorial constellations like Orion and all the zodiac.
So when you extrapolate it, is that circle larger around 34 degrees north? Is 34 degrees south?
Can I interject here for a second?
I'm literally just getting to the point, dude.
Well, no, I was going to answer your question because I don't think that this guy's answer is sufficient.
Yeah, but let Jedi walk through him with it.
Okay, yeah. But then come back and ask me what I think, okay, please?
Yeah. So is 34 degrees south a larger circle than 34 degrees north? When you extrapolate it out, like you said.
But I will say, for the point I was making, talking about 34 degrees south, a bit of a red herring. Now we're not talking about 34 degrees north.
Oh my God!
I wanted to know why we were talking about 34 degrees north in the first place.
The locations and the locate. Why were we talking about 34 degrees north in the first place? Yeah, that's simple. I just picked different locations, all thousands of miles apart on the same northern latitude, that all have nighttime at the same time.
Wow.
Yeah.
Wow.
That place in the state of Georgia in the United States, the city in Syria,
you posted it up. So, Vaxwax, why? What is the purpose of you choosing these places all at night time, all a certain distance apart? What are you leading on to?
No, I was just... Oh, yeah. No, I'm just saying everyone at these places can go outside look at the sky, point north at the same time at Polaris.
Yeah, how do you know that? Wait a minute. How do you know that? How do you know everybody's pointing to north? Yeah, like if I'm pointing to the north, how do you know that I'm in a circle away from you? How do you know that?
Because it's a circle of equal elevation. That's what I'm really surprised you're having so much trouble with that.
Dude, that is based on a spherical coordinate
your
system.
angle measurement. No, it's not. It's based on the ship geometry.
So
it's literally a simple geometry.
latitude has nothing. Longitude and latitude have nothing to do with the spherical coordinate system. Nothing.
Can't believe it's 2025 and people still believe the Earth is flat. This is fucking.
Yeah,
insane.
I actually want to deal with you after this guy. If not, we'll just skip him and go straight to you.
Hang on.
Go ahead,
I thought we were.
Go ahead.
Yeah, we were waiting for this other
Make it
guy as
brief
well.
because I do want to get to the other guy.
So I believe that yes, the Earth is flat. To address your point, yes, you can pick any elevation that is above the what colloquially we would refer to as the equator. You can pick any elevation above that, and it's true that anybody in that zone can see Polaris, okay? That is because the firmament, and I'm going to use a lot of words here, getting technical, the firmament is a higher dimensional hologram.
Nobody says that in here, dude. Nobody says that in here. Only you. Sorry. You're in the wrong room, bro. 24/7 does not say that, what you just said. That's nonsense.
In the wrong room. This is an echo chamber for people who don't want to believe the Earth is a globe.
All right, let me address that other guy. Let's address that other guy.
If you don't say the Earth is flat, you're hurting their
Hold
feelings.
on. What about what you said?
You're done, bro. You're pretty much done. You advocate for the AE map, and that's all there is to it.
But you didn't address my point at all.
The AE map happens to work a little bit in some locations.
So just because I can't disagree with 24/7 on anything. I don't even know who this 24/7 guy is.
High dimensional holograms.
And back to
you don't need to. We want to speak to that new guy.
You're going to start muting everyone because they can't agree with the facts.
Oh, we can deal with
what
mine.
happens when you're arguing with people who are impervious to facts and logic.
You've got the floor, dude. You've got the floor.
I don't need the
floor. Our attention.
Morons that the Earth is a sphere because we're too stupid to understand.
Okay, we've got you pontificating now. Do you want a discussion? You're just going to talk through people.
I'm going to mock you instead. That's going to be more.
Oh, okay. So you've got no point being here.
You
guys are dumbasses. You guys are really
Let's
dumb.
get rid of him.
Be silent.
That was a nothing burger. I was getting hungry as well.
Man, I thought he was going to give us at least some fight.
Something.
Oh God, who called Brenda? Let me unmute Vax. All right, that was a nothing burger. Go ahead, Vax.
Yeah, so what's your contention with 34 degrees north latitude being a circle of equal elevation around Polaris? I really don't understand why you have such an issue with that.
You're working with inside a spherical coordinate system, and it's not the outside reality that somebody standing away from your position. Shut up if you want the answer. Somebody away from you is not standing in a giant circle. You can't verify that, nor you saying that other people that are pointing to north are in a giant circle. You can't verify that. So nothing you've said you could verify outside in the field. You've never done this, and you can't do it. No one can. Because they're using the spherical coordinate system with longitude and latitude to then say that we're in a giant circle away from someone else. I want verification of the thing that people say.
It's literally been done, AV. It's literally
By
been done.
who, Brenda?
By people back in the day.
Oh God, dude.
Right? By people hundreds of years ago when they established what a circle of equal altitude is, which you don't probably even know what it is.
Right.
What is a circle
Brenda,
of equal
altitude? Brenda doesn't know either. It requires a horizontal plane to be made.
I don't want to hear Brenda. I want VaxWax to verify his claim because essentially he's reifying this circle of equal altitude. Apparently everybody's standing on it, looking at that point, and they're all in a circle. I want the evidence.
Like a circle of equal it's just a 34-degree circle of equal elevation around the point.
That's a conceptual. That's a conceptual.
No, it's not. It's on in physical reality.
The circle Okay, no problem. Show me the circle.
See, this is what I don't understand. If you go outside and you make a 34-degree elevation angle to Polaris, you're making a right angle triangle. You keep the 90-degree of that right angle triangle stationary, and you point a triangle around the circle. It's drawing out your northern latitude.
Hey, dumbass, I don't need the diatribe. Hey, dumbass, I don't need the diatribe. I just need the evidence. Present it, please.
You don't even understand the basic geometry for this.
You're a dumbass.
I'd watch it.
Yeah, so now you're just going to add on me. I just want the evidence. I don't care about your conceptual.
No, I explained to you how a circle of equal elevation is made, and you replied to call me a dumbass. That's you ad hominem me. Stupid.
People are standing on the circle of equal altitude.
You roboted for like 90% of what you said. Is he roboting for everyone else, or is it just me?
Yeah, so your robot pretty hard, mate.
So anyway, if I go outside, I mean, Jedi already granted it to me. Jedi knows what I'm talking about.
Vaxwax, please don't repeat the same thing over again. You've got your angles of equal altitude. For what purpose? That's what I want to know.
No, it's not an angle.
No. What are you trying to... Vaxwax, shut up for a second. Vaxwax, you've gone and done your little test. Vaxwax, why are you still talking? What is your purpose of doing this?
What, making a circle of equal altitude around Polaris at 34 degrees, which derives your latitude, which is a circle around Polaris? Nothing.
Okay, you've got your circle.
Not a big deal.
What is the purpose of it?
Yeah.
What are you trying to prove to everyone?
I'm not trying to, I'm just demonstrating. If I get that circle and I take 3 positions on that circle of equal altitude, all thousands of miles apart, nighttime, everyone goes outside and points at Polaris. They're all pointing north simultaneously at the same point in the sky. How on earth would...
So why, hold on, stop there, stop. Stop. Get them all to turn 180 degrees and point. Are they all pointing in the same direction?
No.
So you're an AE map earther. Thank you very much. Game over.
Why? Because that's just how it's done in natural reality? Has nothing to do with the AE map.
Are we moving upwards also, Vaxwax?
You need some more hay for your straw man? I got a old flannel shirt you can stuff this week.
You're the one who's hooked on the map, mate. The map's not reality.
It's not a straw man. He asked you a question.
Yeah, but taking an elevation angle to Polaris and drawing out a circle of equal elevation to derive your latitude is reality. Are they called trapezoids of equal elevation? Are they called straight lines of equal elevation? Why does it have to be a circle out of all shapes?
These circles are conceptual.
No, they're done in reality.
What does the elevation part stand for? What does the elevation part mean?
Okay.
They're done in reality. Do you hear?
Yes.
Show me these circles on the ground. Let me show me those circles on the ground, please, in reality.
Yeah, you just travel around and keep in Polaris at 34 degrees.
No, I want to see the circle on the ground. You said this is done in reality. People are drawing circles of equal. That's great. Why don't you just go ahead and talk while I'm finishing my point? You're saying that people draw circles of equal elevation in reality. Is that on the surface of the Earth?
Latitudes on the surface of the Earth, yeah.
Wow, the way to not answer the question that I just asked you.
Yeah, latitude's a circle of equal elevation that are comprised of locations on the surface. Shop.
Are you sure that these are not? You sure this isn't conceptual?
No, because when you make an elevation angle,
circles.
You're essentially making a right angle triangle. You pivot that right angle triangle 360 degrees around in a circle.
Oh my gosh!
You're going to get a circle.
Yeah. How many times are you going to repeat this? I'm just asking you where the circle is on the Earth, so I can get touch with it.
What? You're roboting.
You're roboting, Setsu, but I've been telling him that since the last time he'd been saying it, so.
Yeah, and like I said, I went and I got 3 locations thousands of miles apart from each other.
Yeah, we don't have to hear it again. You've got your 3 locations, thousands of miles apart from each other, making a great big circle in your mind. The purpose of which is what? You've made your big circle, or are you just FED, I'm a little robot, trying to program everyone into these circles? Vaxwax, we don't need to hear the same thing 15 times a day.
That's just how celestial navigation is done. It's how latitude is derived. Circles mapped out on a horizontal plane. It's not that scary.
So why do you have to come in here and tell us 15 times a day the same thing, that you went and got your...
Yeah. So the circles are conceptual, like Sezu was saying. And I'm telling you...
They're not conceptual.
Yeah, really. You can't prove it that they're out in reality. How the fuck are you going to know there's a giant circle out there? How?
Because if you were to take an angle to a point in the sky and keep that angle at the same level, you're coming up with your circle of equal elevation. The elevation isn't changing. The elevation is staying at 34 degrees. That only happens in a circle. It doesn't happen in a trapezoid. Doesn't happen in a straight line. Doesn't happen in an oval. It has to be a circle of equal altitude.
Did you verify this? Did you verify this?
Yeah, it's called geometry. It's quite simple.
No, oh my God.
Can I ask you a question? Waxy, how are you making the circle of equal elevation? From where to where?
Well, just from your point, with an elevation angle. I mean, it depends on what device you want to use. The Autolite,
from my point,
an air interceptor, a protractor, it doesn't matter.
From my point to the elevation angle, what that means?
That would be your zenith distance. Well, are you talking about from your point to the GP of the star you're taking the elevation angle to?
You said you can take elevation angle and make circle of equal elevation. You make the circle of elevation around what?
Around Polaris.
So every time I take elevation angle, I make a circle of equal elevation around Polaris. Is that true?
Yeah, I mean...
How do you make it? How do you make it that if you don't have a map already?
Hold on.
You need to have a map already to do that. Because celestial navigation doesn't work like that. Celestial navigation doesn't work like that.
Celestial navigation doesn't work with circles of equal altitude?
No, it doesn't work that if I take 32 degrees angle to Polaris, doesn't mean that I have to do the circle of equal elevation all around the Polaris.
No, your circle of equal elevation is already implied. It already exists.
Oh, without
whether
me doing
you try to... Yeah, I mean, you don't have to, like, just because you chose to take an elevation angle to Polaris and not travel in a circle all the way around the latitude that you're making the angle to, doesn't mean that that latitude doesn't exist.
Yeah, what you are saying is not celestial navigation.
No, not entirely, no, because we're just taking one elevation angle to a star to determine your latitude.
No,
it's really not celestial navigation at all.
Even making the whole circle around the Polaris is not celestial navigation. Nobody does that.
No, but that's how latitude is used in celestial navigation. It's how you find out where you are in relation with other stars.
And then you make the circle of equal elevation. You make it around what? That's what I'm asking. You don't make it around
you can
Polaris.
Make circles. Well, no. I mean, I guess you could, but most of the time people, I mean, there's what, like 73 navigation stars that people use?
You know, your circle of equal elevation is from you to the GP of the Polaris. It's not around Polaris. It's from you to the GP of Polaris. Circle of equal elevation, that's how you make it. You don't make it around Polaris. You do it from you to the GP of Polaris. That's how you make the circle of equal elevation.
Yeah, it would be like, let's just pretend, let's pretend Polaris just for...
Why to pretend?
Hold on. Because I feel like you guys aren't quite getting it. Let's say I'm looking at a telephone pole, and let's just say hypothetically the top of the telephone pole is Polaris. So I get a piece of rope, and I pull it tight. That rope's going to be at 34 degrees, and then I walk around with a circle, keeping that rope at 34 degrees.
We get it.
Okay. Well, that's good. I know Jedi fully understands what I'm saying. I just find it a little odd that now we have to argue about circles of equal elevation being circles. That seems kind of silly.
We're not arguing about them.
Well, apparently, I mean, AV doesn't think they're actual
they're not
circles.
real fucking circles outside. God damn it! You don't go outside and see a giant circle. You fucking numbskull.
Oh yeah, somebody didn't spray paint the circle on the ground for AV.
You could speak about geometry using circles, but you can't go outside and see it in a giant goddamn circle. This is your argument.
Oh, you will if you travel in a circle of equal altitude and keep polaris at 34 degrees.
How the fuck do you know it's going to be a giant circle? How? What
other shape would it be? What other shape would it be?
That's a fucking question.
Would it be a trapezoid? Would it be a trapezoid of equal elevation?
Yeah, how the fuck do you know you're going around in a giant fucking circle, dude?
Because you're changing distance while keeping the elevation angle the same.
Vaxwax.
He doesn't get it.
Taking 3 points. How do you know it's not a triangle?
Because a triangle doesn't have the same angle to the center of it.
You've only taken 3 points. You've only taken 3 points.
Oh, my lord.
Oh, my lord. You've taken 3 points. Prove to us now, Vaxwax.
Wait a second.
Vaxwax.
Hold on.
Vaxwax, you can hold on. How are you going to prove it's not a triangle when you've only taken 3 points?
Okay. All right. Well, you know what? There's no point. Now you're claiming that a circle of equal elevation could be a triangle?
No, I'm not claiming it's a circle of elevation is a fucking triangle. You are. You're the one that took 3 points. What? You're now got to backpedal out of it. How are you going to explain to everyone that you have not marked out a triangle when you've only marked 3 points?
Because those 3 points are on 34 degrees north latitude. You drooling
So fucking
moron.
what? Hey, Vaxwax. Vaxwax. Go and draw on a piece of paper a dot in the middle of it. Then put 3 points at equal distance around that.
Yeah, you would have to trace out a circle, you donkey.
No, whoa. Where are you getting your circle from, brother? Just go straight lines between each of the points. It's a triangle. So now you understand your pointless fuckwittery every time you come in here. And stay on fucking mute because we're sick of listening to your equal elevation. Fuck. Oh my God. You're the one that doesn't get it, Vaxwax. You. Not us. Every single time you come in here, I've marked out 3 points. Equal elevation. Blah, blah, blah. Why is it you're the only one that comes back in here every fucking day and has to say it multiple times? You've marked out 3 points. Okay. So fucking what? Next.
Yeah, Vax, to be honest, dude, for you to take the 3 points and interpolate, right, those points using a circle, that's a preferential, that's a choice, dude.
Yeah, those 3 points are all making the same elevation angle to Polaris, which gives you your latitude.
I understand that, but the intermediary positions between those 3 points, if you're going to choose to interpolate them in a circle, in a circular fashion, that's your bias stepping in and assuming that that is appropriate. Yeah,
no, that's just how. No, that's just keeping a circle of equal elevation where Polaris stays at the same amount of degrees above the horizon of the sky.
Vaxwax, the triangle does the same thing, mate.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does.
Yeah, it does.
Would you like to put a bet on Vaxwax?
So now, we got triangles of equal elevation.
No.
Oh my God.
I didn't say that.
Why you stop?
Vaxwax, stop taking one word out. Vaxwax, be silent. Stop taking one word out of a sentence and interpreting that as your own, I don't know what. If you have a center point, okay, you've got a center point. What you are going to do now is mark equidistant 3 points. You then draw a line straight from each of those points. If you wish to draw a circle, you've got a circle. But But I chose on your 3 points to draw a straight line from point A to point B to point C. I have a triangle. They are all equidistant from your centre point.
So you're saying if I was to put a bullseye dead center in a triangle, any single spot on that triangle will have the same distance measurement to the center?
No, you're marking from the centre equidistant. Why did you have to reverse engineer it?
Well, no, I'm just saying latitude every point on the 34 degrees of latitude
hang on a second.
is going to be the same point.
Hang on. Geometrically, ideally, right? It's the same as putting a compass down, right? And the compass has an angle, and then you just draw a circle, right, using your compass. You know, the drawer's compass.
Right? Oh, yeah. My mind went to like a magnetic.
So you can do this with any star. So you'll do that for any star that you use to take an elevation angle measurement. You don't just, it doesn't only just work with Polaris, right? There's other things in the sky that you can take elevation angle measurements of and then, get its zenith and then draw a circle, right? Except that when they actually practically go to do that on a chart, the charts are of a scale that where they can essentially just draw a straight line. They don't really need to draw a circle. It doesn't arc. Yeah, they just get a flat edge out and just draw a straight line to get and then they'll do another one, draw another straight line, do another one, and where they intersect, that's their position, right?
Right. Now let's say that since it's a good visual, you got your drawing compass to make circles. It's at 34 degrees. You do your circle of equal elevation. That circle is going to be perfectly 34 degrees, blah, blah, blah. And then anytime you move 60 nautical miles further or closer, the circle is going to get 1 degree wider or more narrow. They're all just circles.
Yeah, but you can do that with any star, bro. You can do that with anything. You can do it with the sun, the moon, a planet, star.
Yeah. Right.
Yeah.
But when you do it specifically with Polaris, that's giving you your northern latitude.
Is that how they got it?
Yes. What do you think latitude's based on?
Show me the historical data for that.
Show you the historical data that you derive your latitude based off your elevation angle to Polaris?
Yes.
Oh Lord, you guys disagree that you derive your latitude based off.
I've heard a lot of people say it. I've never seen anything that supports it in documentation form, any data.
Really?
Never.
Okay. And
never seen a flat earther present anything, any historical data indicating that is indeed how we get our latitudes.
Well, how do you think we derive our latitudes then?
I don't know, bro. I don't know.
But you don't think it has anything to do with Polaris?
Apparently, you can use the sun.
He's going to try to get out of the argument. This is what he's good at.
No, how would you use the sun to derive your latitude?
He's running.
It's not Polaris.
What happens if I'm south of the sun and I can't fucking see Polaris?
Yeah, that's why I specifically said northern latitudes. Your latitudes, northern latitudes, your latitudes are based off of Polaris.
Only here.
Huh?
Only here in the north.
Yeah. Jedi, do you think 34 degrees north latitude is a circle of equal elevation or not?
It's like we had this conversation earlier, dude.
Well, do you agree or do you disagree? Because I want to know where you're at with this.
We had this conversation earlier. I granted you it. And then I asked you what 34 degrees
you can grant it, but do you agree with that?
Excuse me.
It's a yes or no.
Excuse me. I asked you what 34 degrees south was. Again, we're not being able to see Polaris. What's that relative to?
Why are you interrupting him? Hey, Vex, he wasn't done speaking.
Oh, listen, dude. Is 34 degrees north latitude a circle of equal elevation around Polaris or not, Jedi?
Around Polaris?
Yes, is your latitude, which is 34 degrees, is that your angle measurement to Polaris? Is that a circle of equal elevation? Yes or no? And yes, around Polaris, because Polaris would be in the center of the fucking circle.
Well, did you take this, assuming Polaris was the center point?
means he has a map in his mind.
I'm not claiming a map.
These elevation angles. Did you take them assuming Polaris? Why does he start talking whenever someone else does? Vaxwax.
It's just he's an asshole.
Did you take Vaxwax? Did you take these elevation angles with Polaris as the center point? Yes or no?
Yes, I have.
Then your 34 degrees is equal fucking elevation angles around Polaris.
Yes, and that's a circle.
No, you haven't proven a circle.
No. Oh, okay. If it's not a circle, then what would it be?
Excuse me.
You've only taken 3 points. It's a triangle.
That's a burden of proof reversal fallacy. You need to tell us.
Okay. So this is where we're at. No, that's fine. I mean, if you guys don't understand what a circle of equal elevation is, that's not like it's not my fault.
So, I call you on your burden of proof reversal fallacy, and you run away. I get it.
What, by having a circle that's 34 degrees have the center point at the same location?
Vaxwax, you've not created a circle. You've not created a circle, brother. You've created 3 points. That's it.
What do you mean 3 points? What are you talking about?
You took 3 elevation angles. No more, no less. 3. That does not make a circle.
Okay, so all I'm saying is they're locations on different parts of the circle of equal elevation.
What circle's conceptual?
What circle? 34 degrees north latitude?
No, that's a degrees. That's an angle. That's only an angle. You drew the circle, so you've added this. It's superfluous.
Yeah, it's the circle of equal. Right, it's the circle of equal elevation.
Yeah, it's just a concept.
No, it's your latitude. No, it's most definitely your latitude.
As far as I understand, all you have is an angle to a star. You're creating the circle on your own.
Yeah, how would you go about creating a circle of equal altitude? What does that mean when you draw a circle with the compass?
Well, first of all, I certainly wouldn't reify it. If I were doing celestial navigation, I would have a chart. And then I would draw my conceptual circle on that chart, which is a reification. And then I would call that a circle of equal altitude. But I'm only using that for a very specific purpose.
Yeah, and circles of equal elevation around Polaris are used for very specific purposes, too.
Okay.
Yeah, that's where you derive your latitude from.
Just verify the circle for me. That's all I need from you. Just draw it with a stick in the dirt for me, would you?
Well, somebody said that. Well, somebody also said just a moment ago that you can use many stars to do this. It doesn't have to be Polaris, which is weird because I already mentioned there's like 74 or 73 navigation stars anyway.
In celestial navigation, you draw the circle, right, and they intersect depending on how many stars you use.
Well, how do you know those are circles? I'm sorry, how do you know those are circles? Prove that those
because
are circles.
I drew it. Because I drew that. It's a concept. I'm saying that the concept, it's just a concept. That's right. Now you're getting it. No, I just drew circles so I could find my location. Ultimately, I'm just using angles. The circle in reality doesn't exist.
Then how can you say the angle would exist? The angle's not a physical thing you're throwing up to the star and making an angle with.
Also conceptual, right? I'm measuring an angular measurement to the star. That's all I have is an angle.
Well, how do you know that's an angle, right? I mean, come on now.
Wow, this is absurd. I'm using a tool that gives me degrees of elevation angle to that star.
Okay, and what shape would be made if you changed your location but kept that star at the same elevation? What is that called?
Well, I would have to actually verify that. I have no idea what it would be called. What I would do is I'd start moving east and get another one.
No
and then
idea that would be called a circle of equal elevation.
Vaxwax, here's what I would do. I would take a stick and put it in the dirt and then just start drawing it behind me. And I would just go, a few miles and see if that was actually a circle around Polaris. But then I'd actually have to know in free space what the actual geometric point of, or even on the ground, what Polaris's GP or in the sky would be.
Right. That's fine. I mean, listen, if we can't come to agreement on like circles of equal elevation, we're never going to see eye to eye on anything, and that's whatever. It's cool. You guys have a good one.
Yeah, you got busted. Is he like a troll? He's like a flat Earth troll at this point.
Yeah, he's been on this for a while. Says who?
Man.
So what is it?
He's trying to reify. He's trying to reify the circle that you draw when you take an angle, but you can't do that.
That's correct.
Right. So is it the case that he's assuming that any position that you take that same angle from, right? You project that onto the ground, it's going to make a circle on the ground
the circles of equal altitude that he says exist in the concept form exist in reality. They're the same circle. There's no difference. It's a giant circle, except for you're conceptualizing it one way. The other way, you're actually moving along that giant circle.
Right. Like, wouldn't that require the assumption that, for example, the conditions in the air through which you're looking to, the star in the sky, that they're all consistent so as to like get the same angle and not be subject to some sort of turbulence or refraction or whatnot that changes the angle?
Yeah, I don't know if you're maybe overcomplicating it, but I would say that it's just making it sound like he's drawing a map, because he's got 3 points that he presented to everybody here just a while ago. Those 3 points are along a circle. So they're points along a circle.
Yeah.
And Matrix broke him when he said, I could just draw a triangle with those 3 points. And he's like, no. Well, why not? It's just your choice of what shape you're going to use.
Right.
As long as you get to the point, it doesn't matter.
Yeah, and who's to say that, for example, in that triangle example, that if you were to actually traverse on the ground on that line made by, connecting the dots in a triangle, that if you took the angle of elevation, that you wouldn't get the same number at all. Like, you don't know that.
Yep.
He doesn't know that.
That's why in cartography there are many maps.
Mm-hmm.
And his circle of equal elevation will be from him to the Polaris GP. It will not be behind Polaris. Nobody does like that, except if you have a map already in your mind and you're refining that map. Because it will be, your circle of equal elevation will be from you to the GP of the star, Polaris or whatever it is. It will not be behind it. He's not understanding it.
He's probably going to reset and come back again. The same argument.
But it's not an argument. He's got this mindset that he's teaching us. That we, as a collective, have no friggin' idea what circles of equal elevation are. He is of the understanding that we're all fucked in the head stupid, and he is actually educating us.
So he's saying the concept is reality, essentially.
You know what I'm hoping? I'm hoping tomorrow he comes back with 4 points, just so I can tell him it's a fucking square.
If they do and I'm not here, record it. Just to hear it that other way.
Well, essentially, that's what they do. Like, that's what I described. So they get their chart out, they take their 3 elevation angle measurements, and they draw 3 straight lines, intersecting straight lines. because they say that the circles are so big that they don't need to really regard the curve of the circle. They just draw a straight line.
Yeah, if he was saying was true, what he was saying, he would have solved our map problem a long time ago. We would have a gold standard.
Circles of equal altitude give you guys a headache?
You're the headache, Vaxwax. You are.
That's fine, fair enough. But I was pretty forward
leave
for
and
that.
come back.
Yeah, seeing what was going on.
Reset.
No, like I said, I just don't understand the contention with circles of equal elevation and latitude being the same.
We just don't understand why you're stuck on this.
I'm not stuck on anything. You guys don't understand.
So why is it, Vaxwax, the last 15 times you've been in here, you've been rattling on about circles of equal elevation, circles of equal elevation? If you're not stuck on it, why is it you're stuck on it?
No, it's not that I'm stuck on it. It's
yeah.
You don't know what
that's all you've been prattling on about for the last 6 months you've been coming in.
Well, yeah, to a point. Yeah. I think there's only one celestial pole. But, I mean, circles of equal elevation have nothing to do with that, really. I mean, it kind of does. It kind of proves that.
So when I go outside, am I going to trip over? When I go outside, Vaxwax, am I going to trip over one of these circles?
You might. You are kind of stupid, and you come off like you'd be pretty clumsy.
So what am I taking my circle of equal elevation from at my place? Being that I'm at negative 34.
Okay, so yeah, how do you? Let's see. How do you establish your latitude where you're at?
I don't really give a fuck. That's what you're going to do for me.
I ain't doing shit. What do you think? How do you think you?
So these magical lines that I'm going to trip over because I'm a dopey fucker aren't even there. So this is just your imagination now.
Yeah, and don't step on any of those elevation angles. They could be kind of pointy, right?
You ever taken an elevation angle, Vaxwax?
Yes, I have.
With what?
My equatorial mount on my telescope. It has to be set on a certain elevation angle to Polaris, so that way when I move the knobs on it, it follows the ecliptic. So, yeah, tell me the fuck I haven't, you donkey.
I'm just checking, mate, because the amount of cockstroking you do over this shit is phenomenal.
Do you know what an angle of altitude is yet?
Brenda, I don't think you know what an angle of elevation is.
Oh, I wasn't talking to you, dude. But yes, I do know what it is.
Well, what is it, Brenda?
Oh, please, enlighten everyone.
It's the locus of points. At each point, the celestial object is at the same angle of altitude.
That didn't make any fucking sense.
Why not?
You just threw up all over your shoes just now. That wasn't even coherent what you just said.
You don't know what a locus of points is?
An elevation angle is a single point to a given luminary in the sky.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah, one given point.
Do you know what a locus of points is?
What do you think that is, Brenda? Because it sounds like you're talking about something else, not an elevation angle specifically, but you're talking about a circle of equal elevation, not an elevation angle itself. You don't know what a elevation angle is.
The angle of altitude, right? That's the angle at which you measure the altitude of, say, a celestial object, right? It could be the sun, the moon, Polaris. Sirius is a good one. Venus. It could be,
it could be the satellite dish on your roof.
Well, no, you wouldn't want to use that because they move.
No, the satellite dish on your roof. You take an elevation angle to any point of interest above the horizontal plane the observer is standing on.
Well, not for celestial navigation.
Celestial navigation is horizontal plane.
This is used in celestial navigation, so you don't use the antenna on your roof to navigate the ocean.
No, I was just saying an elevation angle in general. You could take it to any point of interest above the horizontal plane the observer is standing on.
Right, the flag at the top of the flagpole. You could, and then you would describe a circle around the flagpole. Yes, that's what I said. The circle is the locus of points. Do you know what a locus of points is?
It's the same points on various different locations, all keeping the altitude angle. Yeah, we already went over this, Brenda.
So that wasn't too hard to understand. You're just being a little contrarian, I think. I think you're being contrarian. Just to be
Brenda, I told you that you don't know what an elevation angle is, and you went on to explain a circle of equal latitude. Therefore, you proved my point. You weren't even talking about the correct thing.
Altitude. An altitude is just it's the angle that an object forms with respect to you, right?
An altitude is just an angle.
Sorry, and the horizontal plane the observer is standing on.
Yeah, that's incorrect. Yes. It's from your eye, not from where you're standing.
Also, eye level being parallel with ground level.
No, that's Nathan's lie. Nathan cherry-picked a design website.
Brenda, if you're going to say that eye level, you're going to have your geographical position on a fucking tangent, not attached to it.
It's an imaginary plane extending from the observer's eye.
Sorry, where's the ground position of the flag that you gave us? Is that on the Earth that the observer is standing?
That's not how you take an angle of altitude.
Elevation is separation between the horizon and the star.
Right, no, that's wrong.
No, we don't. With a sextant, we don't measure the separation between the horizon and the star by pulling the lever down so the star appears in the same place as the horizon.
You can use the horizon. You can use the horizon in a case where you're out on the ocean, right, and you don't have anything else. You can't use a mirror. You can't use an artificial horizon.
Brenda. In the celestial navigation that you brought up, you will use the separation and the star in question. You get the angle while you're still fucking talking when you move the lever at the bottom of the sextant so the star comes down to the horizon. And that's what you're going to use.
Yeah, so you have to correct for the dip angle, though.
Yes, you have to correct from your eye level to surface level. Yes.
Wrong.
So mathematically, you will take your measurement from the surface level. That's a straight line, parallel to eye level.
Wrong. That's wrong.
It's wrong. Well, surface level isn't parallel to eye level?
The dip angle is the angle from a line horizontal to your eye level down to the horizon. Down to the horizon.
Yep, that's exactly
down to sea level.
That's exactly what I said.
The horizon is always below horizontal.
Always below horizontal or your eye level.
No, it has nothing to do with your eye level. It has to do with
you just pulled it up.
It's the dip.
Horizontal is just an orientation. It has no particular.
Just for fucking eternity.
Yeah,
Brenda?
that's stupid. That was a stupid thing to say.
The angle.
Horizontal has no fixed place. It's just an orientation.
It's horizontal just means
horizontal
90 degrees.
does have a fixed.
Yeah, so horizontal could be below the horizon, because I could dig a hole and go down, establish horizontal, and I'm below the fucking horizon.
Yeah. Horizontal just means it just means orthogonal to a vertical. That's all it means.
No, vertical is based off of horizontal, Brenda. You can have one without the other.
No, that's not true. You can have.
How do you establish in your vertical? Your vertical is supposed to be perfectly perpendicular with the horizontal, Brenda.
Verticals are plumb.
Do you know what the word perpendicular means? Do you need a dictionary?
Vertical. You can establish a vertical without establishing a horizontal. Vertical means plumb.
The plum's based off of horizontal, Brenda.
You don't have. No, it's not. That's not how you determine
orientation.
A vertical.
Yeah, orientation.
Vertical is determined by gravity.
No, gravity is not a force, Brenda.
It doesn't matter. It's still determined by gravity.
So when I draw a vertical line on a piece of paper,
evidence that gravity exists.
so when I draw a vertical, when I draw a vertical line on a piece of paper, did I use gravity to establish that?
No, you didn't.
Right.
Yeah,
okay.
so shut up.
You can use words in different contexts to have different meanings, right? But that doesn't mean in this context it means drawing a line on a piece of paper.
So the vertical line on the crosshairs of a gun scope, was that established using gravity?
So can I navigate the ocean? Can I navigate the ocean by drawing lines on a piece of paper? No, I can't. I have to establish a vertical, which is determined by gravity.
We just discussed how that's what they do.
Brenda, what is gravity?
Gravity is a universal. Gravity is a universal force. Gravity is a universal force of mass attracting mass.
Really? What direction do gas molecules move in?
What?
What direction do gas molecules move in?
Whatever direction a force acting on them compels them to do.
What direction do they move in?
Whatever direction the forces acting on them compel them to do. They have a vector.
Brenda, are you familiar with the water cycle?
What forces?
So unless there's a force acting on a gas particle, it'll just stay still, Brenda? Is that what you're saying?
There's no such thing. There's no such thing as absolutely being still.
Right.
Everything,
so unless there's a force acting on a gas molecule, will it move?
What about clouds, Brenda?
So which way will gases move of their own volition? Which way will gases move of their own volition? Which way will gases move of their own volition?
You need to let me answer the first question before we move on to the next one, please.
No, I'm going to ask that question. Which way? Because this is to do with Vaxwax's original question to you.
I don't know.
Which way do gases move? And you said whichever way the force is acting on them. Right, so what if there's no forces acting on them? Which way do they go?
There's never no forces acting on anything.
So there's no such thing as there's no such thing as a fluid at rest?
Correct.
They do study fluids at rest, and they include gases when they use the term fluid.
Right. So the water,
right. So what do they mean by at rest? What do they mean by at rest?
They mean the macroscopic behavior of a volume of water, right? But
no, we're talking about gases. So if you got a container of gases, right? Which way is the particles inside the container moving?
Well, it depends on what forces are acting on them.
No, it doesn't, Brenda.
Oh my God!
Right? But it does. I know it's not the answer you want because you have a.
Because you want to dodge the question.
No, because you have a script that you inherited from Nathan Oakley, and that's
no. This is just physics. This is just physics. This is just physics. This is not Nathan Oakley's physics. This is not Quantum Eraser's physics. This is not Vaxwax's physics. This is not AV's physics. This is just physics.
That's wrong. There's no such thing in physics as a law that gases move everywhere in all directions. There is no such law.
Oh, really? Right. There's no such thing as Brownian motion. There's no such thing as Avogadro's law. There's no such thing as as Charles' law. There's no such thing as PV equals nRT.
Right.
There's no such thing as gas laws. There's no such thing as gas laws.
Right. Could you name the law?
So do gases expand in all directions to fill available volume? Yes or no?
Not equally. No, they don't.
I didn't say that. Did I say equally?
They move to fill.
Did I say equally? Did I say equally?
Yeah.
You added that in. You added that in. So the question is, do gases expand in all directions to fill available volume? Yes or no?
Sure, they will on Earth. Yes.
Well, I mean, in a closed, non-dynamic system, they will fill equally.
However, they have weight, and so
what determines its available volume?
If it's in a container, that will determine it.
What defines a gas's available volume?
If it's atmosphere, the atmosphere.
No, not if. What defines a gas's available volume?
The Earth is a what? So the Earth can define the available volume.
How?
By gravity.
By gravity. Can you demonstrate that?
There is no force of gravity. You don't have a naturally observed phenomenon.
So
can you demonstrate that? Can you demonstrate it?
I can explain it.
No, I don't want an explanation. I want a demonstration.
And we're using words.
Well, he can explain it. He's got to talk about.
You don't let me talk.
Can you demonstrate?
You don't let me talk.
Can you show a demonstration?
Answer you.
Can you show a demonstration?
I can.
Can you use gravity to contain an amount of gas? Can you do that?
Yes.
How? Go. Show us.
Just go outside. Go outside.
No. You're going to replicate this, Brenda. Science, right? Science.
Sure.
Replication. Duplication.
Sure.
Yeah. So you're going to reproduce this effect, where you're going to manipulate gravity in order to contain an amount of gas within a confined space. Go.
Yeah. So go to Mars and measure the atmosphere pressure.
Just expose you something shocking.
You didn't hear me. Go to Mars and measure the atmospheric pressure.
You go to Mars. When did you do that? 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 When did you go to Mars, Brent?
We have 9 robots.
No, not somebody else's claim. Your claim. When did you do that?
I don't have. That's a genetic.
So don't support somebody else's claim. Get that person in here. If somebody else is making that claim, get them in here and let them support it.
That's the
you're going to support your claims, not somebody else's. No, you're not going to support somebody else's claims that you can't do.
That's the genetic fallacy.
No, you cannot reproduce what you're talking about. You cannot demonstrate what you're talking about. Somebody else claims to have. You get that person in here, and they can defend that claim.
There's no claim to be had. We have to go to. Brenda just demanded we go to a place that violates the second law of thermodynamics. Good job, Brenda.
There's no violation of the. There's
so can you show me an example here, not on Mars? Here, you reproduce it here for us.
Okay. Atmospheric pressure varies by altitude.
No. That's begging the question.
No, it doesn't. That's not begging the question.
It is begging the question. You're using the thing. As that you're claiming, you're using the claim as the proof of the claim.
Oh, I varied the independent variable, right?
What was the independent variable?
No, you haven't. You've claimed pressurized gas and don't even realize
it. One sec, Vax. What was the independent variable? I want to hear the independent variable, Vax.
You have to let me answer.
Yeah, Vax, just shut up for a sec. What's the independent variable?
Yeah, shut up, Vax. Shut up. Yeah, so I can vary my altitude, which varies the strength of the gravitational field around the Earth.
No. You're adding more variables in and baking in the thing that you're saying. You're claiming causes the gas pressure.
I'm changing the variable. The variable is the strength of the gravitational field, and I can change it.
That's the claim.
No,
you're not manipulating the variable that you're saying is causing the effect. You're manipulating your altitude.
No, I'm varying the cause.
No, you're not. You're varying your altitude.
No, the cause.
And claiming there's another variable involved.
The cause is the strength of the gravitational field.
Yeah, that's circular reasoning.
That's not circular. That's a definition.
Yes, it is.
No, I'm stating.
You're saying that with altitude, the gravitational field changes. The gravitational field is the thing that you're trying to use in order to, and prove exists, in order to create the gas pressure.
No,
now you're just baking it in as if it's already said and done fact.
I'm claiming that the strength of gravity causes atmosphere.
What gravity?
Pressure.
What gravity? You haven't demonstrated it exists yet.
Galileo did.
No, he did not.
Yes, he did. He did it with his experiments on an inclined plane. Showed that
he rolled some stuff down a hill. Oh, that's a cool story. Okay, he rolled some stuff down a hill.
Well, it was a wooden incline.
So what did he do what did he manipulate in order to establish the cause?
The density, mass and density of the objects that he rolled down.
So mass and density, not gravity then.
And he showed that they rolled at the same rate, indicating a universal force of attraction.
No, that's just a baked-in presumption.
No, it's a deduced conclusion based on the experimental data.
No, he hasn't done anything to establish cause. He's just witnessed two things rolling down a hill at the same rate.
Yeah.
And then declared something.
Based on the data.
What data?
The data that showed no matter the density of what he rolled down the plane, they all rolled at the same speed.
Yeah.
9.8 meters per second per second.
You literally insert any reason for that whatsoever that you like and say that because, well, what's the proof? Well, just go back to the observation. That's my proof. So little tiny invisible fairies make them do that.
Well, you could hypothesize that invisible blue fairies did that.
Right, so all you're left with is your hypothesis and no test for it except the effect.
So what you would need to do then is just test for that hypothesis. But we generally don't believe that invisible blue fairies don't exist, right? Although they could logically exist. Why? Because we don't have no experience of invisible blue fairies.
We don't have any experience of what you're talking about either.
Yeah, we do.
No, we don't.
Galileo showed that there must exist a force acting on all
invisible
objects.
Fairies, exactly. Invisible fairies. Yes, exactly.
He also showed that
invisible fairies.
He took a 1 pound cannonball and a 10-pound cannonball, dropped them off of the Eiffel Tower, and showed that they both fell at the same speed.
Yeah, and?
Which demonstrates that there is a force acting on them.
No, it
because
doesn't.
Otherwise they would have fell.
No, it doesn't.
Otherwise, they would have fallen at two different speeds.
Why?
What?
Why?
Because that's what you would get if there was a force acting on each cannonball in a according to a different set of parameters rather than their mass.
So if you imagine it some other way, it would do something else. But if you imagine it this way, it does what it does.
And then we test to see, and it does what it does instead of the other way.
It just does what it does. You're just asserting that there's a reason why.
An experiment is a hypothesis test. So you hypothesize, right, that gravity will attract objects at the same speed regardless
I hypothesize that invisible fairies are going to make those things fall at the same speed, same rate.
Right. You would need a test. You would need to do an experiment for that. Go ahead.
I did. I dropped them and they fell at the same rate. Therefore, I'm correct about my invisible fairies.
No, you need to differentiate it from the other ideas, which are abductive,
I did.
It's possible.
If there wasn't invisible fairies, they would have fallen at different rates, just like you said about your hypothesis.
Yeah. It could have turned out that it could have turned out, but unfortunately, we discovered that that's not true.
No, we did, because I just did the same thing you did.
No. So what you're illustrating is what's called that all scientific theories are theory-laden, right? Which means that they don't...
This is why you must manipulate your presumed cause.
But that won't help you with being theory-ladenness. That won't help you.
No, you can establish right, the cause of an effect by manipulating directly the independent variable.
Yeah, but that's just the blue
Not indirectly
fairies.
through manipulating some other variable and then just asserting that your imagined your imagined actual cause, right, is involved somehow.
This is where I switch your argument back on you. I could just say that the blue fairies varied it. When you pretended to manipulate the variable,
that's
it was
hurting
the blue fairies
yours. That's hurting your argument, not mine.
No,
that's your standard that I was reversing on you. Of course, I don't think there's any invisible fairies involved, but it's the same logic.
I acknowledge that scientific theories are theory-laden, right? That's why we don't have certainty and we can't prove things in science. You believe that science can prove
by allowing there to be only one of two outcomes.
Right? How did you test for the blue fairies outcome?
I don't.
Yeah, so you don't know.
That's the same as yours. It's pseudoscience.
It's the same as mine. I admit that I don't have certainty.
That you're using pseudoscience, that you have no proof of gravity. No. Exactly. Thank you.
There's no such thing as proof. There's no such thing as proof in science. No.
There is. There's experiment. There's experiment, right?
Experiments don't prove things. Experiments don't prove things.
They do. Oh, we've got a clip of you. We've got a clip of you saying otherwise. Matrix, are you there?
They don't eliminate.
Which one would you like?
The one where she contradicts herself.
Fucking double.
Oh, science proves.
Yeah. Play that one for us.
Where is it?
We can prove experimentally. Science can't prove anything.
All right, so we can prove experimentally, can we? Can we prove experimentally or not, Brenda?
No, you can't.
You can't. So you lied?
No, I didn't lie. It's not a contradiction.
You misspoke?
Nope, I didn't speak either.
So why would you put those two words together, experimentally prove?
Can you guess why I did that?
Yeah, tell us.
I was speaking colloquially.
Colloquially?
Yeah.
So you can colloquially prove things experimentally.
People talk that way. It's okay.
Right. So you can kind of prove stuff, but you can't actually prove stuff.
You can't actually. Science doesn't prove things, but you can talk about it that way because people understand.
If you set up an experiment which allows only one of two outcomes, and you get only one of two outcomes, and then repeat it, and it's repeated across amongst independent researchers, and they all get that same outcome, right? And the conditions when that experiment is performed under the exact same conditions, and every time you get the same outcome, one of two outcomes, you haven't proven that that's the case?
That's correct, because you didn't eliminate the blue fairies.
Oh my goodness gracious me.
See, this is how I turn your arguments back against
Brenda, you haven't turned the argument back against him. He was using the blue fairies to demonstrate your false logic.
No, my logic is a conditional.
No, your logic was false. He was using the blue fairies to demonstrate the falsities in there. That's what he was doing. And for now, you're hooked on blue fairies.
Yeah.
You're a liar, Brenda. That's all you are. You're in here to be a troll. You're in here to waste time.
No, you just don't understand.
You should consider yourself lucky that Tito actually spoke to you.
Brenda, will it ever be the case? Let's just put it this way. Will it ever be the case, right, that scurvy is not the result of vitamin C deficiency?
I don't know.
You don't know?
Yeah, I don't know.
Of course it will never be that. It's always going to be the result of a vitamin C deficiency.
That's
been proven scientifically, experimentally.
Yeah, you don't know that.
Yes, you do. Yes, we do know that.
You can't
yes,
say
we do know that.
No, you can't say that.
Yes,
you can
yes,
say
I can.
We have a high degree of confidence, a high degree of certainty. How did you eliminate the blue fairies?
Positively, 100%. It will never, ever be the case that it's not the result.
How did you eliminate the blue fairies? How did you account for blue fairies? How did you account for them?
Blue fairies don't exist.
Prove it.
Source? I need a citation.
You need to prove they don't exist.
No, you need to exist.
This
If
is how
you say
science actually works. This is how science works, dude.
No, you don't prove non-existence.
Science is based on abductive inferences, based on the inference to the best explanation.
Pseudoscience, in other words. Pseudoscience, in other words.
It's not
pseudoscience, where the scientific method is not employed.
Science is based on abductive inference to the best explanation.
No, it's based on the scientific method.
Which is based on abductive inferences.
No, yeah.
Not deductive.
Originally, and then, yes, deductive. Yes, deductive.
No,
yes,
not deductive.
Yes,
Abductive.
absolutely, 100% deductive.
Abductive.
Yes. No, you are setting up a situation where there will be only one of two results.
Yeah,
you've got one result or a null result.
You can't eliminate the infinity of other results that are possible. You can't eliminate
only
the infinity
if you change those conditions, but under the same conditions, every time you will get the same result.
How do you know? You don't know that.
Because we do it.
But what if it changes tomorrow? Could
then
it
you
change
will look
tomorrow?
for a variable was involved, which changed the result.
Yeah, but you look and there is no change in the variables, but it changed. What do you do then?
No, that's not the case. No, and you will have the same conditions. That's why you have control variables. You will look for something that wasn't right with your control variables, or you will look for some conditions with environmentally which could have skewed your results.
I agree that it confers a high degree of confidence, but confidence isn't certainty. You're confusing confidence with certainty.
No, you're confusing absolute 100% definitive proof, right, with, well, that's a good guess.
Yeah, there's no such thing as absolute 100% proof.
Yes, there is, because if you physically manipulate what you think is causing an effect, and it causes the effect, then it 100% most definitely caused that effect.
That's all false. That's all false. It's all false.
Muhammad's a pedophile.
It's math.
Oh my goodness, you're the science denier. You are the science denier.
No, I'm not. This is how science.
You deny that if you manipulate the independent variable and it produces the dependent variable, that it might not have been you influencing that change.
And
you are a science denier, and there's people out there using this method trying to cure things like cancer, and you are shitting on their methodology. You're shitting on their efforts, and you're shitting on their achievements. You're a disgrace. And I don't want to talk to you anymore. I don't want to talk to you anymore. You're a science denier.
Okay, don't talk to me. Don't talk to me. Cancer is caused by blue fairies. Everybody knows that.
Good Lord.
Wow. Brenda, you are absolutely disingenuous. Disgustingly disingenuous.
Oh, I've got another person who loves me.
Yeah, that's how delusional you are.
Can you? Yo, guys, I need a mod. I need not like a call mod. I need a server mod. Something's happening. There's a pedophile within the server that's trying to do bad things. People, I have evidence.
It's probably Brenda.
I don't know who it is, but
is any of the server mods on?
That person just left, so they're ultimately like they're just trolling.
Just trolling? Yeah.
How was he trolling?
Oh no, they were helped. They were helped. They can stay out too, coming in with shit like that. Yeah, Mansky, don't do it. That wasn't a destroyed.
Holy smokes.
That was an idiot troll.
We're trying to get
people come in here all the time. No, people come in here all the time trying to do that, to try to poison the well. You have to understand that.
Yeah.
You guys are so deep in this. It's so insane to see.
Yeah, thanks for that. All right, so we got a guy who we haven't seen in a while, Fuzzy Ewok. What's up, man? You there?
Is it? Yeah, I'm here. I'm trying to. Is this working? I'm trying to get. I usually have push to talk, but it's not working.
Bro, man. I haven't seen you in a hot minute, dude.
It's been a while. I've been busy. I've been here and there.
Oh, good to see you back, man. Yeah, welcome back.
Yeah, it's crazy. It's an interesting time to be alive.
Exactly. Hopefully we see more people from back then come back. Anyway, I just wanted to say what's up to you, and I didn't mean to interrupt the lively discussion with Brenda, but
Oh God, Brenda, yeah.
yeah, Brenda's still at it.
Interview one. More than two. Good job, man.
Great work, T-Dub. I didn't want to touch that convo with the 10-foot pole, man.
Yeah, it's just weaseling around, reworking the scientific method in order to fit your bias, so that you can say that you did something scientific in order to establish your ideas as having some form of validity, right? Like rolling balls of different weights down a hill, and then just asserting that there must be this reason why that I can just say whatever I want is the reason, and because I rolled two balls down a hill and they fell at the same rate, I'm right.
Yeah. You need a wire brush and some soap. We got some other people in here. Rupert Cow is in here. Dude, freaking Stephen P. Those are some names I haven't seen. Oh, yeah. Mansky or whatever. You're back again, Mansky?
Yeah, I keep posting sources that prove you guys wrong, and you just keep screeching for
Nah, you haven't. Mansky, can you do us a favour? Put a H in the middle of them E's somewhere so you can go full Michael Jackson. Go, Mansky!
Bro, why do you guys keep deleting my papers that I link? It's funny. You
papers
keep
like
them.
You're using your words verbally. Can you describe
my words? Don't need to.
Yeah. Can you
guys
describe
are
how the
like
Earth is
shifting that onto me and my like expertise of this. There's dozens of papers that are like 100 pages long talking about this technology, and according to you guys, it's just all fake.
What technology, bro? Like, what are you talking about?
I keep posting it in side chat. Again, me not being a PhD in this technology doesn't mean it's fake.
Mansky, can you say it? What are you talking about?
Use your big boy words.
Oh my God.
Come on now.
Big telescope sends signals to the sky. Receive signals show that the Earth is a sphere that rotates.
What the hell?
Wow.
Big telescope sends signals to the sky and tell us that the Earth is a sphere.
Yes, and it completely proves you guys wrong. It wouldn't work on flat Earth.
Before that signals.
I ain't worried about that right now, Sasha. I want to know how he's getting.
Before invention of that signals, how Earth was spherical.
Yeah, hold on. Let me just call him out on this point, Sasha. So how did you? What telescope?
Subject, dude?
Don't worry about it, man. How are you telling us that telescope is giving information that the Earth is a oblate spheroid?
What do you mean? I just said.
Well, you said that big telescope sends signals to the sky, and then the Earth's in a globe somehow. How is that?
Yeah, multiple telescopes all around the Earth send a signal at the exact same time. Receive signal proves the geometry of the Earth. It is a sphere that rotates.
With the radius 3,959 miles.
Yes, if you have two radio telescopes on opposite ends of the Earth, you tell the radius.
No, I'm asking does signal coming back to the Earth with the radius of the 3,959 miles?
I don't know what you're asking.
Does that pointing that signal is coming back to the Earth with the radius of 3,959 miles.
Yeah, he's
Like I said, I'm
asking
not
you
an
if the data
expert on this. I keep
You're
linking
not
papers that get deleted.
you're not expert in size, but you know that is the Earth, and it's pointing. That signal is coming back to that size.
Because
that's crazy.
Like, if you use the assumption that that's the radius, you guys will just say, "How do you know that's the radius?" So by using this technology, you can actually prove the radius of the Earth.
Yeah, I know that you keep saying that, but in what way did it directly measure that?
Because you have two telescopes on either side of the ball.
Yeah. So you have to imagine that you're on either side of a ball first.
No, you don't, because you have other telescopes all around the ball that prove that the Earth is a sphere.
They're all around the ball. So now there's things that are all around the ball. You haven't proved that it was a ball in the first place, dude. Yeah, you haven't proved it was a ball in the first place yet.
No, you don't.
How do you know it's a ball?
The received signals prove the geometry of the Earth.
Okay,
so that's just anything.
That's just a circular argument. Yeah?
No, how is it circular?
Yeah, because you're saying that signals are sent out and it proves that the Earth is a sphere. The Earth is a sphere, therefore it proves that the signals that are sent out proving it's a sphere.
If you have 20 telescopes sending out a message at the exact same time, and the received signals come back, you can tell from the received signals.
How did they measure, like, using your words, how did they measure that the Earth is a globe in any way?
What the fuck? I just said.
Yeah, using
why is it my words that matter? I keep linking these publications that are dozens or hundreds of pages long.
I don't care about that, dude, because you should have already read those publications. So you should be able to, in your own words, tell us how sending out signals
did. What do you want me to say?
No, you don't. No, you don't. You're just assuming that they're happening on a ball.
All right, you guys like don't. You just don't want to accept that you're wrong. It's really strange. I'm going to mute now.
It's not about that, bro. You're assuming that all of these things are happening on a ball already before you even get to the point that they're measuring. How are they measuring the surface to be a ball?
They even have measurements over fucking decades that proves that the Earth is spinning around.
This has nothing to do. This has nothing to do. Yeah, this has nothing to do with radio telescopes sending signals out. If we already know that the Earth is a ball.
No, what I'm saying is these radio telescopes and the signals that they receive back prove that the Earth is a rotating sphere.
How did they measure it? How did they measure it?
Because there are certain delays. You can tell that the Earth is rotating.
You can tell that with delays? And that has everything to do with the Earth moving and not with the signal propagation?
So what are you saying, like the flat Earth is spinning now? Like,
no. I'm saying signal propagation over the Earth can be done where delays happen. Yeah? They can happen on a horizontal plane. It doesn't necessarily have to be a sphere for signals to be delayed. Because that's your argument. You're saying signals are delayed, therefore it has to be happening over a surface that's curving and it's a globe.
So in that long paper I linked, they have measurements going back to the fucking 80s that the Earth is actually spinning
now we have
space.
Measurements. Yeah, now I'm asking you, based on that information, how did they measure it? Because you read the paper, yeah?
Again, it's not my expertise. Like me not being an expert on it doesn't mean it's not real.
So you didn't read it. Is that what you're telling me? You didn't read the papers, the publications, the things that you're trying to for us to read.
Dude, this is such a reach, man. That's insane.
Yeah, it's not a reach. It's holding you accountable for the things you're posting. So if you're making this claim and you're posting it, then you should already well know what you're talking about and then be able to explain it to us, which I'm trying to get you to do, which you're avoiding.
What I'm doing.
No, you're not.
I have a very overview understanding of what's going on here. I'm not. I don't know these fucking equations that are posted.
Then tell us how they measured it in layman's terms. What you gathered.
Bro, that's exactly what I did. We're just going in circles here.
No, you didn't. You just said signals propagated over the Earth and there was delays, therefore the Earth is a globe. That's all you said.
Bruh.
That it?
Really? No.
Is that about the gist of it? Is that about the size of it all?
Like, level Linus, I know you think you have a triple-digit IQ, but everything you say just isn't smart.
All right,
Maybe I told you, I've linked so many studies You're free
I
to look at them.
understand it. You don't know
It's
how
not
much I
me
understand
and my
that, Mansky.
understanding of them. It
You don't
exists.
understand?
You
Listen,
being
bro. I
ignorant of
get
it doesn't mean like you're right.
Okay, so I'm ignorant, yet you're the one who doesn't know how to articulate the point of your own
I
claim
just
that you
did.
brought in here. Bro, I'm telling you, and
I
you said
get-
I got an you told
you're
me I have
like-
an overview effect of it, like I only know parts and bits and like I don't know the math because I'm not one of those guys. So okay, that's fine. But what did you know that convinced you that it was a globe, the signal propagation that's happening with these radio telescopes? What convinced you? Where's the measurements? Because it's not convincing to me that you're just saying it's happening over a globe. I want to know how it was measured. You understand?
Dude, I've given you so many
I don't
links.
give me a dude, bro. Like I don't care about the
I've
links.
given you links,
have
man.
to
You, can
articulate.
look, you don't want
Mansky.
to be proven wrong, so you're like
You have
like
to
doing this on
articulate your
purpose.
point. No,
If
you have
I
to
don't
articulate
like,
your point.
if I don't spoon feed it to you, you're not going to understand.
It's not
which is
about
weird.
spoon
Like,
feeding. It's
surely,
about
if you want to know the truth, you would look into this.
No, you're
Do you not
misrepresenting.
want to know the truth?
This is what I want you to do. Look, listen. If
You clearly don't want to know
read
the
the
truth. You're
publications,
not.
if you read the if you read the
This is so
publications,
lazy.
no,
Guess
really,
what, Nancy?
and you're the one that's coming in here making the claim, slapping down the so quote unquote evidence, and not being able to articulate it from a vantage point of you thinking that this is convincing for you to believe that the Earth is a globe. No, you're telling us to go ahead and do a read on it, which you haven't done, because you said I just kind of looked at it and I'm already convinced. Yeah. Well, what convinced you is what I'm asking you.
So this is just going to go down to if I don't have equipment worth millions of dollars to measure myself,
oh
and
my
it's not
God,
real.
Mansky, that's
Because
not what I'm asking you to do, bro. I'm asking you to use whatever
I know
knowledge
what you're asking me. It's
then go
weird,
then
though,
provide.
like,
Dude,
I
provide the
know-
evidence that you read that publication so that we know at least that you know what you're talking about.
What does me knowing what I'm talking about have to do with it? Like, I have a very surface
it
level
was
understanding
your-
of how
it
the
was-
technology
listen, dude,
works.
it was
I've
your
given
point.
you the sources.
It doesn't
you can look at it.
matter.
Like, this completely
It doesn't
debunks
matter.
you guys, and that's why
If
you don't
if
want to
you're
look at it.
thoroughly listen, dude. If you're thoroughly convinced that this is evidence, then you should be able to explain it from a convinced point. You should say, "Hey, look, this is how I know I'm convinced of this information, being that it's a globe with these measurements." You can't do that. You're
Yes,
stalling.
okay, I'm convinced because they have these radio telescopes all around the world. They synchronize them to send signals at the exact same time into
Mansky, wait.
Hold on, Gibby, hold on, let him finish.
I don't know what a
Let him-
quasar
Gibby,
is, but
Gibby,
it's
let
like
him
quasars,
repeating.
and they're getting a signal back, proving that the Earth is a rotating sphere. It would not work on a flat Earth.
This is
most of your friends are faggots. That's what the
All right, I don't want to do this, but I'm gonna have to mute people because I didn't hear Mansky explain what he just did. Mansky, can you repeat what you said? At least try to, because I can, in the middle of what you were saying, got interrupted.
Okay, so there are very large radio telescopes all around the Earth, and I know, okay, the Earth isn't round, whatever. They're synchronized to shoot signals up into the sky at quasars. I don't know what a quasar is, but it's one, I don't know, source of light or something. So they're all pointing these radio signals, or the radio telescopes, at one point in the sky, and they're receiving signals back. Those received signals map out the geometry of the Earth and prove that the Earth is rotating because they're receiving the signal at a different point in space.
So it's doing two things. It's not only telling us that the
It's
Earth
doing
is
multiple
rotating,
things,
but
yeah.
it's also showing that the Earth is a geometric shape.
Yes, because of the received signals. It's not.
Okay.
You can use VLBI to. It's not just. It's also proving that the Earth is going through space.
Okay, we're going through space. Not only are we rotating, not only are we a geometric shape, but now we're moving through the vacuum of space.
Yeah, that fucking thing that screenshot I posted. So
All right,
they've
all
been
right.
measuring that since the 80s.
Is that it? Is there any more, or is that?
Well,
I'm only asking what convinced you, right?
Well, here's the thing. There have been publications written about this technology for decades now.
Yeah, you mentioned that.
Showing this, like, is this all just fake? Like, I don't understand.
No, I'm not worried. I'm not worried about that. Whether or not it's fake.
They're all just making this up to perpetuate the evil.
No, nobody. That's a straw man. You don't got to do that. All you got to do.
It's not a straw man because
that's
kind of what you guys
all you
say.
have to know, dude. You don't stop putting words in our mouth. All you got to do is slap down the information, whatever it is. I'll listen to it because I do want to hear what your position is. So not only is it a geometric shape, not only is it spinning, and not only is it moving through space, but it's kind of like it's doing an all-encompassing thing where it's detailing all this, and all because they're shooting information to quasars, according to you.
Yes.
Yeah?
Yes.
Which, of course, you don't really know what they are. You're just saying that it's kind of a cool thing that they're doing. They're shooting this radio information to quasars and receiving it back, and there's some delay happening there.
Quasars are the extremely bright and distant cores of active galaxies.
Right.
They're light
Now you know what they are.
Billions of light years away.
Now you know what they are. All right, so however, whatever distance they are away, we're receiving information back from those things, yeah?
I keep saying this, but me not being an expert in this doesn't mean it's not real.
Bro, it's not about being an expert. It's about you articulating
trying
your
to say
point.
that I don't know what I'm talking about, therefore it's not real.
I never said that. I just want you to be thorough. I want you to be thorough on what convinced you, because when I actually critique it, at least you have a position to say, yeah, I said that, or I didn't say that. Yeah, that's why I'm repeating things back.
You don't need to critique me. I'm giving you.
Oh yeah. What do you mean I don't need to critique you? Yeah. So so I can
be critiquing all of these researchers.
Yeah. Well, that's good. Isn't that what we want to do? We want to critique information that we receive to see if it's real or not. Isn't that what you think should be done?
Mansky, you are the expert in what convinced you, and that's all he's asking.
Yeah. If you feel like that was good enough for you, then that's it. Like, I mean, what I want to do is separate from what you've done. Basically, what Matthew just said. If you think that was good enough for you, then good for you. Not for me though, or for the panel here. We want to actually ask the questions. How did they figure it out? Because
all that's in. I mean, you can just. Again, me not being an expert in that doesn't mean
the publication, but it didn't. It's like a low standard from what I'm hearing that convinced you that it is a globe spinning in the vacuum, moving through the vacuum of space. So all of these things that you said convinced you. It's super low, man. Just almost like reading a story and saying, "Oh wow, they made a good story." So for us, it would have to be.
Again, you said it's a straw man. But you guys are essentially just saying it's all fake and gay, and they're just coming up with these.
Listen to me.
Papers for no reason.
If it was something that was real, then we could detail how signal propagation to quasars could give us information about the geometry of the Earth. Now, I haven't heard this actually said by anybody except for you right now. Bring it in here right now, and not only that, the Earth is spinning.
I haven't heard anybody bring this up before.
Well, then they're good. So we're going to scrutinize it. You don't have to be in this part of the conversation.
Scrutinize it, but don't use my lack of expertise on this.
Never, dude. Like I even said, you believing that that's giving you evidence that the Earth is a globe spinning in the vacuum of space. Like that's up to you. Well, the way we take it and the way we're going to look at it is just based on what people have been given throughout time. They're given stories, and you have a conscious choice to either accept it or look into it. See if it's real or not. And we choose to look into it because it sounds like a bunch of made up things to us. So if I'm saying this right, in what way can anyone using signal propagation like radio telescopes be able to measure a geometric shape? I want to know how it's done, the process, the method. Show me what I can do with that I can detail what I'm standing on. If you're saying that's true, then prove it. That's what I'm asking. Whether or not you say, hey, I just believe that they're doing it and it shows that it's a globe, that's all you. So, from what I gather, signal propagation to quasars, whether you even know the distance? Like, did he even say the distance it was away? I mean, at least a little bit of cowbell would help.
Let's see.
Anything?
Why would it matter?
Because, dude, that's the most crucial part of the whole story that you've heard. If you don't know the distance to the thing that they're shooting the radio telescopes, then how do they know what time it would take for it to return back so they can get whatever quote unquote measurement you think they're getting?
But there's an offset experience by every telescope, like every station.
Oh, yeah, dude, but that's what I'm saying. How do they know how to calculate for that if they're... I don't think you understand. Like,
does it really matter? Like, if it's a certain distance, they're not calculating anything.
It does, because they're trying to figure out whether or not, like, they're going to get a measurement if you're saying they are. Like, they would have to know some type of information to put something together to say, hey, we got a distance from, let's say, here to whatever that you said that they're shooting it to. Now, I'm calling BS on it, but if you say that they've done such a thing, that proves this, then I want to see exactly what numeric values are given so that we can say, okay, how can you test something like that, No one can ever travel to those places they say they're shooting these signals to. It's all guesswork, dude. That's all it amounts to, is nothing but guesswork. People conjuring up like ideas. Unless there's a specific method that you're not telling us about. That's what it sounds like to me.
So all these papers are fake and gay because it proves
all these papers are calculations about these guys' ideas of what they guess it would be to get distances to things that are, in the sky.
But they're using like real telescopes.
Yeah, they could be. They could be. They could be using things like that. So what?
I mean, if they're using real equipment, I know if it's a simulation, if it's software, you can just say, it's a simulation.
What I'm saying is, so what if they're using real equipment?
Because they're getting real data.
Okay, how do you know that? Did you pour yourself over the data?
Again, like I said, this is going to come here, and you said, no, it's not. But I personally don't have millions of dollars of equipment to measure it myself.
That's not it. No. I'm not talking about that. The data that they're giving you, the information, are you pouring yourself over it to find out whether or not it's true? Not what they're doing, the data, the information they collected. Are you looking at it and saying,
I have to trust that decades of peer-reviewed research building on each other.
Right, so then you don't...
It's not all fake and gay.
Do you think that that's helping your point, that you're not supplying information that's crucial, at least for this point, for you to establish that there's data collected that you're looking over to say, hey, look, I've compared this number to that number. At least give me something. You're not giving me anything. You're just saying, I believe because they've been studying things and I know that it's a planet. Like, that's as far as you go with it.
Most of these studies, they're not using it to like prove the Earth is round. Like, they're not doing that. They're researching.
Mansky, the other thing is, yeah. I mean, whatever they're doing, dude, it doesn't matter. But what you're taking away from this experience is that they're proving something about the Earth that flat earthers are rejecting. And in no way are you demonstrating that the information you've collected, like the data, that it proves that the Earth is an oblate spheroid. I'm looking for something that you got to give me, man. You haven't given me anything.
What he has at the moment, it's an interpretation from other people. So there's an observation, right, of the sky and the luminaries, and they're interpreting what they're observing and coming to a conclusion based on their biases and their interpretation.
Jemsy, I told them that they are using this equipment. It is being utilized. I mean, I'm not saying they're not doing that, but they're using a lot of guesswork that's involved in their data extrapolation.
I'd like to quickly mention that, Mansky, you acknowledge that the moon landing is faked, but there's peer-reviewed scientific papers that say it's real. So what do you have to say about that? Those papers are obviously wrong and fake.
Yeah. Well, the moon landings it's, I guess, a series of events that what peer-reviewed research is there about the moon landing?
There's quite a bit of scientific papers from these academics that are about the moon landing saying it's real. So if you acknowledge the moon landing is fake, then what's up with those papers?
What are they about? Also, the moon landings are related. There are many different reasons, but flat Earth, over the years, you guys have had to capitulate on a lot of things, and now you guys are kind of in your corner on Discord mostly. So, like flat Earth is such a massive conspiracy that everybody would have to. It just makes zero sense.
Applies to the moon landing as well. It's also a massive conspiracy.
So sea level is conspiracy.
The moon landing is a much smaller one, though.
So sea level is conspiracy. Sea level it's conspiracy.
Sea level is a conspiracy?
Yeah, are you saying that elevation profile, that mean land, it's conspiracy?
I'm saying like hiding the true shape of the Earth is a stupid conspiracy.
I'm saying you're measuring the elevation profile above the sea level. Is that conspiracy?
Who says they're doing that, bro? Deal with the geometry that Sasha's pointing out.
What have we capitulated on? You guys used to support like a particular model, but the final
No, we are not supporting particular model. We are looking only in geometry. Don't strawman people.
No, I'm replying to over fences in chat. Like years ago, you guys proudly...
We didn't support a particular model. Nobody supports an AE map as a model.
Well,
not in here, anyways.
Now you say that, but years ago, you guys...
Stereotype fallacy. What Sasha's asking you about is independent of that. So address what he's talking about, please. Stop trying to obfuscate.
Yeah, I mean, I'm not replying to him directly. I was replying to over fences.
Yeah, well, do so. Do so.
Wait, what am I replying to? What's the question?
The question is how elevation profile works, why we are using elevation profile for measuring height of the mountains, hills, valleys, rivers. Is that conspiracy?
Reporting that the Earth is a plane and hiding like the truth. That truth is kind of, yes, that's a conspiracy.
Are you saying the sea elevation profile of your country, that means you have mountains and that's conspiracy, and then you go to the valley, you walk and that's conspiracy?
Mountains and valleys are not conspiracies, but...
Okay, how you measure mountains and valleys? How you measure mountains and valleys?
No, you're like taking this to a different direction. I don't really care about that.
No, I'm not checking to the direction. I want to know this. Does elevation profile works due to sea level, or the elevation profile works due to to earth curvature?
Level just means perpendicular to the vector.
Man, I'm asking you this. Does elevation profile, that means, let's say, from the east coast to the west coast of the USA, does that is due to sea level or due to curvature?
Bro, you're taking this in a direction I didn't... I just said that flat Earth is a retarded conspiracy. I don't really care
I will tell you something like this. On the left side of USA, there is sea level. On the right side of the USA, there is another sea level. That's the level thing. And the elevation profile, that's all...
flat. If the Earth wasn't flat, wouldn't all the water just fall off?
Why would it
fall over? Does water falling off the lake?
Why would water fall off?
Water falls down. Water goes down.
Over the shore.
Gravity. So in your mind,
when you look at a river, which direction is the river always flowing?
Not never from the delta to the source.
Can someone put that guy on mute?
You're admitting that you think gravity is real. What the fuck?
How many times have you seen water flowing?
Gravity is real in the way that I experience it. I reject that it's a, quote, universal concept or whatever.
There's
Newton's theory of gravity, I reject it.
How you prove the sphericity of the Earth?
How do I prove?
Well, the Earth has an up and down.
No, how you prove that it's a sphere?
I linked papers on that.
Are you saying that is what is written in papers? For sure, it's in reality.
They're using equipment that proves the Earth's geometry and that it is a sphere and that it's rotating.
Okay, and what is the air geometry?
Well, if I say a sphere, you're going to say
the moon landing was real.
No, I will ask you this question: how much you can see with your height on this given sphere? What you believe?
How much height can I see?
No, let's say I imagine that you are 2 meter height. I will give you that. And now I'm asking you how much you can see on that sphere. What you believe in?
How much of the surface? What distance can you see off the surface
before it goes over the
directly
horizon?
ahead of you?
Yeah.
I don't know the exact number. Like I don't know, 3
miles.
maybe.
3 miles. Yeah. Do you know what we see with the 1 foot observer height?
Yeah. Okay. Like I know this is the script you guys go down.
Okay. What? What?
You're taking this. This is like the script. I know the script.
It's not a script, man. That's the reality. It's is it ocean the script?
No, but then you're gonna bring up that stupid picture.
Okay, if you see the ocean in a distance, is that a script?
Atmospheric refraction doesn't exist.
That's if you see the.
No, one sec, Sasha. Is it 3 miles or not?
I don't know the exact number.
Okay, so
but
are you when you say 3 miles? Are you including refraction?
Okay, T-Dub, if you're talking about this 24/7, not 24/7, but every single day, of course you're gonna know. You're gonna have all the numbers memorized. I don't.
When
I
you
don't
say
have all the
3
numbers
miles, are
memorized.
you including refraction?
No.
Okay, so include your refraction and give us a distance.
I don't have that number. I'm sure you guys have
So don't try and support that claim then. Come at if you're going to mention something, be ready to have your data and everything to support it. Okay.
Is there an actual number? Well, you guys say it doesn't exist.
There is no actual number.
It'd have to be.
This is how it works, though.
It'd have
you
to
can see
be if there's a
over the
standard
horizon.
involved. And a standard it would be an average, so that means that there must have been data taken. There was a maximum and a minimum, and a set of data points in between. They calculated an average from.
How works for you like this? If you see the physical water, real water in reality, and then you see something what you cannot distinguish what could be. How you distinguish the two things? The real thing, real water, real surface, and something what is confusing you.
Yeah, I mean, there's like mirages and shit, right?
Yeah. But what? How you will distinguish mirage from the things like a real surface?
They usually get kind of distorted.
Okay, if you have the oil rigs, what is behind the oil rigs if oil rigs are in the water?
Yeah, I know the picture you guys post.
Yeah, I'm asking you only a simple question. What is behind the oil rigs? Wherever height you want to take, what is the water? If you see that water, do you see the water or you see something what is making you confusing that you maybe see the water?
If it's past 3 miles, then I'm getting tricked.
Are you tricked by water? What you see behind the oil rigs, what is really there?
It's really there, but
why it's really there?
Why it's really there? Because it's not like over the horizon the things don't exist. We're just the refraction.
I'm not speaking about the horizon.
More.
I'm speaking about only that water now. That water will make a horizon in a distance. I'm speaking about only that water behind the oil rigs. Is that real water, or is it that some kind of phenomenon? What do you think that is maybe water, but it's doing something in the air, some kind of light, and then you think that it's a water?
I guess the refraction would allow me to see.
You don't know
more
anything
water
about
to the extent
refraction.
that
You just
allows
admitted that.
You're again saying that refraction will allow you to see that what you really see, what it is there.
You can't. be forever and ever, but it might give me like
I'm not
another
speaking
mile
about
or
ever and
2 miles.
forever. I'm speaking about, let's say, 10 meters behind the oil rigs. Do you see the ocean 10 meters behind the oil rigs?
I don't have that picture like memorized and seared into my brain.
Oh, okay. But if I show you the Sirius in the sky, you will know that it's 7 trillion miles away. Is that correct?
I don't know that just by looking at it.
Yeah, but you will know that it's for sure. Let's say if you see the sun, you know that it's 93 million miles away.
No, I don't know that just by looking at it.
No. But if you look, the book's saying that you will know that it's 93 million miles away.
I know it's 93 million miles away.
Yeah, that's what book's saying. Now you know. That means it's 93 million miles away. Is that correct?
Oh, if that's the number they came up with.
Yeah.
It's not always that distance, though. It's constantly.
No. It's just distance now in the last, for sure, who knows, more than 500 years or 200 years. They started with 1 million and they come to 93. Even they go over that, but they come back to 93. I'm watching the sun. I watch the sun. I look the book, and it's 93 million miles away. Book is saying. But when I see the horizon on 10 miles, the water, it's somehow I'm confused. Because that water is there, oil rigs are there. I can watch that without thinking about any kind of atomic science, any kind of flat globe Earth. That water is there. A child passed to me and said, "Sasha, look, there is a water." And I said, "What? How water could be behind the oil rigs and oil rigs are in the water?" And you see that water. Do you know how light works? You said the child. Do you know how light works? And child is saying, "Man, but there is a water there." And then then you turn off the lights, then it's a dark. There's no more, no more that heat from the sun, and but still there is lamps, and still there is that surface of water still staying there. Same example, that black stone during the day, during the night, Is it same refraction during the day or during the night? Oh.
Say, Sasha, maybe slow down a little bit and just go point. No, don't be sorry. I'm offering some advice. You don't need to take it, okay? My humble opinion is I think you're going a little fast for this speaker's engagement level. So if maybe slow it down a little bit and just go point by point.
Okay, like you guys go through this script multiple times a day.
Before he leaves, please. You think that it's a script that like a Santa Barbara? No, man. I have from Edinburgh my observation. I have from the creation from CERS. But there is other. It's Chicago. There are people. Oh, look at that guy. He's only zooming, checking how Nikon P900 works. I can post you that one. There is guy in Japan seeing that Mount Fuji. There are that people winning the Guinness record, Which one you want? I want one with that, like this, 10 miles, 66 foot opposite drop in every location. And then we go home, You show us that one. Look, with refraction, and it's there every time. 66 between. You can show 50 in 10 miles. Then you show in 20 miles 200 feet. Doesn't matter 257. Show 200. Okay, great. Then on 100 miles, then you show more,
Wouldn't that depend on just the conditions, like atmospheric conditions, and it's not constant?
Of course. There is no one condition showing the curvature of the Earth. That's that condition. Everything what you call refracted, it's always flat horizon. Nothing is curved. Practically, you're saying refracted flat surface, it's curved.
Yeah.
So
can I ask him a question, please?
Yeah, go ahead.
Yeah, Mansky, You said earlier when you were talking with Veritas, you said that we are using large radio telescopes to send a signal into space, in the sky, and they bounce off of a quasar, and they reach back to Earth, and that data proves that the Earth is a spinning sphere. My question is, do you know how far is the closest quasar star from Earth?
Very far away.
Okay, I'll give you the number.
Sending a signal. They're just collecting. They're collecting signals. So I was wrong.
Sorry?
Says that squirrels eat, never stop growing, so they shoot constantly.
They're just receiving. I was wrong about sending signals. They're just receiving signals.
Well, that's your claim. You know, you said that they sent a radio signal, and that radio signal bounced from the quasar.
Yeah,
and
I was
came
wrong about
back.
that.
Well,
they're just
that
collecting
obviously you were wrong, and I tell you why. Because the closest quasar is...
Just a second. Vax is hot making.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Vax.
I mean, I'm sorry.
Good.
So, the closest quasar star is in the Markarian galaxy, and that is 581 million light years away. To send a radio signal to that quasar, it takes 581 million years to reach it, and then to assume that radio signals bounce from quasars. So we have to assume that they are a black body, that they are not a black body object, so they will reflect the radio signal and then take another 581 million light years to reach the Earth. So in total, you are coming from the future about 1,162 million years from our future.
Yeah.
You know?
I figured that out the second I realized that quasars are light sources from other galaxies.
Yeah, and they are light sources. But how do you get the radio signal then? Which you said.
Yeah, I was wrong about sending
this radio signal proves the Earth is a spinning ball. So you don't have the radio signal now?
Well, you're receiving signals from at one point, and then at another later point in time, you're receiving signals, and they're received at different times, different locations. Oh. So if the Earth were stationary, then that wouldn't be happening.
Why not?
Yeah, like, can you walk us through that step by step?
I linked plenty of studies doing that. Again, like, I don't know why I have to keep saying this, but my expertise on the subject doesn't mean that it's fake and gay.
Well, no, what you have to do is if let me get this if the Earth is flat, then X. You haven't shown the if part yet. Hey, this study says this. You didn't read it, didn't pay attention to it, can't pull anything out of it that's usable talking point. So can you show your if? If the Earth is flat, what does that look like? What does the if look like?
I've said multiple times, I'm not an expert on this.
Well, you said if X, then not X, if X.
I'm not a debate, bro, dude. Like,
it's not a debate,
okay,
bro.
like,
I'm trying to dissect. I'm trying to understand where you're coming from by asking targeted, pointed questions at things you said to clarify. I'm not trying to debate you or change your mind. What exactly are you trying to put down here? And you said, if the Earth is flat, check, then X or not X. No problem. I don't know what you mean by if the Earth is flat. Could you demonstrate, draw it out, give some framework for what do you think these words mean?
I can. Since you guys don't really want to look this up for some reason, I can read it to you.
Won't be about anyone here. This is internal. This would be your internal worldview that you would be able to articulate to any audience. It's not audience dependent. This should be able to you just speaking in the mirror, like you're practicing for a public speaking. Or someone asks you at a coffee shop, how do you know the Earth is not a flat? And you'd be like, boom, and just drop it in their lap. But somehow you wouldn't be able to because somebody else. That would make you an NPC in your own story. Like you can't do something unless the main character clicks on you and interacts with you.
All right. So a few of your guys went to Antarctica and got blown the fuck out and stopped believing in flat Earth.
Okay, therefore, what?
Therefore, like, they actually did it and got proven wrong. So,
therefore,
are they NPCs?
Well, somebody else did something that had nothing to do with me, and that makes them somebody other than me. I mean,
okay, so why do you believe in flat Earth? You went outside and say, "Oh, I guess around me it's flat." Therefore,
I don't believe flat Earth.
You don't listen.
Yeah, we don't believe in flat Earth.
Yeah, I don't believe. Belief is not required.
Yeah.
Okay, but what's your proof that the Earth is flat?
We know it's flat. Measurements are our proof.
Flat?
Measurements.
Okay, so if it's flat, how would the sun work?
Measurements and observations are our proofs.
That's independent. See, like you guys used to have an argument for how this works.
Yes, you will have a sun above.
Yes, you did.
Coming. You have a sun.
No, that's a stereotype fallacy.
Why did they go to Antarctica then to look at the sun?
Let's parse it out.
Stereotype fallacy.
On the flat Earth, does the sun set or the sun doesn't set?
Are we talking about the typical model?
No, just your flat Earth, the model that was supposedly taken to Antarctica to compare against the globe model. We're talking about that model
around
right
in a circle. That's how it would have to work.
Would it set or not set?
It would go off, and it's like a spotlight sun that would go so far away that it just wouldn't shine the spot on where you are anymore.
So the sun would set. The sun would set on a flat Earth?
It's not setting, it just goes far enough away where the light just doesn't reach.
Which would mean what?
That's a good observation.
Or doesn't set?
Mm-hmm.
So can you explain day and night cycle on the flat Earth?
It's a spotlight that just goes around in a circle.
That's your day and night cycle? A spotlight that goes around the circle?
How else would it work on a flat Earth?
Well, you had to use that model to compare it. To do a final experiment, you must have had a flat Earth and a globe Earth model in hand before you conduct an experiment comparing these two models. So can you explain on your flat Earth that you supposedly used to conduct a final experiment? How does the sun work in your flat Earth?
Well, that's why they went to Antarctica. They went just south of Chile, I think. And
Muhammad's a pedophile.
yes, we know. And if the sun actually behaved that way, then it wouldn't be visible from where they were for days at a time.
Why? Because
it would have to go around, and there would be night.
Because
watch stream.
Because that's how the sun works on the flat Earth. It's a spotlight that just goes around.
Yeah, so now in the meanwhile, Zetetic Astronomy, written like in the 1800s, fully explains the midnight sun. Some 200 years ago. So this is some contemporary flat Earth model that had nothing to do with anything other than some young Earth creationist, megachurch superpastor, William Duffy, doing some kind of cringe social experiment in which he refused to bring any flat earthers with him. There weren't any flat earthers that were even allowed to even ask to go. There was no invitation sent to any flat earthers. They brought two guys from one group called Globebusters who identified themselves as true earthers. Not flat earthers. This had nothing to do with flat Earth from the start all the way to the end.
Hairs.
Not splitting hairs. He purposely factored out flat earthers because these young Earth creationists really hate flat earthers. He won't talk to flat earthers. He won't take their calls. He, all their servers and their live streams, not welcome. Flat earthers are not welcome.
Okay, T-Dub, like hedging doesn't really prove anything.
Well, that's an echo chamber.
That disproves your stereotype policy.
Yeah, and my problem with you, Mansky, is that earlier you were saying something like, in regards to those radio signals, that if I'm standing still, I can't receive phone calls on my mobile phone.
No, they're receiving signals from...
Yeah, you were saying that some radio signals are coming from that quasar, and because the Earth is a ball and spinning, we are receiving that radio signal at certain locations and times and stuff. So we have to be in constant motion to be able to detect those radio signals. And this means that if I'm standing still with my mobile phone, then I'm not able to receive radio calls on my mobile.
No.
Yeah.
I wasn't saying
this
that.
This is what you were
location.
saying.
No.
It is recorded what you said.
No. If you guys want to look into this technology, you can, but I feel like...
Yeah, with this technology of the live stream, you can rewind and verify your own words.
Bro, like, okay, I don't really care. That's not what... If I didn't say exactly that, that's not what I meant to say. Like, motion isn't required for radio signals to work.
So, then it works on a flat Earth.
The signals that these radio telescopes are receiving, that's not like making a phone call.
Dude, you said earlier that they were sending signals and getting signals back. You have
and I said, as soon as I looked up what a quasar was, I said I realized that's not what was happening. They're just flipping.
When I told him that
I see where this is going. You guys are just going to hang on this one point. You guys are not looking into this at all. It's clear, like you don't want to, because you know it'll show.
Well, I am looking, and I know what I'm looking.
No, you're like digging into me and my understanding of it versus looking at it yourself. It's it's very obvious what's going on.
I'm telling you that that thing which you think that is so scientific and breakthrough story that you read is actually coming from a virtual simulation made on supercomputers.
No, it's actual equipment.
Yeah.
I said they're not simulations.
No, it's not actual equipment. It's imaginary simulated equipment.
Okay, so those massive radio telescopes are just AI.
You know what you're doing, Mansky, is you're putting links and putting papers that you never read, that you never clicked on, videos you never watched, and you're just throwing them at us, saying, "Hey, read this; it'll change your mind." You need to look into it yourself.
I keep posting citations, and you guys are saying, "Okay, now, if you don't understand everything, then."
I love how you keep saying you keep posting citations. I'm yet to see one. Where have you posted it? What timestamp?
Deleting them.
What timestamp, Mansky? Nobody's deleted your shit. What timestamp?
In your Discord, my shit got deleted yesterday. You guys just deleted and wiped out my shit.
I was in there yesterday when you made the claim that you posted something. You posted nothing.
You're such a liar.
You posted nothing.
What a liar.
Post it again now then. Post it in the side chat now.
No, so you can not delete it and then just call me bullshit.
So at least I can fucking read it.
You're such a fucking liar, dude.
You've made these claims. I would like to read or at least see these claims that you've made.
Lying ass bitch.
Nancy,
so you're gonna call him a liar when you're the one.
Nah, Matrix, he always does this. He always has a fucking
Yeah, now you're mad.
Yeah, that was ridiculous. Just cursing and yelling. Mansky, calm down. You owe him an apology for that one.
It's just pathetic. He's sharing information that he didn't read himself. He butchered it earlier, and he's expecting us to go and study what he just blindly believed proved the globe without even looking into it. All he provided was something that he had blind faith in, and he didn't even know any of the technical details. Absolutely pathetic.
Yeah, it's certainly my take too. Like, his flat Earth model is just as mysterious as his globe Earth model. Either one, if you tried to figure out what either one he's talking about, he wouldn't be able to articulate anything about either model. But somehow, he adjudicated the two models and conducted an experiment that settled the debate. And yet he's back again. Over and over and over again. He was just here a couple of days ago. Now he's back. And he'll just keep repeating over and over again. He can't even convince himself of his own bullshit.
It's okay.
Oh shit, I like that crit. That was awesome.
Yeah, I don't like the ad hominem stuff. You guys should look into yourselves deeper and fix things inside there.
Oh, wow.
Yeah.
Someone's got the idea.
All right, that's enough. You got Vasily in the text chat who is just spamming complete nonsense, stuff that doesn't even relate to the room. He won't stop. He's doing it on purpose to bury information. So if we can get that guy reined in, that'd be great.
Yeah, problem fixed.
Yeah, he's gone.
Thank you. Nice. He's been doing it for too long. Mansky's all like, you guys are welcome to blah, 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 blah. I'm like, you're more than welcome to go stare at a stationary pendulum and stack rocks. Okay?
He's so melted. He was so eager and confident of himself when he was arguing with Alpha Veritas, saying, yeah, we send radio signal with big radio telescopes and they bounce off those quasars. And when I told him that the closest quasar, according to his own religion, is 581 million light years away, that means we need at least 1,000 million years to send a radio signal and to receive it back.
Looks like Apollyon might be ready for the VC. Is Apollyon in here? Or are they just in the text chat being a skank?
Not even their astrophysics doesn't help them. Because it's full of holes, just like Mikio Kaku said. And also Crit was bringing a lot this argument about the heliocentric crisis, cosmological crisis.
Yeah, the best thing that came out of the final experiment is you could say flat earthers. Yeah, sure, we got some problems. You could say flat earthers have 99 problems. One problem flat earth doesn't have is young earth creationists, super church mega pastors conducting cringe online social media experiments because they're trying to gain funding to battle legal troubles. That is a problem not seen in flat earth. So the globe can have that. Okay, you can have that one. That's all you.
Yeah.
And it's also highlighted by some of these other young earth creationists. You've got that Ken Hovind. You know, he hates flat earthers too. Mr. Batman. You got Darth Dawkins calls flat earthers demonically possessed. You got those astronauts who just went to the Ark amusement park and talked about answers in Genesis. You know that guy who used to hang around flat earth conventions and stuff. I'm trying to blank on his name right now, like Fowler or Fallon.
Yeah. Well, the moment when I saw Ken Hovind...
Faulkner. So here you got Faulkner talks about being an astrophysicist, young earth creationist. You guys can have that, okay? That is all bullshit. No thank you. So this is the best part where these globals will be like, go get him, William Duffy. And then you're like, well, William Duffy's a young earth creationist. And they're like, wait, what? Because some of these anti-flat earthers think anything Bible related is like peak stupidity. And you're like, okay, if that's true, why do they bring a Bible to the moon? Why do you have astronauts talking about young earth creationism at the Ark amusement park? Why do you have these young earth creationists trying to debunk the flat earth? That sounds like you guys. What this is called is a horseshoe theory, that the further apart two groups get, they wrap back around in the middle. Some of these anti-flat earthers are indistinguishable from young earth creationists, but yet they wear atheist on their sleeve. And they're completely oblivious to it. You can show them, like, who said this? What anti-flat earther said this was an atheist or a young earth creationist, and you won't be able to tell the difference. It's like the same words, the same script, constantly coming out of their mouth, and they're completely oblivious to it.
Yeah, but there was a super high, like a super bliss in that year of 1969 when they moon landed. The whole world was in a ecstasy, because man himself went into space and set foot onto land other than our own world. And those men, they took the Bible with them and wave it, symbolizing that we take our morals with us wherever we go. But it's funny because many people, once they go away to a faraway land, they change their morals also.
Well, I'm a Glober that's an old Earth creationist.
Yeah, Matthew, you're still a Glober, but I don't believe you. You know the Earth is flat, but you choose to fight.
Believe. That's what it is, get beget. He knows that the earth is flat. He knows that the earth cannot possibly exist as a globe under the conditions and circumstances that it's alleged to exist in. Yet, he believes with full, conviction or delusion that Earth is a globe. And it doesn't matter. NASA could come out tomorrow and say, we lied to you. We're sorry. Everybody's getting some money because we took your money from you, and the Earth is flat, and the sun and they could do that, and Matthew will still go, well, I believe the Earth's a globe, and he'll still deny the Bible.
No, he doesn't, Jenna. You fucked it up there, because it doesn't matter what NASA says, good, bad, ugly, indifferent, or whatever, because Matthew's worldview is not based on what NASA said or didn't say.
True.
So they could say whatever they want to say. It wouldn't change anything.
So that's Matthew's own little religious belief that Earth is a globe.
No, he's not. That's what I'm saying. You misunderstand. He's not using NASA for anything related to his worldview at all. I mean,
he doesn't dare contradicting them.
No, yeah, you're right. You're right.
Okay, I'm just making sure if I was saying it wrong or maybe something had changed.
My bad.
So, today, if you could check out whatever catering order for NASA, and they said they had a pizza with pineapple on it, Matthew wouldn't be like, let me go try that.
Yeah.
I'd be super stressed out about that.
He won't contradict any claim that NASA would make. He would completely agree and adopt them and push them into the minds of his students.
Yep. Ask Matthew about the 1972 blue marble from NASA. That's real, right? Is that real? That's real? That's real picture? Real photo?
Yeah, I think it is. They have the negative, the slide negative of
Clown.
it.
Provide them. I can't find them anywhere in any corner of the internet. And Google says, yeah, they exist. So Google gives me some hearsay BS, but nobody can provide these photo negatives.
I'm
not sure they
I'm
use
so sick of a
negatives.
liar clown.
So yeah, it could be a real photo, but it doesn't mean it's a real photo of Earth from where they claim to be.
Right, that would mean a God's eye view, right? I don't think anybody's ever gotten a God's eye view of the Earth in its entirety. Oh, they've got photo negatives. Well, please provide the photo negatives. Nobody can seem to do that. Don't sit there and claim that there's photo negatives, and then they don't exist anywhere. You just have NASA and Google saying, well, yeah, they exist.
Well, not only that, NASA and the Apollo missions lost integrity and credibility when they were busted faking Earth shots on film.
So, Jenna, if you believe
they busted faking
those
Earth shots?
photos, if you believe that those photos are real, sure you will also believe that there is negatives for those photos. There is photo negatives. So for me, Matthew is so honest. He's telling us. He told us many times that the Earth as a globe is just a deep belief that he got. It doesn't matter for him, just NASA or something. If NASA changed their mind and say that the Earth is flat, he won't follow them. Because in his mind, he believes that the Earth is a globe, not dependent to NASA only, but dependent to many factors.
Yeah,
just to clarify, nobody claims that there are photo negatives from Apollo 17.
Just double check.
They didn't use negatives. They used slide transparencies.
Hey, Matthew, if NASA came out tomorrow and accepted some kind of atheist worldview, would you change to an atheist?
No, I would not.
Okay, you guys get it now? There's nothing that NASA is providing Matthew that will change, vary, or affect his worldview. His worldview is independent of executive branch agencies in America.
Like everybody in 1950, nobody in 1950 who was a glober because of NASA, because NASA didn't exist yet.
Yeah, that's what I said.
Yeah, I mean, this should be really easy to understand that there are a lot. If you guys want to just bash NASA, you don't need flat Earth, or you don't need, Christians to do so. The vast majority of the people who think NASA fake shit are atheists. That's why atheists took the Apollo program to court repeatedly. They're like, prove it. Prove it. It's a whole thing of Madeleine O'Hare, the beginning of the American Atheist Association. All the way until you had even the last guy, David Silverman. David Silverman just simply refused to say that moon causes the tides.
Wait, so Madeleine O'Hare was a moon landing denier? I didn't know that.
Oh, yeah. Yeah, because, I think a lot of it had to do with the political idea at the time, because Nixon said God picked America to win the space race. They're praying before each launch. The Bible readings for Apollo 8, taking communion on the moon for Apollo 11, bringing the Bible to the moon for Apollo 14. She was like saying, hey, this stuff is bullshit. What are you doing? So then she sued NASA, and namely some of these astronauts who made these like public declarations of faith to prove it. And NASA did some legal trickery to basically win the court case. And they got destroyed. They weren't ready for just how much legal ease the federal government will conduct to keep these things out of court, which also highlights why the astronauts there's never been anyone who's sworn that they went to the moon. Even though these are high-grade military officers who, throughout their career, swore on the Bible many times. without reservation. Yet none of them would swear in the Bible, in court or otherwise, that they went to the moon.
Weren't they offered $5,000 to swear on the Bible, and several of them declined?
Yeah, just anything. Like the guy who did it, Bart Sabel, another anti-flat earther, he thinks flat earthers are CIA without exception. I mean, like, he'll find that if anyone ever uses his content for flat earth, he'll get YouTube to take it down. He thinks that the astronauts, that all they had to do to prove the moon was just put their hand in the Bible and tell them they did so. That's the only proof he needed. Because that's how faith-based some of these people who believe the Apollo program are. That they really believe that God picked America. Because, God loves capitalism. So he said, well, if that's all it is, if this was really divinely inspired, like you say it was, just tell me. Look me in the eyes and tell me you did this. And none of them would do it. None of them. Some of them even questioned the validity of the Bible. You had one sucker punch. Another one, pushed him out of his house. So what you're looking at here is this is a perfect opening the atheists had to try to make some headway in their idea of separation of church and state, and they couldn't do it. That was think how far down the drain modern atheism is. I mean, these are guys who can't figure out if they have hands or not. At this point, modern atheism has been so badly defeated, all it takes is just an internet meme, and the whole worldview is destroyed. And this was the high watermark of atheism. I mean, this is your second wave atheists. George Carlin and whatnot. These are powerful speakers directly attacking government. And now you've got third and fourth wave atheists who think government can't lie. It's a conspiracy theory to say government would lie, as government agents are telling them God picked America to land on the moon, and don't trust government, only trust God. And these atheists are like, yep, sounds good. They're like, yep, that's my worldview right there. And you're like, well, sure, well, how do you maintain that? They gotta say that they trust and don't trust NASA at exactly the same time. They walk themselves into some sort of weird contradiction, which is pretty amazing, because the Vehicle Assembly Lab, you walk into it, huge sign on the wall. In God we trust. Everyone else bring their data. Where's your data?
Yeah, Boulder, I know you're trying to talk to me right now, buddy, but I'm actually just kind of listening. I don't have my eyes on the chat. I'm getting ready to go out tonight. I'm going to some karaoke and gonna have some fun there. So, yeah, sorry, I don't have time for you, Boulder.
Yeah, just open your mic, dude. You've talked before.
Yeah, have fun, Jenna.
Thanks. I'm gonna go sing "The Wheels in the Sky." I'm gonna go do some Journey songs and some Beatles about the Fool on the Hill. All the songs that point to a flat Earth. Oh, I should do REM, "Man on the Moon." That'd be fun. If you believe we put a man on the moon.
So, did anybody else in Arizona, California, or Nevada happen to see the SpaceX launch a week ago? There was a pretty spectacular one that was about a week ago.
Yeah, I stopped watching them. I mean, quite a while back. There's the one that, yeah, I used to watch every single one, and yeah, it's kind of like pointless. I mean, they all blow up.
No, I meant the one that you could see with your own eyes. Not, I don't watch every launch on Twitter or X or whatever. I'm talking about the one that was highly visible for thousands of people.
Be honest, Crit, you're only watching them and recording them for bloopers.
It's like the really cringe people in the background saying all kinds of weird shit.
There's like that footage of everybody with their phones in the air and there's nothing on their screens.
Yeah. How far it will go and what will be its angular size? Would it be resolvable for the eyes to be able to see that rocket going to the outer space? I don't think so.
Do you like watching big sky split themselves?
It was pretty impressive. It took up like a significant portion of the sky, so it was kind of cool to watch.
Why is it going sideways?
Oh, because we were pretty far south of it, so the launches just go up a few dozen miles, but they go sideways a lot faster.
They say they have to do that because they have to pick up speed inside the atmosphere before they get away. If they go up straight away from the Earth, the atmosphere will get too thin. There's not enough time from the gain enough speed to break away from gravity.
They need air?
I have a question.
They need some time in the atmosphere to gain enough speed.
Why? Their rockets should work without air.
Yeah, it's almost like it should, but apparently it's both. It's both yes and no.
Oh, okay.
While you are looking at the rocket when it left the surface, so do you have, if you are not using what you heard in television about the rockets that they are going to outer space, do you have any clue when you are looking at the rocket that it is really going to outer space, or does it just look like if it is a giant firework that that's flying to the sky and you don't know where it is going, if it left the Earth's atmosphere and went to outer space?
Yeah, I think it's pretty high because it was visible in Las Vegas, Phoenix, Tucson, and San Diego at the same time. So it'd have to be pretty high to be visible in all those places at the same time.
Yeah, but you're not at all those places at the same time. I'm asking you, the person that's standing watching the rocket. So I'm standing in some place. I'm watching that rocket. Do you have any clue that rocket is going to space? But I'm not using multiple people from multiple areas.
Yeah, so my brother-in-law sent me a picture from Arizona, and I think it must be in space because it's going so fast. I mean, it's going across the sky pretty quick, and if it were in the atmosphere, it would probably burn up due to the speed. So that's why I think it's in a place where there's hardly any air.
Okay, that's not the answer that I wanted to hear. it's different
I thought you
from.
asked why I thought it was in space.
No, I asked you when you are watching the rocket. Do you have any clue? You're not measuring its speed. You're not comparing its speed from when it was leaving the surface and gaining speed. You don't. I don't know if you have some eyes or some glasses that tells you the speed of the rocket. I don't think so. So you don't know what's the speed that the rocket is going with.
You're right. I don't know the exact speed, but it must be going pretty quick because, like 2 minutes after it launches, 140 miles away, I can see it in the sky, and then 2 or 3 minutes later, it's straight west of me, and then a couple minutes later, it's southwest of me. So to go from 140 miles northwest to straight west within the space of 4 minutes, it must be going really fast.
Yeah, maybe.
But you're right. I don't have an exact number. I can just sort of estimate that it's going pretty quick.
Yeah. So you don't have any exact number about its speed and its elevation. So it's just what you are perceiving. So you see
right. So the elevation. No, you're right about the elevation also. I'm sorry. Go ahead.
You see the rocket coming from a place to another place. You calculate the time that the rocket took from that point to the other point. So for you, must be at high speed. And about what you perceive also, for you, the rocket appears to you to be so high. But in reality, if there is another person standing next to you that holds different idea that the Earth is not a globe, there is no outer space. So he will have another perception. The rocket is not.
Yes, you're right. I don't know exactly how high it was. The evidence that I think it was very high is that my brother-in-law sent me a picture 460 miles away, and he could see it at the same time. So it must be, dozens of miles high at least for both of us to be able to see it.
I see.
I mean, that's better than trying to do the same thing with the moon. At least if it was a rocket and it's up in the air, that's something that's there. That kind of reminds me of this is back in the days of yore, before globalists just lost their fucking mind. Me, Chemo, and Jeremy were on Chimpanzees, and we were discussing Rocket Man, the car, the Tesla Roadster that Musk shot into whatever space and is gonna go around Mars or some shit. So part of the thing was that they're talking about was it an experiment? So Chemo was like, no, hard no, it's not an experiment because it's man. Man did that. If somebody does something, they know the cause of that. That's man. Jeremy was like, it's not an experiment because there was no naturally observed phenomenon. There wasn't something that predated the experiment to conduct it. Say, hey, I saw something do that. Let me see if I can make this thing do the same thing, manipulating the same variables. I said it was an experiment because you would use like a set of mathematical principles to say, hey, if I do this, like almost like a pitching machine or something along those lines, can I produce a result with physics? So then instead of like engaging with the topic, you had dudes doing like pigeon sounds, animal sounds in the background, people giggling and laughing, just being like completely belligerent. And I'm like, hey, can someone cut down on the, can some moderator step in here and get rid of the animal sounds? And then it just got crazy at that point. It sounded like a zoo. Like you walked into a zoo. Like everyone's mic. Not everyone, but 10 more people started making animal sounds. So then the moderator decided to mute me because I had said animal sounds So that directly caused animal sounds. Like their level of science, their scientific understanding. Had I not said that and just ignored the animal sounds while we're talking, they would have stopped on their own once there wasn't a reaction. But because I said, hey, can someone cut the, get control of the room, that meant that I had to be muted because I'm the real cause of the animal sounds. And at that point, I kind of knew that, there's really nothing to gain from any real conversation with these globalists. They're just beyond, logic, reason, or science at that point. And then after a while, the conversation quit because the other two flat earthers were like, well, if you're going to mute Crit, I'm going to stop talking too, because that's who we were talking to. So then, of course, they form an echo chamber. All the flat earthers stop talking. Then they finally unmute me, and they want me to say how it's an experiment or something like that. And I'm like, well, how about this? Could someone run the numbers and just point in the general direction of where Starman should be? Just like point in the sky, it's that way, and it's that far away. And no one could do it. No, not even try. They wouldn't even be able to try. Like here's the raw data, here's the numbers, where just fart in the general direction of where Starman would be. That's it. That's all you had to do. None of them could do it. Then some of them linked some website about like tracking Starman, and it was like some sort of cartoon thing. I thought
there was a website that kept track.
Oh yeah, they're like, here, use this. I'm like, what the fuck is that? There's a Santa Claus tracker at NORAD too. Is that legit? Is that like?
Yeah, it sounds like they weren't interested in real debate there. They just wanted to get their point across or something.
Well, it's more about entertainment purposes. And that's why Flat Earth will always win. Because in terms of production value or entertainment value, the Globe can't compete. This is why the Globe side has to use clickbait articles, scientific communicators fluffing data. Like they found diamonds on Uranus and shit like that. All these really cringe clickbait titles because they can't compete in the marketplace of ideas in terms of entertainment or production.
How many weird claims have they made about Uranus letting out hot solar winds twice a day? It's got to be 6 different kinds of that idiotic nonsense.
I mean, I got a clip of Jeopardy. They had heliocentric model Jeopardy questions. 5 questions. This is not double Jeopardy, single Jeopardy. And the questions were simple as shit. It's like, here's a picture of Mars. What is this? Show a picture of Mars. What celestial body is this? What is the moon? No. What the hell? The largest planet in our solar system. What is the sun? Ask Rebecca's like, what the fuck, guys? Aren't you all highly educated, smart Jeopardy people with advanced degrees and all kinds of stuff? And you don't know what the largest planet is? And not only do you not know that, you think the sun would be the largest planet. It's pretty hilarious. I'll have to find it. I haven't posted it in quite some time, and you think that's the people who are smart about the heliocentric model, and think you get people coming in here
Earth is a sphere, by the way,
dumber than that.
Flat Earth is fake, by the way. So
that's a claim. You can try to validate.
It's the truth. It's the truth.
But... Yeah, that's another claim.
No, but it's the truth.
Do you know that a claim without evidence can be dismissed without
self-evident. It's self-evident. It's self-evident.
So what makes it self-evident?
It's not.
So when you go up to space, and you see that...
You've not done this?
Yeah, we have. We went up to space.
You have not done this?
No, but my brother-in-law is a rocket scientist.
Bullshit. You're a liar.
I swear on everything I love. My brother-in-law is
That's so cap, bro.
My sister married him 6 months ago. Cap! My brother-in-law did. And he's worked on like satellite missions.
So because your sister got one, all of a sudden you believe in a ball tide.
No, but like I'm just saying, like he showed me the satellite missions that he's worked on and shit like that.
Post them up then. But check this out.
So search up. All right, let's see here. Let me get on WhatsApp real quick.
He didn't go to space.
No, he worked on satellite missions.
He's probably just the shithouse cleaner. Like,
but his evidence at the beginning was that we had to go to space, and we can see that it is self-evident. But we are not in space. What is self-evident?
We're not in space right now, but
yeah, exactly. So the thing that is self-evident now, to me, to you, to everyone now, is that the Earth is not curving. You have flat horizontal horizon, flat horizontal. Just listen. You have flat horizontal horizon, flat horizontal surface of water, and motionless Earth. So that's the thing that is self-evident. And what you have is just something that...
it's a satellite that went to space. That's what it is. It's a satellite that went to space.
What's your brother-in-law's job exactly? What does he actually do?
He's an aerospace engineer.
So what does he do day to day?
He works on missions. He manages projects, and it's like a lot. It's very math intensive, and he directs projects.
So he's a math guy in an office. That's it.
No, he directs projects for satellites.
Okay, so he sits in his office and looks at spreadsheets for half the day.
Well, I mean, like last time I checked, if you couldn't do the math about it, then like...
Well, no, hold on. Ask him if he knows if he has hands or not. Start there. Or if he's a brain in the vat. Let's just start very simple. Be like, hey, asking for a friend. Because the last guy who came in here, who said he worked on satellites and knows all about aerospace engineering, he's so knowledgeable in this that he can't articulate anything to anybody about it, because apparently we wouldn't understand. And I'm like, well, if you have any degree in anything, you must have articulated to somebody at some time to get your degree. So can you just give the old college try and try to articulate something you know about satellites? And what he came up with is that he doesn't know really anything at all, and he doesn't know if he has hands or not. He doesn't know if he's even real. He could be a brain in a vat. And we're like, well, thank you for that. Okay, that's very, that's outstanding. That's incredible. And so, where do we go from here? Do you have hands yet? And he's on screen, waving his hands in front of the camera while he's saying this.
Well, but like he probably can, explain it as well as he could, because I mean, if you don't understand the math and the science, bro, like what is he supposed to explain, bro?
Why don't you get your brother-in-law to hop in here instead of you? What do you have to contribute? What?
I'm saying I saw satellite photos, bro. Look at like the fucking link that I sent, bro.
Show them to us. Show them to us.
Recent satellite missions. It's right there, bro. Look at it right there in the side chat. But yeah, bro. Like, do any of you guys have degrees in this or some shit? Like,
why would that matter?
Physicists, astrophysicists.
Do you have a degree?
No, why does that matter?
Computer science, but like.
Yeah, why does that matter?
Why does it matter? Because I mean, like the most evidence that you'll have is like some fucking oil rig and on the coast of California when they have the entirety of science on their side. You know what I mean?
Okay, so an oil rig.
Entirety of science.
Yeah.
Since you don't have the degree.
So, just out of curiosity, which field of science? Wella, you said the entirety of science. I'm curious, which field of science deals with shapes?
Shapes, geometry, I suppose.
That's a field of science.
Well, it's math, I guess. But like,
yeah, dude,
and science
I think
are inseparable, dude.
You contradict yourself because I'm being told that the globe is so easy to understand. It doesn't require any level of advanced degrees. Cavemen in the Dark Ages figured
I'm talking about I'm talking about the satellites. Like, just see the photos from the satellites, and boom, it's right there.
Well, I have a quick question. What is your definition of the word science? What does it mean, the word science?
Science, like the study of the natural world, I guess.
The study of the world, is that what you said?
The study of the natural world and like universe or whatever. So let me show you this, dude. Here's satellite view. This is multiple photos, bro. Like,
so for him,
it's not what he sent me because I can't pull it up on my computer. But like, how can you disprove this, bro?
So for I don't have to disprove it. You have to prove it that it is real. You can't ask someone to.
You're not an expert in this field.
Oh my God! Do you need to talk over me? So do I have just to share a picture of a unicorn and ask you to disprove it?
Well,
that will be a stupid task if I ask you to disprove it.
No, but like that's a false, equivocation, bro.
It is because you are showing us.
Yeah, it is, exactly.
If you want to know that satellites are real, just go and look at pictures of satellites. It means that they are real. So if I want to know
satellites are real, bro.
So if I want to know that Santa is real and unicorns are real, I just have to look at some pictures so I know now that they are real.
No, bro.
That's your standard of evidence.
Because like we've sent people to the moon and shit, and like
you didn't.
Yes, we have.
You didn't.
Bro.
You were in your father's.
Or me personally, I didn't, bro. Me personally, I didn't.
Yeah,
how old are you, buddy? How old are you? How old are you, buddy?
So you said that you sent.
Wait, how old are you? Come on, tell me. How old are you? How old are you?
I never claimed that I sent some people.
Oh, so you were also in your father's balls. So don't shame me for being in my dad's balls.
I never
you were
claimed.
Also in your dad's balls. Right,
I
buddy?
never claimed what you did. So
okay,
you don't
buddy.
need to tell me that because I didn't claim that we sent some people to the moon.
All right, good on you, buddy.
I never did.
Why are you being so aggressive and weird, Wella? Calm down.
All right, how about this? Here's a recent photo. Here's a recent photo.
Those look like shitty video. Those look like shitty video game graphics,
curve, bro. How about this? This is the curve, bro. Look at this.
Yeah, so it's easy. I can share with you a picture.
Right, how about this? In 2050 or in 2040, we go to Mars, bro.
Instead of talking shit, I want you to validate that image for us. How are you going to prove that that's real?
Well, I mean, I trust the experts.
Bro.
So that's it. This is just pure faith, nothing more.
I mean,
because you've got nothing of pure evidence, nothing that we can go, well, we can validate this. You've got absolutely nothing that we can validate.
I would trust a scientist than like fucking blue collar.
Well, we've already established that scientists don't deal with shapes. You yourself said that.
Deal with shapes, dude. What are you talking about?
No, they don't.
Scientists, yeah, they do.
So
geometry, mathematics,
learn math, dude. Scientists learn math, dude. What are you talking about?
So, bro,
why are you sidestepping?
Dude?
This is not a debate, bro. Contest, Junior.
You think science and math are inseparable, bro? Like what?
Yes, I think they are separable. They're two separate things. You use mathematics within science.
For example, when
it's a tool.
Science, dude,
mathematics is a tool, Junior.
Math courses, dude.
It's a language. That's all. It's a tool. Okay? You can use it. The problem is, Weller. The problem is, boy, you can use mathematics. Buddy. I'm not your buddy, pal.
Hey,
now,
buddy.
Weller.
Yeah,
good, buddy. Nah, you're not going to do that to me. Sorry. Now, I knew it was coming. Weller. You can use mathematics like a tool. That's all. You use it within science. You also have a problem. Try associating something to that mathematics. Instead of just throwing pictures at us, associate some measurements. Try that. Might help.
All right, I'll associate the evidence, but let me ask you a question. Like,
well, where is it?
Do you have a degree?
A degree.
Petition to say 2 plus 2
Do you have a degree?
Do I need to be a
why do I need a degree to know basic mathematics?
I'm not adding any connotations. It's just
Non sequitur. It's got no relationship to the.
Dodging the question, bro. Why are you dodging the question, bro?
Because it has nothing to do with FE.
Oh, you don't have a degree.
It's none of your business. It's none of your business.
You do concrete.
Weller, do you have a degree?
Talk about the Earth, dude.
Weller, do you have a degree?
Computer science, dude.
In what? In computer science. So what good is computer science proving the shape of the ground? What good is your computer science in proving the shape of the ground, Weller?
Listen, I didn't claim that it is.
No.
To prove the
You're claiming a degree is something of importance. Please enlighten the good panel on how having a degree is going to prove the shape of the ground, and specifically your degree in computer science.
Well, I didn't claim that, did I not, buddy?
Oh, buddy, what's wrong? What are you backpedaling for?
Listen here, boy. No, listen.
Why don't you want to answer the question, buddy?
Boy.
What's wrong,
Listen
boy?
Here, sissy. Listen here, sissy.
Fucking clown, go away. Anyone else want to talk to it? You're more than welcome to. He's just an idiot.
That guy, pal. Trust me, you're not that guy.
I was curious about the satellites because they asked about proving it or evidence for it. What would you accept as evidence of like satellites in use?
I don't have a problem with mechanical devices flying above our head. What I do have a problem with is their claim that it's in this vacuumed environment.
And I don't understand why people use something that is not an evidence. They don't even consider it a part of their standard of evidence. They push it as an evidence for someone else. Like, for example, pictures, videos, and testimonies. So the guy couldn't use anything other than those things. He posted pictures and told us, oh, believe that the Earth is a globe, believe that the satellites are in outer space and they exist really. Well, the satellites, as they describe it, exist. And testimonies from his brother-in-law. So what
listen.
Is that?
Can I ask my question again? This is not a claim, all right? I'm not saying it'll prove the Earth or whatever. Just, does anybody here have a degree?
I do.
Do I need to be a mathematician to say 2 + 2 is 4?
See, why are you dodging the question, dude? Like, why is everybody dodging?
Because having a degree is not relevant you're a bit. Oh my god. Okay, I'm going to ask you whilst you're muted, so everyone will not fucking annoy me. What is the importance of having a degree in this topic?
Listen, this sissy's really dodging the question here, okay?
You're dodging the question. You were just asked a question.
I'll answer your...
You were asked a question without interruption. Please answer it.
I'm a PhD.
Listen, you're sissy boy. All right?
What's with the appeal to credentials? Why the appeal to credentials?
They need to use fallacies.
Yeah.
He couldn't get away with pictures and testimonies from his brother-in-law, so now he's trying to use fallacies.
No, he's trying to put forward that you don't have a degree, therefore he's more intelligent. That's it. So what it is because you don't have a degree, you don't have the right now to speak of any subjects because you're a fucking numpty. You might as well go and shovel shit for a living. That's what he's putting forward.
It is completely incorrect. To make measurements, you don't need a degree. You don't need to go to school at all. People could build things, could measure things. But they didn't have school following the mainstream history, like ancient Egyptians, ancient Greeks, all those didn't have degrees like you call it now. So to make measurements, you don't need a degree. You don't need.
Like, in all honesty, Necros, if I was to have two people come up to me, one of them a carpenter and the other one someone with a degree in computer science, I'm more likely to trust the carpenter when it comes to measurements. So, Weller, why the importance of the degree within this topic?
All right. I'll answer your question. Just don't cut me off, okay? The importance of a degree, not any degree, like a degree in aerospace engineering or rocket science or anything that's...
No. Within this topic. Well, within the flat Earth topic.
Listen, sissy boy, all right? You're having some...
Before you have a little meltdown and you start crying, within this topic, I'm pretty sure you heard that, and all of a sudden you've jumped off to aerospace, some other weird shit that no one cares about. Within this topic, what is the importance of you questioning whether we've got a degree within the flat Earth topic? Why so important?
All right, listen, I need to answer the question. You're going to cut me off, dude, all right? I'm going to say, like, flat out, okay?
Just answer the question, boy. That's all we want.
Hey, sissy, calm down, buddy.
Just answer the question, Junior. Come on, get on with it.
Because listen, okay? Like, I know you have
You can do this.
Like, mouse on
You can answer it. Why the importance of the degree? Come on.
Yeah, there's a difference between, like, doing roof tiles that Mexicans do and, like, you know, fucking being a rocket scientist or something like that. At the end of the day, I'm not going to trust somebody that does my concrete floor.
I'm not a concreter. I'm a fabrication engineer. So, isn't that shiny? Now, Weller, why the importance of having a degree when discussing flat Earth? Please.
Fabrication engineer? No, the fuck you are, dude. He's not an engineer, buddy. Right? It's
Yeah, it is. I've got a little piece of paper that's got my fucking name on it. Yep, I'm a boilermaker by trade also. Funny that, I've also got another bit of paper with my name on it that says that. Fuck me dead, that's great. And you still haven't answered the question on why the importance of a degree when discussing flat Earth. What, don't you know how to operate a tape measure?
Yeah, the answer is simple.
Yeah, I'm gonna fuck your dad's butthole, sissy, or I'm gonna make...
Hey, yo.
Oh!
Very good. We know that you have cognitive dissonance. Just try to handle it. So you don't need a degree to tell the shape of things. So if the surface that you are standing on is curved or not, you don't need a degree to tell which one is it.
It's fine, bro. We've seen this a million times. We're not that concerned with what he's asking. You don't need to be a mathematician to say 2 + 2 is 4. So we'll just move on to the next person, since this guy is... well, I guess I won't say it. Who's next?
CB wielding his sexy mic too. Look out, AI.
Is it sexy mic time? Oh, okay.
Pause.
Ouroboros, Stephen. I got a DM from Gianni Law and Travis. They said they're both hardcore Globers. Could speak to them as well.
Why don't y'all like Eric Dubé?
Who?
Who the fuck is that?
Eric
guy?
Dubé.
Who the fuck is that?
You don't know who that is, dude?
Who?
I've never met him.
What's one thing that he said that stood
Never
out to
met
you?
him?
Well, I'm not going to
He's a
judge someone if I've
YouTuber.
never met
I've
them.
never met him. He makes YouTube videos. I could post it if you want, but
And
Oh, so
what's
that makes him
one
better or
thing-
worse?
What's something that he's said to you that stood out?
yeah, he hasn't said anything to me. I've watched his YouTube videos.
Okay, and what'd he say?
He said something about an ice wall.
Did you watch his videos, or did you pick something from others' videos talking about Eric Dubé?
No, I watched his video about it.
So, you watched some videos about the ice wall?
Yeah, it was like
One
a
video.
yeah, it was like explaining how you can't go to Antarctica because there's like government entities that are preventing you from doing that because it's like there's like an ice wall there.
Nice.
All right, well, I'll
you
check
watch
this one.
any other video about flat Earth, not ice walls? Because ice wall is also some term that Globers use for like that giant cliff in the south. They call it ice wall. So for them, that's an ice wall. I don't care about that. It's not the topic.
Wait, is Eric Dubay is he a Glober?
Hold on.
Did you watch, couldn't you watch some other videos to see if he is a Glober? You heard him talk about
Yeah,
ice
I
wall.
have.
Did he bring the ice wall to a globe or something?
Yeah, you know who Jeranism is?
Here we go, bro.
Do you know who Jeranism is? Because it seems that
I
you don't
watch his
know.
videos. I mean,
Because
I
it
think I
seems that you
know
don't
him enough
know
to
who
watch his videos.
Nice, because it seems that you talked about Eric Dubay first, and you don't know who Eric Dubay is, if he is a Glober or a flat earther.
I think he's made it pretty clear in his videos that he's a flat earther.
Nice, okay.
That's what he thinks. I don't know if that's what y'all think, but
Nobody
that's what
cares.
he thinks.
Why don't we just address the ice wall thing? You got 30 seconds to go through it?
I don't believe in the ice wall. It's what he
Oh, okay,
believes.
great. Are you able to see the chat?
Yeah.
I'm going to post a link right now. usgs.gov. Let's go ahead and click on that link.
Okay.
I might even screen share this if I can. Hopefully you guys can see the screen.
Is this supposed to prove that there isn't an ice wall? I'm sorry, I didn't mean to interrupt you.
I don't know what's the rush. Satellite image atlas of glaciers of the world, Antarctica. You guys seeing this?
Yeah.
Everybody seeing the screen? Okay, let's do a Command F for ice wall. Control F if you're on a PC. We have 17 results for an ice wall. Let's go down to result number 11.
At the moment, we're
Figure
seeing your
5.
Discord.
What?
All we see is your Discord page.
You see the Discord page? All right, hold on. Let's see if I can get you guys over here.
Real quick. What are you trying to prove to me?
Oh, we'll just follow along. It won't take long.
Okay, sure.
Okay, I think we should be good now. Chat, we seeing this?
Yeah, ice wall. Yep.
Yeah, no, it's good.
Figure 5, an ice wall, Dorian Bay. Graham Land as seen from a ship on 13th December. An ice wall, approximately 20 meters high. Ice wall. Okay. I'm going to post this in the chat for anyone that's not looking. Do you think this was written by flat earthers or anything? Let's go back to the top here. Oh, whoa, was that a globe? Whoa. Okay. Do you think this is a flat earther publication? I'm seeing usgs.gov, so it's like a government publication here. We got 17 results for an ice wall. Ice wall. What are your thoughts here? Anything?
Well, I think the context would matter, right?
I think he just got cooked.
Right, but are you suggesting that proves that there's an ice wall around
dude.
a flat
Oh my
Earth?
God.
Right.
Look, dude.
I understand. I know you. I know you're going to say
you asked
no.
the question. You asked the question. Do you want the answer?
Yeah, go ahead.
Okay. Well, people come here. They're like, you flat earthers in your stupid ice wall. This is not ours. Ice wall, we didn't come up with that. That's not our idea. For some reason, they think of it like some sort of Attack on Titan wall that you can't escape on the flat Earth. When it's not our idea. This article has nothing to do with flat Earth,
So you're saying Eric Dubay isn't a real flat earther?
bro.
Is that what you're
No one
saying?
cares about Eric Dubay. You brought
Eric
up
Dubay's not here, so
whether or
we're not
not there was an
debating.
ice wall, and he was the government talking about an ice wall 19 times. So let's see, who came up with an ice wall? Was it the government or Eric Dubay?
I told you I don't believe in it. I told you Eric Dubay believes in it, and he claims to be a flat
why
earther.
does the government
You're saying
believe
he's
in
not
it?
a real flat earther, right?
Fuck Eric Dubay. Why does the government care talk about an ice wall?
Why does the government talk about an ice wall? I don't care what the government's talking about. We're talking about Eric Dubay, brother.
Fuck Eric Dubay.
Stay on the subject.
You brought up an ice wall.
I just
I brought up the first thing I said was, do you know who Eric Dubay is?
We don't care about Eric Dubay.
That's like the topic of this discussion right now.
No,
if you want to move on,
and I answered I'd never met him. You asked if what we thought of him.
Fuck him.
And I said I'd never met him. Don't really care.
So
why are you bringing Eric Dubay as some stage mentioned an ice wall? Maybe he read the government crap that CB just put up.
The fact that you went silent when I debunked your dumbass on the ice wall thing is good enough for me. We don't care about Eric Dubay, but if you're going to try to punt this ice wall idea into our discussion, or as if that's our thing, we didn't make it up. That's not our idea. Clearly, the government's talking about an ice wall. Ask them why they're describing an ice wall. It's not ours, dude.
He didn't know that, so it was a surprising thing. That's why.
Okay, did I claim that you guys believe that there's an ice wall? Did I
You
say
tried
that?
to. Yeah, you tried it.
No.
Unsuccessfully.
I said Eric Dubay believes in it.
So yeah,
No, the government believes in it. Hold on, Necros.
Hold
The
on,
government
Eric
believes in it.
Eric
We don't give a
Dubay's
fuck
not
about
here,
Eric
so
Dubay.
Eric Dubay's not here, so I'm trying to debate him.
I'm not debating Eric Dubay. We're talking about him, brother. If you want to move on to the ice wall, I'm not interested because I don't believe in it. As I've told you countless
The question
times.
is, why does the government believe in an ice wall?
Why are you at? I don't care. Like, this has nothing to do with me.
I think you realize you're getting cooked right now.
Government entity? Am I a part of the government? Why are you bringing up the government, brother? I don't care.
You believe what the government is telling you about the Earth.
This is
and
irrelevant.
they think there's an ice wall. He's getting roasted.
I have a fair question that's not related to Eric Dubay.
I'm telling you, I don't believe in the ice wall, and you're telling me I do.
But you believe what the government's telling you about the Earth, that it's a globe.
Sure,
correct?
yeah.
Okay, so they also think there's an ice wall.
Do they?
I don't believe that. I don't.
All right, why don't we go through? Should we go through the article one more time? Let's go through it one more time.
I don't think everything the government says is truth.
Oh, except for the part that the Earth is a globe.
Yeah, you can cherry pick. Have you ever heard of cherry picking before? That's a pretty valid thing to do.
That's not a valid thing to do. Cherry picking.
It's not. Are you a theist?
We have a syndrome called a BYOB earther, where you try to bring your own version of what you think the globe is.
Are you a theist?
It doesn't work like that, right? Flat earthers are being mocked for not believing in the world that's being presented by mainstream, which would include an ice wall. So you don't get to pick and choose what you believe in. It's already been picked for you.
Journalism's not a real flat earther.
And here you go again, bringing up random people that aren't here that no one cares about.
The ice wall before the final experiment was not a real flat earther, guys.
The government did. The government believes in that.
Apparently, you don't know Eric Dubay.
Do you know who performed the final experiment? Was it a government entity?
So apparently what you did is just you talked about Eric Dubay saying something about the ice wall, and what you said that you don't know Eric Dubay. You don't know anything about Eric Dubay. The only thing that you watched
I know a lot about him
talking about the ice wall. So when CB bring to you that it's not something that flat earthers only talk about, the ice wall, it's also the globers. So when you bring Eric Dubay talking about ice wall, it's someone among everyone that talks about the ice wall. So it's not something new. So it's not something surprising.
I think it's fair to say. I think. Hold on.
Governance.
I get what you're trying to say. You're saying he's not a real flat earther. That's what I want y'all to admit.
We don't care about Eric Dubay.
That's really what I want to hear is that you think.
Well, how about if you want to hear Eric Dubay say he's not a flat earther? You go and ring Eric Dubé up and say to him, I want you to say you're not a flat earther because you believe in the ice wall. If that's what you're leading to, mate, huddle on and do it.
No one is saying that Eric Dubé is not flat earther.
We don't care about anybody. We don't care about those guys, dude. The topic is not about any individual man or woman. It's about the earth. We don't care about any individual person. It's not about that. That's why the last guy in here was asking about degrees. It doesn't matter what your degree is. It matters what the earth is. So hyper focusing on some person isn't really going to take you very far. All right, we'll move on.
Credentialism is fallacious.
The problem is that he didn't know that ice wall is something that globers also talk about. That's why.
Right, but do you think it's fair to say that the USGS mentioning of an ice wall is the same ice wall that a flat earther refers to colloquially?
Here's the thing. I've been in flat earth for probably almost a decade. Nobody talks about an ice wall. Okay, we join panels daily. Nobody's like, okay, guys, what's up with the ice wall today? It's not a topic of discussion. Nobody in here talks about an ice wall. The only time ice wall comes up is when some weirdo, some newbie comes in like, so you guys believe in an ice wall, right? No. Actually, we don't. At least not the way they're trying to depict it.
Do you hold a belief? Do you hold a belief on what's at like I know that most flat earthers will claim like a firmament or a dome, and then from that you can infer that dome would have to be connected to the earth somewhere, and then that could be the edge of the claimed flat earth.
Here we go.
So like, do you claim that there is at least an edge of where like wherever the dome would end or the firmament would end?
Nope, we don't make assumptions. We don't make speculations about things that we can't verify. So no, we don't claim a dome. We don't claim an edge.
Yeah, this isn't really like a speculative thing. We don't really try to sit here and imagine what the boundaries of reality might be like if we could possibly go. What's the point of speculating? My best piece of advice for people in here is just stick to things that you know to be true. Speak on things that you know to be true. When you start going off on a limb and talking about things that you can't verify or back up, that's how you get yourself into trouble.
Yeah.
I swear, I have.
Man, I get that, right? I get that, and I guess you can say that's like some form of skepticism, and then the criticisms would be, well, if you're so skeptical to the point that you're becoming a denialist, right? And I think that would be a fair criticism. It wouldn't really move the discussion forward at all. But if that's the standard of evidence that you would require, then really neither side can really argue any affirmed position. Neither side can actually affirm a position of any kind if that's your standard of what would need to be brought to the discussion.
Everyone here have their own speculations. No one will say that I don't make any assumptions or speculations, but everyone have some speculations, but we don't use them in our claims. When we claim something that we know. So we are talking about the surface that we can verify. We verified it's not curving. Edge or no edge, that's not something that have been verified. So we can't make claims about that. I have my own speculations. Will I use them as claims, something factual? No, it's not. It's my own speculation, something that I just accept without any evidence. So, meaning, in other words, belief. But I don't debate my beliefs. I debate
I think it's
sensible.
But I think like when we talk about like what would we expect to see, right? Like if we say, okay, if the Earth is as big as they claim, then we would expect this amount of drop over a certain amount of miles, which the drop is like kind of an okay guesstimation. It gets you in the right direction, but it's not quite that accurate because that's just like geometrically straight on a tangent, and then how far below the tangent from some point at a distance away from the vertex of the tangent than the perpendicular to the radius. So it's like that kind of gets you in the right direction. So over short distances, you can use that as an approximation for how much curve you should expect to see. And when you compare that to, well, if the Earth is infinitely flat, right, in a as far as you can claim, it's like you would expect you should be able to predict that you would have over a change of elevation, such as over a very large body of water, you would expect a vanishing point that blurs rather than a hard defined horizon. I would say that seems intuitive to me, but that's not what we observe. We do see what appears to be something of a horizon, getting in our blocking the line of sight of distant objects.
You're going into circular reasoning. I can use the same exact sentences that you used on favor of flat Earth. Let's use them. Let's try. I give you the example. So what I imagine in my mind, it will be a hard cut line that is straight horizontal line that is from your left to your right side of your eye. That will be called the horizon. Would expect that on a flat surface, no matter what the size of that surface, if it is limited, have an edge, or unlimited surface, I would expect a hard cut. That's what I see. Therefore, the Earth is flat. I see hard cut, a horizontal horizon that is a line that where the sky meets the surface of the water. That's what I see. So therefore, the Earth is flat. You were going in a circular reasoning.
Well, just on your description, I don't think because I did give at least some substantiation for it, at least a speculation. It's like, because with a curve you would expect a geometric line of sight would be blocked at some point if you're looking straight, and then at some distance there's a gradual curve. You would geometrically expect a horizon being a point where your line of sight would be blocked beyond that, and it would make it appear like there's a horizon, or what we call a horizon. Whereas on a flat Earth, it does seem intuitive. It does seem common sense that you would expect to see a vanishing point. But since we know that the atmosphere diffracts and you can't see infinitely into the atmosphere because of the way light interacts with it, that we do expect that the vanishing point would blur into where the ground or the water and the sky goes into that vanishing point. At some point, that vanishing point you're seeing so far that you would just get a blur instead of a hard line between the two.
The problem is that vanishing point.
Like I told you,
the problem is that vanishing point is beyond the limitations of your curvature. So why do we see the vanishing point? Why isn't the curvature blocking it like it should?
No, I don't agree that we're seeing a vanishing point, because to me a vanishing point should be on a perfectly clear day where there's no diffraction of any kind.
On a perfectly clear day, best possible day, how far do you think you can see?
Well, in that sense, if we hypothesize that there's no atmosphere for the light to interact with, you can see
no, with atmosphere on a perfectly clear day
until the angular resolution is too small for whatever you're using to observe it and can differentiate.
So how far is that? Yeah, that's a lot of words to give us a number.
It would be a blur. It would blur into
how far?
No, it's not.
How far?
It depends.
Yeah, I agree. It depends. That's why I said if it's like perfectly, you have no
perfectly clear day. How far?
Right, but there's still an atmosphere. There's still an atmosphere that has molecules for the light to interact with that can create.
You're making excuses, mate. How far?
Do you know how far?
Yeah.
Neither of us would know how far. And neither of us would know how far. That's why I said if we take off all of these compounding factors and just have light, then it should be
on a perfectly clear day. Right? No, air on a perfectly clear day. You're making up excuses to try to make yourself intelligent. On a perfectly clear day, how far do you think maximum distance?
I'm hypothesizing what I would expect to see on a flat Earth, so I would be predicting.
Well, how about instead of hypothesizing what you think you should see, why don't you go out and have a look what you do see?
Yeah, well, and then the obvious answer is it depends, right?
So it's not a geometric horizon then, because you've already established you see beyond that.
Well, no. You said on a perfectly clear day, how far?
You're the one that said. Well, you're the one that said it.
Right.
So it's not geometric then, because it depends.
It still depends. Yes.
So it's not geometric. It depends on all of these other factors.
No, generally speaking,
how about you do it the easy way? Look at the weather app on your phone.
Generally speaking, if it's a perfectly clear day and you don't have,
why don't you answer the question, Karasan?
How far? Like that. If you're 6 feet tall and you're standing with your feet on the at sea level, it would be roughly 3 miles.
So why is it we see beyond 10 miles at 1 foot?
There's a lot of factors that are involved.
A lot of factors, like zero curvature.
Like refraction.
So we do agree that there are a lot of factors, and then the only factor
so what
that
distance
doesn't factor in? Hold on.
With your 6 foot tall observer, did you factor in refraction?
That's why I said geometrically, it's exactly 3 miles.
Karasan, no.
You're joining us, can you hear me?
Geometrically, it's almost exactly 3 miles.
Karasan, did you factor in refraction when you gave us the 3 mile distance? Yes or no?
I gave room for refraction by saying roughly 3 miles.
Excellent. I would like you to factor in refraction now. How far can you see with refraction?
Well, how many factors involved can affect refraction? It really depends. Right.
So, in other words, you're just sidestepping it because you don't have an answer.
Yeah,
you claim refraction, but yet you won't give a straight answer. You know, refraction at best, will give you roughly about 8% further distance. That's it. 8%. So how about this? I'll be generous and I'll give you a flat 10% extra. So we're not worried about 7%, 8%, 9%. I'm going to cap it at 10. So at 1 foot, 1.22. What would that take you out to? 1.34?
Right. But just to clarify,
at 1 foot,
right?
When 1 foot, Karasan, at 1 foot, no, there's no clarification. I'm giving you 10%.
Yeah,
I should only be giving you 8. I should be giving you 8. I'm giving you 10. At 1 foot, it'll take you to 1.34 miles. That's it.
Right, but that's...
So where's the rest of it, mate? That's with refraction. Karasan, that is within your context of refraction.
Will you let me answer?
You now are making excuses.
Will you let me answer? Will you let me answer?
Anything beyond this now is excuses, Karasan.
I said that specifically is referring to a direct line of sight from your eye geometrically to the horizon, right? That doesn't mean
that's what I'm talking about.
Something that's 2 inches tall, that's 1 inch past that, right? So when we're talking about like the geometric horizon,
from the geometric horizon, from the geometric horizon, anything beyond that should appear to disappear bottom up.
Well, it depends. Yes,
what are you stuttering for?
You would expect that.
So the problem is, it's not what we're expecting to see beyond the horizon. The issue is, the horizon's in the wrong fucking spot. That's the problem, brother.
Right, and refraction can mess with like your height.
Wrong.
Above sea level.
Karasan, take a step backwards. Karasan, step backwards. I've already told you, mate. At 1 foot, the horizon, the geometric horizon, should park its ass at 1.22 miles. I gave you 10%. It's now at 1.34 miles. What? Are you stoned or just not listening?
No. At what height? Well, you're saying a lot of stuff. I'm trying to follow you. At what height above sea level?
1 foot.
Would it go from 1.22 to 1.44? Okay, I like.
Okay, Karasan, please. I'll spell it out for you, Karasan. At 1 foot of elevation, you should only see 1.22 miles or 1.225.
No, that's not
Anything beyond that, things should appear to be disappearing bottom up due to the obstruction of the horizon. That's the distance that it should happen at.
Roughly, yes.
So why is it happening beyond 10 miles?
Why wouldn't it happen beyond, like, so not using the 8 inches per mile squared, right? Using the line of sight. Like,
Karasan,
there's nothing wrong with
I'm giving you
10 miles away if the what you're looking at is sufficiently.
You're making excuses now, mate. Karasan.
It's not excuses. 10%. This is geometric.
You are making excuses. It's geometric. So the physical fucking horizon is at 1.22 miles. Anything beyond that, things are hidden. Full stop. So now you're going to explain to everyone. Now you're going to explain to everyone why the horizon is witnessed beyond 10 miles.
Because the refraction can adjust. No,
it can't. The refraction will take you out to 1.34 miles.
That's the average refraction.
The refraction?
Index, right?
No, it's not.
Average, right?
Karasan, no, it's not. That is extreme refraction. You've got 10%. I gave you 10%. I should only give you 8. I've let you have now up to 1.34 miles. Where's the extra 6.5 miles?
Right. It depends on how tall the object is that you're
1 foot. We've already established that.
No, it doesn't matter how the
target. I'm not talking about the observer. I'm talking about the target.
It doesn't.
The target's the horizon.
No, it doesn't.
The target is the distance to the horizon.
Okay.
I can show you if you don't understand.
Yeah, I'm not like, I understand that we're talking about the horizon, but he did mention things disappearing bottom up, right? Which would depend on.
No, you were hung up on that.
No, you said. Yeah, I never said anything about bottom up. You did.
But that would be due to the horizon curve, the physical Earth that's supposed to be blocking things beyond it. That's why.
Yeah.
And so you said, why wouldn't it happen? Well, because there is no physical Earth curving. And you said, well, there's lots of variables, lots of factors. Yeah, we know. The only factor that you really need here is the physical Earth that's supposed to be curving and blocking the bottoms of things.
Right, but yeah, and that's why, and we do observe that.
That's why
we observe that a lot.
Where?
Yeah, like,
post anything in the chat. We'll take a look. Anything you have. I'd like to see that.
Well, I'm driving, so I won't be able to drop any pictures right now.
The problem. We don't see that.
Trying to kill me, bro.
We don't ever see the curvature of Earth physically blocking anything.
I mean, there's that one picture that has the 3 tankers, and it shows how far away they are from the observer, and it shows the elevation height of the observer. And the one tanker in the back is like, you can only see like barely the top edge of the hole, and it's the same size boat as the one for it. That's one before it in the picture. They're only about 3 nautical miles different. I think the one in the foreground is like 5.5. The one in the distance is like 8.5. And the other one looks like if we were to say both of these are on a level with the observer, then the boat that's in the water should be like half sunk.
Why is that?
But we know it's not half sunk.
It shouldn't be like that. When you say, well, if it was flat, everything should be different. No, I don't accept that.
I'm saying we would expect, so if the observer and the boats are on the same plane.
Earth. I'm trying to tell you, we would not expect that.
I don't see how that picture would happen if the observer and those 2 boats are on the same plane. There's no curve between the farthest boat and the observer, and
that's just how it works.
All are on sea level, right?
Karasan? Yep, I know you're making excuses. Are the boats taller than you? Yes or no?
Well, obviously, yes. I mean, I forget.
Excellent. Okay, that's great. Yeah, that was all you needed was yes or no. I agree with you. They are taller than you, unless you're like 150 foot tall.
The picture I'm referring to.
I know the one you're referring to. Another one you're referring to. You gave the yes or no. That's all I wanted.
I forget.
Karasan, just breathe.
I forget
You can
the
do
elevation.
it. Concentrate on the road. Cars in front of you.
Elevation.
Press your brake pedal.
What's the problem with letting me say this one sentence I want to say?
Just
Karasan, it's not relevant.
I don't recall what the height of the observer was for that photograph. So I don't
relevant.
know.
That's why I stopped
the observer was higher than the boats. That's all I was going to say.
Wow. Concentrate on the road, please, before you have an accident. We don't want that.
It's very fresh and fit 304 move right there. I don't have all the data on me right now. Well, then why bring it up, man? Bring it up when you actually do have the data. Please. Thank you.
Maybe the boat was super tiny. Oh, no.
We still have Ouroboros, and I did receive a DM from Neil and Crit. They said they were thinking about the Earth being a globe again.
You what?
I plead the fifth.
Funny, very funny. And I thought I was funny.
Come out of the closet. I'm gay.
Also, yeah, Berserker. I think I just got a message from Berserker. He said he was also thinking the same thing. Yeah, go ahead, guys.
Yeah, I can confirm that. It's true. Unfortunately.
Yeah, Bob, he measured 15 degree an hour drift.
Thanks, Bob.
Thanks, Bob.
Yeah, the chat is saying just come back when you're at your destination, or if you have data. We can chat anytime. I'm here 24/7.
That's what we didn't want. Too late. Call an ambo. Go and get him.
I think Owlishness just popped in as well. Let's see. Should we say hello to the panel? Pretty decent sized panel here. We got like what? I can't even see. How many people we got in here?
+20.
Yeah, the number is not showing up on my screen. That's fine. Also, there's 24. No event running. Oh, 24. Okay.
24.
24 people in the panel, guys. Hell yeah. And we got people listening on YouTube as well. Shout out to Amish. Well, maybe we should start an event. Looks like there's no events running here in politics, so I can fire one up. The next one is not until tomorrow. All right, let me jump on it.
Is that Master Yoda? Is he a glober? Because seriously, he's
I got a message
pretty nasty
from him.
globe stuff.
Yeah, he sent me a message as well.
Fire up an event. What are you going to name it?
Yeah, give me a second. I'll think of something good. All right, I got something.
Well, something like how many debate bros does it take to prove curvature?
Oh, I got something even better. I'm just making an image. Got an image generating right now, and then maybe in the meantime we can say hello to the panel. Who wants to shout out everybody in the panel? Go ahead. Or I can do it, maybe. Yeah, I'll do it. Well, why don't we start at the bottom? There's a Savage Bread and Circus. It's been around for a little while. It looks like he was not quite enjoying the last conversation. There's also Owlish. Oh, what's up, Bread? Go ahead. What were your thoughts on the last? I saw you say it was cringe. I mean, I might have agreed.
Yeah. Y'all got our opinions.
Yep, and he has a moon. I think he's got a moon in his picture there. Might be a red flag.
Road card.
And we have Owlish in the panel. Welcome. I think that is a hardcore Globetard, right?
Road card.
Okay. There's also Ouroboros. How long have you been in Flat Earth discussions? Seems like it wasn't your first rodeo today.
About a year.
All right, 1 year. Congratulations.
Thanks, buddy.
And Alishness says they are just listening. Well, unfortunately, as Johnny Law knows very well, this is a no listening panel.
Non-listening panel. Participation.
Required. We also have Neil, my main man. Pause. Welcome, Neil.
Hi.
We also have Morvis in the chat. Savage is FE on our home server, he says. And W Morvis, we're all big fans. Next, we have Migo, we go, and as I always say, wherever me go, we go.
Versace, Medusa head on me like I'm Illuminati.
Big shout out to Migo there. Made a Tetrix. What's happening? Yeah, we knew that was coming. What's going on, Made a Tetrix? How's your night going?
Actually, it's still morning for me, just. So I'm on a long weekend at the moment. So it's Labor Day where I am. So yeah, most people are outside getting sunburnt. I did that yesterday for a little bit. So I thought I'd be in today and listen to these wannabe proofs. So yeah, somewhat interesting.
Nice, bro. Well, shout out to you, man. You're one of you're pulling the wagon a lot lately, so shout out to you, man. Not easy to do.
You don't have to pull it too hard. You just stand behind it and hold one finger up, and when a Globey backs into it, they normally pull forward. It's pretty good.
Well said. We also have Mark J. 22. Majin. Level Lioness. We have Kingsley. We have Johnny Law.
Thank you.
Yes, sir. Ice JJ Fish. Loomered. You rock with Laura Loomer? I saw they came in on server mute. Welcome back, JJ. There's also Get. Don't forget about the superfluid liquid helium. We also have FE Alaskan Malamute. Kerosene is back as well. Pop him off mute. Falcon. is here. You guys know who Falcon is?
Falcon punch.
I
Model
do
of
not know
car.
who that is. We also have Jordan B. Peterson. Clean up your room.
Hello.
Oh,
Holy
okay.
shit.
Welcome.
That's the third
Wait a
time I've
minute.
heard him talk.
What the?
I try to keep
Hello,
it to a minimum.
CB.
We got activity in the chat. Welcome everybody. Jordan Peterson is here. Make sure you guys clean up your room. I used to have a whole soundboard. I had a paid soundboard I bought with all Jordan Peterson sound effects. I should get that again. Some good stuff on there.
Sound like a frog.
Basement dweller with Cheeto dust all over his chest. There were some really good clips on there, bro. This is back when I was a lobster. I actually went to see him live in Cincinnati. I had a lobster shirt on with a lobster belt, lobster socks. I think I had pants with lobsters on it. Bro, I went full lobster. It was pretty cool.
Never go for a retard.
I had a friend. I was like, "No, you shouldn't listen to him," but it was cool at the time. Yeah, I should get that soundboard again. Some good stuff on there. Anyway, welcome, Peterson. Wait, you're a flat earther, or what's the vibes?
Right now, I would say I'm neutral. I just like listening in and hearing everybody's, idea.
Why the name Peterson?
I would say he's an idol of mine, but I don't know about that nowadays.
Yeah, I'm with you. Used to be a fan, not so much anymore. His daughter's kind of not unattractive.
Oh yeah.
I think she messed around with Tate as well.
And she loves steak. Tube steak.
Yeah. Anyway, we'll continue that discussion in the misogyny meeting upcoming.
Absolutely.
But welcome to Dr. JBP. There's also Daz68. Welcome to the panel.
Thanks, CB. What's up?
If I was Gemsy, I would say this guy. But no, we are just chilling. I'm about to start an event. I got a nice little toxic clickbait title for you guys. Next up, we have Crit. I've been saying for a long time that Crit is one of my, if not my favorite flat earther.
I'll change his name to Granddaddy Crit.
That's got a ring to it. And we have Berserker, who sometimes I refer to as Zerka, or maybe we need to get another name as well. Zerka Yappuccino? I don't know. We'll have to figure out another one.
Yeah.
What's up,
Hi,
Zerka?
everybody. What's up? How's everybody?
Zerkanita.
Yeah.
Zerkanita. Zerkanita.
Go Berserker, say get to the chopper.
Say that again? Sorry.
Berserker, can you say get to the chopper?
Hey, get to jump up.
What the?
You could do better than that.
Get to the chopper!
Get to the chopper! Yeah, now I get it. Okay, sorry.
Get down!
Get down! There's a button there.
Cookie down!
Get to the chopper!
It's not a tumor!
I'll be back. I'll be back.
There it is. We also have 20 cups. I'm a big fan of my guy, 2 cups here in the chat, man.
Yeah, that's enough. Settle down.
He's got 20, and you pulled up at 3.
Some of you guys might not even know the story behind the name 20 Cups. But I'm a fan, dude. Shout out to my guy 20 Cups, man. We're a big fan. We also have Necros.
Tell the story.
Tell the story? Oh, okay.
Yeah.
20 Cups, you want to tell it, or should I just expose them right now? 20 girls, 1 cup. No, it's our guy 20 Cups here. He likes coffee. A lot of coffee. He gets the coffee and he's chugga.
Yeah, 20's his record in one day, isn't it?
Oh, sorry. I was trying to get the sound effect of Don Petty going chugga.
chugga. I
know. But I think he said like, I'll sometimes have like 17 cups of coffee in one day. It's like, dude, what the hell? It's a lot of coffee, man. He's over here tweaking.
Man, I had 7 cups one day, and fair income, I was near walking up the wall. I'd 17. That'd be putting me in the hospital.
Yeah, no, don't talk shit. Nah, at my worst, I had I was drinking between 12 and 15. Now I'm down to 6 to 9, maybe 12, but that's rare.
Only like a cool 11 cups per day,
Exactly,
Give me your routine. How do you drink them? Do you make them yourself? Or throughout the day,
No, he goes to Starbucks and gets the $7.99, Twinkleberry extra mulatto creamy cappuccino.
I want to know how he gets down. All right, give us your.
I just use it. I just make it with a French press. There, nothing fancy.
Yeah, but that would mean you have to have a French press within arm's radius all day, or you just stay at home all day.
Yeah, my kitchen's right here. Yeah. I'm home often, yeah.
What about when you're out? If it's 8 hours you're out.
If I'm out, I'll go to a Tim Hortons or something and grab an extra large.
Yeah. They know his order. Before he even gets there, they've got the mocha frappuccino yappa latte ready to go.
I'll tell you, man. It is. I had been going significantly enough. There was a Tim Hortons nearby where I would walk in. And the cashier recognized me. She's like, extra large? I'm like, yep. She's like, okay.
Extra large? Okay, thank you.
Here we go. So she's
like, yeah, baby.
She was not inclined that way. No, she was not from the east. She was actually pretty cute. But anyway, it was significant enough for them to know. So yeah. Anyway, so 20 is just an exaggeration because my boys like to exaggerate. So it's all good.
Yeah,
so
I thought you'd have a French press in your Tesla or something. I thought the future, you walk around with a 2-gallon thermos at all times. But okay, I see.
Well, that was actually one of the funny, jokes, right? That I carry a thermos in my glove compartment or something.
Oh yeah, he's got a coffee pot in the glove box.
Yeah. You guys are funny, Okay. Anyway, where came from?
Yeah, that's our boy right there, 20 Cups. Lastly, and not least, did we welcome Necros, the final Yap champion?
What's up, brother?
And I think that is everybody besides Plain and Truth who snuck in at the last minute. So that's everybody. Also, I got the event ready. Let's fire it up. Wait. Can I make events in here? I can't. Can someone make the event? I can edit it, or what the heck? I don't have the power. Who can make an event right now?
Heretic's not here. Don't know if anyone else can.
Oh, okay. No, it's fine. Alrighty. Okay. Today's Sunday. You guys have to turn in your clips. We have homework due here by the end of the day. We need your dumbest thing a Glober said this week clips. Get them in the chat for review. We might have to go over to home base and review those at some point. I think I got mine ready. You guys have your clips ready?
Whenabouts did you organise this?
Oh, I've been announcing it all week. You know, you got to get your. We're going to start doing weekly clip review. We got to get some more activity from the chat. We need some engagement. The cultural development department got together and we agreed that we'll be doing homework every week. Welcome Roger K to the panel, and they're gone. We also have Reese that has recently joined. Welcome, Reese. Oh, they're deafened. I don't think you can post links in this server, can you?
Not to other servers, they get upset.
Yeah, that's stupid.
If you're advertising this server, all good, but if you're advertising other servers, not good.
That's stupid.
But there is ways around these conundrums.
Oh, okay. I see you. We have Carol's son that's still here. Carol's son. He says, who has claimed the horizon as to the Earth claimed it?
Sorry, I'm back. I don't think I've ever come across someone claiming, like, we're talking about like a standard, like an average height person standing at sea level, and then having the line of sight to the horizon as 10 miles away from that observer. I don't think I've ever heard that.
You missed what he was trying to tell you there. Because at a 1 foot observer, which is lower than, human standing height, we're seeing way beyond what they're claiming.
Right.
That's where the 10 miles comes from.
Right. So in that claim, it's referring to an object, like a target object, not the horizon being 10 miles away.
No, the horizon, yeah.
I've never heard that.
Oh, okay. Well, it's in the chat.
Did did some random person say that, or is this coming from
it's from the
official
Earth
claims?
Welcome,
No, I don't. I don't think the Earth claims that. Like, what do you mean when you say it comes from the Earth? Like, what is? So it sounds to me like you're intuiting that from the Earth claim. So where are you getting the 10-mile claim from?
Let's clarify. They're saying at 1 foot off the ground, your distance to the horizon should be 1.22 miles. At 6 foot off the ground, the distance would be 3 miles.
Roughly, yeah.
Yes. So even if you were standing at 6 foot, what we're actually seeing in reality is way beyond this 3 mile claim. And that's lower than 6 feet. They're saying there's observations at 1 foot where you're seeing beyond 10 miles.
Right, but how is that horizon being measured 10 miles away from that 1 foot above sea level observer?
That's where the oil rigs come in. If you haven't seen the Black Swan, that's where the oil rigs come in.
You're talking about the Black Swan? Okay.
Swan photo? Oh, I didn't know that. Oh, that's cool. Yeah.
We don't worship it.
Yeah.
Now I will say I don't know the exact figures.
Hold on.
The Earth
Hold
is
on.
not uniformly round. Is that right?
Hold on, Dante. We'll get to you in just 1 second.
You already did.
Yeah, I'll say this one thing, and then whoever else can go. I said I'm not familiar with the figures that were given for the distance, but I do know that the video that comes from, which is from a flat earther, did say that it took them weeks to get that particular photo, to get for the conditions to be right, for the photo to look like that. But then earlier on in the video, we see what we like with a lot less refraction, because we don't have bent cranes, squiggling cranes, that it looks about normal, where the horizon the apparent horizon from the camera is between the oil rigs, behind the foreground oil rig. And so it's like on a globe, when we talk about the atmosphere and refraction, it's like part of the claim is like, generally standard, you would have anywhere from 8 to 15% on most normal days. But there is an account for having pretty extreme refraction during pretty extreme atmospheric layering.
Yeah, but what do you define as extreme refraction, which happens rarely? What is your definition of extreme refraction? Give us a number.
Give us a number. He sounds angry, dude.
If average is like between 8 to 14%, then anything that would be like beyond, it's just it's subjective, right? So maybe something above 25, maybe something above 20% refractive index would be on the
20%. So the standard mathematical, our formula, 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet. Okay, so the 1.22. Let's put 20% on top of that.
Right, but that's measuring drop. That's not measuring line of sight to the horizon.
No, it's not. That's where that is the line of sight to the horizon.
Which is an approximation. It's not an exact.
Okay, so you're saying my formula is incorrect. Please provide me with a better one.
Well, to get more exact, you would have to.
What's the correct formula?
Okay, are you going to let me answer? You would have to do a use the R value and do a circle.
No. You don't use an R value.
Circle.
It's already in there. It's already in there. That's what you're missing.
Yes, I understand it's already in there, but then you would have to do.
So why would you have to add it again if it's already in there?
You would have to do another one because you would have to get the radius of the.
It's already in there. Hello, McFly. It's already in there.
Right. The standard formula is sea level, right? So if you're going to do how light is bending, right, and how far
we're not assuming it's flat. This is ballpark formula.
I didn't say assuming.
The 1.22. Listen, Karasan. The 1.22 times the square root of the observer's height in feet is assuming it's on a ball with a radius of 39.59 miles. That's what it's based off of. So it's already assumed it's on a ball. Why is it, Karasan? Why is it? Are you adding extra curvature into something that's already got it in the formula?
Because you're standing on the curvature, so you would have to add 6 feet to that observer.
So what you do? What you do? Listen.
Right or wrong?
What you do, Karasan? You're wrong. You're wrong.
Okay.
What you do